Chapter 64. Spitting blood on the ground, Harry grinned at his opponent across from him, with sinister intent. The Polish wizard was gifted, of that there was no doubt, but the peacock seemed to prance around the cage as if he had already won the duel. Clearly the man was a fan favorite here in Warsaw, but unfortunately for the adult wizard, the fight was not to first blood. Shielding himself against a torrent of fire, Harry swirled his phoenix wand in a complex serpentine pattern. The air crackled around him as he seamlessly wove through the attack, his movements a dance of practiced precision. Two incoming curses, one a shimmering azure, the other a sickly green, arced towards him, intent on incapacitating him. With a slash of his wand, Harry not only deflected them but simultaneously, the fire that had threatened to engulf him shimmered and died, leaving only a faint scent of smoke. Whirling his wand above his head, like a lasso, the extinguished flames reignited with a furious roar, but they were no longer the vibrant red like they were moments before. Instead, they were an obsidian black, exuding a palpable aura of dark magic that pulsed with malevolent intent. The Polish wizard, who had initiated the fiery assault, watched in horror as his eyes widened to saucers. The very element he had commanded had turned against him, imbued with a corrupted, lifelike abandon. Harry observed with a chilling detachment as his elemental charm, now a thing of terrifying beauty, lunged forward. The dark flames coiled around the wizard, and Harry watched as the wizard's non-wand arm was immolated, consumed by the blackened fire, a scream tearing from his throat that was quickly silenced as the dark magic continued its relentless work. The crowd was on its feet, clearly shocked by what they had seen, and the cheers drowned out the screams of the Polish wizard who had fallen to his knees. With a diagonal slash of his wand, Harry cut the man down with a vicious rendition of the knockback charm that sent the man to the floor headfirst unconscious and no longer on fire. In his disguised form, Harry lifted a fist in the air to show his triumph as the crowd in the underground dueling club in Warsaw applauded him. The announcer in disbelief called out, "That ends the night with the dark magician being our victor." Glancing to his right, Harry spotted his mentor, Tom, offering a measured applause, along with the roaring crowd. A predatory grin, a rare sight of approval on the Dark Lord's countenance, stretched across his lips. It was a silent acknowledgement of Harry's burgeoning power and ruthless efficiency in the cage. As Harry exited the blood-stained arena, the shouts and cheers of the onlookers seemed to fade into a dull thrum. He was immediately greeted by two scantily clad women, their robes shimmering with an ethereal quality that betrayed their Vila blood. Their beauty was undeniable, almost hypnotizing, but Harry had long since grown accustomed to such displays. Both attempted to persuade him into celebratory drinks, their voices like melodic whispers designed to entice. One, with fiery red hair that cascaded down her shoulders, leaned in close, her scent a heady mix of jasmine and something wild. The other, a blonde with eyes the color of a stormy sea, offered a sly smile, her hand gently brushing his arm. But Harry, ever focused on the larger game at play, just offered them polite, almost weary smiles. "Perhaps another time," he murmured, his voice a low rumble. It was a practiced deflection, one he'd used countless times since entering this underground world. The temptations were constant, the allure of fleeting pleasure strong, but Harry's purpose was far too grave to be sidetracked by such diversions. Besides, it was unlikely Tom would allow it. He had learned that every moment spent indulging in trivialities was a moment lost in his relentless pursuit of magical perfection, a moment that could be better spent honing his skills and planning his next move. It had been a long summer. Harry had trained harder than ever since he had completed his mentor's ritual. Throughout the season, Harry had traveled across Europe with Tom in his corner, fighting in underground dueling clubs like the one he just emerged victorious in. The young teen had even danced with some of the Dark Lord's inner circle. Not in Yaxley, a duo whose combined magical prowess had proven surprisingly formidable, posed a significant challenge for Harry. Individually, Harry had little trouble dispatching either wizard. His skills and speed often outmatched theirs in a one-on-one duel. However, when they fought as a pair, their synergy transformed them into a much more dangerous threat. Tom had revealed to Harry a fascinating and somewhat unsettling piece of history. The parents of Nott and Yaxley had been his allies during their own school days. It was then, in the aftermath of their passing, that the Dark Lord had temporarily taken the emerging lords under his wing. He had, in essence, honed their existing talents, shaping them into something far more dangerous and effective, especially when they worked together. This historical context shed light on why Nott and Yaxley, despite their individual limitations against Harry, became such a cohesive force. Their fighting style, honed by the Dark Lord's influence, seemed to capitalize on coordinated attacks and mutually reinforcing spells, designed specifically to overwhelm an opponent through sheer numerical and tactical advantage, a strategy that Harry, despite his formidable individual power, had found difficult to counter. Augustus Rookwood, however, remained an obstacle that Harry was unable to overcome. The man, a Death Eater of considerable reputation, had spent the entire summer meticulously beating Harry, promising him that true victory over the formidable wizard was still a year away. He had confidently asserted that Harry's power, while formidable, would not fully mature for some time. Yet, since the ritual conducted at the beginning of summer, Harry's power seemed to burgeon with each passing day, defying all predictions and making Augustus's earlier predictions ring hollow. The chasm between expectation and reality waned, and Augustus, a man who prided himself on his foresight and strategic acumen, could only watch in dismay at the undeniable proof of Harry's rapid, almost terrifying ascension. "I couldn't have done it better myself at your age," Tom boasted. Harry said nothing as Tom slid a glass of fire whiskey to his apprentice, who took it in one go appreciatively. He was good, would have lasted a lot longer if he wasn't an arrogant shit. "You also could have burnt him to death with a twist of your wand when your flames immolated him," Tom countered. "You have come far this summer." Harry nodded, a slight wince escaping him as the fiery burn of the drink hit the back of his throat. It was a potent concoction, a reminder of the harsh realities that now governed his life. Other than the brutal, and at times unforgiving training sessions with Tom and the other Death Eaters, Harry had taken on another task over the summer, and this one was done with someone a little closer to his age. Daphne and Harry had taken it upon themselves to really delve into the magic of the Black family. In it, they hoped to find answers to the youngest Greengrass daughters, Astoria's blood curse. Beyond the academic desire to accomplish something that many brilliant witches and wizards have failed to do, Harry knew that if he were to find a cure for the youngest Greengrass sister, then he would have made an unshakable ally out of the historically neutral Greengrass family, or at least Daphne herself. Harry knew very little about his godfather's family magic, a deliberate void in his upbringing. What he did understand, however, was that it was inherently dark, its roots deeply embedded in curses. Many had often hinted at the grim legacy of the Black family, a tapestry woven with threads of forbidden knowledge and potent, often destructive magic wielded by formidable witches and wizards throughout the history of wizarding Britain. In Harry and Daphne's downtime, they had delved into the shadowy heritage. Their practice sessions were filled with magical curiosities. They explored spells that would be invaluable boons to their repertoires, not just for survival, but for a deeper, more formidable arsenal. Some of these spells were undoubtedly deadly, designed to debilitate foes with shocking speed and efficacy. They were the kind of magic that could turn the tide of a battle, crippling an opponent with a flick of a wrist or a whispered incantation. Others, however, were surprisingly defensive in nature, intricate shields and counterspells that could deflect and absorb even the most malicious attacks. These protective charms were a testament to the versatility of the Black family magic. A stark reminder that even in darkness, there could be a twisted form of preservation. Their time together became a unique apprenticeship, one where Harry learned not only how to fight, but how to survive by embracing the very shadows he had once been taught to fear. At some point in the summer, Harry had even begun reading books that were written in Parseltongue to Daphne, as she watched him intently and took notes on the information he shared. Flashback. It was late into the night following the celebrations of Daphne's 15th birthday, the clock on the mantelpiece in the Black family library having long since struck midnight. July was reaching its end, and the summer morning had come upon them in the quiet, hushed hours, and only Harry and Daphne remained, bathed in the soft glow of enchanted globes that cast a warm, inviting light. Earlier in the evening, Blaze had joined them for a celebratory dinner in a lively, albeit discreet, restaurant in Diagon Alley. The air had been filled with easy laughter and the clinking of cutlery. Blaze had been on the continent for most of the summer, but returned in good spirits to celebrate their friend's birthday. The group had shared a toast to Tracy before even thinking about raising a glass for Daphne's birthday. It may have been a solemn start, but as Blaze talked about a beautiful Italian villa he had spent most of the summer with, the conversation turned to blanket amusement as they listened to his regaled tales. When the trio finished dinner and began saying their goodnights, Harry had offered to walk Daphne back to the Leaky Cauldron's Flue Point, while Blaze took his portkey home. With a few goodbyes and promises to gather at least one more time before the end of summer, they had bid their friend farewell and started down the path back towards the more popular part of Diagon Alley. Somewhere on the path, Harry had decided he didn't want to return to Gaunt Manor for the evening just yet, and wanted to keep the company of someone closer to his age. As the two reached the top of the alley, Harry could tell that his friend was dreading going separate ways as well. It had sounded like Daphne had a rocky summer with her family, and deciding to offer the girl the only solace he could, he bumped the girl gently. "You know, if you aren't sick of my company, we could go work through some more texts. You never know when we might find something useful." The hesitance on her face was clear as she stopped in her tracks, looked down the alley towards Gringotts, and bit her lip in thought. Harry had realized the girl often did this when she was thinking fast, and allowed her a moment to process. "It is kind of late, and I hate to impose on you so late." Chuckling, Harry shook his head. "Either we study together, or I do it alone. No exciting escapades planned for my evening, but I do understand if you will get in trouble with your family." Scoffing, Daphne gently wrapped her fingers through his wrist. "I doubt they have even noticed I am gone. One of the advantages to being the healthy daughter, they rarely pay me any attention. You know they haven't asked where I have been running off to all summer. Can't say I would understand, but if you're sure you want to spend your birthday lounging around an old library, then be my guest," Harry said with a shrug. Holding her head up high, Daphne offered him a grateful smile. "I can think of worse things to do with my evening." Grinning at the girl, Harry twisted them into a nearly silent pop that took them right out of the alley and into the streets of Islington. Together, with practiced ease, the two made their way into the old dilapidated house and found their way up to the library. The heavy scent of old parchment and leather filled the air, a fitting backdrop for the profound secrets they sought to uncover. Harry might have been tempted to spend the evening at Gaunt Manor, but Tom had told the teen that he was having a meeting with an old ally, Fenrir Greyback. Harry was familiar with the alpha wolf from stories he had heard from Barty and the others, and he had no interest in meeting the leader of the largest werewolf pack in Europe. Instead, Harry walked over to a book he had left on the desk and picked it up, his eyes glazing across the page they had left off on. "Do you want to pursue something different, or continue with this?" The book was written in the squiggly scripture of Parseltongue by Noctuagaunt, and Daphne had been fascinated by the healer's ritualistic magic when they had last been together. "If you don't mind. This black ancestor of yours is quite the fascinating woman." Of course, Harry had not differentiated the fact that this was actually one of Tom's ancestors. Daphne knew her sacred 28 family trees well, and if he told her the true author of the text, he was unsure how he would have explained his possession of it. Like in all ritualistic magic, the price must be measured. The dark arts offers many solutions to curses of all sorts, but in totality, equality is something magic always abides by. We pride ourselves in our lineage, yet the truth lies before us all. If one were willing to sacrifice it all, their humanity, their loved ones, their futures, the reward could be limitless. This must be remembered and respected when dealing with counter curses. Harry paused as he considered the words, but Daphne was already commenting. "You think that is the answer? Sacrifice. Maybe we could create a ritual and counteract the magic." "Maybe," Harry admitted as he closed the book. That might cure Astoria, but what about the rest of the family? Your daughters. Hers. If we were desperate and she was on death's door, we could probably work out the runes and arithmancy with time, but we don't want to just cure your sister. We want to end this curse in your family. Daphne frowned. There won't be much of a future if Astoria isn't cured. You may be right, but who would you sacrifice to make the ritual work? Harry asked pointedly. Myself, if I must, Daphne said without hesitation. This time Harry frowned at the girl's words, his expression a mixture of concern and a touch of exasperation. I admire your willingness to protect your sister, truly, he began, his voice soft but firm, but there are other answers, other ways that do not demand such a price. He put the book down, rose to his feet, crossed the desk that countless Lord Blacks before him sat at, and stepped closer, his voice dropping slightly. I mean no disrespect to you either, but you being a fully capable witch with your own unique magic and life force means it won't be an even sacrifice. It would be a catastrophic imbalance with your sister's life already forfeit. Your hands would have to get dirty, not just metaphorically, but truly, to make such a dark and desperate magic work. The cost would be far more than just your life. A shadow crossed his face. At that point, your own life isn't even worth the sacrifice because you would need others. What kind of existence would that be for your sister, knowing the act that preserved her, killed her sister? Daphne seemed to think on his words for a long while, the two locking eyes the entire time. Finally, the brilliant cerulean eyes dipped. You're right. Then what? We've been reading through these texts for weeks, and the only thing I have become certain of is that a black didn't curse my family. The young woman hardly had an understanding of how deep they were delving into the history of wizarding Britain. Harry didn't have access to just one great family library, but 4 if you included the Greengrass one. The answer was out there, but a single summer was not enough time to uncover the entirety of so much knowledge. Maybe I can take a look at her magic, Harry offered, before we go back to school. If you could get me a few hours with her, then maybe I can pick up something. We need a starting point to work from. Sighing, Daphne deflated. I don't think I could get her here. My parents don't take much notice of me, but if Astoria were to disappear, they would have half the ministry looking for her within the hour. Bring me to Greengrass Manor, then, Harry countered. I don't need all day, maybe just a few hours. If my parents found out, I don't know what they would do to me. Daphne finished in a whisper, her voice barely audible above the rustle of the leaves outside the open window. Her gaze was fixed on some unseen point across the room, her shoulders hunched as if bearing an immense, invisible weight. A tremor ran through her, and she wrapped her arms tightly around herself, a gesture of self-preservation against an imagined assault. The unspoken consequences of her actions hung heavy in the air. Harry's eyes narrowed at her words. What does that mean? At worst, they would throw me out, report me to Dumbledore or the Ministry. They could pull me out of Hogwarts, Daphne added, stop us from communicating, snap my wand. I think you underestimate how much pureblood families have over their children. I wouldn't let it come to that, Harry said dismissively. Laughing humorlessly, Daphne countered. What would you do? My father is the Lord Greengrass. He has a seat on the Wisengamot. He could make your life very difficult. Snorting, Harry shook his head. Don't worry about me, Daph. Let's worry about your sister, getting her better. If your father interferes, then I have steps I can take to make sure he doesn't interfere with your life too much. Stay with me and stay focused. The words, delivered with such unwavering conviction, sparked a flickering hope within Daphne. She desperately wanted to believe him, yet a deep-seated caution, born from years of observing her father's intimidating power, made it difficult. Her father, a man who commanded fear and respect in equal measure, had reduced grown men to trembling shadows. To witness a mere 15-year-old boy dismiss that formidable influence so casually was an entirely new, almost disorienting experience. A fleeting image of her father and Harry confronting each other, face to face, flashed through her mind. What would that encounter look like? How would the dynamic shift? But then, just as quickly, the image dissolved, replaced by a surge of more recent memories. Harry's catastrophic duel with Barty Crouch Jr., a testament to his raw magical power and strategic brilliance. And then, Tracy's hushed accounts of his confrontation with Igor Karkaroff, a fight that had solidified his reputation as a force to be reckoned with. Harry had not just held his own. He had proven himself remarkably formidable against Death Eaters, individuals once universally feared, their names whispered with trepidation. A sudden, sharp realization cut through her doubt. Perhaps she needed to recalibrate her perspective, to remind herself of the very reasons she had chosen to ally herself with him in the first place. He wasn't just a boy. He was a powerful, intelligent wizard who had already faced and overcome dangers that most adults would shrink from. The quiet confidence in his voice, she now understood, wasn't arrogance, but a reflection of his proven capability. Okay, let's make it happen then. Harry's thoughts about his future date at Greengrass Manor, that was supposed to take place before he returned to Hogwarts, was put on hold as Tom snapped his attention back to reality. You have proven yourself over the summer, Harry. When we first met in the Chamber of Secrets, I had hoped that I had found someone worth putting my attention into. You, my young friend, have not disappointed. Harry sensed a but coming, yet decided to embrace the compliment as is. Thank you, Master. It is all due to your teachings. Tom raised his glass slightly to the teen, sipping at it, before shaking his head. My teachings have undoubtedly pushed you further than you would ever have been capable of, but you had so much potential, even before we set down our path together. Do you remember the day? Like it was yesterday, Harry said easily. The day Harry had met Tom in the Chamber of Secrets was likely one he would never forget. He was so certain that death was upon him, yet he had escaped with his life, and had even found purpose that spurred him forward. That day had changed everything for him. Back then I did not ask for your allegiance, do you remember? Tom asked Silky, as he leaned back into his chair, looking relaxed, but Harry could sense the man's magic. They had spent enough time together to know that the man was like a coiled snake in his current form. I do, Harry admitted, his voice a low, gravelly confession. It wasn't something Harry had allowed himself to dwell on much over the last year, a period marked by a relentless descent into a grim reality. Ever since Sirius had died, his soul ripped from him by the icy kiss of Death's shadow, Harry had felt an undeniable certainty in his path with Tom. The initial flicker of doubt, the agonizing questions of right and wrong, had been systematically extinguished. No longer were there any moral ambiguities to debate, no internal struggles to navigate. The once bright beacon of his moral compass, which had meticulously guided him along the precarious line of a decent human being, had irrevocably faded. It had crumbled, not with a bang, but with the chilling realization that the world, in its cruelest iterations, simply did not play fair. His understanding of justice, once a clear and unwavering concept, had been shattered, revealing only the chaotic, self-serving nature of power. If there were any remaining doubts, they had died with Tracy. There were only the weak and strong. Unfortunately, Tracy had not been strong enough, nor was Harry to protect her, but he would be damned if another of his friends would fall to such circumstances in his presence. A certain intensity began to rise between the two, and Tom reached out, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder with a slight grin on his countenance. That isn't going to change today. Do you know why? The question was rhetorical, but Harry shook his head, interested to hear Tom's response. Because I know I have it. Every test I have set before you, you have bested it. You are everything I could have dreamed of in an apprentice, and I do not bestow such compliments lightly, nor do I do it for free. Swallowing hard, Harry felt a familiar knot tighten in his stomach. He knew this feeling, a precursor to a request, undoubtedly of a nefarious nature, cloaked in Tom's usual air of casual inevitability. In the past, Harry might have hesitated, a flicker of his old self resisting the pull into the darker corners of Tom's world. But now, something had shifted within him. He was ready, perhaps even eager, to face whatever challenge or illicit task Tom would present. Before he could even voice the question on his lips, what precisely did Tom need from him? They were abruptly interrupted. A trio of men approached their table, their presence casting a momentary shadow over the dimly lit corner of the establishment. They were a disparate group, varying significantly in size and demeanor. The man who appeared to be their designated spokesman was of a slightly smaller stature, though his posture exuded a coiled intensity. Flanking him were two behemoths, their broad shoulders and thick necks suggesting immense physical power. As Harry's gaze lingered on the smallest of the trio, a jolt of recognition ran through him. There was an uncanny resemblance, a shared set of features, the shape of the jaw, the narrow, calculating eyes, that linked this man undeniably to his last opponent in the brutal cage match earlier that evening. The realization sent a shiver down Harry's spine, wondering if this unexpected encounter was mere coincidence or a deliberate, ominous continuation of the night's events. "You gentlemen cost me a fair amount of galleons tonight," the smaller-statured man stated in a slurred manner, indicating there may have been alcohol charging his words. Tom's face tightened, a vein throbbing faintly in his temple as he glared at the newcomer. "It seems you should see to your gambling issue, then," he stated, his voice dangerously low, each word meticulously enunciated. He gestured dismissively with one hand towards the door, his gaze unwavering from the man who had dared to intrude. "My apprentice and I are having a serious discussion, a matter of considerable importance. I would suggest you leave immediately, before I lose my cool and regretfully take matters into my own hands." The air in the room grew thick with unspoken threat, the comfortable hum of their previous conversation replaced by a palpable tension that promised swift and unpleasant consequences should his warning be ignored. Gone was the charismatic facade, the eloquent speeches, and the alluring promises of a glorious future that Tom Riddle usually offered to potential followers. In his place stood the chilling embodiment of the Dark Lord, the very entity that had brought Britain to its knees in a reign of terror. Yet, the man audacious enough to confront him seemed utterly oblivious to the true nature of the power he was challenging. "I will leave," he declared with a defiant sneer, "when I am repaid my galleons. One of you will be paying them, one way or another." His voice, though resolute, carried an almost absurd bravado in the face of such overwhelming malevolence, a stark contrast to the palpable dread that now permeated the air. Harry's eyes flickered across the room. At each corner and exit, men seemed to already have their wands in their hands. Clearly, whatever domain Tom and Harry had stepped in was claimed, but that hardly mattered. Instead, Harry sighed as Tom rose to his feet. "I am going to give you one last chance to leave." "It is a chance I rarely give, but you have caught me in a celebratory mood. Ruin it at your own peril. Now look here, Harry," Tom said simply, cutting the man off. The man's eyes were scarlet red now as they flickered to his apprentice, and Harry didn't hesitate to snap his wand into his hand. "Fracta." The man before them screamed in pain as one of the man's ribs audibly popped, and the two behemoths immediately went for their own wands. But it was too late. Tom immediately cut them both down with curses that bisected the two in half. Deadly green curses, potent with dark magic, hurtled through the air towards Tom and Harry, who stood back to back, a united front against the encroaching threat. With a mere flick of his wrist, Tom, anticipating the assault, sent a wave of lounge furniture soaring into the air, creating a makeshift swirling barrier. Simultaneously, Harry, reacting with lightning speed, rose to his feet. His wand, a conduit for his formidable will, transformed the airborne debris. Splintered chairs and tables, once mundane objects, now became razor-sharp projectiles, infused with a destructive force. The transformed wooden shrapnel, imbued with surprising power, was deflected back at the unsuspecting curse casters. The force of the counterattack was immense, sending the wizards reeling backward and slamming them against the lounge walls with bone-jarring impact. A cacophony of screams erupted across the opulent lounge, a stark contrast to its previous tranquility. Panic seized the remaining patrons, who, in a desperate scramble, bolted for the nearest exits, their terrified cries echoing through the grand hall. As the chaos unfolded, more wizards, their faces contorted in grim determination, surged onto the floor. They moved with an unsettling coordination, executing a well-rehearsed maneuver designed to overwhelm Harry and Tom. But the master and apprentice were not to be easily subdued. Harry, his young face set in a mask of fierce concentration, wasted no time in unleashing his full offensive capabilities. His wand became a blur of violent motion, a whirlwind of spells and counterspells. Back to back with his master, a seamless unit of destruction, Harry cut down any witch or wizard who dared to stand in their path, his attacks indiscriminate and relentless. The air crackled with raw magical energy. The scent of ozone and burnt wood heavy in the oppressive atmosphere as the battle raged on. The battle couldn't have lasted more than a minute or two, as Tom suddenly stuffed his wand into his robes in a huff. So uncivilized. Harry's eyes surveyed the destruction meticulously, taking in every detail of the chaotic scene before him. At least a dozen bodies lay unmoving on the grimy floor, their forms contorted in unnatural angles amidst scattered debris and overturned furniture. The air hung heavy with the acrid scent of ozone and something metallic, a chilling testament to the fierce struggle that had just taken place. He cautiously swept his gaze across the room, noting the shattered remnants of what might have once been a sturdy wooden table, now splintered into 1,000 pieces, and the scorch marks marring the stone walls. No threats seemed to raise their wands in their directions any longer, and the silence that followed the cacophony of battle was almost deafening. It was an eerie quiet, broken only by the faint crackle of dying magical energy. Harry felt a surge of grim confidence, for now the immediate threat had been neutralized. He remained vigilant, however, his grip tight on his own wand, knowing that in this line of work, a moment of complacency could be fatal. He needed to assess the situation fully, ensure there were no hidden enemies, and then decide on the next course of action. Tom, however, shook his head. "It seems our evening is going to be cut short. Shall we return home and finish this discussion?" Harry nodded at the man, but continued to survey the area. Tom's wand was already back in his sleeve. The teen didn't know if this was a level of trust shown to Harry, that he could handle any remaining threat, or a complete show of confidence that they had eliminated every threat left in the area. Regardless, Harry followed his mentor out of the dueling ground and took his hand briefly as the two combined their power and apparated over 1,000 kilometers back to the outskirts of Yorkshire to Gaunt Manor. When the two landed back at Tom's ancestral home, the rhythmic hum of a tune Harry didn't recognize filled the air, a melodic counterpoint to the quiet thud of their landing. Harry, still processing the raw aftermath of their encounter, followed his mentor deeper into the sprawling house, the very place that had become a sanctuary and a forge for his burgeoning abilities. Each creaking floorboard, each faint scent of aged parchment and polished wood, spoke of Tom's long history and the weighty secrets held within these walls. Their destination, as Harry had anticipated, was the library. It was a cavernous space, lined from floor to ceiling with books that seemed to hum with forgotten knowledge. A heavy, ornate desk sat in the center, flanked by 2 plush, high-backed chairs that beckoned with promises of comfortable contemplation. Harry settled into one, his eyes still on Tom, who moved with a practiced grace. Tom's hand went to an ornate glass, a gift from one of his countless wealthy and influential followers, its surface catching the light with a subtle brilliance. He poured 2 equal measures of a dark, viscous liquid into the glasses, the rich aroma filling the air with a hint of warmth and ancient spices. Without a word, a silent understanding passing between them, they raised their glasses. Harry took a sip, the liquid a comforting heat that spread through him, and leaned back, the tension in his shoulders beginning to ease. He waited, his anticipation a tangible hum in the quiet room, for the words of wisdom or perhaps simply instruction that his mentor would impart. The brutal violence they had left behind in Warsaw, the screams and the chaos, already felt distant, a fading echo. This was not the first time their travels had led them to confront such dangers. Skirmishes and ambushes were an almost commonplace occurrence in their lives. But this particular confrontation, the sheer scale of the destruction and the raw ferocity of their response, undoubtedly marked it as the most significant, the most violent footprint they had left in their wake. The memory of it, however, was already being subsumed by the quiet camaraderie and the promise of new lessons within the peaceful confines of Tom's ancestral home. Before we were rudely interrupted, I was both complimenting your skill and reminding you of the time we created our blood pact, Tom said easily, as if they had not claimed at least a dozen lives minutes beforehand. Now I wish to ask if you are up for a new challenge, one that might just test the very limits of your magic. Harry took the rhetorical question at face value and bowed his head into his drink before taking a long sip, setting his glass on the table, before saying, "What do you have in mind?" "Azkaban," Tom said simply, the word hanging in the air between them, heavy with unspoken implication. "I have seen you studying the maps, you know," he continued, his voice low and even, devoid of accusation. "I have watched you meticulously trace the historical routes, the old pathways, the forgotten maritime charts. I know your curiosity runs deeper than mere academic interest, that your mind is drawn to places of power and secrets. I can't think of a better birthday gift I can give you than one of us making history together." He paused, letting his words sink in, allowing Harry a moment to process the depth of his observation. It was true, tomorrow he would be 15, and Tom had promised last year that they were going to make it tradition to push the bounds of his magic each year. "I know you are interested, deeply so," he reiterated, his eyes fixed on hers, seeking understanding. "But I also respect that we never came to a concrete accord on our future, on the path we would forge together. There were discussions, yes, possibilities explored, but no definitive agreement reached. And because of that, I feel it's important to lay all cards on the table, to be transparent about what I know and what I surmise." Harry swallowed heavily, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He knew this conversation was long coming, an inevitable culmination of their deepening bond, but still he did not know how to feel about it. His loyalty to Tom had grown, blossoming into an unshakable trust that transcended mere camaraderie. He had come to trust Tom in every sense of the meaning. Whether that meant to storm Azkaban, the impenetrable fortress said to house the most dangerous dark wizards, or to burn the Ministry of Magic to the ground. Reducing the bureaucratic heart of wizarding Britain to ashes, Harry had a deep, abiding faith in the man before him. His conviction was absolute, and he spoke plainly, without hesitation or reservation. "I don't think there is need, Master. I am with you." The words were a testament to his unwavering allegiance, a simple yet profound declaration of his commitment. "Azkaban is an academic interest, and I would not insult your intelligence by saying that I am interested in the assault for the sake of your lost followers. My interest in its assault would be purely to gauge the limits of my own abilities, to see how my magic truly stacks up against such formidable defenses. I want to know what I am really capable of." Harry's gaze met Tom's, a silent understanding passing between them, a shared ambition that promised to reshape the wizarding world. "Your honesty is refreshing," Tom admitted, a faint smile playing on his lips, a rare expression that hinted at a deeper satisfaction. "My followers, while loyal and some even fanatical in their devotion, I believe their own ambitions often cloud their judgment, leading them astray from the true path of power. But yours, it is much like mine, unburdened by petty desires for fame or fortune. You merely wish to be tested, to be pushed to your absolute limits, to face challenges that will forge you into something greater. And that, as your master, is something I am more than happy to abide by, for in your growth, I see a reflection of my own will and a path to even greater accomplishments." Reaching into his desk, Tom pulled out a sliver of indistinguishable black and tossed it onto the table with a clatter that echoed in the otherwise silent study. Harry, who had been absently tracing patterns on the polished wood, frowned and leaned forward. His eyes narrowed, recognizing the texture even before his fingers made contact. It was black cloth, soft yet somehow ominous. He picked it up, the material cool against his skin, and turned it over slowly. What he found was a mask. Not just any mask, but one that instantly sent a chill down his spine. It was remarkably similar to the grotesque, skull-like visages worn by the Death Eaters, those loyal followers of Voldemort. Every curve, every sharp angle, even the subtle indentation for the nose, mirrored the familiar, dreaded design. Yet there was one striking difference. Instead of the dull, menacing silver of the Death Eater masks he'd seen, this one gleamed with a rich, almost regal gold. And running right down the middle of its surface, a meticulously carved serpent writhed, its scales catching the light, its eyes seemingly fixed on some unseen prey. The craftsmanship was exquisite, almost beautiful in its sinister artistry, a stark contrast to the crude anonymity of the Death Eater masks. This was a statement, a declaration. It was a mask of power, of ancient lineage, and of a darkness far more refined than the crude terror of Voldemort's usual foot soldiers. Tom steepled his fingers, his gaze fixed on Harry. "I want you to come with me, Harry," he stated, his voice a low, compelling rumble. "I want you to be there when I liberate my followers. Help me tear down the ancient fortress of Azkaban and wear a mask that has never been seen by the world. It will distinguish you from the rest of my followers and show you as someone who stands above the rest. It will have to do for now, until Dumbledore is out of the picture. Then a true symbol of your power will be forged, one that will strike fear into the hearts of our enemies and inspire unwavering loyalty in our ranks. This mask is merely a temporary marker, a promise of the greater glory to come. It will signify your unique position, a testament to the fact that you are not just another follower, but a key player in the grand design, my chosen successor in all but name." Harry felt the weight of his mentor's words on him and couldn't help the smile that emerged on his face as he picked up the mask and pulled his fingers through it. "I love it." The admission was frank, but Harry was enraptured by the mask. He had long wondered if Tom would include him in his future plans and how he would keep him separate from the others. Harry might have been insulted had he been asked to don a regular Death Eater mask, but this separated him from the rest. "I'm in. I want to be there. Not for them, but for you, Tom." The man's grin widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he lifted the glass of amber liquid to his lips. "Just as I want to be there for you," he purred, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down the spine of his apprentice. "When your own time comes. As for tomorrow, for your birthday, we will make history and take Azkaban by storm. Perhaps on your next we will take the world." The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats and a chilling promise of a future where his influence would stretch far beyond the confines of the wizarding prison. It was all a game, and Harry was going to thoroughly enjoy playing it. Chapter 65. Staring out over the water, Harry felt a thrilling sense of anticipation course through his veins. Behind him were a dozen men in black robes and silver masks, the classic Death Eater attire. Harry too wore the black robes, but in the crook of his arm rested his golden mask that Tom gifted him. Tom, for his part, stood with his arms crossed behind his back, a silent sentinel surveying the vast, churning expanse of the North Sea from the crumbling battlements of Tantallon Castle. The ancient fortress, a testament to bygone eras of conflict and resilience, offered the closest viable land point for their assault on Azkaban. The journey ahead would be a formidable one, a long and arduous broomstick ride across the relentlessly rough and cool waters, where the wind would whip at their robes and the spray would sting their faces. Yet, despite the inherent challenges, Harry could discern a profound sense of purpose and anticipation emanating from the man beside him. Tom was in his element, a lord poised on the precipice of battle, his eyes alight with an almost palpable excitement to embark on this perilous, yet ultimately crucial, journey. The salt-laden air, the cries of gulls, and the endless horizon seemed to invigorate him, preparing him for the trials that lay ahead. "Tonight we bring back some of my most loyal followers, some of our most gifted fighters," Tom said as he turned to address his gathered Death Eaters. "The assault on Azkaban may just be a footnote in history in comparison to what lies ahead, but let us not downplay something that has never been done before. We will shatter the Ministry's illusion of impenetrable security, proven that no stronghold is beyond our reach. Tonight, we transcend mere tactical victories. We reclaim our lost warriors, those who have endured the Dementors for years, their loyalty unbroken, their resolve hardened by suffering. Their return will send a tremor through the very foundations of the wizarding world, a clear declaration that the old order is crumbling, and a new era under our power is dawning." He paused, letting his words sink in, the air thick with unspoken promises of power and retribution. Cheers erupted from the assembled group, a roar of approval that signified the group's readiness. Tom, his lips curving into a sinister smile that seemed to promise both victory and vengeance, addressed them with a booming voice that effortlessly cut through the din. "Follow my apprentice and I into battle," he declared, his gaze sweeping over the eager faces before him. "Liberate our followers from the chains that bind them. We will handle the rest." His words hung in the air, a potent blend of command and promise, igniting a fervent excitement among his loyalists. The flickering torchlight danced across their determined faces, reflecting their shared conviction and the unspoken understanding of the perilous journey ahead. Tom turned to Harry now, speaking with silky confidence. "Keep up if you can, young one." With a sudden surge of power, the man propelled himself into the air, his ascent aided by a swirling, vapory fog that enveloped his legs, seemingly defying gravity. Harry, watching the spectacle, shook his head in a mixture of disbelief and awe. He had never witnessed Tom employ such an unsupported method of flight, though he also had noted the absence of a broom, which typically facilitated aerial travel. A broad grin spread across Harry's face, a silent acknowledgement of his mentor's formidable power. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry summoned his own broomstick from its resting place at his side, mounted it with practiced ease, and launched himself into the sky, following closely behind the ascending Dark Lord. Below them, a chorus of jubilant cries erupted from the Death Eaters, who, invigorated by the display, swiftly took to the air to join their leader and his apprentice in their flight. As Harry had predicted, the air grew increasingly frigid the further they ventured out to sea. The biting wind whipped around them, carrying the stinging spray of the waves, but after an hour of flying alongside Tom Riddle and his entourage of Death Eaters, Harry realized that the cold had taken on an unnatural, almost malevolent quality. It wasn't merely the chill of the ocean. There was an insidious, penetrating cold that seemed to sink into his very bones, far beyond what any natural weather phenomenon could explain. A shiver, unrelated to the biting wind, traced a path down his spine. Dementors. The very thought sent a shiver down Harry's spine, a cold dread that mirrored the oppressive chill he now felt seeping into his bones. He knew they must be getting close. The profound sense of despair and the inexplicable draining of all warmth and joy were undeniable signs of their proximity. Each labored breath felt colder than the last, as if the very air was being sucked dry of life and hope. It wasn't long before, in the distance, a formidable, jagged silhouette emerged from the murky, turbulent waters, the infamous island of Azkaban. Even from afar, it exuded an aura of bleak desolation and despair, a fitting prison for criminals. The towering, black fortress, built on a craggy outcrop of rock, seemed to defy the natural world, its grim, triangular architecture a testament to human cruelty and the bleakness of its purpose. Swirling around it, like a perpetual, malevolent storm, were the shadows that were Dementors, their tattered cloaks billowing in the unforgiving wind, their presence a palpable, chilling weight on the soul. The air grew heavier, thick with the silence of utter hopelessness, broken only by the mournful cry of the wind and the distant, unseen lapping of waves against the island's treacherous shores. As they approached the island, Tom slowed his descent slightly to fly beside Harry. The man shouted over the wind, "Guard shack on the ground. Take it and give us a landing point. We will break the wards from there. I will deal with the Dementors." In understanding, Harry nodded, a grim resolve settling over his features. He didn't waste a second, immediately diving towards the mentioned guard shack, waving his hand over his shoulder as an urgent signal for the rest of the Death Eaters to follow. The air crackled with a sudden, oppressive tension, and the momentary lull was shattered by the piercing wail of alarms. Harry could feel the almost physical jolt as he tripped a series of proximity wards, their magical energy radiating outwards, a silent scream announcing their presence. Each ward seemed to amplify the urgency of their situation, the metallic shriek of the alarms growing louder, more insistent. He closed the distance on what revealed itself to be a sprawling dock area, the air thick with the scent of salt and stagnant water. Harry could discern the silhouettes of half a dozen aurors, already gathering, their wands drawn and held at the ready. Their movements were swift, practiced, a clear indication that they were not caught entirely unawares. The soft glow of their wands already shimmered in the gloom, painting the scene in an eerie, otherworldly light. Knowing what would follow could only be decisive violence, Harry thought back to the aurors that had taken him into custody after the death of Tracy. The memory ignited a cold fury within him. He recalled the harsh glare in their eyes, the callous way they had interrogated him, treating him not as a hero who had rid society of a menace, but as a common criminal. Their accusations had stung, branding him with the very same darkness that Barty Crouch Jr. held. A fire, icy yet scorching, coursed through his veins at the injustice. He even remembered the long-haired Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour, the man who had attempted to arrest him after he had defeated Igor Karkaroff, a deed that should have earned him a commendation, not condemnation. The hypocrisy of it all, the way the ministry twisted justice. The way they had condemned his godfather to die was enough to give him the strength to do what must be done. Before Harry could land on the ground, he was forced to use his wand and shield the descending broom riders and himself. In swift retaliation, however, Harry unleashed a massive gout of green fire with a hiss, scattering the Aurors and giving him the needed time to touch ground. As soon as his feet hit the dock, Harry completely disregarded his broomstick, allowing it to go sailing down the platform. His movements were swift and decisive, a stark contrast to the chaos erupting around him. Without a moment's hesitation, he whipped his wand towards 3 Aurors who were preparing to engage him, their expressions a mix of grim determination and surprise. Animating the green fire he had created, Harry's will manifested as the vibrant ring of emerald flames surged into the air around the 3 Aurors. The fiery emerald circlet rose, thick and shimmering, creating an impassable barrier that crackled with a sinister energy. With a flick of his wrist, the wooden planks that held their unsteady footing ripped free, contorting and weaving into a living shield that danced before Harry, effortlessly deflecting the barrage of curses and hexes the Aurors desperately flung his way. The ring of fire, a hypnotic display of vibrant green, began its slow, inexorable closure, a vibrant snare drawing ever tighter around the trapped figures. Panic began to set in on his opponents as the oppressive heat intensified, and the air within their fiery prison grew thin and acrid. Desperate, ragged wails of pain, sharp and piercing, erupted from the Aurors as the encroaching flames seared their robes and licked at their skin. Their frantic attempts to apparate were met with a silent, unseen resistance, a magical dampening field emanating from one of Augustus Rookwood's traps that held them firmly in his fiery grasp. Another Auror attempted to engage with him, his wand already raised, but before he could utter a single incantation, he was enveloped by a sickly green light. The Auror's face contorted in a silent scream as the unnatural glow consumed him, leaving only a shimmering emerald outline that quickly faded into nothingness. Harry offered a brief, almost imperceptible nod to a masked Death Eater who stood nearby, his own wand still glowing from the spell. In a matter of seconds, the horrifying screams that had echoed through the chaotic scene had ceased. The 3 unfortunate Aurors, caught in the relentless emerald fire, were gone, leaving behind no trace but the lingering stench of ozone, burnt flesh, and fear. Harry's head tilted sideways as he surveyed the damage he had done, but with a casual flick and swish of his wand, Harry dispelled all the lingering flames around the area, extinguishing the macabre glow and plunging that section of the battlefield back into a more ominous darkness. The air, though no longer visibly burning, still crackled with the residual magic of his devastating display. The biting chill of the Dementors clung to the air, a pervasive cold that seeped into Harry's very bones, even as Tom landed with a thud beside him. Clearly, Tom had already engaged in a short-lived battle against the spectral beings. The panicked shrieks of the Dementors, rapidly fading into the distance, served as grim testament to his effectiveness. Harry's gaze instinctively lifted to the tumultuous sky above. There, amidst the swirling darkness, a sinister, shadowy creature, eerily similar in its spectral form to his own manifestation, moved with destructive grace. It tore through the ranks of any remaining Dementors, a whirlwind of destruction that sent them scattering like leaves in a gale, their forms dissipating into the oppressive gloom. Death's shadow, Harry recognized. The entity was Tom's, an extension of his will, and its presence on the battlefield promised a swift and brutal end to the Dementor threat. Oh. Tom observed from his vantage point high above, the scene unfolding on the dock below. Harry, a figure of deadly grace, had landed with the swiftness of a predator, immediately engaging the Aurors. The dock became a canvas for destruction, painted with the vibrant, searing emerald flames that had erupted from Harry's wand. The air, even from his distant position hundreds of meters away, was thick with the visceral sounds of battle. The crackle of magic, the shouts of men, and the chilling screams of pain that pierced the night. What truly struck Tom was the sheer absence of hesitation in Harry's movements. There was no flicker of doubt, no pause for reflection, only an unwavering focus on the task at hand, the ruthless dispatching of his opponents. This unflinching resolve spoke volumes, telling Tom precisely what he needed to understand about his young apprentice. Harry was not merely growing stronger, he was evolving. The shackles of mercy, once a guiding principle in his actions, had been cast aside, replaced by a cold, efficient determination. As the emerald flames danced and illuminated the golden mask that concealed Harry's face, Tom felt a profound certainty. Bringing Harry along had been, without a shadow of a doubt, the right choice. The transformation before him was a testament to his own foresight, a confirmation that he was forging not just an ally, but a weapon of power that could only be dwarfed by his own. Deciding his own demonstration of power was practical. Tom hissed out his spell to submit the Dementors to his will. Morty's Umbra. The oppressive chill that had permeated the air dissipated as Tom's shadowy beast, a creature of pure, unadulterated darkness, unfurled its immense wings and began its terrifying rampage across the sky. Its very presence seemed to devour the light, leaving only deeper shadows in its wake. The Dementors, those cloaked arbiters of despair, scattered like ash in a tempest, their guttural moans replaced by shrieks of terror. They, who fed on human happiness and hope, now found themselves facing a tidal wave of force far more ancient and formidable than their own. When Tom, the architect of this monstrous apparition, eventually returned to the desolate island, the Dementors would grovel at his feet, their immaterial forms trembling with a fear they typically inflicted upon others. They would beg for mercy, for a cessation of the terrifying onslaught that threatened to consume their very essence. And Tom, ever the manipulator, would grant it to them, but not without a price. Their allegiance would be demanded, a fealty sworn to him, just as it had been in the harrowing days of the First War, when he had first bent them to his will and unleashed them upon a terrified world. Their desperation would be his ultimate tool, securing their unwavering loyalty to his burgeoning empire of darkness. Allowing death's shadow to do its work, Tom descended abruptly towards the docks where his apprentice had gathered his followers. The air grew heavy with an oppressive chill as Tom, cloaked in an aura of dark magic, plummeted through the sky. Below, the flickering lights of the docks cast long shadows, illuminating a throng of figures huddled together. His apprentice, Harry, stood at the epicenter of the gathering, a looming presence in a golden mask that obscured his identity. His voice, magically amplified and deepened, reverberated across the water, a chilling, guttural sound that was far removed from his natural tenor. "Bored yet?" Harry's words hung in the air, a cheeky challenge set forth from the young man. Tom grinned at the boy as he flourished his wand forward. "Now we only have the wards, Augustus." "Oh." Harry watched as Rookwood moved forward to address the group, his voice a low, urgent rasp, stepped forward. 13 followers of the Dark Lord are here," he announced, his gaze sweeping over the gathered members of the inner circle. "Each of us will make small incisions on our hands. Then we will place our bleeding palms upon the shimmering barrier that stands before us. The Dark Lord and his apprentice will do the rest." A chilling silence descended upon the group, punctuated only by the faint, rhythmic thrumming of the wards. Several nods of understanding followed, their collective agreement a silent affirmation of Tom's unspoken authority. Harry watched as Tom began packing around the weathered wooden dock, his movements precise and deliberate. A palpable magical buildup hummed around the area, a low thrum that vibrated in the air and sent shivers down Harry's spine. The very planks beneath their feet seemed to absorb the burgeoning power, the air growing thick with magical saturation. Glancing at his hand, Harry took his wand, its familiar weight a small comfort amidst the escalating tension. He slid it across his palm, the polished wood cool against his skin, just as the former unspeakable had commanded. Then, with a deep breath and a surge of determination, he placed it on the shimmering magical barrier that pulsed before them. A searing shock of pain ripped through his arm the moment his hand made contact with the barrier. It was a sharp, electrifying jolt that coursed through every nerve ending, forcing a yelp of pure agony from his lips. His hand instinctively ripped back, clutching at the throbbing limb, a phantom burning sensation lingering long after the initial impact. Augustus now stood firmly at his side. His movements were precise, imbued with a practiced grace that spoke of countless hours of study and preparation. In a swift, fluid motion, he drew his wand, its polished surface gleaming faintly in the light. Without hesitation, he began to trace intricate, luminous runes in the air before them, each one pulsing with an ancient, arcane energy. These weren't mere symbols, but conduits of raw power, carefully woven into a complex tapestry of magic. With a final, decisive push, he propelled the newly formed matrix of glowing script into the shimmering barrier that stood between them. A tilt of his head seemed to show his consideration. Before he nodded, "Everyone get back, my lord. It is ready." Tom merely nodded to the man, a silent acknowledgement of the weighty moment. Harry moved to stand at his master's side, his gaze fixed on Tom with a curious intensity. The magical saturation was now nearly suffocating, a prelude to the monumental act about to unfold. Tom's chest rose and fell in slow, deliberate breaths, each one a measured pulse against the thrumming anticipation. His wand, an extension of his very will, began its slow, deliberate ascent, rising to about shoulder level, a beacon of power poised for its unleash. A faint, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the polished wood, resonating with the growing magical energy gathering within him. "Watch and learn, Harry." Tom's voice, though low, carried an undeniable resonance, a profound certainty that echoed in the quiet space. "As we make history." The words hung in the air, a declaration and a promise. A short, almost imperceptible pause as the man closed his eyes briefly, a flicker of something ancient and terrible passing across his features. When they shot open, they were no longer the deep, shadowed pools they had been, but solid, unholy red. With a sudden, whip-like motion of his shoulders, his wand shot backwards, a dark, gnarled piece of yew, already humming with malevolent energy. Tom surged forward, his every muscle tensed, unleashing a mighty bellow that tore from his throat, a sound less human and more beast, filled with primal rage and dark intent. As the sound echoed, a jet of black magic, thick and viscous as tar, erupted from the tip of his wand, striking with devastating force precisely where the intricate, glowing runes had been carved into the stone floor. The impact was not merely physical. It vibrated through the very air, a testament to the raw, untamed power he wielded. Harry watched with wide eyes, a primal fear coiling in his gut as the dark spell, a swirling vortex of inky blackness, collided with the shimmering barrier. It wasn't just a simple impact. The spell seemed to possess a malevolent will, pushing with a ferocious, live-like tenacity, like a beast attempting to breach a cage. The entire prison's dome, a vast expanse of wards, was illuminated now, casting an eerie, pulsating glow over the desolate landscape. A low grunt of strained effort escaped Tom's lips, his face contorted in a mask of intense concentration as he broke the spell and spoke sharply. "Harry." Knowing precisely what the man desired, Harry didn't hesitate. With a surge of intent, he thrust his wand forward, a focused beam of magic lashing out. Before it struck the wards, however, Tom's own spell collided with his own, striking the very same weakened point on the ancient wards. Their spells, distinct in origin but united in purpose, connected with a visible ripple of energy. Now, as one, the two convergent spells poured into the wards, not with a gentle seep, but with a raw, concussive force that vibrated through the very air, threatening to shatter the silence of the space. The magical barrier shuddered under the relentless, combined assault, groaning like a living entity in its death throes. Harry was waning quickly under the onslaught of power he was releasing. His arm was shaking under the intensity of the spell he was releasing. To his right, he could see the veins throbbing in Tom's neck as he poured every ounce of his immense magical power into the wards, reinforcing them against the relentless assault. The air was becoming thick with raw energy, growing heavier and denser with each passing second. Then, with a deafening roar that vibrated through Harry's very bones, an explosive, concussive force ripped through the magic surrounding the prison. The barrier didn't just break. It shattered into a million glittering fragments of pure energy, dissipating into the oppressive darkness as if it had never existed. Jaw-dropping, Harry just stared in awe at what they had accomplished. A long moment passed where no one said a word, and then cheers began in the group. Harry could tell Tom was exhausted from the bout of magic, but he did well in disguising it as he grinned. "You all know what to do. Liberate our old friends. My apprentice and I have one last task." Harry looked questioningly at the Dark Lord, but didn't dare voice his thoughts as the 12 masked men surged forward with evident glee. When it was just the two of them, Harry removed his mask and spoke in a low voice, offering a bow of his head. "I am in awe, Master." Tom placed a hand on his apprentice's shoulder. "Now you see what we are capable of together. I told you that our wands being brothers would serve a purpose one day. That is just a fraction of what we could be capable of." Nodding his head, Harry said nothing as Tom patted his shoulder roughly. "Now follow me." The air still shimmered faintly where the man had vanished, a whisper of displaced magic. Harry's gaze, sharp and assessing, flicked upward, immediately pinpointing the ominous silhouette of the prison's highest tower. There, at its very apex, stood Tom, a dark, motionless figure peering over the precipice. A jolt, not of surprise but of grim determination, shot through Harry. With a barely perceptible twist of his body, a practiced economy of motion, Harry apparated. The world blurred for a fraction of a second, the familiar disorienting pull and release of magic, before he solidified. He landed lightly, silently on the windswept rooftop, the rough stone biting at the soles of his shoes. The transition was so swift, so seamless, that it felt as if he had simply willed himself across the space, arriving in the span of a single, drawn-out heartbeat. The biting wind whipped at his clothes, carrying the faint, metallic scent of distant storms and the heavy, oppressive aura of the defenseless fortress. "Enemies fell by our hand tonight. The blood of our oppressors stains the very ground we stand upon," Tom said softly, his voice a low rumble that nonetheless carried through the wind. "But the true war begins now. We must show the world who it was that liberated Azkaban prison. We must stand tall, united in our purpose, and let the echoes of this night reverberate across every corner of the country. Let them know what happens to those who stand against us. This is but the first step on a long journey, but it is a step taken with unwavering resolve and the promise of a new dawn." Harry glanced down below as the first signs of prisoners were beginning to reach the dock unopposed. Joyous celebrations and cackles of delight were heard even from the top of the prison. "You know the spell, Harry," Tom said in a tone of anticipation. "Leave my calling card in the sky, and leave no doubts that Lord Voldemort has returned." Swallowing hard, a tremor running through his hand, Harry glanced at the wand he held, a familiar yet alien weight in his palm. He slowly raised it to the sky, the inky blackness above mirroring the dread in his heart. Never in his wildest dreams had he envisioned himself casting this spell. Yet a grim, undeniable truth settled in his soul. He was with Tom now. The boy who lived, the one who was meant to defeat the darkness, was the apprentice of Lord Voldemort. A cold, hard resolve began to solidify within him, pushing aside the fear and revulsion that still occasionally crept through his bones at the thought of what the man had once done to his family. While the world might never truly know who had raised this terrifying mark into the night sky, they would all know one thing with chilling certainty. His master had been here. Voldemort had arrived, and with him, a new era of terror had dawned. "More smother," Harry spat as a blast of dark green light, thick and viscous as venom, shot forth from his wand. It surged upwards, piercing the swirling clouds, and then with an almost agonizing slowness began to unfurl. First, the outline of a monstrous skull, its eye sockets hollow and menacing, appeared against the backdrop of the stormy sky. Then, from its gaping maw, a serpent, long and serpentine, uncoiled itself, its body twisting and weaving, slithering out to form the tongue of the skull. The entire gruesome emblem, vast and horrifying, hung suspended above Azkaban, a terrible beacon of dark magic. Its emerald glow pulsed with an unnatural life, casting a sickly, unsettling pallor over the churning sea and the grim fortress below. It was the Dark Mark, a chilling signature of Lord Voldemort, now emblazoned upon the very heavens, a defiant declaration of his terrifying return. Tom seemed to nod in satisfaction as he placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Happy birthday, my apprentice." 66. Harry had watched with a growing sense of anticipation as Tom, despite the celebratory atmosphere that should have enveloped them, approached a pair of his more jubilant followers on the desolate dock of Azkaban. The air, thick with the stench of salt and sulfur, was now tinged with a faint, unsettling sweetness of victory, a scent that did little to calm Harry's unease. The initial, meticulously crafted plan had been straightforward. Each of the escaped Death Eaters, flushed with their newfound freedom, were to depart the grim island by portkey, whisked away to the relative safety and comfort of Knot Manor. There, the revelries, undoubtedly fueled by fire whiskey and triumphant boasts, would commence without delay, a chaotic yet understandable outpouring of relief and elation from the freed prisoners. However, it became immediately clear that the Dark Lord had priorities that transcended mere celebration. A cold, calculating agenda that always superseded the immediate gratification of his followers, and indeed, his own. While liberating my followers is an important objective, the knowledge of where my Horcrux lies is paramount. If things are to go wrong at Azkaban, Bellatrix is our most important objective. She alone can tell us what happened to the cup of Helga Hufflepuff and bring me closer to my full power. Harry's gaze was fixed on Tom, a silent observer as his mentor approached a witch who appeared to be in her late 40s. Her dark, unkempt hair framed a face that was both weathered and surprisingly youthful. Her eyes, an intense shade of purple, fixed on Tom with an almost unnatural devotion. The moment Tom's hand made contact with her arm, a cry of pure ecstasy escaped her lips, a sound that spoke of a deep, almost spiritual awe at being in his presence once more. The air around them seemed to shimmer with an unspoken energy, a testament to the profound connection they shared. Harry recalled Tom's earlier words, a chilling pronouncement about the unwavering loyalty he commanded, and in that instant, he understood the true depth of that statement. This witch, so clearly enthralled, was living proof of the potent influence Tom wielded over those who served him. The hushed conversation between the two figures ceased, and Tom, with a subtle nod, turned his gaze to the imposing wizard standing beside her. A low murmur of acknowledgement passed between them, an understanding exchanged as the other escaped prisoners began disappearing by portkey. The man, a grisly figure with a thick, unshaved beard that framed a weathered face, appeared to be roughly the same age as the woman at his side. His eyes, though obscured by shadow, seemed to hold weariness, hinting at a long time served in the ancient prison. There was an almost palpable aura of notoriety about him, a sense of dark history clinging to his robes. Indeed, by all appearances and his proximity to the woman beside him, this could be no other than the infamous Rudolphus Lestrange, a name whispered with a mixture of fear and grudging respect in certain circles. The air crackled with a residual hum of magic as the man, a figure of silent reverence, offered a profound, almost ceremonial bow to Tom. It was a gesture steeped in a deference that spoke volumes, a silent acknowledgement of power and authority. From Harry's mentor, a plain, unassuming portkey was then extended, a small, polished stone perhaps, or a weathered piece of wood, which the man accepted with an almost imperceptible nod. With a soft whoosh and a faint shimmer of displaced air, he vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and magic. Tom, seemingly unfazed by the sudden departure, then turned his attention to Bellatrix. Their conversation, though brief, seemed to carry an unspoken weight, a shared understanding that transcended mere words. It was a rapid exchange, punctuated by knowing glances and subtle gestures, before Tom, with an old-world charm, offered her his arm. His gaze then shifted, almost as an afterthought, to where Harry stood. Harry, who had, with an air of practiced detachment, once again donned his golden mask. The mask, now a familiar emblem, gleamed faintly in the ambient light, obscuring his expression, yet somehow intensifying his presence. Tom offered a final, almost imperceptible nod in Harry's direction, a silent acknowledgement of the young wizard's presence, before he and Bellatrix disapparated, their forms blurring into the air and then vanishing as if they had never been there at all. The sudden silence that descended in their wake felt heavy, charged with the aftermath of their powerful magic and the weight of their victory. Taking a deep, tired breath, Harry glanced up above to see the dark mark he had cast in the sky, a chilling emerald green against the breaking of dawn. A profound sense of pride swelled within him. Tonight, they had done what most believed to be impossible, shattering centuries of established wards. The air still hummed with residual magic, a testament to the colossal effort expended. With a final shake of his head, a gesture meant to dispel the lingering echoes of battle and the exhilaration of victory, Harry turned on the spot. The familiar pull of apparition compressed the world around him, blurring into a kaleidoscope of colors before snapping back into crisp focus. In the span of an instant, he appeared on the front steps of Gaunt Manor, his home. The old panels of the mansion seemed to absorb the rising rays of dawn, exuding an aura of somber power that perfectly mirrored the new era he had just ushered in. The heavy, ornate door, etched with the serpentine crest of Tom's ancestors, awaited his return, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets and the future within. Knowing that Tom was expecting him to follow, Harry made entry into the house, but kept his mask on for the time being. He did not wish to shock the woman with any striking familiarity to an old enemy. The reveal of his true identity was a card to be played with caution, not flung carelessly into the delicate atmosphere of this reunion. He moved with a quiet grace born of years of training, his senses alert to every subtle shift in the air, every creak of the old house. The scent of dust and faint potpourri hung in the air, a strangely domestic smell for a place that held such dangerous secrets. The woman, he knew, may not have a wand, but Tom had told Harry just how dangerous she was. Her power, he understood, wasn't just of the magical variety that could be channeled through a focus, but rather a more insidious, deeply ingrained ability honed by years of dark practice. Beyond her inherent menace, Tom had also stressed her profound fragility after her years in prison, a vulnerability that could make her even more unpredictable. Harry considered the delicate balance he had to strike, maintaining his guard against her potential malevolence while simultaneously navigating the emotional minefield of her post-imprisonment state. He could not afford to underestimate her, nor could he afford to push her into an emotional corner. The information she possessed, Harry suspected, was critical to finding Tom's next Horcrux, and he knew that acquiring it was his mentor's most important task. When Harry arrived in the living room, he hung back into the kitchen unseen, allowing Bellatrix to gush in gratitude that Tom had released her from her prison. Her voice, hoarse from disuse and laced with an almost frantic devotion, filled the air. She nearly babbled that she knew he would come for her, his most faithful servant without doubt. Her eyes, wide and almost feverish, fixated on him, reflecting a desperate need for approval. Harry watched quietly as Tom accepted the woman's gratitude. His hand, a study in practiced calm, held her own, a gesture that seemed both comforting and possessive. If Harry didn't know any better, he would have thought the gesture was intimate, a tender reunion between long-separated lovers. But the teen knew his mentor was a master-class actor, a virtuoso of manipulation. Tom's movements were precise, his expression carefully modulated to convey a sense of genuine concern. He was merely trying to make the woman feel safe and secure, to lull her into a false sense of peace before extracting the information he needed. Harry could almost see the gears turning in Tom's mind, calculating the optimal approach, charting the most effective path to unearth Bellatrix's secrets in the fastest manner. The silence in the room, save for Bellatrix's incessant murmurings, seemed to crackle with an unspoken tension, a silent battle of wits that only Harry was truly privy to. Finally, Tom's patience, always a thin veneer over his true, seething nature, had worn out completely. He leaned forward, his voice a low, silken whisper that seemed to slither through the air. "Bella, my dear, do you remember the golden cup I gave to you, before you were so unceremoniously whisked away to Azkaban?" His eyes, dark and fathomless, bore into hers, a silent demand for recognition. "Oh yes, my lord," the woman said at once, her voice bright with a positive elation at the reminder. A faint, almost nostalgic smile touched her lips, though it quickly faded, replaced by an expression of deep reverence. "It was my most prized possession. I guarded it with my life. I understood that it must have been difficult to come across an item from the Founders, and it was my proudest day when you gave it to me to watch over." "I would honor so few with such a task," Tom said easily, his voice a silken thread that wove through the silence of the room. "Your unwavering faith and singular devotion to me, a loyalty beyond question, allowed one of my most treasured items to fall into your hands. It was a testament to your commitment, a reward for your unwavering belief in my vision. But now, a brief and pressing need has arisen, a critical juncture in my rise to power. I require that item, if only for a short time. Rest assured, it is merely a temporary loan. I will return it to you precisely when I am done, when its purpose in my hands has been fulfilled. However, it is absolutely essential that I possess it, even for this fleeting period. Its absence would create a mess of my plans, a delay in the grand design we are meticulously crafting. Therefore, I must ask you directly, do you know where it is at this very moment?" "Of course, my lord," Bellatrix exclaimed with childlike joy. "Before you disappeared, I placed all my valuables in my vault at Gringotts, just as you instructed. Every galleon, every piece of cursed jewelry, every artifact, all of it is secured there, waiting for your return. I knew you would come back, my lord, and I have kept everything safe, untouched by the grubby hands of the ministry or the order. They will never find it, and even if they did, the goblins are fiercely loyal to their contracts. The vault is impregnable, the magic within it potent enough to deter even the most persistent thief." Tom looked triumphant, and Harry let out a sigh of relief. Apparently it was audible enough to catch the woman's attention, however, and her head spun in his direction, the look of adoration and pleasantness completely devoid on her furious countenance. "How dare you listen to my private conversations with the Dark Lord?" The woman reached for her side, as if she was going for a wand that Harry knew could not be there, but Tom's hand caught her wrist smoothly. "It's okay, Bella. This is someone very special to me that I would like you to meet." Tom gestured for Harry to come forward, and the teen did so cautiously. Bellatrix pouted with her lip out like a small child and whimpered, but he was listening in on our conversation. Scoffing, the man's eyes flashed. "You forget yourself, Bella. You think I could not sense the presence of my young friend here, even if he wasn't standing right before my eyes." Her eyes widened, and her head bowed in shame. "You're right, my lord, forgive me." "That's all right," Tom consoled easily. "You are not quite back in your full state. You just escaped a 14-year imprisonment, my dear. There is nothing to forgive, but do not make a habit of underestimating me." "Never, my lord," Bellatrix defended at once. Harry approached the woman with a cautiousness born of instinct, the same way a seasoned hunter would approach a hungry lioness. Every muscle in his body seemed to coil, ready to spring into action or retreat at a moment's notice. The air around them felt heavy with an unspoken tension, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, awaiting the first move in this delicate, dangerous dance. Clearly, the woman was surprised by his appearance, because as she took him in, she seemed to finally realize there was something different about him. "His mask, it's not the same as ours." "That's because he is not the same as the rest," Tom said silkily. "This Bella is my apprentice." The woman's eyes widened at once as she looked him up and down. Her eyes instantly clouded with jealousy, and she asked with almost a hint of an accusation, "Young friend, is he your son?" Laughing, Tom slowly shook his head. "No," he replied, his voice a low rumble that nonetheless carried an unmistakable weight of authority. "But he has been under my wing for some years now, and was quite young when he came into my teachings. He was a mere boy, perhaps no older than 12, when I first found him, lost and adrift in a world that offered little solace. I saw potential in him, a flicker of something extraordinary amidst the fear and uncertainty." Tom paused, his gaze hardening as he looked at Bella, his eyes conveying an unspoken warning. "I am going to have him take off his mask," he stated, his words a quiet command. "But Bella, I need you to heed my words with utmost care and gravity. Understand this. He is my apprentice, and I will allow no harm to come to him. Not a single scratch, not a whisper of insult, not even a fleeting thought of malice. No matter who it may be, I will allow none to harm him, no matter their power, their influence, or their perceived right." His voice dropped to a near whisper, yet it resonated with an intensity that brokered no argument. "Do you understand, Bella? Do you comprehend the consequences of disregarding my warning?" The air in the room grew thick with the threat. Bellatrix swallowed heavily, looking like she would rather ask more questions, but finally nodded in acquiesce. Tom glanced towards Harry and offered him a nod, and Harry in a swift motion removed his golden mask and tucked it under his left arm, ensuring he could still draw his wand if necessary. The woman's eyes went impossibly wide in recognition. James, no, he can't be. This is his son, the Potter boy. How, why? All questions that will be answered in time, Tom promised. Just know that his loyalty to me is unquestionable, and there is deep magic preventing us from killing the other. I say this to assuage any concerns or fears you have, but Harry has proven himself a worthy apprentice to me. Already he has won the Triwizard Tournament at 14 and killed a turncoat, Barty Crouch Jr. I trust you remember just how talented our old friend was. Bella nodded and now looked at Harry in awe. Master turned you, even after he killed your parents. Swallowing hard, adding the reminder, Harry nodded. I think you know, my lady, that our master is quite persuasive. In understanding, the woman just offered a curt nod. Of course. A glimpse of sanity and the woman's former brilliance peeked out for a moment, but just as fast as it was there, the spark of intelligence disappeared, replaced by the admiration she held for the Dark Lord. Allow me to fetch the cup for you, my lord. If it is as important as you say it is, I do not wish to delay you. The cup has been safe in Gringotts for 14 years, Tom said easily. It can wait a few more days while you regain your health. It is going to be a matter of priority, but not above your own health. Get better, my most faithful, and then we will retrieve my old relic of the Founders. The words were a clear indication that Bellatrix did not know that she held a piece of Tom's soul. That information was something strictly for Harry's own knowledge. Thank you, my lord, Bellatrix said happily, but a tinge of disappointment appeared on her face, as if she had looked forward to the blood shed that might follow her attendance to Gringotts. Tom offered the woman one of his charming smiles and clasped her hand in his own. Of course, my dear. Let's get you to Knott Manor and reunite ourselves with your husband and my other followers. Tomorrow we will get you a wand, and in the near future I will ask you to put my apprentice to the test. Already there are so few among our ranks that can push him, and I know none are as talented as my most infamous follower. Bellatrix glanced towards Harry with an almost sinister smile. It would be my pleasure, my lord. Harry swallowed nervously as the psychotic woman looked at him as nothing more than a plaything. The teen was uncertain if she wanted to kiss him or murder him, but he was guessing the latter. The young apprentice was never one to back down from a challenge, but he was apprehensive to duel with the woman. Augustus had told Harry just how formidable the woman had been in her prime, and his only comfort was that her years in Azkaban must have provided some sort of handicap that would give him time to adjust to her strengths. Tom offered the woman a coaster from the table and whispered words over it, changing it into a portkey. Go join the others, Bella. I will be right behind you. I need a few more words with my apprentice. The woman looked jealously over her shoulder to the teen, who held a stoic face, but knew not to argue with her master. Accepting the portkey, Tom hissed the activation phrase, and the woman vanished in an instant. Harry didn't wait long after her departure to voice his thoughts. She's insane. Undoubtedly, Tom said with a snort, but among my most powerful followers. If we can restore her mind to its former intelligence, the three of us would be an unstoppable force. After tonight, Harry doubted there were many that could stand up to even just the pair of them, yet he understood the value of a follower of Bellatrix Lestrange's caliber. Whatever you think is best, master. Nodding, Tom rubbed his hand across his face, something the man often did when he was deep in thought. I had long suspected that was where Bellatrix had hidden away my Horcrux. The goblins could make retrieving it difficult. Frowning, Harry asked, would they? I wouldn't think they would want to get involved in a wizarding affair. You could be right, Tom said with a sigh. But if you are not, then we risk the capture of Bella, and the goblins may turn her over to the Ministry if they thought they might be rewarded. The Ministry would undoubtedly pump her full of Veritaserum to figure out why she risked her freedom by going to Gringotts, and from there, we would have an issue I would rather not yet face, the least of which would be their discovery that I hold the cup of Helga Hufflepuff. We already accomplished one feat that everyone believed was impossible. Harry murmured softly. What if we attempt another? Tom raised his eyebrows towards his apprentice. What are you thinking, Harry? Running a detailed scenario through his head, Harry shrugged indifferently, a subtle tension in his shoulders that belied his casual demeanor. I will go with Bellatrix into Gringotts under my father's cloak, he explained, his voice low and steady. If the goblins play nicely and let us through, then I sit quietly beside her with no one being the wiser. Violence and bright flashes of light filled his thoughts as he considered the alternative. However, if they lure us into a trap, if they attempt to tip off the ministry, or if they do not cooperate in any way, then the plan shifts. A grin began to slide across Harry's countenance as he considered what would happen next. I will signal for you with Slytherin's locket, and we fight our way to the vault. We grab what we need, and then, with your Horcrux secured, we fight our way out. It won't be pretty, but as you said, between the three of us we would be unstoppable. His gaze was distant, already picturing the violence that would likely ensue involving a fight with the goblins. Tom returned Harry's smile with a sinister expression of amusement. A small taste of battle, and now you want to shed the blood of our enemy by the gallon. Shrugging, Harry shook his head. The hope is they just let us through, but given what is on the line, we won't be taking no for an answer. We would push the goblins to the side of the ministry, Tom countered. They would call for our heads, lock down our accounts. The little beasts are plentiful, and they would be powerful allies for Dumbledore and his ilk when the real fighting begins. I say we let them go crawling to each other, Harry said dismissively. In the end, they will all kneel or die. Ruthless, Tom said pointedly, his voice a low rumble that seemed to vibrate with approval. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face, a rare display of genuine pleasure. He rose gracefully to his feet, a figure of quiet authority that filled the room. I like it. We will discuss it more in the coming days. For now, you should rest and prepare. If we are to go forward with your plan, then a great battle may lie ahead, and you will need all your strength. As Tom began to exit the room, he paused at the threshold, turning to offer final words to his young apprentice. Well done tonight, Harry. On top of what you did at Azkaban tonight, you've proven yourself capable of making difficult choices, a quality often lacking in those who would lead. Give me a few days to get my faithful followers in order, to lay the groundwork for our next steps. We will speak again soon, and then our true work will begin. With that, Tom vanished, leaving Harry alone in the silence, the weight of the night's events and the promise of future machinations settling heavily upon him. Once upon a time, Harry would have felt remorse for what had occurred that night, or that about what was right or wrong. A younger, more idealistic version of him would have been plagued by gnawing doubts, endlessly questioning the righteousness of his actions. But that version of Harry had been irrevocably shattered, ground into dust by the harsh realities of a world that had long since abandoned any pretense of right and wrong. The ministry, the very bastion of justice and order, and the Aurors, those sworn protectors of their country, had proven themselves to be nothing more than complicit puppets. Their noble oaths had been rendered meaningless, subsumed by the suffocating tendrils of bureaucratic red tape and the insidious machinations of political expediency. A profound disgust festered within Harry's soul, a burning resentment for a system that prioritized self-preservation and power over the suffering of its people. A few years ago he had watched, helpless and enraged, as true justice was systematically denied, sacrificed at the altar of convenience and ambition. In the face of such egregious dereliction of duty, Harry found his capacity for empathy withering, replaced by a cold, resolute detachment. The individuals who had fallen before his wand that night were not innocent victims in his eyes, but rather the unfortunate, albeit inevitable, collateral damage of a broken world. Their cries, their pleas, their very existence had become irrelevant in the grand, terrifying tapestry of his evolving conviction. He was no longer a boy grappling with shades of gray, but a teenager growing into a man forged in the crucible of disillusionment, driven by a desperate, albeit dark, pursuit of a justice that the established order had long since forsaken. Despite his growing resolve, his thoughts shifted to the goblins and what it would be like to combat them. A feeling of apprehension seemed to settle over him, a cold knot tightening in his stomach. He had not known much about the beasts, their history shrouded in whispers and fear, but what little he did know sent shivers down his spine. Each of their rebellions, though infrequent, had been marked by shocking brutality and a terrifying disregard for life. Some had stretched on for agonizingly long periods, leaving swathes of the land scarred and depopulated. He understood with a sudden, stark clarity that he could not afford to underestimate them. He would need to delve deep into the tomes of the Black and Gaunt family to research their kind meticulously, to understand their motives, their tactics, their weaknesses. He had to ensure there were absolutely no surprises lurking in the shadows, no hidden traps, no unexpected ferocity that could turn his growing resolve into a swift and bloody defeat. Of course, with Tom at his side, victory was nearly assured, but still he would take no chances. His very survival and the safety of those he sought to protect depended on it. Chapter 67. The oppressive silence that typically clings to the grim walls of Azkaban prison were shattered last night by an event of unprecedented chaos. The chilling dark mark, a symbol seen only twice in the past decade, blazed across the bleak sky over the North Sea as a beacon of terror in the early hours of Sunday morning. This dark omen signaled not just a disturbance, but an outright assault on the wizarding world's most secure facility in what can only be described as a historic tragedy. Daphne recited to Harry, who was thumbing through a book about healing with blood magic. The young woman's eyes constantly flitted towards him as she read the article in today's edition of the Daily Prophet aloud, and she was surprised to see that he was practically bored by the news she was sharing in the library of Griomold Place, and decided to continue reading to gauge his reaction. The tales of battle are evident as a trail of devastation was found by the Aurors in the wake of last night's assault. 6 brave Aurors, dedicated to upholding law and order, lost their lives under the mark of he who must not be named. To make matters even more disturbing are reports that the Dementors, the guardians of Azkaban, have abandoned their long-held post and fled the island's shores. Their absence, a stark indicator of the sheer power unleashed, leaving the prison vulnerable and exposed. Daphne said, and clenched the newspaper tighter as Harry yawned, turning the page to his book, appearing completely uninterested. Amidst the ensuing pandemonium, several notorious prisoners seized their opportunity for freedom. Of the known escapees, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Rabastan Lestrange are among the most notorious. Their return to the outside world leaves a chilling prospect for the safety of the magical community. Despite the gravity of the situation, the Ministry has remained uncharacteristically silent, offering no immediate comment on these tragic events. However, the minister himself is scheduled to hold a press conference this evening at 7 p.m. The wizarding world is holding its breath, awaiting an explanation. Who is responsible and who will save us? Daphne waited with bated breath, her gaze fixed on Harry, who was utterly engrossed in the book clutched in his hands. His eyes flitted across the pages with an intensity that suggested the fate of the world hung on every word. A sudden, jarring slam of the book caused her to jump, and Harry finally looked up. He met Daphne's wide eyes, which were filled with a mixture of apprehension and urgency. She had burst into the room only moments before, clutching a crumpled, emergency edition of the Daily Prophet, its headlines screaming dark tidings that had left her breathless and utterly bewildered. Now, she braced herself for the inevitable explosion, the outburst she had anticipated since the moment the shocking news had reached her. The air in the room crackled with unspoken tension, heavy with the weight of the dark mark displayed on the front page. But instead of the furious tirade or panicked questioning she expected, Harry simply stretched slightly, then asked, his voice surprisingly calm, "I could use some lunch, are you hungry?" Daphne felt her jaw fall for a moment, before she shook her head. I can't believe you are thinking about eating right now. Glancing at a clock on the wall, Harry frowned. I didn't eat a very big breakfast this morning. The blonde's eye almost certainly twitched at the teen's words. I'm not talking about bloody food right now. Harry's eyes widened in surprise at the girl's outburst, and she took a breath before asking, Aren't you even a little concerned about what all this could mean? Harry shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips as he rounded the large, ornate desk. The heavy oak surface, usually a barrier between them, now felt like a mere obstacle. He approached Daphne, stopping just an arm's length away, close enough that she had to tilt her head back slightly to meet his gaze. His silhouette, once boyish and slender, had broadened considerably. She noticed the new breadth in his shoulders, the subtle definition in his jawline, and the undeniable increase in his height. It was a remarkable transformation, one that had unfolded rapidly over the summer months. Daphne found herself wondering if this striking growth was a lingering effect of the ritualistic magic he had performed, or if it was simply a natural growth spurt, a sudden blossoming into young adulthood. The ambiguity only added to the mystique that now surrounded him, a captivating aura that seemed to hum with an unspoken power. What do you think it means? Harry asked. Daphne was unsure if the teen was merely humoring her or not, but he asked the question nearly devoid of all emotion. Something in his eyes, however, told her that he knew exactly how he felt about the situation, but his acclumency was too strong to give even the smallest hint away. Something is stirring, Daphne said, her voice a strained attempt at confidence, though she felt a tremor of uncertainty under his intensely attentive gaze. It began with the attack at the Quidditch World Cup that heralded the reappearance of the Dark Lord's old followers. She paused, taking a shaky breath. Then, almost immediately after, Barty Crouch Jr. arrived at the school. Not openly, of course, but hiding behind a disguise, masquerading as a trusted professor. His sole purpose to try and kill you, to finish what his master started. It was a clear, calculated attempt to eliminate you, Harry, and it came close to succeeding. Daphne's eyes widened slightly as she considered the latest development. And now, she continued, her voice dropping to a near whisper, someone has gone and liberated Azkaban. Not just a few prisoners, but seemingly all of them. They destroyed wards that are hundreds of years old, wards that were considered impregnable. It's an act of monumental power and defiance, a clear sign that a force of incredible strength is at play, and it's no longer content to operate in the shadows. This isn't a series of isolated incidents, Harry. These events are connected. And so what if they are? Harry said in a murmur, his eyes remaining glued to hers. Then, Daphne paused, trying to think of something intelligent to say before lamely adding, we should be doing something about it. For a long moment, Daphne could feel Harry's calculating gaze on her. It was becoming apparent that the teen was unbothered by all the news, but it was almost as if he knew more than he was letting on. The blonde often felt that her friend knew more than he let on, however, and this feeling was certainly not alien. Crouch Jr. was a lunatic, Harry said with a shake of his head. The man's mind was addled long before I lanced his mind with legilimency. You're right, though, I was his target in the end, but not on the orders of the Dark Lord. Daphne swallowed hard at his words. Harry had confided in her that he had used the mind arts to stop Crouch Jr. before blasting the hole in his chest, leaving no evidence behind, but hearing of the way he dismantled a man's mind so casually sent a chill down her spine. Despite it, she wasn't scared of the teen. Harry had done nothing but keep her safe, and despite failing to protect their best friend, it was clear he was taking steps to ensure nothing like that happened again. She would be lying if she claimed there wasn't a certain level of nervousness being associated with him after the attempt on his life had been made. That feeling had only intensified today as she had seen the article in the paper, with the likes of Bellatrix and the others Lestranges on the loose. And everything else? Daphne asked, her voice a fragile whisper. She leaned forward, her eyes wide with a hope for reassurance. Is under control, Harry said reassuringly. We have nothing to worry about. His unexpected confidence was palpable, a stark contrast to the grim reality that had just unfolded. Daphne, a seasoned witch whose own understanding of warding magic was extensive, found herself bewildered by Harry's composure. She knew, with certainty, that he must be aware of the immense power at play. A magic so potent it had managed to dismantle wards as formidable as those protecting Azkaban itself. The implications of such an act, and by an unknown perpetrator no less, would undoubtedly send tremors of fear and panic throughout the entire wizarding world's governing body. Yet, Harry remained unperturbed, his gaze steady, his demeanor calm. In that singular moment, a profound realization dawned upon Daphne, illuminating the vast gaps in her knowledge regarding her friend's true capabilities and his ascent to such a formidable level of power. It became painfully clear how little she truly understood about the intricate tapestry of Harry's magical journey. A flicker of an idea, a tantalizing possibility, began to take root in her mind. Perhaps this seemingly unknown player, this wielder of unimaginable power, was not unknown to Harry at all. A secret ally, the powerful mentor that had brought him into his own power, the possibilities spun through her thoughts, each one more intriguing than the last. The depth of Harry's unruffled calm spoke volumes, hinting at a hidden knowledge or a connection that transcended the current crisis, suggesting a level of involvement far beyond what she or anyone else could currently comprehend. "Harry," Daphne asked almost breathlessly. His eyes, the color of dark forest trees, had remained locked with hers from the moment their conversation began, an unwavering gaze that held an almost hypnotic intensity. There was no wavering, no shift in the focus that seemed to bore into her very soul. For a fleeting moment, as he had sought to calm her rising apprehension, a tenderness had softened the edges of his formidable stare, a subtle easing of the taut lines around his eyes. He had offered words of reassurance, a quiet balm intended to assuage the fear that had begun to coil in her stomach. Yet, no sooner had the words left his lips than the initial, piercing look had returned, settling once more as her mind, a whirlwind of processing thoughts, began to race. She was acutely aware of his extraordinary talents in legilimency, the art of delving into another's mind. The knowledge was a constant undercurrent to their interactions, and now, more than ever, it gnawed at her. A profound sense of unease settled upon her as she wondered if he had already plucked her very thoughts from the chaotic maelstrom of her mind. Her brain was a tempest of ideas, questions, and nascent theories, bursting forth with such frantic speed that she felt utterly exposed. The sheer velocity of her internal monologue made her believe, with a chilling certainty, that he could effortlessly reach in and extract every fleeting notion, every unspoken fear, every unformed suspicion, directly from the depths of her consciousness. The thought was both terrifying and utterly, inescapably real. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me," Daphne said, her heart racing. "You are bound by oath to keep my secrets," Harry said with a tint of amusement in his voice. "If I can't be honest with you, then there is no hope for anyone else." Harry, trying to make light of the topic, made her feel marginally better, but the unease was still pressing down on her with immense weight. "This mentor of yours, you once told me he was the most powerful wizard you've ever met." She wasn't sure if she imagined it, but he seemed closer than before. His eyes alight with something that she thought might be excitement. "I did." His confession was whispered, and she swallowed heavily, powerful enough to rip the wards apart at Azkaban. She certainly wasn't imagining it now. He had stepped into her space. His face was beside hers, his lips close to her ears as he breathed out the answer. "With the right help, he is." Daphne flinched backwards, a primal reaction to the sudden, almost earth-shaking truth. The subtle amusement she had detected moments before had now blossomed across his entire countenance, settling into a smile that was no less genuine, and held an expression of mirth. Behind it, though, in his eyes, a more chilling, almost sinister display of satisfaction. It was a cold smile, yet it was clear he was profoundly pleased by her astute deduction. He readily admitted this, his voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to fill the quiet space between them. "I always admired your intelligence," he began, his gaze unwavering, analytical. "From the moment we became friends, you were always the one surprising me. Your clever observations, your remarkable ability to deduce complex truths from the slightest hints I provided, it was truly remarkable." He paused, a flicker of something akin to admiration, albeit a detached and calculating one in his eyes. "Tracy may have been my most loyal, and certainly my bravest, but without a doubt, you have consistently proven to be my most intelligent." The words hung in the air, a twisted compliment that acknowledged her sharp mind while simultaneously underscoring the nature of their relationship. "Say it," Daphne whispered. "Admit you were there, that you helped bring down the wards at Azkaban." "My master and I made history last night," Harry admitted freely. "We did something no one had ever done before, what most people thought was impossible. We destroyed the wards to Azkaban and sent the Dementors away like the pest they are." Daphne knew of Harry's distaste for Dementors and disregarded the vicious glee in his voice at the suffering he had likely caused the beasts. Despite the act of violence that had been committed, she was in awe of what the two had accomplished. Harry was right. The world thought the wards at Azkaban were impenetrable, and even if they weren't, the monsters that lurked around Azkaban were nearly as formidable. Getting past them both was a historic feat of magic. "Your mentor, is he a Death Eater?" Daphne asked softly. The question seemed to amuse Harry. "No." Releasing a breath, Daphne nodded. "Then why release so many?" "Many of the Dark Lord's followers are formidable," Harry answered easily. "There are some powerful witches and wizards in the ranks of Azkaban prison. Who do you think their loyalty will be to now that they've been freed?" Daphne shook her head. "Every dark omen, every sign of something bad on the horizon, you kept your cool. You always seemed unshakable now, I understand." "Not yet, you don't," Harry countered as he began to move, "but you are close, so very close." He was taking slow, deliberate steps around her now, his eyes like a predator assessing its prey. Daphne should have felt a chilling sense of dread, like a caged animal awaiting its fate, but instead, a strange, almost electric sense of exhilaration pulsed through her veins. She had stumbled upon a truth, a profound secret that very few in their insular world had ever been privy to. Her voice, though a little breathless, cut through the tension with a sharp edge. "Did Tracy know?" "No," Harry said simply. "Just like you, had she discovered it, however, I would have been honest. I do have your vows. No one will know until the time is right." "When will that be?" Daphne asked. Harry hummed, a low, thoughtful sound that vibrated in the air between them, as if he were deeply considering her loaded question. Every fiber of her being was taut with anticipation, a silent prayer echoing in her mind. While she waited, a dizzying whirlwind of realizations spun through her thoughts, each revelation more exhilarating than the last. Her audacious ploy to become his ally, a calculated risk taken for a little political glory, had not only paid off but had blossomed in ways she never could have dared to imagine. A shiver, not of fear but of electrifying possibility, ran down her spine. If this enigmatic wizard that Harry so reverently referred to as Master truly possessed the raw, untamed power to rip apart wards that had stood sentinel for hundreds of years, defenses thought to be impregnable, then his capabilities bordered on what some might consider divine. If he had the even more astonishing ability to forge and refine a wizard of similar, formidable caliber in Harry himself, then the implications were staggering. There was, quite simply, practically no limit to what two wizards, cut from the same extraordinary, almost legendary cloth, could accomplish together. The world, as she knew it, seemed to shrink and then expand infinitely before her eyes, suddenly ripe with untapped potential, all within the grasp of this burgeoning, formidable alliance. "It allures you, doesn't it?" Harry asked suddenly as he paced behind her. The hair on the back of her neck seemed to rise, and Daphne whipped her head around to see him smiling at her, a mischievous look on his handsome features. "I don't know what you mean." Daphne's denial was weak. She was a Slytherin, quintessential. She valued her ambition to push towards the top of society and her cunning to ally with the right people at the right time. Harry was practically her crowning accomplishment in this matter. She had expected a haul of contacts and connections through the boy who lived, but now she was on the precipice of something huge. Harry had been right the year before. Even if he was expelled in the coming year, the influence he would have with someone of his mentor's caliber would be limitless. This went beyond anything she ever imagined. "The mystery," Harry said simply, "the draw of the unknown. To some it scares them, but not you. I admire that about you, Daphne." The way he said her name made her cheeks warm. Trying to keep her mind from spinning, the young woman asked, "What about Dumbledore? He will oppose you and your mentor." Scoffing, Harry shook his head. "He will try." "He defeated Grindelwald," Daphne pointed out. "But didn't have the spine to kill him," Harry returned. "A mistake that would be quite detrimental to his health when dealing with my master, and we are quite relentless after all. No prison could hold him anyways." Daphne shook her head in disbelief. She couldn't even comprehend how such a powerful player had kept his head down. But then her mind went back to the photo on the front of the Prophet. Harry had claimed the man wasn't a Death Eater, but then why use the Dark Mark as a calling card? Your mentor, if he is so powerful, why does he use the Dark Mark? Wouldn't it be better to create his own symbol? Daphne asked in a quiet voice. Harry stopped behind her, his packing at an end. Daphne turned her body to face him and saw the grin on his face. Then it struck her without him having to say the words. Only a few men in history have had the power to do what happened last night. The man wasn't a Death Eater, he was their leader. Somehow, someway, Voldemort had returned. Somehow, someway, the Dark Lord had recruited Harry to his side. "It's him, isn't it?" Daphne said thickly, her voice tinged with fear. "It is," Harry said simply, but then shook his head. "And it is." Daphne frowned at his words. "What does that mean?" "It's magic beyond either of our understandings," Harry said, running a hand through his hair. "But when he returned a few years ago, he was different from the monster that fell. His sanity, his drive, his intelligence from his youth were all there, untempered by his deep dive into the dark arts." Daphne stood frozen, a whirlwind of emotions and calculations swirling within her. Her carefully constructed facade of indifference wavered, revealing a flicker of raw ambition. Harry, his voice a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very air, continued to weave his potent declaration. "With all his power and his sanity intact, my master, the Dark Lord, is the most powerful sorcerer in the world, and I am his apprentice." The words hung heavy, each one a hammer blow to Daphne's preconceived notions. This wasn't merely a powerful wizard she was dealing with. This was the instrument of a truly terrifying force, a force that now, apparently, possessed all its faculties and more power than ever before. The implications were staggering, rewriting the very landscape of the magical world as she knew it. Then came the direct challenge, the gauntlet thrown down with an almost casual arrogance that belied its immense weight. "You wanted to reap influence by allying with me, Daphne, stay at my side, and it can all be yours." He wasn't offering a partnership of equals. He was offering a position, a place in the shadow of his immense power. It was a tempting, terrifying proposition. The influence she craved, the societal standing she so meticulously cultivated, the power she yearned to wield, all of it laid out before her, contingent on her unwavering allegiance. The cost, however, was equally clear: submission. To stand by his side meant to embrace the darkness he embodied, to align herself with the very entity that had once terrorized their world. The choice was stark, its consequences potentially boundless, and Daphne, for perhaps the first time in her life, felt truly exposed. Stepping back into her personal space, Harry gently placed a finger on her chin, tilting her head to meet his gaze. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her. They had spent an entire summer entwined in a desperate pursuit, poring over ancient tomes and forgotten scrolls, all in a fervent bid to salvage her sister's fragile life. Yet, despite their shared intensity and intimate proximity, she realized with a jolt that she knew remarkably little about how he spent his time when not immersed in their shared journey. A profound shock coursed through her, rendering her momentarily speechless. The words he spoke were almost too fantastical to credit, yet his unwavering conviction left no room for doubt. "You could be Minister of Magic if that was your wish," he declared, his voice resonating with an almost tangible power. "You can be anything you want with all my power and connections at your disposal." His eyes held hers, a silent promise burning within their depths. "Just keep faith. Together, we can heal your sister, and that will merely be the beginning of the possibilities that lie before us." The weight of his words settled upon her, a daunting yet thrilling prospect of a future she had never dared to imagine. "Help me save my sister," Daphne begged, "and I will give you everything." The grip on her chin tightened slightly, and she nearly winced, but instead her blue eyes just widened as he whispered, "Swear it, and I will do everything in my power to save her." "I swear," Daphne said without hesitation, inching towards him. Her eyes, usually so full of calculating ambition, were now wide and earnest, reflecting the flickering candlelight from the nearby sconces of the library. The air in the room was thick with unspoken tension. Before the two could separate, Harry closed the distance between them and kissed her fervently. The kiss was reciprocated without hesitation, and Daphne raised onto her toes, her fingers intertwining with his hair to deepen the kiss. A long-held desire, simmering beneath the surface of their friendship, finally erupted. She had wanted to do this for months, but never would she have stepped over her best friend, Tracy, to do it. A small, heavy weight of guilt settled in her gut as their lips held in a tender, breathless lock. Tracy may have been gone, a void left in their lives, but only a few short months had passed since her tragic demise. Now, here she was, kissing her best friend's boyfriend. It was a tangled web of emotions, a boy that both of them had harbored affection for, a silent competition that now, by cruel twist of fate, she was the only one left to win. The sweetness of the kiss was tinged with the bitter knowledge of what it cost, and the bittersweet realization that their shared grief had somehow forged a new, undeniable connection between them. His devotion to saving her sister, a bond forged in shared hardship and silent vows, kept her loyalty to the teen utterly unshakable. He may have been the Dark Lord's apprentice, a figure shrouded in shadow and whispers of forbidden power, and perhaps the course of Britain's future may have irrevocably changed under his influence, but she would stand at his side, a steadfast follower in a world teetering on the brink. Whether that was from the shadows, her presence a silent, guiding force, or at the forefront, a visible bastion of defiance, it didn't matter to her. The fact that he was willing to give so much of his time and power to help her, to dedicate himself to the daunting task of liberating her sister from the clutches of a magic neither of them understood, meant everything to the young witch. It was a beacon of hope in a darkening world, a testament to a compassion she hadn't expected to find in one so closely tied to the forces of darkness, solidifying her unwavering allegiance. She allowed herself to be pressed up against the black family desk, but then her hand went to his chest and pressed him gently, halting the kiss. "I need to be stronger if I am going to stand at your side, if I am going to save my sister." "We will do what we must," Harry promised, breathlessly, his eyes flitting from her eyes to her lips, as if he wanted nothing more than to kiss her again. "Promise?" Daphne asked. Instead of words, Harry just pushed back into the kiss, but when he began kissing her cheek, he whispered in her ear, "I promise. I just can't promise that the way forward to saving her will be pretty." Daphne had to the moan that threatened to escape her lips as he moved to her neck, but she leaned back from him, shaking her head. "I'll do whatever it takes, Harry. We just have to end it." Green and blue eyes met, and Harry, for his part, just nodded. "Then I have some ideas we can discuss." Just as Harry was about to pull back and begin proposing the ideas, Daphne grabbed him by the front of his shirt and dragged him forward. She had waited several months to get this kiss, and the answers to her sister's affliction could wait a few moments longer. Chapter 68. "Come on, Eichel Potter, dance with me," the crazy-haired witch crackled. Harry was gasping, each breath a searing agony that tore through his chest. His right collarbone, shattered and displaced, throbbed with a relentless, fiery pain. Early in the brutal duel, Bellatrix Lestrange, her face a mask of deranged glee, had struck him with a bone-breaking curse. The spell had not only fractured the bone, but also sent a shockwave of agony through his entire upper body. Unrelenting, she had immediately followed up with another vicious assault on the same side, deliberately aiming to exacerbate his injury and force him to fight through the excruciating pain. His vision swam with black spots, and a cold sweat plastered his hair to his forehead, but he knew he couldn't yield. She would only make him pay for it, in blood, depending on her mood. Instead, Harry fought with a desperate ferocity, his wand a blur in his hand, moving as fast as he could possibly manage. Each spell was imbued with a raw, unyielding determination, a refusal to concede even an inch. Yet, no matter how relentlessly he pushed the witch back, No matter the power he poured into his attacks, he simply could not land a clean hit. It was as if she moved with an unnatural grace, anticipating his every move, deflecting or dodging with an effortless precision that bordered on the supernatural. Beyond the very first week of their duels, a period that had served more as an initial assessment than a true challenge, the witch had been practically invincible. Her defenses were impenetrable, her counterattacks swift and precise, and her ability to read the flow of battle utterly unparalleled to all except Tom. It had taken no time at all, just a few more punishing sessions on the grounds of Gaunt Manor, to truly see and understand how the witch had gained her formidable reputation. It wasn't just skill. It was an innate talent honed to a razor's edge, a chilling mastery of magic that left Harry feeling, for the first time in a long while, truly outmatched by someone other than his master. Every duel became a brutal lesson in humility, a stark reminder of the vast chasm that still existed between his own burgeoning power and her seasoned prowess. Harry was constantly torn between admiration and apprehension when it came to his master's inner circle. His primary tutor over the last few weeks, Augustus Rookwood, was a prime example of this internal conflict. Rookwood, while perhaps not possessing the raw, untamed charisma of Tom or the furious, almost predatory grace of Bellatrix, held a different, equally formidable kind of power. His intelligence was truly remarkable, a mind so sharp and incisive that it was second only to the Dark Lord himself. Harry found their sessions both intellectually stimulating and subtly unsettling. Rookwood's lessons often delved into the intricacies of dark magic and political machination, with a cold, almost surgical precision that left Harry feeling both enlightened and slightly unnerved by the man's profound lack of conventional morality. Their duels were long, drawn out, and back and forth due to Harry's prodigious dueling ability. In a fight to the death, Harry truly believed it would be a coin toss between the pair. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum was Rudolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix's husband. Rudolphus was a weapon, forged in the crucible of dark magic and fanaticism. His power was undeniably destructive, a raw, untamed force that, while formidable, often manifested as an uncontrolled explosion of magic. He fought with a brutal, visceral intensity, his spells matching Bellatrix's in sheer power, yet lacking entirely in the speed, the elegant finesse, and the strategic foresight that made his wife such a terrifyingly effective duelist. Where Bellatrix danced through battle, her movements fluid and deadly, Rudolphus merely charged, a relentless, unthinking battering ram of dark energy. Harry had witnessed him in practice, a whirlwind of curses and hexes, often leaving a trail of devastation in his wake, but with a noticeable absence of the calculated precision that defined the more subtle, and perhaps more dangerous, members of the inner circle. It was a stark contrast that served to highlight the diverse, yet equally menacing, talents within Lord Voldemort's closest confidants. When Harry dueled with the man, the teen often took the better of the man, but each of his losses left their mark, and his heart skipped several beats each time the man went berserk. Focusing back on his duel with Bellatrix, he heard the firm voice of Augustus cut through the blasts of spellfire. "Focus, Potter. She is going to take your head off." Harry's eyes widened as a severing spell went towards his head, and he ducked under it in a panic, before snapping his wand back up ferociously with an eviscerating curse, making the witch howl with delight. The other gathered Death Eaters chuckled amongst themselves, their amusement a counterpoint to Harry's desperate struggle. Each deflected curse, each frantic dodge, fueled their merriment. As Harry's head whipped around to evade another stinging hex, his gaze flickered towards the ornate entrance of the porch. There, framed against the deepening twilight, stood Tom. His arms were crossed over his chest, a posture of casual observation that belied the tension in the air. Harry's heart sank. The man's face, usually so expressive, was utterly devoid of emotion. To Harry, who had come to understand the subtle nuances of his master's displeasure, this blankness was a stark and unmistakable sign of profound disapproval. It was worse than a shouted reprimand, more chilling than a direct threat. It was the cold, silent judgment of a mentor disappointed in his apprentice, a message that spoke volumes without a single word being uttered. The very air around Tom seemed to hum with a quiet, menacing stillness, a silent verdict that weighed heavily on Harry's already burdened shoulders. Deciding to unleash the full extent of his power, Harry thrust his open hand forward, intercepting Bellatrix's incoming gouging spell. A searing agony shot through his palm, but he ruthlessly suppressed it, his eyes fixed on his opponent. With a guttural hiss, he thrust his wand, incanting a spell that ripped the blades of grass from beneath Bellatrix's feet. Through an intricate act of transfiguration, the verdant blades sharpened into razor-thin projectiles, launching into the air and striking the witch in multiple places. A sharp yelp of surprise escaped her lips as the unexpected assault caught her off guard. Harry, ever the opportunist, capitalized on her momentary disorientation. With a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a powerful banishing charm. The force of the spell sent Bellatrix sprawling backward, her body tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Harry had aimed to press his advantage, to solidify his victory with a swift, decisive follow-up. But Bellatrix, with a feral grace born of desperation, somehow managed to right herself. She didn't merely stand. She sprang back into a crouch, a sprawled, predatory posture that radiated menace. Her face, contorted with a mixture of rage and something akin to a primal, bloodthirsty glee, was a mask of pure murder. Her wand, gripped white-knuckled in her hand, crackled with malevolent green sparks, a clear precursor to another deadly curse. The air itself seemed to crackle with the volatile magic she was preparing to unleash. However, before she could utter the incantation or direct the full force of her fury at Harry, a sharp, authoritative voice cut through the tension. It was Tom's, ringing out with undeniable command. Enough. The single word, delivered with a force that brooked no argument, instantly halted the impending magical assault. Bellatrix nearly dropped her wand, and Harry dropped to a knee, his wand going into the ground, forming a shield in case the witch did not listen to his mentor. Tom, for his part, began clapping his hands together. Now that was a show worthy of most faithful, and my apprentice. 15 and he dances with the best of you. The other Death Eaters gathered applauded politely at his master's words, and Tom moved to Harry's side, tapping his shoulder with his wand, causing the bone to knit itself back together and snap into place. Harry grunted in pain, but rose back to his feet. You were distracted. Tom's accusation was hardly unfair. Today, Harry would be returning to Hogwarts, and the last few weeks of summer had been hectic. Between delving into ritualistic magic with Daphne on cures for her sister, and planning an assault on Gringotts, the teen had been very preoccupied. Initially, Harry had envisioned a straightforward assault. He believed Tom, ever the pragmatist and strategist, would greenlight an immediate siege on the Gringotts goblins, those greedy little creatures who, in their estimation, hoarded far too much power and wealth. Harry imagined a swift, decisive strike, relying on their combined magical prowess to overcome whatever defenses the bank might possess. However, the voice of reason, as unexpected as it was unwelcome in Harry's initial thoughts, came from Augustus, the former unspeakable. Rookwood, ever the meticulous researcher and cautious planner, had advised against such a rash move. He argued for patience, emphasizing the need for a comprehensive understanding of Gringotts' legendary defenses. He requested a fair amount of time to delve into the labyrinthine history of the bank, to unearth every known detail of its wards, its magical traps, its guardian creatures, and its ancient protections that were known to wizardkind. Harry braced himself for Tom's inevitable fury. He fully expected his mentor to scoff at the suggestion of delay, perhaps even to hex Rookwood for daring to propose such a deviation from his anticipated plan of immediate action. Tom, in Harry's experience, preferred swift and overwhelming force, not measured contemplation. Yet, to Harry's profound surprise, his mentor was unopposed to listening to the former unspeakable. Tom merely steepled his fingers, a thoughtful expression on his face, and granted Rookwood the time he needed, a silent acknowledgement of the wisdom in his counsel. This unexpected acquiescence only served to deepen Harry's understanding of Tom's complex and often unpredictable nature. Whispers, at first faint and disbelieving, were now solidifying into alarming headlines splashed across the Daily Prophet. A new Dark Lord was not just a rumor, but an undeniable truth, scrawled in bold, terrifying letters for all the wizarding world to see. The events at Azkaban prison defied all logical explanation. The impenetrable fortress, designed to hold the most dangerous criminals, had been breached with an inexplicable ease. More disturbing still were the disappearances, a growing plague that snatched witches and wizards from their homes without a trace, leaving behind only an agonizing silence and a deepening fear. Amidst the chaos and mainstream media's frantic, yet ultimately bewildered, attempts to make sense of it all, only the Quibbler, often dismissed as a purveyor of crackpot theories, seemed to grasp the true, terrifying scope of what was unfolding. Their latest editions, filled with outlandish yet oddly prescient articles, hinted at a deeper, more insidious power at play. According to the Quibbler, the Dark Lord, he, who must not be named, had returned. He saw the Quibbler's uncanny accuracy not as a nuisance, but as a dangerous insight that threatened the last semblance of secrecy. An immediate order was issued. Xenophilius Lovegood, the eccentric publisher of the Quibbler, was to be brought before Tom without delay for questioning. However, locating the elusive Lovegood proved to be a task surprisingly difficult, as if the very air refused to reveal his whereabouts, adding another layer of frustrating mystery to an already volatile situation. "I am just dreading my return to Hogwarts, Master," Harry explained half-heartedly, his mind on the conversation they had the night before. "You have your assignment," Tom said dismissively. "Oh." "They don't trust me, Tom," Harry said with irritation. The air in the gaunt library was thick with the scent of old parchment and the unspoken tension that clung to Harry like a second skin. He paced, a restless shadow amidst the towering shelves, the day's rigorous training sessions with the inner circle replaying in his mind. While some, like the shrewd Rookwood and the fanatical Lestranges, had shown acceptance, almost an eager anticipation of his presence, the vast majority of the Death Eaters treated him as if he were a contagion. He couldn't fault them for outright disrespect. Lord Voldemort's presence, even when not physically there, was enough to ensure a semblance of order. But the whispers, those insidious currents of sound that followed him through the halls, were undeniable. They spoke of the boy who lived, the enemy-turned-prodigal son, a constant reminder of his bizarre and precarious position within their ranks. Each hushed syllable was a prickle on his skin, a confirmation of the deep-seated mistrust that festered beneath the veneer of obedience. He was a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit, a discordant note in the dark symphony of their allegiance, and he felt it in every wary glance, every hastily averted gaze. "What would you have me do?" Tom asked in a tone that indicated amusement, with a slight tinge of annoyance. "Give each of them a bout of the torture curse until they smile at you every time you pass in the halls of their manors. I just want them to see my loyalty. I helped you tear down the wards of Azkaban," Harry said in frustration. "I am glad you want the approval of my followers," Tom said with a grin. Sighing, Harry began to protest. "I just want to be treated as an ek." "If you say equal, I will curse you," Tom threatened. The man was now on his feet, after watching his apprentice wear a hole in the rug of the library. "You are not their equal. You are their superior. With the exception of a few, most cannot even stand against you." Harry knew the man was right, but the looks still grated on him over the last month. The whispers, the hushed conversations that ceased abruptly when he entered a room, the sidelong glances filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. They were a constant, unwelcome companion. He had tried to ignore them, to focus on his training and the grander vision Tom had laid out, but the human part of him, the part that craved acceptance and respect, found it increasingly difficult. He clenched his jaw, a muscle twitching in his cheek. He had proven himself, hadn't he? He had performed the tasks, no matter how grim, and had followed Tom's commands without question. Why did they still look at him as if he were a monster in the making, rather than an essential part of a new world order? Instead of offering further words, Tom came and placed a hand on his shoulder, a rare gesture of comfort from the usually detached leader. The touch, though brief, was firm and reassuring. Harry felt a flicker of the old loyalty surge through him, a reminder of why he had chosen this path. Tom's voice, when he spoke, was low and resonant, cutting through Harry's internal turmoil. "I am glad you are so anxious to make the whispers stop," he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, a smile that never quite reached his eyes. "Because I have one final assignment for you, one that will cement your place at my side, not just in my rise to power, but in history. This will be the act that silences all doubts, that quells all fears, and that forces every single soul to acknowledge your undeniable strength and loyalty to me. You will no longer be merely my apprentice. You will be my architect of destiny, a name whispered not in fear, but in awe." Harry's heart hammered a frantic rhythm against his ribs, a silent testament to the gravity of the moment. He knew, with an unsettling certainty that settled deep in his bones, that whatever Tom was about to unveil would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his existence. There was no need to voice the question. The unspoken weight of the impending revelation hung heavy in the air, a tangible presence between them. So Harry remained silent, his gaze fixed on Tom, a silent sentinel awaiting the pronouncement that would reshape his future. Instead of offering an immediate answer, a slow, knowing smile spread across Tom's lips, a gesture that was both reassuring and deeply unsettling. "This last assignment," Tom finally began, his voice a low, resonant murmur that seemed to fill the quiet space, "will not merely challenge you, Harry, but redefine you. It will allow you to surpass Bella, to transcend the limitations that have bound those who came before. It will give you an edge, an undeniable advantage over any who might seek to stand in your way." A subtle shift in Tom's demeanor, a flicker of something akin to a past regret, passed through his eyes before he continued. "It is something I myself even failed to accomplish. A task that, despite my own considerable abilities and unwavering ambition, eluded my grasp. Yet with the unparalleled guidance you have been given, the meticulous instruction that has honed your burgeoning talents, and the unwavering help I am prepared to provide, I have no doubt, Harry, that you will succeed where I once faltered." The promise in Tom's voice was absolute, a declaration of faith in Harry's potential that simultaneously thrilled and terrified him. The weight of such an expectation, a legacy that even Tom Riddle had not achieved, settled upon Harry's shoulders, a burden and a beacon all at once. "With your guidance, anything is possible. We have proved that, together," Harry said with a hint of reverence, but still his stomach churned with anticipation of what was to come. "I am glad you feel that way, because on top of our plan to assault Gringotts, there will be a task more specifically curated to you," Tom said, looking pleased, before placing his other hand on his shoulder, not looking his apprentice in the eye. "Because your final task, one we will accomplish together, will be to kill Albus Dumbledore." "Oh." Harry's mind reeled as he replayed his master's chilling declaration. The words, spoken with a casual cruelty that belied their weight, echoed in the silent chambers of his memory. "Dumbledore must die." Harry hadn't dared to protest, knowing such defiance would only invite pain. Instead, a somber quiet had settled over him, a heavy cloak of contemplation as he grappled with the enormity of the task. The assassination of Albus Dumbledore, a wizard of great power, seemed not just difficult, but near impossible. The very thought sent a cold dread through him, a stark reminder of the dark path he had been forced to walk. He knew Dumbledore would be protected by layers of magic that Hogwarts provided, loyal allies, and an intellect that could anticipate almost any threat. How could a mere apprentice, albeit one trained in the dark arts, ever hope to penetrate such defenses? The question hung heavy in the air, a burden he was now expected to carry. The teen was not without support, however. Soon he would confide in Daphne of what he faced. The girl would be deeply in his debt soon after they returned to school. The young woman had convinced him to wait until they returned to Hogwarts before examining Astoria, and soon he would have a good understanding of the girl's affliction, and only then would he be able to take steps forward to eliminate the blood curse. Only then would he have the young woman's unwavering loyalty, a loyalty that would be tested when he would tell her of his newest goals. Assaulting Gringotts, starting another war, and even assassinating the headmaster of their school. It was a lot. Too much even, but Harry held faith in his own abilities and the faith of his few followers. He was the Kingsnake after all. Even if he could not confide all his plans to the others, there were a select few he could trust with bits of information. Theodore, not J.R., for example, was a teen he had not colluded with in the past, But now he was well aware of Harry's existence after he had been seen wandering about Not Manor in his gold mask. His fellow fifth-year Slytherin had been mostly neutral regarding him before, but now it was full of deference, and Harry suspected Not JR wouldn't be the only one in the coming year. Despite Tom's threats, Harry believed more knew his identity than would be let on, but under the threat of death most would keep their mouths shut. "Of course, Master," Harry offered the man a bow. "Clean yourself up and prepare for departure. You have a big year ahead of you," Tom commanded with ease. Harry said nothing further as he nodded in acknowledgement and avoided the eyes of the surrounding Death Eaters. None dared whisper in the presence of Tom, but he knew they all had their own thoughts about him. Thoughts that would be silenced if he were successful in his final assignment. Assaulting Azkaban, robbing Gringotts, and killing Dumbledore. These 3 monumental acts will undoubtedly solidify his position as Tom's worthy apprentice. Each deed, in its own right, is a testament to his growing power, cunning, and ruthless ambition. The assault on Azkaban, a fortress thought to be impenetrable, sent shockwaves through the wizarding world. It demonstrated not only his immense magical prowess, but also his ability to rally forces and orchestrate a complex operation against the Ministry's most secure institution. This act of defiance was a clear declaration of war, a direct challenge to the established order. The very act of freeing its most dangerous inhabitants will sow chaos and fear, weakening the Ministry's grip and providing Tom with a formidable army of loyal, desperate followers. The robbery of Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank, will be an even more audacious display of his cleverness and audacity. To breach the defenses of the goblins, renowned for their intricate security measures and unwavering greed, will require a level of strategic planning and magical skill that few possess. This will not merely be an act of theft. It will be a symbolic blow against the very foundations of the wizarding economy, a demonstration that no institution, no matter how powerful or ancient, is beyond his reach. The treasures he will pilfer, the secrets he will uncover, will further empower Tom and cripple his adversaries. And finally, the killing of Dumbledore. This act, above all others, will be the ultimate affirmation of his loyalty and his complete immersion into Tom's dark ideology. Dumbledore, the beacon of light, the symbol of hope, the greatest wizard of his age, his demise will be an irreversible turning point. It will shatter the morale of the resistance, leaving them leaderless and vulnerable. It will prove, unequivocally, that he is willing to commit the most heinous of acts to further Tom's agenda, and that he possesses the raw power and determination to succeed where others have failed. This will be the act that fully cements his status, confirming his place as the rightful heir to Tom's dark legacy, one way or another. After he gathered his things and returned to the front lawn, only Tom remained. The rest of the Death Eaters had dispersed. The Dark Lord awaited his departure, however, with a smile, and threw an arm around the teen's shoulders. "This is the last year you will have to hide under false pretenses. By the time you return to me, we will have changed the world." Harry nodded his understanding, trying to offer his mentor a confident smile. "First Gringotts. When I return for the holidays, then I will truly turn my attention to Dumbledore. By the end of this year, we will have it all." "I knew you would be strong enough to have it all," Tom said proudly. "Only because you have made me strong enough to take it," Harry said, trying to raise his confidence. "I know it won't be easy, Harry," Tom consoled, "but I didn't choose you as my apprentice because I thought you were incapable of rising to every challenge I presented to you. I also removed as many obstacles in your path as you deemed necessary." The man didn't need to elaborate for Harry to understand his meaning. At last, Tom placed an arm over Harry's shoulder as they walked to the apparition point. "You have never failed me in any task I assigned you. I have every faith, somehow in the end, you will accomplish your task." Tom stopped right at the ward line and smiled at his apprentice. "Kill the old fool, and we will all be free." With his trunk in tow, Harry swallowed heavily and offered his mentor a nod after much thought. "I will not fail you, my master." 69. Arriving at the platform of 934s this year felt different for Harry. A palpable tension hung in the air, a stark contrast to the usual cacophony of excited students and bustling families. The teen was unsure if it was the machinations of the Dark Lord behind the scenes, and his part that he was going to play in it, that cast such a long shadow over the familiar scene. Or perhaps it was just the undeniable weight of his own intuition, a nagging sensation deep within that every piece of his logical mind confirmed. This would be the last time he boarded the Hogwarts Express for a new year. A sense of impending finality permeated every interaction, every glance he exchanged with his fellow students, who, despite their attempts at forced cheerfulness, mirrored his own unease. The usual thrill of the journey was replaced with a heavy sense of foreboding, a quiet understanding that the stakes had never been higher. Despite this, Harry, ever the calculating leader of Slytherin House, managed to conjure a confident smile as he stepped onto the platform. His presence, as always, ignited a flurry of whispers amongst the assembled students. Many remembered his tumultuous departure from Hogwarts at the end of the previous term, a cacophony of furious whispers and pointed fingers that had followed him out the gates. Now, however, the whispers were tinged with a different kind of curiosity. Most simply wondered where he had been, and what adventures or misadventures had filled the void of his absence. The air crackled with a mixture of apprehension and fascination, all eyes fixed on the enigmatic figure, as he surveyed the throng of students with an almost imperceptible glint in his emerald eyes. It hadn't taken long before Daphne was at his side, her arm gently lacing through his own. The statement was clear enough. None would be on his arm this year except Daphne. Harry didn't mind the statement, but was surprised Daphne wanted the extra whispers to attach to her own name. After all, the last girl to lace her arm through his in public was her best friend Tracy Davis, who had been murdered in front of their very eyes. Clearly, after everything Daphne had learned over the summer, however, her ambition outweighed the gossip of mere teenagers. The reward far outweighed the risk at this point, and once she had taken this arm, she asked, "I missed you these last few days. Did you have some good training sessions?" "Today was the best," Harry said with a smile, as he tried to appear confident in the face of his peers. "I was a little distracted in the beginning, but I came around. Landed a hit on someone that most believed to be untouchable. Feeling pretty good about it, to be honest." "Congratulations," Daphne said, grabbing his arm and placing it over her shoulder. A show of possession as they moved towards the train. "You may not have trained as hard as you usually would physically, but we delved into all corners of magic over the summer." She was right. The path to uncover a cure for her sister's illness took them down nearly every branch of magic at one point or another. "Don't underestimate what I get up to in my time away from you, my lady." Harry tried to put on the cocky attitude that would befit him as the king's snake, but his words were far from a lie. He really had put a lot into his dueling over the summer, with opponents far more formidable than he had ever tangled with, not to mention the other surprises he had still managed to keep from her. "After everything we have been through, I can't imagine underestimating you," Daphne said affectionately, leaning into him. Harry was mildly surprised by her show of affection, but he understood her decisive show of possession. Boarding the train with Daphne, he levitated her luggage behind them wandlessly as the two looked to find a seat on the express. When they did find their seat, they were joined by Blaise shortly after. His usual confident smirk remained on his face as he sat across from the duo, and immediately asked, "Is this new?" "Since you left us alone on the night of my birthday," Daphne explained with a soft smile, making Blaise chuckle. "I'd raise a glass if I had one, but it will have to wait," Blaise said, his grin a little too wide, a little too fixed. Harry, ever observant, couldn't shake the feeling that Blaise's usual suave demeanor was cracking under the surface. It was hard to ignore the lingering shadow of the Yule Ball, an event that had unfolded just 9 short months ago, yet felt like a lifetime. Harry recalled the night vividly. Blaise, meticulously dressed, had escorted Daphne, a vision in an emerald gown, into the great hall. There had been a certain hopeful glint in Blaise's eyes then, a subtle proprietary air in his gestures as he guided her through the dancing couples. It wasn't the kind of attention one paid to a mere acquaintance. Harry had seen it, and so had many others, a silent expectation, a tentative belief that something more might blossom between them. Now that hope seemed to have faded, or perhaps been quietly extinguished. The forced nature of Blaze's smile hinted at a deeper disappointment, a carefully guarded regret that he was trying, perhaps unsuccessfully, to mask. The casual mention of a celebratory drink felt hollow, a deflection from the unaddressed history that still hung between them, a silent testament to what might have been and what ultimately wasn't. "I appreciate the sentiment regardless," Harry replied silkily. "In the grief of losing Tracy, we bonded. It's not official, but we spent a lot of time together over the summer. We are still working through it." Daphne nodded her agreement, and Blaze said nothing, while the three had an awkward silence befall them. Thankfully, it didn't last long as the Caro twins, Vasely and Derek, entered their compartment. The greetings were short-lived as Vasely groaned. "Have you all heard that they hired that cunt Umbridge to be our defense professor?" Daphne seemed more aware of the woman's reputation than Harry as she groaned. "What? Why? From what my father says, she's hardly worth the parchment her title as undersecretary was written on." Derek grinned at her. "It seems our fearless leader upset a lot of the ministry's senior officials last year. I think they want to keep an eye on him and Dumbledore." Harry cocked his head to the side, looking at the duo in surprise, but Blaze added to it. "They are right. Even the ICW had your name circulating this summer. The British side is pissed that you managed to gain all that attention by entering and winning the Triwizard Tournament. That in itself wouldn't have been a big deal, but after you killed Crouch Jr. on the grounds of Hogwarts, with basically no repercussions, you ruffled some feathers." Frowning at the synopsis, Harry shook his head. "I only took the man's life in retaliation to killing my best friend, girlfriend at the time. How could anyone in the ministry or ICW criticize me for that?" Hestia Caro waved her hand. "I wouldn't worry about it too much, Harry. The government always has to find a bad guy to blame. They aren't going to turn many in Slytherin house against you." Not many, but some. Harry thought morbidly as his eyes shifted to one of the twins and offered her a nod of appreciation. Her support was unsurprising. Harry knew her father was one of the ones he had broken out of Azkaban. The teen now had to wonder if she was aware of that fact, or if she was just leaning on him, hoping for protection from the man. The teen had met both Electo and Amicus Caro, and neither were exactly the parental type. He couldn't imagine any life the twins had to endure under their father or aunt would be a good one. Thoughts of offering protection to the first two witches outside of his year to commit to him flashed through his mind, but he knew that would have to come later. Harry had been given a chance to duel with both adult Caros, and neither were much of a threat. Under his wing, he could make Hestia and Flora much more formidable than anyone in their family, from what he had seen so far. "What do you think the ministry's goal is by putting Umbridge in the position?" Harry asked carefully. Flora shrugged. "Surveillance is my best guess. After last year, I think the ministry is tired of getting blindsided by things happening at Hogwarts." Hestia agreed immediately. "People like Draco will flock to her. With his father gone, any promise of power will be grasped immediately. He will be reporting every broom cupboard we choose for the next year. He is so desperate for a grasp of power." Blaze nodded. "They are right. With his father gone, he has nothing. Give him a chance at some power with a ministry official, and I'd bet he would throw his weight behind her with hope he would have some sort of command." Scoffing, Harry shook his head. "He would be better suited laying low. His family is still extremely wealthy and commands respect in certain circles. If he continues on this path, he will find himself lying in a ditch like his father." All the sixth-year Slytherins plus Blaze exchanged looks at this, while Daphne just leaned into Harry and laid her head on his shoulder nonchalantly, while saying, "With Snape protecting Draco, we will all have to be careful. The blonde Ponce has been laying low since Harry took over, but that was with Lucius Malfoy keeping him in check. Take out his father's voice of reason, and the fool might try and stir up some trouble. With Umbridge and Snape in his corner, who knows what type of problems he could cause. We shouldn't discount him." Just as Harry was about to dismiss the worthless excuse of a wizard from the group's thoughts, the door to their compartment opened, and Theodore Knott was at the entrance, with a slight smirk on his face. "Harry, have a good summer." Harry glanced towards the brown-haired teen, whom he knew for certainty was aware of his secret outside of Daphne, and offered him a grin. "Theo, join us. We were just discussing Undersecretary Umbridge joining the Hogwarts staff." The teen scoffed as he took the only seat directly next to Harry's available. She has no idea what she is getting herself into. Conspiracy was in the teen's eyes as he glanced towards Harry, who grinned, but Blaise was the one to question Theo first. "What do you mean by that?" "It's just all been a big mess at Hogwarts the last few years." The teen answered nonchalantly, while glancing slyly at Harry. "Besides, our last few defense professors haven't fared so well." Harry had to give it to the Slytherins inside the compartment. None had batted an eyelash at Theo's arrival. All of them, even Daphne, must have been wondering why the two were acting so casual with the other, but none had even raised an eyebrow. They accepted him because Harry did, and that was power. "I hear she is a cow," Harry scoffed. "I have it on reliable word that she didn't even receive a newt in the subject either. The Ministry is really stretching their reach." "It's mostly to choke out Dumbledore's hold on the school, though," Blaise countered. "He's right," Derek agreed. "Which can only be good for us. The old muggle-loving fool was only trying to make it harder for everyday life in Slytherin." "With Harry leading us," Weasley added, "and Dumbledore out of the picture, maybe we can actually move towards something better." "I appreciate the faith," Harry added after a brief moment of silence. "I don't know much about Umbridge's background other than her incompetency with a wand. Do any of you know anything?" It turns out his closest allies were a wealth of knowledge regarding their new defense against the dark arts professor. Each had heard rumors of her bigoted views that painted her as an ardent purist, quick to condemn any who didn't fit her narrow-minded definition of proper, wizard kind. Beyond her prejudiced ideology, her annoying nature of imposing herself on the Wisengamot as if she belonged to an important family was a constant source of irritation to many. She often spoke with an air of unearned authority, seemingly oblivious to the fact that her lineage was unremarkable and her influence negligible outside of the Ministry's current political climate. Her only accreditation of success was being selected by Fudge as his undersecretary, a title that, in the grand scheme of things, would mean nothing once Tom had taken over. Indeed, her entire career seemed to hinge on her sycophantic devotion to the current minister, a devotion that would prove to be her undoing when the Ministry inevitably fell under new, darker control. Many in the wizarding world harbored a deluded belief about her, viewing her not as a true follower of the Dark Lord, but merely as a sympathizer, a concept Harry found utterly pathetic. In the stark, unyielding worldview of the young wizard, there was no middle ground, no shades of gray. You were either unequivocally and wholeheartedly with the Dark Lord, or you were against him, an opponent in every sense of the word. Notion of a sympathizer was a dangerous illusion, a weak excuse that allowed people to rationalize their inaction or their subtle support without fully committing to the truth. For Harry, the world was sharply divided into two factions: loyalists who pledged their lives and magic to the Dark Lord, and opponents who actively resisted him. Any attempt to define a third category was, in his eyes, nothing more than self-deception and a profound failure to grasp the brutal reality of the war that lay ahead. In the end, Harry merely shook his head and added nothing further. Instead, he diverted the topic to his allies' summer hopping to distract the group to lighter topics. As he listened to each of his allies, his hand moved to the necklace beneath the shirt. There was a sense of anticipation of what was to come this year, and only hoped Tom would be there to support him in his times of need. Harry had done his best to listen to the excitement of each of his friends' summer, but could hardly focus through it. He feigned polite smiles and asked questions at the right time, but they only had half his focus. After everything, teen drama was hardly interesting in comparison to assaulting Azkaban or robbing Gringotts. He wished he could regale his own summer of triumph to his closest allies, but he knew the time wasn't right. Perhaps next year there would be no secrets. As they arrived at Hogwarts, the humor of Blaise and Weasley had raised his spirits. The two had both joked about their summer adventures, recounting tales that ranged from hilariously embarrassing to outright scandalous. Blaise, with his dry wit and perfectly timed one-liners, had painted a vivid picture of a mishap during a family trip to a magical resort, involving a mischievous villa and a misplaced wand. Vasely, on the other hand, had a knack for exaggerated storytelling, embellishing a seemingly mundane encounter with a particularly powerful group of wizards he had encountered. Their dirty humor, a well-practiced routine, made the girls blush and the guys roar with laughter. Even Harry, usually more reserved, found himself grinning widely, the lingering anxieties of the summer slowly fading away amidst the boisterous camaraderie. The journey to the castle, often a time for quiet reflection, had instead become a raucous celebration of their return, a vibrant burst of youthful energy that promised another year of unforgettable moments within the walls of Hogwarts. Oh. It hadn't taken long for the whispers to start once the senior students entered the hall. The staff table was mostly full, but a notable absence was at the forefront of everyone's mind. While most of the more intelligent students could decipher that Madame Umbridge would be taking the defense against the dark arts position, others were questioning the new arrival, but even the least observant were nodding the missing staff member. A large, somewhat portly man, whose jovial demeanor was evident in the nervous smile he offered to the students gathered before him, was seated near Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. Harry, observing the new face, didn't specifically recognize the man, yet a distinct feeling settled within him. This professor had been brought on to teach potions. The new professor's presence, therefore, strongly suggested a new era for the potions classroom, an era that Harry, for one, hoped would be less fraught with tension and favoritism than the last. The whispers about Snape's absence were heard around the hall, and Harry had to resist the urge to smirk about the man's fate. Oh. Harry and Tom sat ensconced in the opulent, dimly lit office of Gaunt Manor, the air thick with an unusual tension. A rare disagreement had taken root between them, a stark contrast to their typical, almost telepathic understanding. Harry, usually measured, now spoke with a fervent passion that bordered on desperation, his words carefully chosen to avoid any hint of disrespect, yet imbued with an insistent urgency. "I know," Harry began, his voice a low, intense murmur. "He may have shown loyalty in the past, but I promise you, Tom, his deep-seated disdain for me, for everything I represent, outweighs it all. You've delved into my memories. You've witnessed firsthand the venom with which he regards me and my family. He will not hesitate. The moment he uncovers my place at your side, the instant he pieces together the truth, he will expose us to Dumbledore. You know how cunning Dumbledore is, how he manipulates and twists. We cannot afford to give him that leverage, not now, not when we are so close." Harry gestured vaguely, encompassing the grandeur of the manor and the ambition that permeated their every move. His personal prejudices will override any fleeting sense of duty he might have once felt. Tom's brow furrowed, a deep crease forming between his eyes as he absorbed his apprentice's words. It had been barely a week since Harry's return from the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, and while the adolescent's turbulent emotions were palpable, there was an undeniable undercurrent of logic to his assertions. This was a perspective that demanded consideration, one that could not be casually dismissed. After all, the Dark Lord himself had delved into the boys' most private memories during their rigorous legilimency training. A significant portion of Harry's profound misery, Tom knew, could be directly attributed to the insidious influence of the bitter, greasy-haired man, Severus Snape. The scars left by Snape's cruelties, both past and recent, were still fresh, festering wounds in Harry's psyche, and it was clear they were impacting his judgment, even if that judgment now held a surprising, unsettling truth. "I will summon the man." Tom finally relented. "He avoided my summons the night before. If he does so tonight, he will never be welcomed back among my ranks. None would dare speak to him again. Put on your mask. We will test his loyalty." Offering his master a deep bow in gratitude for his listening ear, Harry put on his golden mask, the polished surface reflecting the dancing flames from the hearth. He then moved to stand by the roaring fire in the opulent, wood-paneled office of his master's family estate. The air, thick with the scent of old parchment, and a faint hint of ozone from the magic often wielded within these walls, hummed with unspoken tension. Two waited in silence for what felt like an eternity, though in reality, it was only long minutes. Each second seemed to stretch and pass with an agonizing slowness, a deliberate torture of anticipation. Harry was profoundly grateful there was no clock to mark the torturous passage of time, because his own fervent anticipation, and the terse, almost brittle feelings Tom clearly harbored about the potential betrayal of one of his most faithful followers, were already a heavy burden in the air between them. The flickering firelight cast shifting shadows across Tom's face, making his usual impassivity seem even more profound. Almost a mask of its own. Harry could practically feel the silent, weighty calculations taking place behind his master's unreadable expression, weighing loyalty against the bitter taste of possible deceit. At long last, a figure emerged from the open door, their silhouette a familiar and menacing sight. Clad in the classic flowing robes of a Death Eater, their face was obscured by a cold, silver mask that glinted faintly in the dim light. The masked man moved with a silent, almost predatory grace, stopping a respectful distance from the lone figure already present. He offered a low, deferential bow, his voice a gruff, yet oddly silky murmur that barely carried over the crackling of the fire. "My master," he began, his gaze fixed solely on the man before him, completely disregarding the golden-masked Death Eater who stood casually by the hearth. "I implore your forgiveness for my delayed arrival. Circumstances, regrettably, rendered me indisposed last evening." A subtle tension seemed to ripple through the air, though his posture remained unyielding. "I wish to continue serving you to the best of my abilities, particularly from afar. Had I made my departure any sooner, I fear my cover may have been irrevocably blown." The unspoken implications hung heavy in the air, an attempt to display how dangerous of a game the man played in relation to his master's return to power. "Spare me, Severus." Tom dismissed him with a flick of his wrist, his crimson eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity that promised both immense power and an unfathomable pain. "I have returned, you see, far more powerful than I ever was before. The petty squabbles and the tiresome politics of Hogwarts hold no interest for me now. I have no need for your services within those halls." A cold feeling passed through the air, but to the credit of the man, he remained outwardly unmoving, a statue of carefully cultivated indifference. Tom's voice, a silken whisper that seemed to caress the very air, continued. "What I need now, Severus, is certainty of your unwavering loyalty." The last word hung heavy in the air, a loaded threat, a demand that echoed the very depths of his soul. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Tom's voice hardened, becoming a clear, resonant command that brooked no argument. "Remove your mask, Severus. Let us speak face to face." The words were a direct assault, a violation of the carefully constructed facade Severus had maintained for so long. The mask, both literal and figurative, was a part of him, a shield against the world, and now it was being demanded of him by the very being he had sworn to betray. The air crackled with a silent tension, the fate of Severus Snape hanging precariously in the balance. When the man removed his mask, Tom smiled, but it wasn't the one of pride that Harry had occasionally glimpsed over the years, a rare flash of approval. No, this was a smile of pure, unadulterated sinister intent, a chilling curve of his lips that spoke of a dark revelation. Clearly, a truly wicked idea had blossomed in the man's mind, one that brought an almost palpable immense satisfaction to the Dark Lord. "I could easily tear the truth from your mind," Tom drawled, his voice a silken menace that promised unimaginable pain. "But instead, I wish to conduct a training exercise for my apprentice." His gaze flickered towards Harry, a calculating glint in his eyes. "I trust you noticed him upon your entrance to the room." The Dark Lord didn't wait for a response. He simply gestured towards Harry with one hand, a casual flick of his wrist that held a world of command, and continued, his voice now imbued with a chilling pride. "You see, he has become something of an anomaly in the mind arts. When I first began his training in occlumency, I feared I had found quite the weakness in his abilities, a fatal flaw that would hinder his progress. But now I have seen the true extent of his capabilities in legilimency, and I wish to test them against a master." The words hung in the air, a silent challenge, a promise of a mental duel that would push Harry to his very limits. Tom's eyes gleamed, a dark fire dancing within them as he anticipated the spectacle. "You see, Severus, You will be quite familiar with the boy when he reveals himself." Pausing for a long, tense moment, Tom's crimson eyes, usually blazing with unrestrained power, now held a glint of chilling amusement as they shifted from the pale, rigid potion's master to the young man standing silently beside him. A heavy silence descended upon the opulent room, broken only by the crackling of the enchanted fireplace and the distant, muffled sounds of the castle. The air itself seemed to hum with unspoken revelations, a palpable tension that coiled tighter with each passing second. Tom's voice, a low, sibilant whisper that seemed to slither through the air, continued, "My young friend, uncover the truth." Harry, without hesitation, whipped his mask off, turned his wand to the man beside him and hissed out, "Legalmen's." The young wizard struck with a speed that defied the rigid controls Snape usually maintained over his formidable mind. The shock that rippled through the older man's defenses was barely perceptible, a fleeting flicker in the carefully constructed fortress of his thoughts. Harry, drawing on an unquantifiable well of raw power and desperate resolve, pushed against the psychic barriers. Unlike the chaotic, jumbled minds he had previously breached, Snape's was a meticulously organized labyrinth. It manifested as an expansive, almost sterile Muggle neighborhood, stretching for miles in every direction, an endless vista of identical, cookie-cutter houses. Despite the daunting uniformity, Harry pressed forward with every ounce of his burgeoning strength, his singular goal to pierce the veil and glimpse the innermost thoughts, the true memories, of the potion's master. Each house he tore through with a surge of destructive mental energy proved to be nothing more than a decoy, a cleverly constructed illusion designed to misdirect and deter. The frustration mounted, a burning undercurrent to his focused assault, but he refused to yield. Then, amidst the endless repetition, he found them. Two children, small and vulnerable, standing out in front of one of the houses. One had hair of a familiar greasy black, styled in a way that spoke of neglect and a certain defiance, and a coy, almost secretive smile played on his lips. But it was the other child who commanded Harry's complete and utter attention. She was strikingly familiar, not by her hair, which was red and vibrant, but by the astonishing, emerald-green eyes that gazed out from her young face. Harry froze, his mental assault momentarily halted by the sheer impact of the discovery. Those eyes, they were his mother's. The same brilliant, unforgettable green that he had only ever seen in photographs, eyes that held a depth of kindness and fire he knew intimately, even from a distance of years and loss. In that instant, all doubt evaporated. He knew, with an absolute and undeniable certainty, that he had finally stumbled upon the true location of Severus Snape's most guarded and potent memories. The decoys had fallen. The true core of the man's past lay before him, waiting to be unraveled. With reckless abandon, Harry plunged deeper into the man's fractured memories, each one a shard of betrayal and deceit. He witnessed Snape, a shadowy figure, spying on Dumbledore in the murky confines of the Hog's Head, overhearing a crucial, albeit incomplete, prophecy. The memory then shifted to Snape, dismissed and disgraced by Dumbledore, seeking refuge in the sinister embrace of the Dark Lord. There, with a chilling lack of remorse, Snape fed a twisted, deranged version of the truth to Tom Riddle, revealing fragments of what was to come. A surge of raw, unbridled anger coursed through Harry as he watched the betrayal of his own family unfold. He saw Snape, once the best friend of his mother, turn his back on everything good, leading to the tragic deaths of his parents. This rage intensified as Harry observed the coward's sudden change of heart. It was not a flicker of morality, but a sickening realization that his perverse, obsessive crush on Harry's mother, Lily, would be irrevocably extinguished if the Dark Lord succeeded in killing her. In that moment of selfish fear, Snape's disloyalty took another turn. He abandoned Tom Riddle, racing back to Dumbledore to divulge the full, horrifying truth, not out of any genuine repentance, but to save his own twisted desire. The depths of Snape's treachery, driven by a repulsive obsession rather than a moral compass, sickened Harry to his core. He had seen enough. Harry and Snape both lurched for breath as they broke the mental connection. Harry's shock froze him, but clearly Tom wasn't under any such restraint as he raised his wand from his desk, disarming the panicked Snape. the teen wizard leaned against his master's desk, allowing the shock of what he had learned from the man to take over. "Potter, how, why?" Snape asked desperately, without a weapon to defend himself. Ignoring the man completely, Harry leaned over the desk, looking his mentor in the eye. "Do you trust me?" Tom fixed his gaze on his apprentice, his expression unreadable, a mask of composure that gave away nothing of his inner thoughts. The air in the room grew thick with a silence that stretched for what felt like an eternity, each tick of the clock amplifying the tension between master and student. Long, drawn-out moments passed, punctuated only by the subtle shifts of their breathing. Finally, with a deliberate and measured movement, Tom gave a slow, decisive nod of his head, a silent acknowledgement that carried the weight of unspoken understanding. Harry didn't hesitate. With a primal roar that tore from his throat, he whirled, the movement a blur of controlled aggression. His right wrist snapped upwards, a fluid, deadly arc that began at his rib cage and culminated above his head. A sharp, almost invisible line, barely a shimmer in the dim light, cut across the potion's master's throat. The sound was a sickening hiss, quickly followed by the gurgle of rapidly spilling blood, a crimson geyser staining the air and the stone floor. The potion's master's eyes, wide with a fleeting moment of disbelief and agony, glazed over as his hands flew to his neck in a futile attempt to staunch the flow. He stumbled backward, a guttural rasp escaping his lips, before collapsing in a heap, his body twitching for a few agonizing seconds before falling still. When the man fell dead, Harry turned back to his master, shaking his head, muttering one word: "Traitor." It was a secret Harry had kept all summer. It was a secret Harry may even keep between himself and Tom forever. Regardless, he had avenged his family of the final traitor, and he was free. Turning his attention to the speech going in the great hall, Harry had twitched through Madame Umbridge's welcome feast, but he wasn't the only one. Gryffindor House seemed ready to go in open revolt before he had to lift a finger, judging by their louder whispers. Slytherin had done their best to appear neutral, but it was clear that Harry's allies were as annoyed by the woman as he was. Umbridge championed pureblood rights in the Wisengamot, but here in Hogwarts her personality was so fake that even the dullest of students could see through her. The teen had to fight the urge to scoff at her every word, but in the end decided to adopt the wait-and-see policy. If the woman would not step on his toes, he would venture to do the same, just to keep below the radar. He did, after all, have bigger fish to fry this year. Exchanging looks with Daphne, Harry offered her a crooked smirk. Without Snape's looming presence, the year ahead, despite its inherent pressures, promised to be its best. The thought of lessons free from the greasy-haired professor's scathing remarks and biased favoritism was a refreshing prospect. Even the upcoming challenges seemed less daunting without the added burden of Snape's animosity, and Harry knew he would get his way here at Hogwarts, one way or another. Chapter 70. You have all, surely, read the rumors that a certain dark wizard is once again at large. This is a lie, Umbridge said to the class. Harry watched, a smirk playing on his lips, as the Gryffindors erupted in a chorus of indignant murmurs and outraged gasps. Their collective fury was palpable, a stark contrast to the placid, almost dismissive demeanor of the woman at the front of the classroom. It was their first defense against the dark arts lesson of the new term, and the introduction to Professor Umbridge's syllabus had been nothing short of a travesty in the eyes of most students. The document she had distributed, outlining the year's curriculum, was a masterclass in irrelevance. It completely ignored the practical application of defensive magic and the looming threats that had, in recent years, become undeniable. Instead, it focused on theoretical concepts and bland, ministry-approved dogma that everyone knew would be utterly useless in their end-of-year examinations, let alone in any real-world confrontation. While all the houses were undeniably irritated by her peculiar and unhelpful teaching direction, the Ravenclaws were openly scoffing, the Hufflepuffs exchanged bewildered glances, and even the Slytherins wore expressions of bored contempt. It was the Gryffindors who felt a deeper, more personal insult. Their house was built on bravery and a keen sense of justice, and Umbridge's insistent denial of the growing darkness stirring in the shadows of England struck them as a deliberate affront to their very values. She had stood there, a picture of saccharine authority in her bright pink cardigan, her voice sickly sweet as she proclaimed that the Ministry of Magic had everything under control. "There is nothing to fear, dear children," she had purred, her eyes darting pointedly and frequently towards Harry, who leaned back in his chair, a silent, knowing smirk etched on his face. Her continuous glances seemed to acknowledge his unspoken understanding of the truth, a truth she was so vehemently attempting to suppress. Harry's eyes remained glued on the woman, as he leaned back in his chair lazily, with an arm around the back of Daphne's chair. She would get no rise out of him, and he was curious who would argue with the woman. Dean Thomas and Ronald Weasley had already attempted to question the woman from a moral standpoint, while Anthony Goldstein had attempted to reason with the woman, logically reminding her of the owl standard, but nothing seemed to shake the woman. Suddenly a voice to Harry's right made the smirk on his face widen, as he glanced towards Theo addressing the woman. "Madame Umbridge, you insult our intelligence by suggesting all is well. Azkaban has been rendered practically worthless, and you would have us denying that change is on the horizon. Act as if all is well in our world." The woman, a stern-faced figure known for her unyielding adherence to tradition, recoiled slightly, her surprise palpable as Knott's challenge hung in the air. Never before had she encountered such direct defiance, especially not from a student that hailed from such a traditional family. Before she could compose herself, her lips parting to deliver a sharp retort, Daphne, ever the pragmatic strategist, swiftly interjected, her voice cutting through the tense silence. "He's absolutely right," Daphne asserted, her gaze unwavering as she met the woman's affronted stare. "Regardless of any political allegiances or personal sentiments on the matter, the stark reality is that we all need to be proficient in self-defense. The days of blissful ignorance are long gone. This Albert Slinkard," she continued, her voice laced with a potent mix of disdain and exasperation, as her nose crinkled in a visible display of disgust at the mere mention of his name, "might have been deemed an acceptable, perhaps even competent, instructor during times of peace. His methods, while perhaps theoretically sound in a world devoid of conflict, are utterly inadequate for the present and future crisis. With the ominous shadows gathering over our country, with the very fabric of our society under threat, we simply cannot afford to remain so inert, so passive, so utterly unprepared." Her words, delivered with a forceful conviction, underscored the gravity of their situation, highlighting the urgent need for practical skills over outdated methodologies. Umbridge pursed her lips tightly, her usual smile faltering for a moment at the unexpected outburst from the two Slytherins. A wave of murmurs rippled through the rest of the house, a testament to the simmering discontent that even her formidable presence couldn't entirely quell. She took a moment, a visible effort to collect her composure, her eyes darting across the faces of the students, lingering just a fraction too long on the more defiant ones. "The rumors," she began, her voice regaining its cloying sweetness, "that a new Dark Lord has surfaced, and the borderline lunacy of suggestions that he who must not be named has returned, are merely a fabrication. A mischievous ploy, I assure you, designed to undermine the current administration and cause unnecessary panic within our perfectly ordered society." She paused, allowing her words to sink in, her gaze now fixed on the students as a whole, a silent challenge in her eyes. "Students such as yourselves, with your bright futures and academic pursuits, should not be concerned with such matters. These are adult concerns, best left to those in positions of authority who understand the delicate balance of our magical world." She concluded with a slight, tinkling giggle, a sound that grated on the ears of many, intended to dismiss the gravity of the situation as mere childish fancy. Blaise snorted to Harry's left. "Are we supposed to believe that Azkaban's wards that have stood for nearly 500 years just suddenly fell overnight? That 6 Aurors died over the failure, and the prisoners of the island mysteriously vanished. Who is the Ministry trying to fool?" Harry was deeply impressed by the remarkable adaptability displayed by his first ally. While it was highly improbable that Blaise possessed concrete knowledge of the Dark Lord's true return, he nonetheless skillfully fueled the burgeoning sense of rebellion among their housemates. More significantly, Blaise exhibited an uncanny ability to read Harry, understanding his subtle cues and recognizing his silent approval of such defiant acts. The woman inhaled sharply, her nostrils flaring, a clear sign of her barely contained disdain. Her gaze, sharp and unwavering, pierced through Harry as she shook her head slowly, a gesture laden with disappointment. "It seems," she began, her voice dripping with an icy condescension, "that Slytherin House has truly fallen from its former glory. To witness its students, those who hail from some of the most prominent and esteemed families in our world, fall for such utter nonsense, it truly does reveal the sad state of our world. A world where tradition and discipline are clearly being eroded." Her eyes narrowed further, the severity of her expression deepening. "I am afraid," she continued, her voice hardening with an undeniable authority, "I have no choice but to deduct a significant 50 points from Slytherin House. Furthermore, I shall be issuing the 3 of you detentions for speaking out of turn, a blatant disregard for proper conduct and respect. Just because your leader is one for brazen rule-breaking and flouting all established order does not mean the rest of you need to blindly follow his poor, indeed, abysmal example. There are standards to uphold, and clearly, some of you have forgotten them." The woman composed herself after a moment of silence and shook her head, while Harry just continued to smirk at her. No others protested her words verbally, but when she requested that they begin reading the chapter she had assigned, the rebellion was clear when the books were opened, but the pages never turned. By the end of the class, the woman was seething, but said nothing further as she stormed up to her office, and bells of Hogwarts rang signaling the end of their class. When they made it to the halls, Harry just watched in amusement as Blaise and Theo exchanged laughs and clapped hands together, as if they had accomplished a great victory. "The ignorance of the ministry is blinding," Daphne said with a roll of her eyes. Theo just snorted in response. If she thought the purebloods would just take this nonsense laying down, she has another thing coming to her. "Besides, Harry could teach us anything we need for owls, and get the rest as a self-study," Blaise said with a wave of his hand. Some of the other Slytherins in their year looked to Harry curiously, wondering if he would be accepting of such an idea, but instead of refuting it, the teen embraced it, easily. This seemed to cause whispers of excitement among the group. But Draco, who was in the back, spoke out, "Standing against the ministry is political suicide." The group fell quiet at Draco's words, but Harry just shook his head, turning to face the boy with a smile. "Oh, come on, Malfoy. With everything that has happened, do you really believe everything is right in the world, even after what happened to your own father?" Harry had wondered if the teen knew of his father's fate, and judging by his red face, the blonde must have had at least some indication of the truth, as he stormed past the group saying, "You are fools if you think you can stand against the ministry." Shaking his head as the blonde passed them, Harry said nothing further. Theo, however, shrugged his shoulder. "A lost cause if I have ever seen one. Anyways, what do you think Umbridge will have us do for detention?" Glancing over his shoulder, Harry saw that the Slytherins had begun peeling off in the direction of their next class, an elective for most of the group, leaving the teen with only Daphne, Theo, and Blaise. Harry just shrugged. "I wouldn't stress it. In fact, I think you all showed great loyalty in today's class. I will attend your detention and ensure that things go smoothly. After all, loyalty like that deserves to be rewarded." The subtle smirk playing on Theo's lips indicated a complete lack of surprise, as if he had anticipated Harry's every move. Blaise, however, wore a more hesitant smile, a faint apprehension clouding his features, perhaps foreseeing the complexities that might arise from Harry's motives. Daphne, in stark contrast, gazed at Harry with an unreserved admiration, her eyes reflecting a quiet reverence. Harry, choosing not to offer any further explanations or reassurances, addressed the small gathering. "Before we head to our next class," he announced, his voice carrying a calm authority, "I was hoping to speak to Daphne alone." The air in the corridor seemed to thicken slightly, charged with unspoken questions and a hint of intrigue, as the implications of his words settled upon the group. Daphne, a playful glint in her eyes, shook her head with a soft laugh. Her hand, surprisingly firm, found Harry's and tugged him gently but insistently towards a nondescript door tucked away in a shadowed corner. It was, he realized with a slight chuckle, the entrance to a broom closet, an unconventional, yet undeniably private destination. As Theo, still bemused, led Blaise away, Harry's gaze flickered over his shoulder. He caught a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of something akin to jealousy on Blaise's face. Blaise, meanwhile, had begun to follow not further away, subtly distancing himself and his companion from their enigmatic leader and his most trusted, and now seemingly occupied, confidant. The unspoken tension in the air was palpable, a subtle shift in the group's dynamic that Harry, ever observant, did not miss. Knowing he would have to address Blaise's apparent jealousy at some point or another, Harry pushed the thoughts aside as Daphne closed the door to the broom closet behind him. Instantly, the girl's features changed, looking up at him hopefully. "Is it time to meet with my sister?" Instead of answering her, Harry just grinned and closed the short distance between them with a kiss. Daphne did not hesitate to respond to his action, and when he stopped, he placed a hand below her chin. "How do you know I didn't just drag you in here for a quick snog? To make Blaise jealous." Rolling her eyes, Daphne just shook her head. "You are too practical for that. If you wanted to snog, you would have waited till we were in the common room. You have something more serious in mind." Chuckling, Harry agreed, with a nod. "You're right. We can meet with your sister tomorrow and make our assessments. I mostly wanted to show you my approval of what you, Theo, and Blaise did in defense. You may not realize it now, but you are going to show the others in our house what loyalty means to me in the face of even the staunchest authority. I will put Umbridge in her place tonight and show her a fragment of what is to come if she continues to stand against my allies. She is merely an ant that needs to be stepped on." Shivering at his words, Daphne merely nodded. "Are you sure she is wise to cross? She may be an ant, but is on Dumbledore's payroll now, inadvertently or not." Shaking his head, Harry smiled at the girl. "Dumbledore is not going to be a concern for much longer. You should focus on the loyalty and rewards you will receive for it instead. Theo may have set you all up for success, but it took all of you to really get the message across that none believe in the ministry any longer. It all matters in the bigger picture, trust me." Daphne merely nodded in acknowledgement of his words and gripped the front of his robes tightly. "I do trust you, even with the safety of my sister, which will be in your hands soon." Instead of answering her words, he merely closed the distance again, kissing her once more, ending the conversation on the matter. Oh. That night Harry had followed Blaise, Daphne, and Theo to their detention. His three allies seemed slightly apprehensive of what was to come, but Harry had assured them that he was confident in what he was doing. At his words, Daphne and Theo seemed to relax, but Blaise just seemed as nervous as ever when the group entered the defense against the dark arts classroom and proceeded to the professor's office. Ever confident, Theo offered a measured knock on the door, and after a brief moment it opened. To the surprise of the group, it was not Madame Umbridge who greeted them, but a student wearing the robes of House Slytherin, yet a great deal younger than their own age. The student was in tears, her face blotchy and streaked with mascara, as she made her way out of the office, clearly attempting to slip past the formidable group unnoticed. Before the girl could truly pass, Harry, ever observant, gently placed an arm on her elbow, halting her progress and compelling her to meet his gaze. In the brief moment their eyes locked, Harry subtly employed his passive legilimency, a skill he had honed to a remarkable degree. He delved into the girl's recent memories, not to pry maliciously, but to understand the source of her distress. What he found confirmed his suspicions and ignited a familiar spark of anger within him. The second-year Slytherin girl before him was a half-blood, just like Tracy, a fact that resonated deeply with Harry. More significantly, he witnessed a memory of her speaking in his defense during her lesson that very afternoon, a brave act that had clearly come at a cost. What followed in the memory was a chilling tableau, her hand, delicate and youthful, forced to write with a blood quill. Harry felt a phantom ache as he saw the magical implement slice through her skin, drawing blood with each stroke. The line she was compelled to inscribe was simple, yet laden with cruel irony. "I will choose my leaders better." The words, etched in her own blood, sent a fire of unadulterated fury through Harry. He felt a surge of protectiveness for this unknown student, a fierce indignation at the injustice she had suffered. However, he buried his rage temporarily, knowing that an outburst would achieve nothing in this moment. Instead, he offered the girl a comforting smile, a beacon of unexpected kindness in her distress. He moved his hand from her elbow to her hand, his touch gentle and reassuring. The teen then raised her injured hand to his mouth, a hushed hiss of parcel tongue escaping his lips as he breathed on it. The hot, ancient breath washed over the girl's hand, a strange and potent magic at work. Before her astonished eyes, the angry red cuts began to close, the skin knitting itself back together with impossible speed. Within seconds, the scars completely vanished, leaving her hand as smooth and unblemished as if nothing had ever happened. Harry offered the girl a quick, conspiratorial wink, a promise of solidarity, and then released her hand. "Your loyalty will not be forgotten." Her eyes were wide with a mixture of shock, wonder, and a nascent understanding of the power she had just witnessed. He had wanted to thank the young girl properly for her courage, but he knew that would have to wait until they had dealt with the more pressing matter at hand, the architect of this cruelty, Madame Umbridge. For now, a silent act of healing and defiance would suffice. The 3 other Slytherin students had already slipped into the austere office, their forms disappearing beyond the threshold. Harry, with a calculated swagger, followed their route, his gaze fixed determinedly ahead. His entrance, he noted with a flicker of satisfaction, was precisely as dramatic as he had envisioned. Dolores Umbridge, perched behind her meticulously tidy desk, blinked in an uncharacteristic display of surprise, her eyes widening slightly as they landed on him. "Mr. Potter," she purred, though the saccharine tone was laced with an undeniable edge of irritation, "I don't believe I issued you a detention today." The question hung in the air, a thinly veiled challenge, as Harry stepped further into the room, his presence immediately disrupting the stifling order Umbridge so diligently maintained. Closing the door behind him with deliberate slowness, Harry offered the woman a faux smile as the door clicked shut. The sound echoed in the tense silence, a punctuation mark to the simmering animosity between them. "Of course, you didn't," he began, his voice a smooth, low murmur that barely concealed the steel beneath. His gaze, however, was sharp and unwavering, fixing on her with an intensity that dared her to look away. "Yet you punished some of my friends for speaking with the truth." An inconvenient truth, perhaps, but truth nonetheless. He paused, allowing his words to hang in the air, a silent accusation. The corners of his lips quirked upward just slightly, a gesture that was more a baring of teeth than an actual smile. "In turn, I felt partially responsible," he continued, the faux pleasantness in his tone thickening, becoming almost syrupy. "Responsible for their predicament, of course. After all, they were simply relaying information that was, shall we say, pertinent to certain ongoing affairs." His eyes flickered, briefly, to a point beyond her, as if contemplating the scope of those affairs. "And so," he brought his attention back to her, the smile firming, "I decided to see if I could convince you to let them off early for the misunderstanding." The word misunderstanding was drawn out, laced with an irony that was almost palpable. It wasn't a question, nor a request, but a statement of intent, delivered with a quiet authority that brooked no argument. His posture remained relaxed, almost indolent, yet there was an undeniable tension in the air, a sense of controlled power emanating from him. He waited, his expression unreadable, for her response, knowing full well that his convincing methods were often far from conventional. Umbridge seemed to bristle at his words. "Mr. Potter, the only convincing you have done is convincing me that I should have gone with my instinct in class today, and issued you a detention in class today for inciting rebellion among the youth of Hogwarts." The other 3 Slytherins seemed to find various amounts of amusement in her words, while Harry slowly made his between them, taking the lone seat in front of the professor's desk. "Has anyone ever told you," the teen said, trailing off, before continuing, "that you are an annoying little pest?" The 2 boys behind him snickered, while Harry didn't need to turn his head to see Daphne's smirk. Umbridge, however, bristled at his words, but before she could speak, Harry flicked his wrist, silencing the woman. "Please don't defend yourself, I have seen enough." Without further warning, Harry locked eyes with the woman delving into her mind. He didn't need to see her inner thoughts to know she was a pest of the worst sort. Ironically, her views aligned with those of the Dark Lord. Despite this, she chose to remain loyal to the Ministry, with hopes of finding back alley transactions in the good graces of Lord Voldemort in case it fell. She was the exact kind of coward Harry despised. Slowly, he picked apart her mind with a full frontal attack of her thoughts and memories, slowly putting his own thoughts and ideas into her mind to stop her from harassing him or his friends, and further for the rest of the year. Of course, pretenses would need to be held to not alert Dumbledore, but he would ensure that his friends would be left alone by the woman. Placing his own desire deep within the woman's mind, he methodically stripped Umbridge of her free will, cementing himself as the primary decision-maker in her thoughts and actions. A dark satisfaction bloomed within him as he felt her resistance crumble, replaced by a pliant, almost vacant obedience. This was precisely the kind of intricate mental manipulation that Tom and Augustus had meticulously described to him, even dedicating countless hours to training him in its application. Yet, to experience its devastating effectiveness firsthand, to witness the swift and effortless conquering of another's mind, filled him with an exhilarating, almost addictive sense of power. The ease with which he had breached her mental defenses and imposed his will was a testament not only to his growing abilities, but also to the sheer vulnerability of the human psyche when confronted with such focused, insidious power. He savored the feeling, a silent, internal roar of triumph echoing in the newly subdued chambers of Umbridge's consciousness. When he finally withdrew from her mind, a profound weariness settled over him. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that the depth of his penetration, the true extent of his descent into the woman's consciousness, would remain hidden unless another legilimency attack of similar intensity were to be launched against her. He doubted, however, that such an event would ever transpire, or that anyone else possessed the finesse and skill to accomplish it. Shaking off the lingering traces of the mental intrusion, he rose slowly to his feet. A wry smile touched his lips as he addressed the still-stunned Madame Umbridge, his voice carrying a note of mocking politeness. "I suspect you won't be needing my friends for this detention any more, Madame Umbridge." The unspoken implication hung heavy in the air. He had already done far more damage to her mind than any physical punishment could inflict, and the information he had extracted was now his alone. The woman spluttered before coalescing to his thoughts. "Of course, Mr. Potter, I apologize for the inconvenience. You are all free to go." The teen smirked at the woman before rising to his feet. "Thank you for understanding, Professor. We will do our best not to disrupt your lessons any further." With that, Harry, a look of quiet determination on his face, made his way towards the classroom door. He opened it with a deliberate motion, the slight creak of the hinges echoing in the sudden silence that had fallen upon the room. Turning back, he gestured for his friends to follow, a silent invitation that carried an unspoken weight of shared experience. Each of them, Blaise, Daphne, and Theodore, responded with a mixture of surprise and profound curiosity etched onto their features. The events they had just witnessed had left them in a state of stunned admiration, their minds still reeling from Harry's display of skill. As they exited the classroom and began to navigate the familiar defense classroom Blaise, his initial shock giving way to an almost breathless excitement, gripped Harry firmly on the arm. His eyes, usually cool and composed, were wide with a genuine awe. "Legilimency," he exclaimed, his voice hushed but filled with an undeniable intensity. "Harry, that was incredible, truly. I've only ever heard legends of masters, the most renowned practitioners of the art, achieving such a feat. To effortlessly delve into someone's mind, to navigate their thoughts with such precision and bend them to your will, it's unheard of, especially for someone our age." The implications of Harry's ability hung in the air between them, a testament to a power that transcended their current understanding of magic. A smile crossed Harry's features as he nodded. "Some of us are just cut from a different cloth." Before he could say anything further, he turned his other companions. "As you see, your detention is over. Please give me a moment to discuss the implications with Blaise. We will meet you both in the common room." Theodore didn't seem surprised by the dismissal, but Daphne, if anything, looked like she wanted to protest. To be there for the impending conversation with Blaise, but clearly decided that nothing good would come from disagreeing and followed Harry's newest ally out the door. Turning to Blaze, Harry allowed several tense moments to pass, the silence stretching between them, thick with unspoken thoughts and veiled intentions. Finally, Harry broke the quiet, a smirk playing on his lips. "She is something else, isn't she?" His gaze was piercing, a challenge in his eyes as he assessed Blaze's reaction. Blaze, ever the master of composure, managed to maintain a facade of neutrality, though a subtle flicker of unease crossed his features. He turned to face Harry, his expression carefully blank as he feigned ignorance. "Who? Daphne?" he asked, his voice smooth and even betraying nothing. Harry's smirk tightened, a clear sign of his impatience. "Don't play stupid, Blaze," he chastised, his tone sharp, cutting through the pretense. "We only ever became allies because I could see your potential from day one. Insulting either of our intelligence is incredibly unwise." His words were a warning, a reminder of the delicate balance of their alliance. Blaze seemed to still at Harry's words, the mask of indifference momentarily slipping to reveal a hint of vulnerability. Harry, however, didn't let up. He began to tread a slow, wide circle around Blaze, his movements deliberate like a predator sizing up its prey. His voice softened, though the intensity in his eyes never wavered. "I understand. Truly I do. She is beautiful, intelligent, and from all my accounts loyal." He paused, letting his words hang in the air, allowing Blaze to ponder the implications. A formidable combination, wouldn't you agree? The dark-skinned teen stiffened, but didn't say a word, indicating that Harry had found his mark. "I want you to know that I don't hold your feelings against you. This indignation, feelings of betrayal, it's natural," Harry said as he closed his eyes, basking in the feel of the emotions he could pull from Blaze. The Italian boy tensed, but at last he shook his head. "I am not mad." "Of course you are," Harry scoffed, his voice dripping with a mixture of understanding and thinly veiled threat. He paced slowly, his gaze never leaving the boy, a silent promise of the power he wielded. "I just want you to know that I understand. Feelings, even those that stray from the path we've chosen, are a part of the human condition. They can be messy, complicated." Harry paused, allowing his words to hang in the air, a heavy, unspoken weight. He continued, his tone softening imperceptibly. "As long as you don't let it affect your loyalty to me, to my cause, or to our shared future, then no action will ever be taken against you. Your thoughts, your internal struggles, they are your own. I am not interested in policing the landscape of your mind, like I just did to Umbridge, only the actions that manifest from it." A long, deliberate silence stretched between them. Harry's eyes, usually so vibrant, now seemed to hold a chilling power. He took a single, measured step closer, his voice dropping to a near whisper, laden with a cold, unyielding authority. "However, any action against me or towards Daphne will be met with a force you cannot possibly comprehend." The words were not a promise, but a decree, etched in the very air around them. "This isn't a negotiation, nor is it a suggestion. This is merely a fair warning, my friend. Nothing more. Consider it a testament to the value I place on your current standing, and a stark reminder of the precipice upon which you stand." Releasing a long, shuddering breath, Harry's gaze remained fixed on Blaze's eyes, a silent battle playing out in the tense space between them. "I do not wish to penetrate your mind," he began, his voice low and carefully controlled, "to invade the trust we have built between us. That is not my intent nor my desire." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, the weight of their unspoken implications heavy in the air. "However," he continued, a subtle shift in his posture betraying the unwavering resolve beneath his calm exterior, "give me any sign of betrayal, even the slightest flicker of disloyalty, and I will not hesitate. I will tear every invading thought, every hidden agenda, every shred of deceit you have ever harbored, directly from your mind. I will delve into the deepest recesses of your consciousness to ensure, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that your loyalty is absolute and uncompromised." His eyes narrowed, a cold intensity entering their depths. "Do we understand each other unequivocally?" The question hung in the air, a challenge and a warning, demanding an answer that went beyond mere words. Blaze gulped heavily, before seemingly understanding the situation he found himself, and nodded, "Unequivocally." "Good." Harry's voice was laced with a chilling finality, each word a hammer blow sealing his declaration. His eyes, usually alight with a mischievous spark, now held a cold, unwavering intensity that brooked no argument. Then just remember, and remember this well, Daphne will only ever be your friend. Nothing more, nothing less. He paused, letting the weight of his statement settle, before leaning in slightly, his gaze piercing. And she is mine. The possessiveness in his tone was absolute, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It was a clear, undeniable warning, a line drawn in the sand, daring anyone to cross it. Chapter 71. There is nothing to be afraid of, Tori, Harry said, his voice a gentle reassurance, an easy smile gracing his lips as he looked at the younger girl. Her features, so delicate and undeniably similar to her elder sister, Daphne, tugged at a sense of familiarity within him. Daphne has told me all about your condition, every detail she could remember, every symptom you've endured. I've spent my entire summer, so many waking hours, studying with her, poring over texts and theories, desperate to find an answer, a solution, a way to help you. He paused, his gaze softening, acknowledging the fear that still lingered in young Blonde's eyes. While I don't think I have all the answers just yet, and I wouldn't dare claim to, I truly believe I am close. We've made significant progress. I'm not asking you to blindly trust me, Tori, not without reason. But I am asking you to trust your sister. She was with me tirelessly at all hours of the night, throughout our entire summer, searching for an answer, for a glimmer of hope. Harry extended a hand in an attempt to comfort the young girl. I think we are incredibly close to a breakthrough. I just need to see your magic, Tori. I need to truly understand this before I make any further decisions or attempt interventions. We need to take this one step at a time together. His eyes held a steady, unwavering resolve, a silent promise of his dedication to her well-being. The young girl shifted her gaze between her older sister, Daphne, and the striking young man who now stood before them. A silent current of anticipation hummed in the air, thick with unspoken observations. Ever since his arrival, whispers had rippled through their house, a low murmur of curiosity and speculation that had reached even Astoria's ears. He was, by all accounts, an enigma, and his presence had certainly stirred the otherwise predictable rhythm of their lives. Now, however, Astoria held the leader of Slytherin's undivided attention, a fact that would undoubtedly ignite a spark of envy in many of the other girls residing in the house, both younger and older. His gaze, intense and direct, seemed to pierce through the usual facade of polite indifference. It was a potent combination of allure and mystery that made him the subject of countless hushed conversations, and Astoria herself felt a strange pull towards his charismatic aura. Astoria, her voice barely above a whisper, turned to her older sister, a silent plea for guidance or perhaps just reassurance. Daphne! The name hung in the air, a question mark on the silence, as if she sought to unravel the complex web of emotions and expectations that had suddenly become entwined with this young man's presence. We have covered so many corners of magic, Tori, Daphne explained with a soft, reassuring voice, her hand gently resting on her sister's arm. Corners our family could have only dreamed of in their search of curing this curse on our family. The runes we deciphered, the potions we studied, and the art of elemental manipulation we've begun to grasp. Our ancestors, for all their knowledge, were limited by their time and resources. We, however, have delved into family libraries that have been around for centuries. This journey has been transformative, not just for our magical abilities, but for us as individuals. When we cure you, Tori, we are going to forge a new path for our family, a legacy that will echo through generations to come. Daphne took a breath before placing both her hands on her sister's shoulders. We want to end this curse for you, but also for the Greengrass family for all time. The air in the fifth-year Slytherin's bedroom hung heavy with unspoken tension, the only sound the faint, erratic beat of the teen girl's heart. Her gaze, wide with a mixture of apprehension and conviction, flickered from the formidable figure of Harry, whose presence seemed to fill the room, to her sister, whose own eyes mirrored a desperate hope. A dry swallow, a subtle tightening in her throat, preceded the words that seemed to carry the weight of their world. He is our best chance, Daphne asserted, her voice, though soft, resonating with an unshakable belief. A pause, a silent plea hanging in the air before she added with a newfound urgency, don't underestimate him. It was more than a statement. It was a desperate pleading, a plea to set aside preconceived notions and embrace the unconventional. The fate of something immeasurable, something vital, hinged on this understanding, on this trust in an unexpected savior. Astoria exchanged a long, searching glance with her sister, Daphne, before her gaze drifted to the young man beside her. He was known as King Snake to the members of her house, a name that carried both respect and a hint of trepidation. To Daphne, however, he was simply Harry, her boyfriend. A subtle nod, almost imperceptible, passed between the two sisters, a silent communication that spoke volumes. Finally, Astoria broke the silence, her voice calm and steady. "Okay," she said, her eyes meeting Harry's. "Go ahead, Harry." At last, Harry looked up, his emerald green eyes, usually so determined, now searching for approval as they met those of his girlfriend. He sought not just assurance, but permission, a silent understanding in the depths of Daphne's calm, cerulean gaze. To his delight, Daphne merely offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod. It was enough. A small gesture that spoke volumes, a quiet affirmation that bolstered his resolve. The weight of his impending words seemed to settle in his chest, and the teen let out a slow, deliberate breath, the air whistling softly between his lips before he finally spoke. "Astoria," he began, his voice a low, steady rumble, "this won't be pleasant. I won't lie to you about that. There's a good chance it will be uncomfortable, perhaps even distressing." He paused, allowing his words to sink in, wanting to prepare her as best he could for what was to come. His eyes never left hers, conveying a sincerity that was undeniable. "But," he continued, his voice gaining a quiet strength, "I promise you with everything I have that it could lead us to the answers we desperately need. Answers that have eluded your family for far too long, answers that could change everything." He reached out, his hand hovering for a moment before gently clasping hers, a silent anchor in the storm of uncertainty. "Just trust me, Astoria. Trust in what I'm about to do and relax. Let go of your fear if you can, and allow me to guide you. I will do the rest." His thumb brushed over the back of her hand, a small, comforting gesture intended to convey the depth of his commitment and his unwavering promise to protect her through whatever lay ahead. Astoria took a deep breath before saying, "Do what you have to." Harry took that as permission, a silent agreement passing between them. He closed his eyes, a soft sigh escaping his lips, and mumbled, his voice a low, almost intimate rumble, "Daph, step out for a moment. I need it to be just us." The air in the room seemed to hum with a sudden, charged anticipation, the unspoken weight of their shared history settling between them. Hearing the door close behind her, Harry took a deep breath, the sound of the latch clicking echoing in the sudden silence of the room. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and stretched his senses, reaching out with his innate magical abilities. His goal, to connect to Astoria's magic, a delicate and precise task that required immense concentration. Several moments passed, moments filled with what felt like fruitless searching, as Harry's magical tendrils probed the ambient magical energy. When no results came, he pushed harder, his brow furrowed in concentration, refusing to give up. Then, a faint spark, a subtle ripple in the magical fabric of the room, registered in his awareness. It was weak at first, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Harry honed in on it, his senses locking onto the unique signature of the young girl's magic. With a surge of determination, he began delving deep into it, cautiously at first, then with more purpose. His intent was clear, to find any trace of malevolence, any lingering darkness or manipulative influence that might be hidden within her magical core. It was a perilous journey into the unknown, but one he had to undertake to ensure her safety. It took what felt like an eternity, long and agonizing moments stretching into an unbearable silence, before Harry finally felt the insidious tendrils of the blood curse. It throbbed, deep and hot, within the very core of the girl's magical essence, a malevolent fire consuming her from the inside out. Harry's senses, honed by countless encounters with dark magic, recognized the unique, searing signature immediately. A wave of profound concern washed over him as he perceived its relentless attack, eroding her vitality with every beat of her heart. He took a deep, steadying breath, forcing himself to remain calm, his mind racing through the vast archives of his knowledge. He began a methodical and swift assessment of the girl's magical ails, his focus absolute, determined to unravel the curse's deepest intent and find a way to sever its connection before it could claim her entirely. Separating from the girl after what felt like hours of searching, Harry's eyes went straight to Daphne's, who had returned to the room quietly after a long wait. She eyed the two in concern. The young man swallowed hard, the taste of ash in his mouth from the lingering tension. He offered Astoria a gentle smile, though his heart hammered against his ribs, a drumbeat of uncertainty. Astoria, still grasping for breath, her chest heaving, looked bewildered by her own feelings, by the profound and intrusive sensation of having another's presence enter the innermost chambers of her mind. "You did beautifully, Tori," Harry murmured, his voice soft but firm, a reassuring anchor in the tumultuous wake of their shared experience. "Go get some rest, and let me talk it over with your sister. There's a lot we need to discuss, and I think it's best we do so privately." He knew the conversation with Daphne would be difficult, fraught with questions and unspoken fears, but it was a necessary one, a crucial step in understanding the implications of what they had just accomplished. "I am old enough to hear the truth myself," Astoria said proudly. Harry's fingers gently grazed the girl's cheek, a soft, reassuring touch. His smile was warm, a comforting balm in the tense atmosphere. "Of course you are," he murmured, his voice a low, steady rumble that seemed to calm the frantic beating of her heart. "But I want to make absolutely certain we are all perfectly aligned in our understanding, that we are indeed on the same page, as the saying goes, before I lay out the various options before us. It's crucial, you see, that we move forward with a unified front, with everyone fully aware of the stakes and the potential paths we can take. Let me talk to your sister, alone." He held her gaze, a silent promise of support and guidance in his eyes. Astoria looked between the two for a long moment, before sighing, "Very well." Harry gently nudged the young Slytherin girl, sending her on her way with a kind smile. She was a second year, barely 12 years old, and possessed an innocence that seemed a relic from a simpler time, a stark contrast to the hardened experiences Harry and Daphne had already faced. As he watched her walk off, a knot tightened in Harry's stomach. The thought of what lay ahead, of the difficult news he had to impart, weighed heavily on him. He had no idea how he would break it to her, let alone to her older sister, his girlfriend, whose reaction he dreaded even more. The delicate balance of their lives was about to be irrevocably altered, and Harry felt the crushing weight of responsibility to deliver the truth with as much grace and compassion as he could muster, despite the inevitable pain it would cause. When the two were finally alone, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind Astoria with a decisive thud, Daphne turned to Harry. A knowing, almost weary expression settled upon her features. Her voice, barely above a murmur, cut through the sudden silence. "I know that look," she whispered, her eyes searching Hermione's face intently. "It's bad, isn't it? Tell me what we have to do." Swallowing hard, Harry's voice was gravely serious, leaving no room for false hope or softened blows. "The blood curse is not a simple affliction we can easily dispel, Daphne," he began, his gaze unwavering as it met hers. "It's woven deeply into the very fabric of your family's genetics, an ancient and potent magic that has taken root over generations. To break it, to truly sever its hold, would demand an almost unfathomable price, with consequences I am only beginning to fathom." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the stunned silence that followed. "We would need a vast amount of blood from other members of your family," Harry continued, his voice heavy with the grim reality of the situation. "More than one could possibly survive. The sacrifice required would be immense, a collective offering of life force on a scale that is, well, frankly, devastating to even consider. To save your sister, Astoria Daff," he finished, his voice barely a whisper, "I'm sorry. There simply isn't a safe or viable path forward without such a catastrophic cost, and even then I am unsure if her magic would survive the way forward." "How many lives would it cost?" Daphne asked quietly, refusing to meet the eyes of her boyfriend. "It would depend," Harry answered honestly, his voice barely above a whisper, the weight of the decision pressing down on the room. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, his gaze distant as he wrestled with the difficult choice. "We could put a person through absolute misery, and several through a bad experience. No matter the way forward, some will not make it, and for those who do survive, it would be unpleasant. There's no easy path here, no outcome where everyone walks away unscathed. His eyes finally met Daphne's, a flicker of raw, painful hesitancy in their depths, as if the words themselves were forged from a crucible of impossible choices. In another scenario, he began, his voice barely above a whisper, one would die and Astoria would be cured. A life for a life, in a way, yes, though it's infinitely more complicated than that simple, cold equation. It's not merely a trade of vitality. It would be a sacrifice, a profound, devastating exchange beyond the simple cost of blood or life itself. It is a sacrifice of loss, for Astoria, who would carry the weight of that life taken for her own salvation. And for whoever conducted the ritual, who would bear the spiritual scar of the deed. It needs to be personal. He exhaled slowly, the air in the small space growing heavy, suffocating, with the unspoken, brutal truth of the ancient magic. It would be anything but painless. The magic demands a balance, a shattering of something similar to a life force so complete that the rupture alone could be agonizing. He paused, forcing himself to look past the images his imagination conjured of Astoria's screams, and continued. But it would promise an end to the blood curse as we know it, breaking its grip for good for all time. No underlying conditions left to fester. No hidden clauses embedded in your family's magical cores. No insidious, unexpected repercussions that could plunge us back into this nightmare a generation from now. In its finality, in its absolute, clean severance of the curse's lineage, it may truly be worth it. The uncertainty in his final, soft words did not detract from the chilling nature of the statement. Rather, it amplified it, a palpable, haunting doubt that hung in the silence. It was a terrifying acknowledgement of the unknown variables in their desperate, high-stakes gamble against fate, a desperate hope built upon a foundation of absolute despair. Daphne seemed to swallow hard, her gaze fixed on the speaker with a mixture of hope and profound apprehension. The gravity of the situation settled heavily in the silence that followed, a palpable weight in the air. "You're sure?" she finally managed to ask, her voice barely a whisper, yet laced with an undeniable urgency. One could die and Astoria would live, and the blood curse would be broken. The questions tumbled out, each one a desperate plea for reassurance, for confirmation that such a profound sacrifice could indeed lead to the salvation of the one they held so dear. Her eyes searched the others, seeking any flicker of doubt, any hesitation that might betray the impossibility of such a grim bargain. "Everything I have discovered of the curse," Harry said after a long moment, his voice a low, somber murmur that seemed to fill the quiet space between them. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, a gesture of weary contemplation. "Indicates that would be the case. The magical signature, the way it intertwines with the victim's own life force, it's designed to be absolute, to run its course with an almost predetermined inevitability. There are no known counter-curses or reversals that could completely eradicate it once it has taken root to this extent." He paused, his gaze distant, as if reliving every frustrating dead end in his research. "Every text, every ritual, every whispered legend I've managed to unearth points to the same grim conclusion. It's a slow, insidious consumption, and by the time its true nature is fully revealed, we could have transferred it to another and ended it all." Swallowing hard, Daphne finally nodded. "Then I know what we have to do." "Oh." "It's the Wiggenweld potion, sir," Harry said with his quill raised in the air, as Professor Slughorn addressed him. "Right you are, my boy. Familiar with this one, are we?" the man asked mischievously. "Passingly," Harry said with a shrug, as he put his raised arm around Daphne, leaning back in his chair, trying to appear nonchalant about his knowledge. Some of the Slytherins exchanged knowing glances, but Harry just kept his confident facade on his face. Tom had been meticulously guiding Harry through the intricacies of brewing Wiggenweld potion since the beginning of the summer, well in advance of his third year at Hogwarts. This wasn't merely an academic exercise, it was a crucial component of their rigorous dueling regimen. The Wiggenweld, an owl-level potion, served as a vital restorative. In the event that Harry found himself unable to utilize his unique ability of Parseltongue for healing, the potent elixir would efficiently mend any injuries he sustained during their intense and often physically demanding practice sessions. This strategic foresight ensured that Harry was not only learning advanced potion making, but also had a reliable safety net in place to recover from the unavoidable bumps and bruises of their training, allowing them to push the boundaries of his magical combat skills without undue risk. Harry had, in recent weeks, become something of a star student in Professor Slughorn's potions class. With an almost uncanny instinct and a thorough understanding of the arcane art, he consistently produced brews of exceptional quality. Unbeknownst to most, his paramour, Daphne, played a crucial, albeit subtle, role in this newfound academic prowess. The young wizard had confided in Daphne his desire to impress their new, rather portly, potions master. Slughorn, known for his appreciation of talent and a keen eye for those with a certain flair, was a man Harry felt he needed to win over. Daphne, ever his most faithful Slytherin, didn't understand the strategic advantage such a man could provide, but complied without question. Consequently, during moments of uncertainty, or when a particularly tricky question arose, a soft whisper from Daphne would often provide the precise ingredient, the correct stirring motion, or the subtle nuance that would elevate Harry's potion from merely competent to truly outstanding. Her discreet assistance was a well-oiled machine, almost imperceptible to the casual observer. However, the current challenge before them in the bubbling cauldron required no such clandestine aid. For this one, Harry could rely solely on his burgeoning talent and the knowledge he had genuinely absorbed, confident that the dazzling display his potion would undoubtedly create would be entirely his own doing. Harry had delved deep into the history of the wizarding world, uncovering a surprising fact. Albus Dumbledore and Horace Slughorn had maintained a decades-long friendship. This revelation sparked a new resolve in the young wizard. He knew that to truly understand and ultimately defeat Dumbledore, he needed to find an a weakness or a pattern in the man's behavior that he could exploit. He envisioned a meticulous strategy, a slow and deliberate chipping away at the old man's carefully constructed facade, until, somehow, he would catch the man completely off guard. It was a predator's mindset, a grim determination to bring the old headmaster down, to put him down like an old, weary dog. The image was stark and brutal, reflecting the cold, calculating side of Harry that had emerged in his pursuit of victory. As the bell echoed through the potions classroom, signaling the dismissal of the day's lesson, Harry watched as his classmates began to pack their cauldrons and exit, their chatter slowly fading into the distant corridors. Yet one figure remained steadfastly by his side, Daphne. A curious, almost expectant, expression graced her features, a silent question in her eyes that Harry didn't need to verbalize. Instead of breaking the comfortable silence with an inquiry, she simply linked her arm through his, a familiar gesture of companionship, as he made his way towards Professor Slughorn's desk. The esteemed potions master, a man of considerable girth and even more considerable love for the finer things in life, was engrossed in his own end-of-day ritual, meticulously examining a few final potions from the day's practical work, a hum of satisfaction occasionally escaping his lips. Harry approached with a discreet leather satchel in his hand. The weight of its contents a pleasant secret. With a subtle movement, he placed the bag on the polished surface of the man's desk. Professor Slughorn, momentarily startled from his contemplation of a particularly iridescent concoction, raised his bushy eyebrows in surprise, a silent question forming on his lips. Harry offered the professor a warm, genuine smile, a hint of Slytherin camaraderie in his gaze. "Crystallized pineapple, sir," Harry announced, his voice soft but clear. "I hear it is your absolute favorite. Consider it a small token of appreciation, a gift from one Slytherin to another." The implication was clear. Not just a student, but a fellow member of their illustrious house, bound by shared heritage and a certain understanding of the world. Slughorn's eyes twinkled with delight, a broad grin spreading across his face, the gesture clearly having the desired effect. "Harry, my boy, just like your mother, a flatterer. But how did you know?" The man's curiosity was clearly in his eye. "Intuition," Harry said, a smirk playing on his lips as he delivered the word with an air of self-satisfaction. He expected a chuckle, perhaps a nod of impressed agreement, but instead the man across from him visibly flinched. The reaction was subtle, a fleeting contraction of his features, but Harry, ever observant, didn't miss it. The man quickly recovered, however, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Naturally," he exclaimed, the single word a little too enthusiastic, a little too hollow, leaving Harry to wonder what nerve he had inadvertently struck. The easy confidence that had buoyed his spirits moments before now felt a little deflated, replaced by a flicker of curiosity about the man's unexpected response. The dark apprentice, driven by a fierce determination to confront his target, had naturally turned to Tom, his cunning mentor, for strategic guidance. Tom, ever the pragmatist, had sagely advised that a touch of bribery could prove remarkably effective in opening doors and smoothing the path to the elusive man. However, Harry, in his earnestness, might have overstepped the mark, perhaps offering a sum or a gesture that went beyond mere persuasion. Before Harry could even stammer out a defense or consider a hasty retreat to mitigate the perceived extravagance, the man he sought let out a hearty, booming chuckle. "You know," the man began, a twinkle in his eye, "I am, as it happens, planning to host a series of dinners. These gatherings are specifically designed for some of my more promising students, those with a genuine spark of talent and potential." He paused, his gaze fixed on Harry, a subtle invitation in his expression. "I would, in fact, be profoundly honored to have the King Snake himself grace one of these occasions with his presence." Then his eyes shifted, a polite yet undeniable inclusion in his tone, towards the elegant young woman accompanying Harry. "Miss Greengrass," he added, with a deferential nod, "I would, of course, extend the same warm welcome to you as well. Your company would be most appreciated." The offer, delivered with such an air of casual generosity, caught both Harry and Daphne slightly off guard, turning what had begun as a calculated maneuver into an unexpected, perhaps even advantageous social overture. "We would be honored, sir," Daphne answered for both of them. "I hope you will be equally honored if we attend as a pair, sir," Harry said with a smile, wrapping a single arm around Daphne's midsection. "Oh ho," Horace chuckled jovially, a glint in his eye as he regarded them both. "Of course, a king snake is nothing without his queen. It is only fitting that you both grace my humble dinner." He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "I look forward to hosting you both. Indeed, it brings to mind a delightful memory. Perhaps I will regale you with the story of how your mother and father, in their final, glorious days of Hogwarts, attended one of my very own dinners. It was a most memorable evening, filled with lively conversation, and, if I recall correctly, a rather spirited debate about the merits of charms versus transfiguration. A truly enchanting pair they were, even then." Harry offered the man a forced smile, a silent acknowledgement of the offer. Daphne, ever the pragmatic Slytherin, sensed the shift and deftly interjected, her voice smooth as aged wine. "Perhaps that would be saved for a more intimate moment, sir, after, with a little Bungburl spiced mead." Her words, delivered with a tantalizing smirk, were a strategic parry, designed to both diffuse the immediate confrontation and subtly redirect the conversation towards a more convivial and potentially advantageous future. The suggestion of the potent, sweet mead, famous for its ability to loosen tongues and inhibitions, hung in the air, promising a different kind of negotiation later in the evening. Slughorn let his head back with a hearty laugh. "The two of you are dangerous together. I love it. Perhaps you are right. I look forward to the occasion." As Harry and Daphne exited the potions classroom and made their way back to the common room, Daphne let out a sigh as she moved to stand in front of the teen, a questioning look on her face. "I want to help you, Harry, but it would be a lot easier if I knew what you were after." Harry gripped the bottom of the girl's jaw with 2 fingers, smiling at the girl in satisfaction. "You are doing beautifully and serving me well. You have nothing further to worry about." Daphne seemed on the verge of protesting, a flicker of defiance in her eyes, but a moment of reflection brought a subtle shake of her head. She had clearly thought better of it, whatever objection had been brewing. A few days had passed since Harry had meticulously documented his final observations regarding Astoria's mysterious affliction. The pervasive solution now hung heavy in the air. A silent but potent anxiety was whether they could achieve success any other way. Or were they, despite their efforts and proximity to triumph, destined to stumble and ultimately fail in one manner or another. The stakes were high, and the path forward, though clearer than before, was still fraught with uncertainty. Harry believed Daphne was strong enough to succeed, but a cold knot of apprehension tightened in his gut. He could only hope her stomach for the darker variations of magic, the kind that demanded a willingness to compromise, to skirt the edges of accepted morality, would prevail in the face of uncertainty. The path she was embarking on was fraught with peril, a labyrinth of shadows and morally ambiguous choices. Would her inherent strength and burgeoning power be enough to navigate its treacherous turns, or would the darkness consume her, twisting her into something unrecognizable? He had seen others fall, brilliant witches and wizards lured by the promise of power, only to lose themselves in the abyss. Daphne was different, he told himself, but the doubts lingered like a persistent chill, a silent warning of the dangers and sacrifice that lay ahead. Harry could only hope his belief in her was not misplaced. Chapter 72. It was wandless magic. At 13, Blaise exclaimed, his laughter echoing around the large, polished round table. Scanning the faces of his companions in Slughorn's office, Harry noted some were utterly enraptured by his innate ability to spin a tale, others merely smiling indulgently at his theatrics. A flicker of genuine pride, however, danced in his eyes as he recounted the memory. Well, needless to say, Daphne and I were utterly convinced of his potential that very day. It wasn't just raw power. It was an innate understanding, a natural connection to magic that most witches and wizards spend years trying to cultivate. And shortly after that, a bond formed, forging a friendship that has endured a lot in our short years together. Harry raised his glass to Blaise, a warm smile gracing his lips as he looked at the young man closest to him. It truly all came in perfect timing, he mused, his gaze drifting thoughtfully for a moment, as if replaying memories in his mind. Their friendships, the way we all gravitated towards each other, finding common ground and support when we needed it most. It wasn't just about individual bonds, it was about something bigger. He took a sip of his drink, then continued, looking towards Daphne now. Those friendships, forged in our shared hopes and dreams for Slytherin, brought us all closer together. They knit the very fabric of our house's current standing, making it stronger, more resilient. It became a haven where everyone can feel the same sense of belonging and friendship we all felt together. Daphne, who had been listening intently, reached over and gently took Harry's hand in her own. A playful giggle escaped her lips as she confessed, her eyes sparkling with affection. Maybe a little more than friendship for me. Her touch was light, yet meaningful, a silent testament to the deeper connections that had blossomed between them. The two Hufflepuffs across the table, both in their 5th year, dramatically fake-gagged, their expressions a faux display of revulsion. Susan Bones, with her neat braid, and Hannah Abbott, her blonde hair falling around her shoulders, mock-giggled in perfect tandem, their amusement infectious. A few seats down, Hestia Caro, who was seated next to Blaise Zabini, offered her own perfectly calibrated fake chuckle, a glint of mischief in her dark eyes. "Jealousy isn't a pretty color, girls," she drawled, her voice a low, teasing murmur, clearly annoyed by the two girls speaking against the leader of their house. Flora's genuine laugh bubbled up, a cold sound that filled the quiet space between them. She shook her head, her eyes twinkling with sinister amusement as she looked from her sister to the two girls who were now glaring at her sister. "Telling that to two Hufflepuffs is a lost cause, sister," Flora declared, her voice light and teasing. "Their loyalty to those horrible colors should tell you all about their acquired taste." "Oh ho," Slughorn boomed, his voice resonating through the dungeon's classroom with a hearty chuckle. "I can see that the house rivalry in this generation is as strong as ever, a vibrant echo of the spirited contests of my own youth. It warms my old heart to witness such fervent competition." He paused, his eyes twinkling as he surveyed the assembled students, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "However," he continued, a note of impressed surprise entering his tone, "I must admit, I haven't seen such a truly united Slytherin house in many, many generations. There's a singular purpose about them that is quite striking, quite commendable even. It speaks volumes of their collective spirit, and perhaps even their leader." While the Caro twins and the two Hufflepuff girls shot glares at each other, Harry just chuckled, glancing towards the Caro twins. "Down, girls. I am sure they meant no harm." Both Caros schooled their expressions, placing their hands in their laps, casting their eyes to their desert, while Harry offered Slughorn a bow of his head. "I'm not sure what it was, but—" "Maybe it was winning the Triwizard Tournament," Daphne interrupted thoughtfully. "Or beating down 3 seventh years in our third," Theo added jokingly, having been quiet for most of the evening. "I thought it was his way with ministry officials," Hermione Granger said, the fifth-year Gryffindor prefect, sending the chuckles of the gathered Slytherins into a terse silence. All eyes in the dungeon's classroom swiveled to Hermione Granger. The usually demure bookworm, known for her earnestness and logical approach, now sported a mischievous smile that seemed utterly out of place on her studious face. The unexpected expression sent a ripple of curiosity and a touch of unease through the Slytherin side of the table. Harry, who had been idly turning his glass by the stem, leaned back in his chair, his green eyes narrowed slightly in suspicion. A profound silence descended, thick and expectant, as if the very air held its breath. Even Professor Slughorn, usually so jovial and full of bombastic pronouncements, looked genuinely puzzled, his cherubic face creased in thought. He stroked his face, clearly weighing the situation. There was an undeniable challenge in Hermione's gaze, a glint that promised either brilliance or utter chaos. Deciding there was no immediate danger in taking the bait that Hermione had so deliberately laid down, and intrigued despite himself, Harry finally broke the quiet. "What do you mean by that, Miss Granger?" he asked, his voice calm but with an underlying edge of caution, ready for whatever curveball she was about to throw. "It's just that," Hermione began, her eyes staring into the unblinking eyes of the king snake. "Madame Umbridge was so incredibly, infuriatingly set on that ridiculous, outdated text by Slinkard for our defense against the dark arts lessons. She insisted it was the only acceptable resource, despite its utter lack of practical application and its disingenuous portrayal of magical creatures along with their offspring. But then, quite dramatically, after the detention she inflicted upon your 3 closest friends, she changed her tune entirely." Hermione had been a quiet girl after she had been rebuked by her fellow Gryffindors the first few years at Hogwarts. Harry had watched at the corner of his eyes as the girl had retreated into herself in year 3 and 4. Then, after a long summer, the girl had returned, practically a young woman and a prefect. She was a long way off Daphne's beauty, but the girl had matured well over the years. "I'm sorry, Miss Granger. I am afraid I still don't quite understand your insinuation," Harry countered curiously. "Insinuation," Hermione repeated, a faint laugh escaping her lips as she tossed her long, bushy hair over her shoulder. "No, not an insinuation at all. Just a simple observation, that's all." She paused, allowing the implication to hang in the air for a moment, her gaze unwavering as she watched Harry's reaction. Then, with a knowing smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, she continued, her voice dropping slightly, "Though it is quite curious, isn't it? 2 of my dormmates, Lavender Brown and Parvati Paddle, returned from their detentions that very night looking rather pleased with themselves. They were quite emphatic about how lenient Madame Umbridge had been, letting them off with merely a warning. And of course, they also distinctly remember seeing you, Harry, making a rather hasty exit from the corridor just before they arrived." Hermione's eyes narrowed slightly, a silent challenge in their depths. The unspoken question lingered. What exactly had transpired during Harry's encounter with the High Inquisitor that had put her in such an unexpectedly good mood? Harry glanced around as the eyes of the entire room fell upon him. He smiled at the girl, however, across from him, the look of confidence never wavering. "Very well, you caught me, Miss Granger." Turning to Daphne, he offered the girl a wink. "I always told you she was brilliant. A waste in Gryffindor." To his girlfriend's credit, Daphne hardly allowed a moment to pass before she covered her giggle with her hand, faking a knowing impression. "You have said that before." It was a lie, and they both knew it. Harry had never openly complimented the Muggle-born witch. Not to Daphne, or any other he could recall, yet instead they caught the girl flat-footed, and disarmed the rest of the group by not denying his appearance in Umbridge's office. "It seems you have caught me, Miss Granger," Harry began, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He leaned forward slightly, observing her with an unreadable expression. I suspect you, and now everyone else, are curious as to why I was at the detention with my friends, while I myself was not issued detention. He posed the question open-endedly, his gaze challenging her to unravel the mystery he had so carefully constructed. The quiet hum of the dungeons seemed to amplify the tension between them, every word hanging in the air, charged with unspoken implications. Hermione's smile, however, had slipped, and nodded with curiosity deep in her eyes. Harry merely offered her a smirk. As you undoubtedly know, the names Black, Potter, Zabini, Greengrass, and not carry significant weight in this country. The girl's eyes furrowed at the mention of pureblood families, and Harry immediately raised his hands. Don't worry, this isn't going to be a story where we flex the history of our families, or used our influence as heirs to the pureblood families to coerce a ministry official. Most of the table seemed skeptical, their expressions ranging from outright disbelief to polite, but unconvinced, nods. Even some of Harry's closest friends, though loyal, wore faint lines of doubt on their faces, likely recalling the tumultuous events of the past and the ministry's steadfast denials. However, Professor Slughorn, surprisingly, seemed visibly relieved, a deep sigh escaping his lips. His usually jovial demeanor had been replaced with a rare seriousness, and his eyes, though still twinkling with a hint of their usual mischief, now held a glint of fear and understanding. Harry, sensing the lingering tension and the need for clarity, didn't leave the group in suspense. He leaned forward slightly, his voice firm and clear, cutting through the murmurs of uncertainty. I merely told our professor, he began, gesturing subtly towards Slughorn, a first-hand account of what happened in the Triwizard Tournament and then the aftermath. His gaze swept over the faces at the table, acknowledging their unspoken questions. We begged and pleaded with the woman to at least give us a fighting chance at what's out there. To acknowledge the truth of conflict on the horizon, to prepare us with knowledge and the means to defend ourselves. His voice grew a little more impassioned, recalling the frustration and despair they felt in that moment. We tried to make her see the danger, to understand the sheer scale of the threat that was looming over us all. In the end, she finally caved and decided to at least give us the books to point us in the right direction. I may have shed a tear or two to really sell it, Daphne said with a chuckle, causing a break in the tension and others to chuckle. Needless to say, Madame Umbridge is still under the minister's orders, but is much more willing to give, let's call it, a guiding hand to her students, Harry said with a smirk. Professor Slughorn, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of amusement and genuine admiration, didn't even allow a moment to pass before he burst forth with praise. That is quite something, my boy, quite something indeed. Dolores was always a remarkably stubborn student, even in her younger years. Her resolve was legendary amongst the staff, often bordering on intractable. The fact that the four of you, a mere quartet of students, managed to show her the way, to guide her to a different perspective, is truly something outstanding. It speaks volumes about your collective wit, your persuasive abilities, and your understanding of how to navigate the political minefields. I applaud each and every one of you for this remarkable achievement. Believe me, if I wouldn't have to justify it tomorrow in the staff meeting, which I assure you would involve a considerable amount of spirited debate with certain less open-minded colleagues, I'd give you all a tremendous, truly tremendous amount of house points. He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Perhaps, however, a more discreet and equally rewarding recognition is in order. The other Slytherins grinned at each other in recognition, while Harry merely offered Hermione a wink, making the girl's cheeks color. Well, we should all be grateful, Hermione said with a raise of her glass. You may have saved all of our owls, or at least given us time to study for them. Offering the witch a cheeky grin, Harry raised the glass in return, his eyes twinkling mischievously. I may be the king's snake, Miss Granger, he began, his voice a low, confident purr. But if you are ever in need of, if I may be so modest, call it an expert opinion in defense against the dark arts, then you will find my door open. Not just open, in fact, but practically revolving for you. Daphne can attest to my love for intellectual discourse and the thrilling challenge of colluding with fellow scholars. And none, even in the esteemed House of Ravenclaw, can claim to possess a mind as truly brilliant and incisive as yours." He took a slow, deliberate sip from his glass, his gaze never leaving hers, a silent challenge and an unspoken invitation hanging in the air between them. Daphne's grip tightened on his arm, a silent protest that went unnoticed by most, but her expression remained pointedly positive, betraying none of her internal dissatisfaction. A ripple of surprise spread across the table, though. Most of their companions seemed taken aback by Harry's unexpected offer, none more so than Hermione. The pretty Gryffindor prefect, however, merely set her glass down with a soft click, her gaze meeting Harry's. A warm smile touched her lips as she replied, "I would like that, thank you, Harry." The simple words, spoken with a genuine warmth, seemed to cut through the slight tension that had settled over their group, a quiet acceptance that promised something more, something pleasant in the future. "And this is precisely why I host these delightful dinners," Slughorn exclaimed jovially, his eyes twinkling with satisfaction as he surveyed the lingering group. "Forming connections that might not have been forged otherwise, bridging gaps between houses and disciplines. That, my dear students, is the true magic of these gatherings. I believe I can confidently justify the 20 points to both Slytherin and Gryffindor I intend to reward for such exemplary displays of intellectual camaraderie and polite discourse." He beamed, clearly pleased with the outcome of the evening. Harry and Hermione, seated across from each other, offered a respectful nod to their portly professor, a silent acknowledgement of his generous praise and the enjoyable evening. The air in the elegantly appointed dining room was still thick with the aroma of the last course, perhaps a hint of a rich chocolate gâteau or a delicate fruit tart. The clinking of silverware had long since ceased, replaced by the low hum of contented conversation. Slughorn, however, was a man of many engagements. With a practiced ease, the man then checked his ornate pocket watch, its golden gleam catching the ambient light. A faint sigh escaped him, a sound of mild regret. "Now forgive me for cutting our evening short," he began, his voice softening slightly. "But I have a promise to fulfill tonight, a commitment that simply cannot wait. Rest assured, I will send my owls to each of you with ample notice when I plan my next dinner. I do hope you will all be able to attend once more. For now, however, I must bid you farewell. Have a good evening, students." He rose from his seat, a clear signal that the evening's festivities had come to a close. As one the group seemed to begin rising to their feet, good-natured groans followed, and began making their way towards the exit. Daphne and Harry, however, lingered, knowing that they were the final appointment of the professor's evening. Surprisingly, Hermione Granger had lingered too, and approached the couple as they dismissed the other Slytherins to go ahead and depart ahead of them. The brunette girl spoke softly, while Professor Slughorn was out of earshot. That was quite the act. Harry's eyes raised in a puzzled nature, while Daphne leveled with a glare. The teen boy, however, was the first to speak. "I don't know what you mean." "It's just that," Hermione said, before pausing, looking the green-eyed teen in the eye. "You gave Slughorn the impression that I would be welcome in your group, that we could study together as equals, when we both know that would never happen." Separating from Daphne, Harry stepped closer to the Muggle-born girl, into her personal space, staring down at her from his taller vantage point. Plain brown eyes, meeting his emerald green. "Now, Hermione, why would you think that? I have never whispered a word against you, unlike the others." "We cannot forget, however," Hermione said in a hiss, "that your friends would see me registered and branded as a mudblood." "You forget," Harry said, with a flare of his temper rising at the phrase, stepping nearly nose to nose with the girl now, "that my mother was once seen as a mudblood, and that I do not share the usual belief of the pureblood fanatics." Hermione bowed her head at his fury, refusing to meet his angry eyes. She said nothing for a long moment before whispering, "You're right, I am sorry. You've never given me a reason to think you are like them." Reining his temper with a visible effort, Harry reached out, his fingers gently touching the girl's chin. He tilted her face upwards, compelling her to meet his gaze. This time, as their eyes locked, Harry found no resistance in planting his mind firmly within hers. He plunged into the depths of her consciousness, feeling the swirling eddy of doubts and fears that had been her constant companions for a lifetime. He felt the insidious grip of them tighten, amplifying exponentially since her arrival at Hogwarts. The raw, painful memories of bullying flooded him, the taunts, the isolation, the crushing sense of not belonging among the magical community. He understood the bitter sting of prejudice she had experienced since learning of the deep-seated biases against Muggle-borns. It was a wound that festered, leaving her vulnerable and questioning her very place in this world she had only recently discovered. With this newfound understanding, a clear path unfolded before Harry. He knew exactly what he needed to say, what he needed to convey to break through the layers of insecurity. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a soft murmur, yet it carried an undeniable weight of conviction. "Hermione," he began, his tone a balm to her troubled mind, "I only believe in one thing, one fundamental truth that underpins everything. Magic is might. Nothing else matters to me." He paused, letting the words sink in, before continuing with fervent emphasis. "I don't care if you are a Muggle-born, a mudblood, a half-blood, or even a squib reborn into the most powerful sorcerer. I only care about your potential, and how high you are willing to climb to reach it." "Everything all right here, Harry?" Professor Slughorn questioned from behind the pair, arriving back in the room that only held Daphne, Harry, and Hermione. "Of course, Professor," Harry offered over his shoulder, but retaining eye contact with Hermione. "I was just assuring my favorite Gryffindor that she is welcome to study with me anytime." Hermione said nothing, but offered the professor a nod of acknowledgement, before saying her goodnights to the group and exiting the room without further haste. When the door closed behind her, Harry sighed dramatically. "I have done everything I can to ensure that the rest of the school knows I don't care about blood status, but it seems even the brightest still hold their doubts." "It pleases me to hear your assurances that blood status means little," Professor Slughorn admitted, while Daphne remained silent. "There have likely been very few Slytherins that hold the title you do that felt the same way." "My own mother was a Muggle-born, Professor," Harry reminded, his voice firm and unwavering. "How could I ever speak against such a community when she sacrificed so much to see that I live in this very moment?" "I could not agree more, my boy, could not agree more," Slughorn said, waddling towards Harry, placing an arm around his shoulder, guiding him back to the table that Daphne sat at. Her expression was neutral, but one look into her eyes told Harry she was displeased by something that had occurred this evening. Thankfully, Slughorn was not going to allow him to dwell on these thoughts. "Your mother was one of my favorite students. Absolute favorites." The professor guided his students to a smaller table in a more intimate part of his office, and gestured for the 2 chairs across from him. With a flick of her wrist, Daphne made a bottle of single malt whiskey appear on the table, and Professor Slughorn's eyes widened in disbelief and perhaps a bit of greed. "My king snake is not the only resourceful one," the pureblood princess asserted, not wanting to be overlooked. "I have it on good authority that this single malt whiskey is your favorite. My boyfriend has not yet acquired the taste, but I thought if we were to share stories of his family, then it called for a special occasion. I took the liberty of acquiring the special bottle of a goblin 25-year-old drink. I believe it will perfectly complement the evening's conversation and help give my love an acquired taste of the Wizarding Lord's drink." She paused, allowing his words to sink in, a subtle challenge in his gaze. "It was not an easy find, but I believe the effort was worth it to honor such a gathering." Harry offered the girl an impressed smirk, while Slughorn offered a fish-out-of-water expression before letting loose a bellowing laughter. "Oh, my dear boy, you are in trouble. This Ms. Greengrass is a keeper. Best keep her close." The teen boy grabbed the girl's hand possessively and offered his professor a smile. "I intend to, sir." "Now, I promised you a story, the only time your father attended one of my austere meetings." What followed was shared drinks and easily an hour of laughter and hilarity. The quiet dungeon seemed to fade into the background as Harry, Slughorn, and Daphne connected. Slughorn, with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, regaled Harry with tales of his parents' Hogwarts days. Harry learned that his father was every bit the prankster he had heard and believed he was, a master of elaborate japes and clever charms, often much to the chagrin of professors and the delight of his friends. Slughorn spoke of the marauders, painting a vivid picture of a time both wild and free. Lily, on the other hand, Slughorn offered a different, yet equally captivating, perspective. Harry discovered his mother was every bit the brilliant witch he was promised, her stories filled with academic triumphs, groundbreaking spellwork, and a quick wit that could disarm even the most formidable adversaries. Slughorn spoke of her love for charms, her dedication to transfiguration, and her fascination with potions. Their conversation wove together, a tapestry of shared memories and new revelations, each parent adding a layer of depth to the stories Harry had only ever heard fragments of. He learned of their courtship, their clashes, and ultimately, their unwavering love, all punctuated by warm smiles and the clinking of glasses that would occur many years past his parents' future. At some point, Slughorn pulled out another bottle of alcohol and set it on the table. Now, I don't typically overindulge with current students, but you both have shown wisdom and strengths beyond your age. I had intended to give this as a gift to our headmaster. This particular mead is his favorite, you know, but no matter, we should share it together, in toast to my favorite student. Harry's eyes lit up. Even in his slightly inebriated state, the teen knew that he had just been given a tidbit of valuable information. Storing it away for the time being, Harry enjoyed his time with the old potions professor and his girlfriend. Long past curfew, Slughorn chuckled. Can you believe the time? We will all be in detention if Albus catches us. Best get off to bed, you two. Harry slung an arm around Daphne and bid his potions professor good night, knowing he had acquired a small piece to his larger puzzle that might lead him victory. When Harry and Daphne exited the potions classroom into dungeons, Daphne didn't let him take a single step towards the Slytherin common room before she turned and grabbed Harry by the front of his robes and pulled him into a kiss. Eagerly, Harry leaned into the kiss, but before he could deepen it, Daphne separated from him. I would like an explanation as to why you put yourself so close to Granger. My Daph, is this jealousy? Harry asked, teasingly, trying to lean in for another kiss, but the girl put a hand on his chest. Allying yourself with a mudblood is hardly going to endear you to our allies, Daphne said stubbornly. Harry's eyes ignited, pushing Daphne against the wall with a force that defied intimacy, and displayed his irritation over the matter. As I reminded Hermione earlier, my mother was what you would call a mudblood, and from every authority I have on the woman, she would have trounced any member of your family in magical combat. Taking a deep breath, trying to rein in his temper, Harry sighed, then repeated his mantra to the young woman. Magic is might. I care for little else. I don't care what our allies think, or anyone else for that matter. If I were to take Hermione under my wing, and she were to ravage each of my followers in magical combat, then I would care little of their opinions. While I doubt this is the case, due to the girl's near-sighted thoughts on certain forms of magic, I would not dismiss her potential. You would be a fool to do so yourself. Separating from Daphne, Harry took a deep breath, allowing Daphne to collect herself before approaching Harry and saying, I'm sorry, Harry, I forgot myself for a moment. I just didn't like how close you got to her. Scoffing, Harry shook his head. Don't forget, I am only a half-blood, while my mother was a Muggle-born. If she can defy the Dark Lord 3 times and put him on his back foot for a decade, and I can be malleable to certain paths in magic, then blood status really does mean nothing. Lifting the girl's chin to meet his eyes, Harry shook his head. Don't forget what I said. After all, generations of your family have failed to cure a curse in your own family, and now a half-blood will be the one that devises the cure for it. Leaning in to kiss the boy, Daphne apologized when she separated. You're right, I am sorry. Sighing, Harry separated from the girl, took her hand, and guided her the short distance to their... Chapter 73. Halloween fell upon the castle in the blink of an eye for Harry. The weeks since the start of term had evaporated in a demanding haze of activity, leaving him feeling as though time itself had accelerated. He had spent his time diligently splitting his focus between the demands of his apprenticeship and his involvement in Daphne's ambitious personal project. A significant portion of his attention had been absorbed by the deep dive into the labyrinthine that made up centuries of Gringotts and goblin history. The sheer volume of material was staggering, covering everything from the foundational treatise with the Ministry of Magic to the intricate Gringotts Charter and the numerous revisions of Goblin law. Harry pored over thick, leather-bound tomes in the secluded, dust-scented corners of the restricted section, cross-referencing archival records on their magical security measures and the arcane principles governing vault warding. It was a rigorous, often dry, academic pursuit, but every piece of knowledge he gained felt like another key to unlocking a potential new way to breach their defenses. For once, paying even marginal attention in Professor Binns' seemingly endless history of magic class proved unexpectedly useful. The ghostly professor of Hogwarts, most notoriously dull subject, had a habit of droning on, particularly about the political machinations and rebellious history of the goblin species. Harry had always found the endless recitation of goblin rebellions numbing, but now, the knowledge of the goblins was crucial. A piece he once overlooked on the chessboard was now at the forefront of his mind. He made an effort to ask an occasional, thoughtful question regarding what it had been like to combat the beast. Furthermore, he often employed a subtle application of legilimency on his classmates to ask others of his curiosities. He would brush against the minds of his nearest classmates, a quiet Ravenclaw named Terry Boot, or a perpetually sleepy Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan, and gently nudge them toward asking a relevant follow-up question of their own. This tactic served a dual purpose. It broke the monotony of Binns' monologue, making the class slightly more bearable, and more importantly, it helped Harry avoid suspicion. It masked the true depth of his current interest in goblin affairs, making it seem like a collective curiosity rather than a singular, focused investigation. He needed to learn everything Bin knew, however archaic or biased the information might be, as he was convinced the goblins held a key to a power or artifact that Voldemort had failed to secure. Simultaneously, he had been offering his substantial, if unconventional, assistance to Daphne in the preparation for creating her sister's ritual. This task was a world away from the musty library they had spent their summer studying in. It demanded careful, precise organization of rare ingredients, meticulous study of archaic ritual texts Daphne had procured from the Black Family Library, and discreet logistical planning to ensure the necessary items were acquired without drawing undue attention. Their late-night sessions were conducted in the quiet of an unused classroom or a remote corner of the Slytherin common room, often accompanied by the scratching of quills as they translated forgotten runic sequences or calculated the precise astrological alignments required for the ritual's casting. Harry's role often involved leveraging his own growing magical power and his unique, often intuitive understanding of powerful magic to vet Daphne's plans, ensuring every variable was accounted for in a process that allowed no room for error. The urgency of the project, coupled with its profound importance to the Greengrass family, gave all their preparations a palpable, high-stakes tension. They had not discussed in plain terms what would happen next, but Daphne made it clear she did not want Astoria to suffer longer than necessary. It seemed her goal was to heal her sister during the holidays, which meant a decision needed to be made. Someone would need to pay the price for her sister's life, and they would have to convince Astoria that the price would be worth it. Harry couldn't shake the feeling that Daphne was withholding something significant from her final plan. They both knew the cost of what lay ahead, but each time he attempted to pry an answer out of her, she provided a masterclass in subtle misdirection. A quick change of topics here, a vague answer there, and a pronounced avoidance of the topic whenever he casually broached the subject of who she intended to take Astoria's disease. The daily temptation to breach her mental defenses with legilimency was a sharp, persistent ache behind his eyes. He possessed the skill to do it cleanly, quickly, and without a trace, but the thought of violating that fundamental line of trust was a cold deterrent. Their relationship, built on a foundation of brutal honesty and mutual respect, was too important to compromise for the sake of simple curiosity. He knew, instinctively, that crossing that boundary would inflict a wound that even the most powerful magic couldn't heal. He decided, firmly, to respect her privacy, trusting that whatever she was planning would be revealed in due time. With a mental shrug to dismiss the nagging thought of Daphne's upcoming plans, Harry turned his attention to a small, folded piece of parchment that lay on his desk. It was a letter written in the familiar sprawl of Tom. Harry picked up the letter, the simple, familiar texture of high-quality magical parchment under his fingertips. It contained no pleasantries, no lengthy instructions, and no discernible signature, just the stark, single word written in elegant, almost stylized script. Tonight. The word hung in the air, a simple command and a promise. Harry didn't need any other context. He knew what was to come. He ran a hand through his perpetually messy hair, a small frown creasing his brow as he considered the implications of the task ahead. It was no coincidence that Tom had chosen today. On a day that the wizarding world universally celebrated his downfall, his dark power was rising again, poised to make the world tremble with a stark reminder that none were his equal. It was a day of celebration for the oblivious masses, yet for the few who understood the shadow about to descend, it would in the future be a day of dread reminder. The defenses and wards that the goblins of Gringotts had painstakingly erected over the years were nothing in the face of the Dark Lord's most faithful follower and apprentice. He possessed a brilliance and a mastery of the dark arts that could, and would, render even the most ancient and powerful enchantments obsolete. Voldemort may have fallen on that fateful Halloween night in 1981, a victim of his own miscalculation and the sacrificial love of a mother, but the true menace, the brilliant, ruthless, and far-sighted mind that orchestrated his original, terrifying rise to power had, at long last, returned. Tom Riddle in his prime was not merely a dark wizard. He was a master strategist, a political puppeteer, and a magical prodigy of unparalleled malevolence. Tonight was the night he would reach the absolute height of his power, a culmination of years of careful planning, dark rituals, and the silent recruitment of a new, more fanatical legion of followers. On the outside, the plan to the Dark Lord's followers was to send a message. Many of the old pureblood families despised the goblins for their shared bad history, and all were in support of Lord Voldemort exterminating the little beast, but that was only one portion of the planned subterfuge. They would be attempting a heist for a vital piece of the Dark Lord's soul. However, none among them were foolish enough to truly believe that they could escape the bank unimpeded. The arrival of Bellatrix would be a trap, the quiet before a devastating storm. As Harry looked over the one-word letter he steeled himself for, a brutal and decisive battle, a clash of magical forces that would not be confined to a mere skirmish in the marble halls. This had the potential to be a conflict that would not just challenge the existing order, but utterly shatter the very foundation of the wizarding world itself. The Dark Lord's target was not gold or relics. It was stability, faith, and the will of the people. The expected fight was planned to be a catastrophic blow, a single, strategic, and utterly devastating act of magical and political violence that would strike at the heart of the system. Its objective was to not only seize control of the bank, but to utterly cripple the established government, the magical economy, and the populace's collective psyche, plunging the entire society into an inescapable, prolonged darkness where only he, the returned Dark Lord, would reign supreme and unchallenged. Out of hopelessness and fear, the country would have no choice but the flock to the man in droves. From there, the battle in Gringotts would merely be the first, thunderous chord in the requiem of what was to come. Harry swallowed hard at dinner, the dryness in his throat a palpable sign of his mounting anxiety. The feast was an unavoidable spectacle, a stage he had to cross before the true drama could begin. He laughed where he was expected to, and attempted to appear as normal as possible. He would make his leave after the feast. The instruction from Tom was unspoken in the letter, but his expectations were perfectly clear after their shared time together. Harry knew what the man expected by heart now. He had to be the picture of normalcy, a slightly weary, maybe preoccupied, but otherwise ordinary fifth-year student. He made his appearances, offering cursory smiles and nodding along to the inane chatter of his housemates, ensuring nothing in his posture or expression suggested the seismic shift that was about to occur. "Harry," a feminine voice asked to his left. Harry was so deep in thought he didn't even recognize the voice right away. He knew it was Daphne, but that was about as far as his mind went, as his eyes drifted in the direction his name had come from. In the seat next to Blaze, as usual, was Flora Caro. The girl's dark bob haircut fell fetchingly above her shoulders, and Harry had to force a smile for the girl. "Flora, sorry, you caught me dozing off. Did you ask me something?" "I was going to ask if you could help me with my silent casting. I know it's a big part of our newts next year, and I know you have been doing it since 3rd year," Flora asked with a shy smile in return. Harry frowned at the question, but only for a moment before he returned to a forced smile. "Of course. I am sure we can work through some ideas that might help." Aaron Vasely to Harry's right cleared his throat awkwardly. Harry, you think you could work with a few more of us? I think our whole year group is struggling with it." This time Harry really did frown, and couldn't quite keep it off his face. "All of you are struggling with the nonverbal casting." The group looked sheepish and not a little embarrassed, and before Harry could say anything, Blaze added helpfully, "Maybe just an hour of your time, Harry. Perhaps even let the 5th years join in. Give us a head start on what we will be working on next year, and maybe save you a headache next term." Pusey was several seats off their group. "Our newts are this year too. Think my crew could sit in on it. I am sure we could learn a few things from our king snake." At one point, Harry would have thought the teen was challenging him, but Harry had made his peace with the 7th year who had once aspired to hold his position. Before Harry could answer any of them, he leaned back a little to consider the request. With everything going on right now, it hardly seemed like the right time, but at last, Harry glanced at Daphne, who had a completely impassive expression on her face. Harry knew Daphne was ambitious, and any additional influence he could hold over his housemates, she would expect him to take. Of course, he knew it was not without its advantages. All that took his lessons would be in his debt, and he would gain favor with each of them. Taking a breath, making a decision, the teen nodded. "Of course. I think we should hold the lessons in the common room, though. Let all of our younger Slytherins observe, and maybe learn a thing or two along the way. You never know what potential we might have in the students the years below us." "I think that's a great idea, Harry. After all, you can't be King's snake forever, and perhaps we might find a rising star for you to take under your wing," Daphne added helpfully. With everyone seemingly in agreement and happy with the arrangement ahead, Harry was left to finish his meal in peace, his thoughts likely far away from where the rest of his house's minds were. When the Slytherins returned to the familiar, low-lit depths of the dungeons leading to their common room, the usual low hum of conversation seemed to wash over everyone but Harry. Just as he was about to follow the others across the worn stone threshold and into the common room, a hand that was already wrapped through his arm tugged gently yet firmly in the opposite direction. Daphne, her usually cool, reserved expression slightly softened with concern, maneuvered him away from the bustling entryway. She didn't offer an explanation, merely tugging him down a less traveled corridor. Her silence was more pointed than any spoken word. She led him through a series of dimly lit archways until they reached a rarely used, thankfully abandoned classroom nestled in a quiet corner of the dungeons. The air in the room was thick with the scent of old parchment and disuse, a quiet sanctuary from the noise of their peers. Daphne pushed the door shut behind them, the sound echoing slightly in the empty space before being swallowed by the stone. She turned, her blue eyes fixed entirely on Harry. The movement was swift and decisive. She took a step toward him and, with a delicate touch that belied the strength of her will, placed the flat of her hand on his chest, right over his heart. "Is everything okay, Harry?" she asked, her voice a low, earnest murmur. She didn't look away, forcing his gaze to meet hers. "You didn't have to say yes to the others. They all know how busy you are." Letting out a sigh, Harry shook his head. "No, this is an important step." Looking questioningly at the teen, Daphne's curiosity was evident in the slight tilt of her head and the way her brow arched. She waited, letting the silence hang heavy, knowing Harry had more to say. Harry didn't leave her in suspense, a flicker of ambition shining in his emerald eyes. "This could be the beginning, Daphne, the very genesis of a new moment, a gathering of my own followers," he stated, his voice low and imbued with a sense of purpose that she had rarely heard from him before. He took a slow breath, his gaze moving past her as if envisioning a grand future. "This will also be my chance to guide them, to lead them down paths to becoming better, stronger witches and wizards than the current system allows. A group that might one day be utterly and irrevocably loyal to me. The last words were spoken with a quiet intensity, a stark declaration of his burgeoning intent to forge his own power base, independent of all existing factions. It wasn't just about protection. It was about influence and a lasting legacy, something that would make Tom proud. In understanding, the blonde nodded her head. I understand. Gratefully, Harry just nodded, but the girl frowned at him after a few moments of silence stretched between them. At last, the girl broke it. Are you okay, Harry? You've been off. Ever since you received that letter this morning during breakfast, you haven't been yourself. The others, the boys, might not have picked up on it, caught up in the usual house drama, but I could tell you were completely distracted. Her hand remained steady on his chest, a subtle anchor. Is it something he wanted? Her tone dropped even lower on the pronoun, a silent acknowledgement of the Dark Lord. Did the message contain some new task? Or, she paused, her gaze deepening, a shadow of deeper worry crossing her features, is it something about your past, something that letter dredged up? She was looking for the truth, for a confession he hadn't shared with anyone else, offering a silent assurance that whatever it was, she was ready to listen. Forcing a smile onto his lips, Harry offered a light, reassuring kiss on the girl's lips. Don't worry about me, Daph, he murmured, his thumb gently caressing her cheekbone. It's just something he wants to do, something I have to do. I've known about it for a while now, ever since I accepted the path he laid out for me. The time is fast approaching, and I can feel the weight of his expectations settling on my shoulders. I just hope I am ready for it, I really do. I don't want to let him down, not after everything. The forced casualness in his voice was a poor disguise for the anxiety shimmering in his emerald eyes. He knew he was being vague, but the details were too dangerous, too complex, to share even with her. Yet, holding her close, Harry knew if he couldn't be honest with Daphne, the one person he had come to trust with his deepest secrets, the only person other than Tracy who hadn't flinched away from the darker aspects of his life, then there really was no hope for any other soul in his existence. The notion was a cold, lonely reality. Daphne, however, frowned deeply at his cryptic words, her brow furrowed with unconcealed worry. She pulled back just enough to look him squarely in the face, her blue eyes searching his. The carefree, teasing smirk she usually wore was gone, replaced by a look of serious, almost maternal concern. Harry, that's exactly why I am worried, she began, her voice low and edged with frustration. You keep saying it, and like I'm supposed to understand, but you haven't told me anything solid. If it's something that makes you this tense, this distant, then it's not just something. It must be dangerous. Is it permanent? A ritual, a test. Sighing, Harry took her hands into his, placing a kiss on her knuckles. Let's call it a test. He is my master, my guide in the magical arts. It is his duty to set difficult tasks for me. This one just has never been accomplished by any other. We will be side by side, though, and with others who are capable witches and wizards. He wants to change the world, and if I want to keep up, then I have to stand by his side. A long, deep sigh escaped Harry's lips, the sound laced with a quiet, weary resignation. He reached for her hands, his fingers intertwining with hers, a silent anchor in a turbulent sea of obligation. Gently, he brought her knuckles to his mouth, pressing a soft, lingering kiss against the skin, a tender acknowledgement of her worry and devotion. Daphne seemed to swallow hard at his words, the anxiety in her eyes barely concealed by a forced calmness. She offered a tight, shaky nod. Just promise you will be careful, she managed, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with a plea that went deeper than just the immediate danger. I still need you, Harry, and not just for my sister's ritual. She took a quick, shallow breath, her hands clenching into small fists at her sides. I don't want to lose my other best friend, she finished, the last words cracking with genuine distress. Her gaze held his, a silent, desperate communication that underscored the gravity of his mission and the precariousness of her emotional world. The weight of her reliance on him, both for the arcane task ahead and for her own personal stability, hung heavy in the air between them. Knowing he could not burden her with what was to come in the hours that would follow, he merely kissed her on the brow. With him at my side, we are truly invincible. Have faith, Daph. Now, let's get some rest. We still have a lot of work to do in the coming days, and we both need to be rested." Daphne smiled warmly, her eyes lingering on his for a moment longer than necessary before she leant in, pressing a soft kiss to his cheek. With quiet understanding of an evening well spent and a shared secret between them, the two turned and made their way back through the dimly lit corridors of the dungeons toward the entrance to the Slytherin common room. The heavy stone walls felt familiar and comforting. The only sound was the soft padding of their footsteps on the ancient stone floor. They exchanged a few final, low-voiced comments about their coming weekend study session, a brief, pleasant interlude that felt entirely separate from the usual drama of their lives. Upon reaching the entrance, a simple phrase granted them access, the stone serpent panel sliding aside with a faint hiss. Upon arrival, the common room was already becoming sparsely populated, the low lamps casting pools of light over the plush leather sofas and dark wood tables. A few older students were scattered about, either reading by the firelight or finishing up homework, but were already deciding to retire. They lingered near the entrance to the dormitories for a moment, a silent, mutual agreement passing between them. They had reached the end of their evening. "I think I'll call it a night," Daphne said, her voice barely above a murmur, gesturing toward the staircase that led up to the girls' dormitories. Harry nodded in agreement, running a hand through his perpetually messy black hair. "Me too." "Good night, Harry," she whispered, after placing a gentle kiss on his lips, a subtle blush high on her cheeks. He returned her affectionate gesture with a small, genuine smile of his own. "Good night, Daph." With a final nod and a small, shared glance that held a wealth of unspoken intimacy, they parted ways, Daphne ascending the girls' staircase, while Harry headed toward the one designated for the boys. He climbed the steps to the fifth-year dormitory, the air growing colder and damper as he went. He found the room dark and quiet. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Theo, and Blaise were already settled in their four-poster beds, the heavy velvet curtains drawn around them, their deep, rhythmic breathing filling the silence. Harry moved with a practiced stillness, shucking off his outer robes and changing into the undergarments of his dueling robes before slipping beneath the cool, crisp sheets of his own bed, the curtains providing a sense of privacy he needed to prepare for what was to come. For the others, the night had truly ended and a period of rest would begin. But for Harry, his evening was far from over. His mind was too active, too occupied with the threads of his complex life, the demands of the Dark Lord, and the delicate dance he performed daily with his friends and allies. He lay perfectly still, staring up into the deep green velvet of his bed hangings, his senses acutely dialing in preparation of what was to come. He listened intently to the subtle shifts in the breathing of his dorm mates, waiting with a quiet, patient anticipation for the moment when their sleep would deepen, and he would be free to turn his attention to the much more pressing and far darker matters that awaited him. The castle would soon be asleep, and with its silence, his real work could finally begin. At the chime of 11, Harry quietly rose from the plush, four-poster bed he still considered only a temporary comfort. The dormitory air was cool and still, thick with the silence of the deep night. He moved with a practiced, almost unnatural quietness, the sounds of his movements swallowed by the heavy curtains. He quickly pulled on his dueling robes, a set tailored from sleek, dragon-hydrian-forced fabric, designed for maximum maneuverability and enchanted with minor protective charms. His gaze flickered to his trunk, and with a silent, wandless summons, the heavy, shimmering fabric of the invisibility cloak drifted into his outstretched hand. He draped the ancient relic over his shoulders, the world around him warping and dissolving as the cloak settled, rendering him utterly invisible. Safe within its folds, he paused, a sense of cold determination hardening his features. Next, his attention turned to the familiar, well-worn parchment of the Marauder's map. Unfolding it with careful hands, he tapped the blank surface with the tip of his wand, and a soft whisper escaped his lips. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The intricate, spider-web-like ink immediately bled across the parchment, revealing every secret passage, every classroom, and every tiny named footprint of every living soul within the walls of Hogwarts. He wasted no time, his eyes scanning the map's immediate vicinity, confirming that the common room was thankfully deserted. With his path clear and his presence undetectable, he slipped out of his dormitory. He crossed the common room, his heart a steady, relentless drumbeat beneath his robes, and headed directly for the exit. Navigating the ancient castle was all too easy. The final stage of his nocturnal escape brought him to the outermost boundaries of the Hogwarts grounds, near the edge of the forbidden forest where the wards ended. He felt the subtle, familiar pressure of the school's protective magic leave him as he crossed the last line of trees. The moment he cleared the ward line, no longer bound by the restrictions on apparition within the school boundaries, he didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, without a single backward glance at the lit windows of the school he was abandoning for the night, Harry drew a breath, concentrated on the familiar, chilling essence of his destination, and twisted away with a faint crack, disappearing from the grounds entirely. His journey was not to a benign destination, but directly to the cold, oppressive silence of Gaunt Manor. Chapter 74, The Battle of Gringotts, Part 1. Arriving in Tom's study, Harry found the man standing rigid by the tall, Gothic window, his silhouette stark against the starkly lit room. The young apprentice couldn't see the look on his master's countenance. It was hidden by the slight turn of his head and the shadow cast by the fire. But he could feel the man's intense, almost palpable anticipation humming in the air. It wasn't the fleeting excitement of the coming victory, but a deep, resonant certainty of a monumental achievement. This was more than just a battle or a political coup. This was a move the Dark Lord had been meticulously planning, calculating, and dreaming of executing for decades. This single, decisive action could reforge the very foundation of the wizarding world. Harry knew, with absolute clarity, that this moment represented the culmination of years of study, sacrifice, and ruthless ambition. The air in the study felt heavy with unvoiced power and the sheer weight of history about to be written. The silence stretched between them, thick and charged, before Tom finally spoke, his voice low and rich, yet vibrating with an inner thrill. "Harry," he said, not turning, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Tonight we don't merely defeat our enemies. Tonight we will make history and take another step towards victory." Harry felt a thrill of his own, a dark, exhilarating pride to be standing at the very precipice of this moment, his hand ready to help push the world into a new, darker age alongside his master. "A victory we will claim in your name, Master," Harry promised. "I will ensure your Horcrux is retrieved at any cost." A hint of uncertainty seemed to creep into the teen, before continuing. "I suppose there is a chance, Bellatrix, and I will slip in and out undetected, but I think it unlikely." "Indeed," Tom agreed. "I expect after everything you are well prepared." "I will do as I must," Harry promised. "Nothing is more important than the cup. I may feel as powerful as ever, but there is still a sense that I am missing something, yet I feel as powerful as I ever was before," Tom said thoughtfully. "One way or another, soon, we will stand above the rest forever." Harry bowed his head, the weight of the Dark Lord's expectations pressing down on him like a physical force. He could feel as the anticipation turned to resolve, a palpable aura of deadly calm that usually preceded a major act of violence. The silence in the office stretched, taut and heavy, broken only by the faint, rhythmic ticking of a clock that seemed to mock the impending carnage. At last, Tom turned to face him, his eyes a terrifying, unmistakable shade of crimson, boring into Harry's own. While Tom's brown eyes occasionally flaked with red in moments of extreme rage, Harry realized the man's mindset was completely predatory in this moment. Tom's voice, when it came, was low, resonant, and laced with an icy anticipation that promised unspeakable horrors. "I hope you are ready for bloodshed tonight, young one. It is likely to be spilled by the gallon." The statement was not a question of preparation, but a declaration of the scale of the impending slaughter that would soon follow, a grim reminder of the absolute commitment required. Tonight, Harry knew, they would not merely fight, they would execute a massacre, and anything else it took to win. "Whatever it takes, Master," Harry promised with his head held high. Tom offered the teen a grin as he came over to him and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "I have no doubt. You are ready, and tonight I believe we will all do battles together." The last word finalized the promise of violence, a silent, binding oath sealed with the predatory gleam in Tom's eyes. Harry didn't flinch or argue. He simply breathed deeply, drawing in the smoky air of the office and steeling himself for the inevitable confrontation. Every nerve ending was alight, humming with a mixture of apprehension and a dark, eager anticipation that felt disturbingly familiar now. Another line would soon be crossed, one Harry knew wouldn't be returned from, and the only path forward was through the storm that would ensue. He followed Tom out the door and down the wooden stairs of the old manor, the silence between them heavier than any sound. Their footsteps were muffled on the carpet, but the absence of words magnified the tension, stretching the moment taut as a bowstring ready to set loose an arrow. The hallway gave way to the sharp, cool air of the alley outside, and the transition felt like stepping from a suffocating closet into the sudden, stark reality of the night. Tom didn't pause. He simply raised his hand, a nonverbal command, and Harry automatically grasped his arm, the sensation of the Dark Lord's cool, strong grip a grounding anchor. The world twisted with a quick lurch that stole Harry's breath and pressed the blood from his head. They landed with a soft, almost imperceptible thud on the stone of the front walk. Not Manor loomed before them, a silhouette against the bruised, moonless sky, a monument to the ancient family. Near the front doors, a single figure awaited. Bellatrix had recovered remarkably well over the last few months since her escape from Azkaban. The months of freedom, spent largely in the secluded, opulent manors of the Dark Lord's loyalist allies, had done wonders for her physical and mental state. Gone was the gaunt, wild-eyed wraith that had first appeared, a shadow of her former self after years of Dementor exposure. Her notorious, once uncontrollably wild mop of curly black hair was now meticulously styled. It fell in deep waves and reminded the teen of the other pureblood princesses Harry had known at Hogwarts. The witch carried herself with a renewed, predatory grace, dark robes tailored to perfection, a stark contrast to the threadbare prison garb Harry had met her in. Bellatrix was no longer a frantic fugitive. She was a dangerous, composed follower of the Dark Lord, ready to fully reclaim her status as Tom's most zealous and lethal servant. Tom stood tall with pride as he glanced to his side at Harry, then back to Bellatrix. My greatest follower and my apprentice, ready to do battle together. This truly is a monumental moment. The woman blushed at Tom's words, but bowed deeply in reverence. I am ready to serve you, my lord. As am I, master, Harry promised. I have no doubt, the man complimented as he took in sight of the two, before adding final thoughts. I only wish to remind you both that the cup of Hufflepuff is paramount above all else. No amount of goblins' lives is worth it. Send a message, decimate their numbers, but nothing can jeopardize the retrieval of my heirloom. Tom looked expectantly at Harry, his gaze sharp and assessing. Harry met his eyes, a firm nod of agreement passing between them, a silent pact of understanding and readiness. Beside him, Bellatrix merely lowered her head in a gesture of absolute acquiescence, her dark eyes already alight with anticipation for the coming action. Then, turning fully to face his apprentice, a shadow of pride flickering across his features, Tom addressed Harry directly. When you are ready for me to join the fray, Harry, he instructed, his voice gentler than when speaking to Bella, you will only need to make use of your locket, just as we did in the graveyard. Harry's hand went to the locket around his neck, holding the pendant steadily. The necklace was a reminder of their bond, and the connection that the gift could create through just a few drops of his own blood. At last Tom turned to Bellatrix. Bella, he added, his expression hardening slightly in the presence of his most zealous follower, a woman who needed little encouragement to unleash chaos. You will merely need to press your finger or your wand to the mark, and I will know it is time. He gestured subtly to the faint, dark symbol etched onto her forearm, the indelible mark of their master. The silence that followed was charged with the weight of the coming confrontation. Go, Tom commanded at last. Bring us one step closer to our destiny. Bellatrix and Harry both nodded, and the younger of the two turned to the other. Are you ready? Just keep up, Eichel Potter. Bellatrix cackled with a grin before disapparating. Before Harry could follow the order to leave, the cold, measured voice of Tom stopped him mid-stride. Harry, he said, and the teen hesitated mid-twist, his body tensing under the unexpected halt. He turned his head, his emerald eyes fixed on the man who was both his mentor and his master. Tom was standing ramrod straight, making his expression unreadable. He had clearly anticipated Harry's immediate departure to carry out the assignment. "Bellatrix is brilliant and powerful," he stated, his voice a low, resonant murmur that commanded attention. "But you must understand that the woman you will fight with tonight is not the same as the one who was incarcerated in Azkaban over a decade ago. The prison's influence will have wrought changes. Her formidable power remains, yes, but her mind may be less disciplined." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle on the young man. "Tread carefully. Do not underestimate her volatility. You must manage her carefully, Harry, for the mission's sake and for your own. She is a powerful weapon for you to utilize." Tom's eyes, dark and piercing, met Harry's. "Watch each other's backs. The two of you are a team now, and her failure will be your failure. Protect the Horcrux above all else. This undertaking is paramount." His final command was delivered with the cold, absolute finality of a decree. "Failure is not an option I permit." "I will not fail you, Master." With that final promise, Harry apparated away. Arriving in the alley, Harry immediately glanced around to make sure none were around at this late hour, threw the cloak over his shoulders, and placed his golden mask on in case it was needed in an instant. Already Bellatrix was nowhere to be seen, a credit to Tom's warning. The woman had already made her way towards the bank, and Harry would have to follow quickly if he wanted to catch up. Taking off swiftly, Harry barely reached the woman before she opened the massive bronze doors to the bank. The teen wanted to hiss at her to slow down, but instead she charged forward into the bank. It was a miracle no one had spotted and instantly recognized her, raising the alarm for the Aurors that could have been a disaster. Harry fancied their chances against the goblins, but the risk was more than just the immediate threat of their sharp silver blades and battle-hardened ferocity. Gringotts was a fortress, not just physically, but magically. A direct confrontation within its marble halls would immediately draw the attention of a large contingent of Ministry of Magic Aurors, who were already on high alert after the assault on Azkaban and would undoubtedly investigate any emergency inside the bank. Treaties be damned. Furthermore, the longer the fight went on, the higher the likelihood that Dumbledore would become involved. If a fight escalated and gained too much noise, the headmaster and current chief warlock of the Wisengamot would likely view any major incident at Gringotts as a direct challenge to the fragile peace of the wizarding world. His intervention, combined with the full force of the Ministry, and the Goblin army would shift the odds drastically against Harry and Bellatrix. It was a scenario that risked not just mission failure, but complete and catastrophic exposure, likely leading to imprisonment or worse. Yet Bellatrix showed no discernible fear as she strolled with an unnerving confidence right into the heart of the economic center of the wizarding world. The towering white marble structure, nestled deep within the crooked, cobbled expanse of Diagon Alley, usually buzzed with a chaotic energy, but at this time of night it was practically dead, with limited tellers on hand. Despite this, there were still guards on the floor, stern-faced goblins in their crisp black uniforms, who seemed to momentarily pause in their sharp-eyed vigilance at the sight of the notorious witch. Historically, Gringotts adhered to a strict, unyielding no-extradition policy. This wasn't a gesture of goodwill, but a matter of ancient goblin law and sovereign pride. They considered the bank a neutral territory, a bastion of finance utterly separate from the political squabbles and legal jurisdictions of the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, as far as Harry knew, Bellatrix had never committed a crime specifically against the goblins themselves or the bank's sacred vaults. Therefore, there was no immediate or justifiable reason for the formidable, sharp-witted bank staff to sound the alarm. It was a perilous game, and Bellatrix, in her audacious move, was flaunting the rules a little too aggressively for Harry's liking. "I would like to enter my vault," the woman declared as Harry slowly approached under his cloak from behind. "Madame Lestrange," the goblin greeted in recognition, with a cold look of indifference resting upon her. "Might I see your wand for identification?" Impatiently, the woman handed it off, but Harry caught the nearly imperceptible glance over her shoulder. Undoubtedly, the witch would feel naked without it, but Harry would not allow anything to happen to her, not unless he wished to face Tom's wrath. Watching as the goblin inspected the wand, Harry noticed each of the goblins in the corners begin to close ranks, slowly, inconspicuously. This didn't fool the teen, however. Harry knew there was a chance the gig might be up. It was possible that the Ministry had made a bargain with the goblins, and that the bloodshed might begin much earlier than they had predicted. Swallowing hard as the goblins closed ranks, Harry watched as Bellatrix tried to reprise the situation. "I expect the identification is to your satisfaction, goblin. I expect it back, and access to my vault." "I am afraid, Madame Lestrange," the goblin sneered, the edges of his thin lips curling back to reveal rows of sharp, yellowish teeth. His small, shrewd eyes, the color of tarnished brass, held a predatory glint as he leaned forward, his knuckles resting on the polished mahogany of his desk. The room suddenly filled with tension as the goblin spoke softly. "That the price on your head is enough to make even my people appreciate just what your ministry would give to see you back in their little prison." The goblin tapped a thick, heavily sealed document on the desk with a long, claw-like finger before saying with a devilish grin taking over his features, "While galleons may hold no interest to us, we suspect that we can obtain many concessions from your ministry for your capture. I am afraid we cannot view you as a client today, but a political target of immense value." The goblins that had once been loitering around the entrances and exits of the bank had closed ranks, and lowered their goblin steel in an aggressive manner towards the witch, promising pain at any resistance. The beady-eyed creature held the wand between his two hands, gripping it tightly, clearly prepared to snap it before saying, "I trust you will understand the position you put Gringotts in, but you won't be needing this anymore." Before the goblin could snap the wand, a desperate final resolve settled over Harry. He flung his cloak over his shoulders, the dark fabric billowing out like a predatory wing, a stark contrast to the brilliant light he was about to unleash. So much for subtlety was the sardonic, cold thought that flashed through his mind, a brief, cynical farewell to any pretense of discretion. He didn't hesitate. The unforgivable curse was on his tongue before the thought had fully registered. Avada Kedavra. The whispered incantation was instantly followed by a blinding, sickly green light that shot from Harry's holly wand. It sailed unerringly through the air, a deadly, focused beam of energy that struck the miserable creature gripping Bellatrix's prized wand. The goblin dropped instantly, its life extinguished before the sound of the curse had faded, its fingers involuntarily releasing the twisted length of black wood. Simultaneously, even as the first foe fell, Harry was already reacting to a new, immediate threat. Another goblin, a blur of motion and malice, dived toward him, his wicked blade aimed low. With a practiced, ruthless flick of his wrist and a sharp, silent mental command, Harry cast a powerful severing charm. The air crackled where the invisible, razor-sharp edge of the magic passed, bisecting the charging beast with brutal, clinical efficiency. The goblin fell instantly into two separate pieces, the halves collapsing to the stone floor in a grotesque, sickening heap, adding a fresh, macabre spectacle to the confined chamber. In the chaos and the sudden vacuum created by the falling bodies, Bellatrix's wand flew through the air. Knowing the witch was more than capable of handling herself, Harry decided to handle the next immediate threat. His gaze snapped away from the Death Eater and fixed on the next source of immediate danger, another goblin going straight for Bellatrix. There was no time for a spoken spell, no moment for dramatic wand flourishes. His protective instincts, sharp and lethal, took over. Harry did not hesitate. His lips drew back in a silent, predatory snarl, and a piercing, high-pitched hiss ripped from his throat a sound that carried the raw, unbound power of the Dark Lord's ancestors. In an instant, a torrent of malevolent, emerald-green fire erupted from underneath the charging creature. The flames instantly enveloped the goblin, consuming the vile, small creature. The halls of Gringotts were suddenly filled with the raw, horrifying symphony of its demise, screams of utter, agonizing anguish. The shrieks clawed at the air as the little creature was incinerated into ash, a final, horrifying testament to the brutal efficiency of Harry's dark power. The brazen display of raw magical power and lethal intent from Harry immediately caused a deep, instinctual hesitation to seize the remaining members of the attacking goblins. The air crackled with the residual energy of the spell, a menacing warning. Capitalizing on this momentary paralysis, Bellatrix caught her wand, then with an almost dismissive flick of her wrist, cut down the closest goblin to her with the killing curse, then placed another under the cruciatas. When a third goblin turned his blade on his own brethren, Harry knew the woman was in fine form with the unforgivables. The pause was over as quickly as it began. The goblins surged forward in a desperate bout to kill either of the magicals that had struck down their brethren, but a gouging spell flew from Harry's wand, ending the life of his closest would-be attacker. Before any could close the distance, Bella moved with predatory speed. She selected her targets, two large, heavily armored goblins closing in on the pair. Uttering a single, sharp word that cut through the sudden silence, she unleashed a massive blasting charm, a devastating explosion of pure destructive force. The charm struck the two goblins simultaneously, causing an eruption of orange-white light and concussive energy. Debris from the lobby, shattered marble and splintered wood from the reception desk, were launched outward like shrapnel. The sound was like a roar that seemed to shake the very foundations of the building, instantly drowning out all other noise. A thick pall of smoke and dust immediately billowed up, momentarily obscuring the center of the lobby, a grim, unmistakable sign of the devastating violence Bellatrix was willing and easily able to inflict. The residual wisps of acrid smoke, thick with the stench of ozone and burned flesh, filled the air. Where a duo of tattered, chittering goblins had stood moments before, there was now only scorched, uneven earth and a gory mess in the wall behind. The raw power of her spell had been absolute, leaving no trace of the creatures she had targeted. Subtlety is a luxury we can't afford right now, Harry conceded internally as he considered the devastation of the spell used. Time, however, was a currency they were rapidly running out of now. Harry, grim-faced and resolute, didn't hesitate. He pushed his wand towards his finger with a swift, decisive motion and drew a line across the tip of his left index finger. A bead of dark, rich blood welled instantly on the cut. He immediately pressed the wounded digit to the pendant lying on his chest. "Tom will be displeased," Harry murmured to himself, his voice tight with anticipation and a trace of dread. But a lecture was nothing compared to the alternative. Tom prized competence and success above all else. He demanded results, not elegant performances. Tom would undoubtedly be furious at their lack of finesse, their blatant disregard for secrecy. Yet that fury would be a mere flicker compared to the cold, soul-withering rage he would unleash if they were to fail their primary mission. Failure was the only unforgivable sin. The mission's success, no matter how messily achieved, would be their only shield. Instead of dwelling on the unsettling thought, Harry cut down another two goblins who were speeding in from nearby, their small blades flashing viciously. His mind, however, was already shifting to the next threat. He spun, his wand coming up to face a trio of short, heavily armed figures closing fast. Before he could utter the incantation, a sudden, unnatural chill swept over the lobby. Bellatrix, a whirlwind of dark robes and focused malice, enveloped the three targets in a violent flurry of ice shards. The magic was pure, raw elemental power, the razor-sharp fragments of conjured ice cutting through the goblins, thick leather armor and tough hides with brutal efficiency. They fell without a sound, leaving small, dark pools on the polished marble floor. The witch turned her head, her dark eyes, usually alight with a lunatic fire, now holding a sharp, analytical glint as she briefly met his gaze. She offered a quick, almost dismissive nod, a casual, nonverbal acknowledgement of his combat prowess and a spontaneous show of respect. It was the first time Harry had ever received such an unfiltered gesture of approval from the notoriously arrogant and demanding witch. That simple, shared moment of bloody efficiency, a silent understanding of their lethal partnership, was all the motivation Harry needed. The adrenaline surged, overriding the moral dissonance the fight had fleetingly brought. He tightened his grip on his wand, a renewed, savage focus settling over him. They had a job to do, and Bellatrix's nod was a contract sealed in cold blood and colder ice. He was ready for the next wave. As one, the two cut a brutal path through scores of goblins, their singular focus fixed on the tunnels that promised passage to the vaults far below. The air in the labyrinthine halls of the bank was thick with the dust of crumbling stone, and the metallic scent of spilled blood, the cacophony of shrieks and shattering curses, a constant, deafening roar. Each new chamber they burst into seemed to be a garrison, bringing dozens of new, snarling enemies surging toward them with reckless abandon. Yet with Bellatrix fighting shoulder to shoulder with him, Harry felt a chilling, almost euphoric sense of invincibility. She was a whirlwind of lethal grace, her every movement efficient, dark, and utterly devastating. She fought with the terrifying, unbridled power he had only ever witnessed in Tom himself. Dark curses cut through the miniature bursts, and the searing green light of the killing curse was used without a flicker of remorse. Violence was not merely a tactic for Bellatrix. It was the raw, unrestrained forefront of her mind, a joyous expression of power that mirrored the darkest parts of his own soul she was helping him to uncover. Harry, for his part, was a brutal complement to her chaos. His shield charms and parcel magic were an ironclad defense, his counter curses instantaneous, and his offensive spells focused and vicious. He moved with the honed instinct of a predator, his wand an extension of a will long since hardened by loss and dark tutelage. They were a perfect, terrifying pair, two budding masters of the dark arts wadding through an ocean of lesser foes, their advance toward the deep, treasure-filled heart of Gringotts inexorable. The goblins, disciplined and fierce as they were merely obstacles to be pulverized on their way to the ultimate prize. When they reached the carts at last, they arrived at a scene of dozens of goblins waiting for them, causing Harry to grip his wand in anticipation. His pulse hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm against the sudden, overwhelming silence of the cavern save for the low, guttural chattering of the assembled foes. Harry counted at least 50 of the creatures, small, hunched figures with wickedly sharp weapons, rusty scimitars, crude axes, and bows drawn taut with steel arrows. Between himself and his destructive partner, he knew they were capable of much death and chaos. His own magical power, dark and honed by recent events, was a terrible force, and Bellatrix's brute strength and fiery temper was legendary. Yet the sheer number of goblins before him made him pause. This wasn't a patrol. This was a well-organized unit, a defensive line meant to hold them, perhaps even overwhelm them through sheer attrition. The odds, even for them, felt dangerously balanced on a knife's edge. He took a steadying breath, his mind already attempting to decipher what magic might lead them to victory, but each decision led to the same bleak outcome. Before he could even begin to question their next move, a massive blast of flames pushed past him. The heat was immediate and intense, a warmth that singed the air and drove the goblins back with terrified shrieks. The roaring inferno erupted from the side, a geyser of magical fire instantly incinerating the first line of creatures, turning them into ash before they could even register the threat. The sudden, scorching light blinded Harry for a split second, and the sheer force of the concussive blast nearly knocked him off his feet. He didn't have time to process the sight of the inferno. Before he could react, an iron grip clamped onto the back of his collar, the movement brutally efficient, and Harry was yanked backwards with startling force, pulled out of the immediate danger zone and shielded from the backwash of the firestorm by the imposing figure of Tom. Both Bellatrix and Harry watched in awe as Tom burned alive dozens of goblins with one spell. The man was brutally methodical as their enemy population was reduced to 0. Undoubtedly, over 100 goblins had fallen throughout the attack, but with the alarm sounding all around them, Harry knew it wasn't over, and Tom looked over at his apprentice and most faithful follower before saying, "We need to get a move on." The goblins are proud, but it's only a matter of time before the ministry becomes involved. Without hesitation, Harry and Bellatrix followed Tom to the tracks that lay before them. Tom stepped confidently onto the narrow gauge, his figure silhouetted against the tunnel entrance. With a dismissive flick of his pale hand and a silent, masterful command of wandless magic, he summoned a large, iron-wrought cart with a low thud and the screech of metal on metal, its heavy frame designed for the high-speed descent into the earth. The cart had high, reinforced sides and benches, though the comfort was deceptive. The journey through Gringotts' labyrinthine tunnels was notoriously swift and violently disorienting. It was a functional vessel for their mission, poised to plunge them into the heart of the wizarding world's most fiercely guarded treasure trove. The journey to the Lestrange Vault, within the labyrinthine depths of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, proved to be an almost disappointingly simple affair. For 3 individuals of their power and skill, navigating the security measures felt like child's play. The swift, clattering cart ride ended abruptly, the heavy iron wheels squealing to a halt on the polished stone track. Tom, Bellatrix, and Harry dismounted with ease, dispatching the few guards on hand with quick flicks of their wands. They stood before the vault itself, a massive, unadorned slab of magical steel that seemed to absorb the dim, magical light of the cavern. It was imposing, certainly, but Tom's focus was already on the mechanism, or rather, the lack thereof. With a sharp, elegant wave of his wand, he cast a silent diagnostic charm, his crimson eyes narrowed in keen concentration. A moment passed, his frown deepening with a mixture of suspicion and slight disdain. "It seems, my faithful apprentice, that we will have quite the task ahead of us," Tom said without even a glance at his shoulder. Harry stretched his senses trying to detect what Tom had. After all the research he had done on Gringotts, he had suspected that they would need more than just Bellatrix's magic to breach a vault belonging to the sacred 28. Normally, a goblin would get them through the final step, but few had been spared in their path to get to the lower-level vaults. An alternative measure would need to be taken. "Necromantic magic," Harry said simply, trying to come up with the conclusion that could imitate the magic of a fallen beast around them. "Yes," Tom said, turning to face his apprentice with a serious expression. "It will not be as simple as raising the little beast from the dead. We will need to also force magic into its body to try and replicate the feel of his natural abilities. That should be enough to satisfy the other half of the magical wards that were put in place," Harry finished for the man. Tom looked at the teen with pride. "Then we all have our tasks." Glancing at Bellatrix, he offered an almost imperceptible nod. "Your turn, Bella, and then we will do the rest," he commanded, his voice a low, silken whisper that nonetheless resonated with absolute authority. Bellatrix, a predatory smile stretching her pale features, needed no further encouragement. She approached the vault not with a key or a spoken incantation, but with a chilling, intimate familiarity. She extended a slender, silver-ringed finger, and with a deliberate, almost sensuous motion, traced the top edge of the thick steel door. Her long, sharp fingernail, a dark, perfectly manicured crescent, scraped faintly against the cold metal. She drew the line all the way down to the base, as if drawing a seam in fabric. The vault door did not click, grind, or hiss. Instead, it obeyed Bellatrix's touch with eerie silence. Tom then surveyed the door and then nodded in satisfaction. "Harry, I trust you are capable of what I expect." Nodding in grim affirmation, Harry did not hesitate as he raised his holly wand towards the crumpled form of a fallen goblin lying amidst the chaotic aftermath of the skirmish. The air around him seemed to thicken, the light dimming fractionally as he focused his considerable magical reserves. He wasn't merely casting a simple charm. This was an invocation of power deeply rooted in the darkest branches of magic. As he channeled his intent, Harry deliberately flooded his magic with a malicious, sinister energy, the kind of cold, corrosive power that promised dominance and servitude. His features were hard, eyes alight with a cold, almost predatory gleam that belied his young age. He opened his mouth, and the harsh, sibilant sound of Parseltonge hissed from his lips, low and venomous. He intoned an inherent, insidious magic embedded in the utterance that was far more complex and binding. It was a command laced with absolute, inescapable compulsion, a will to bind the life force of a fallen creature to his own bidding. The effect was not instantaneous, but terrifyingly inexorable. A moment passed, a breath held in the silence of the aftermath, before a visible, sickly green miasma began to crawl out from the tip of his wand, snaking toward the corpse. The little beast, its hide still smeared with dust and its own dark blood, twitched once, a grotesque spasm. Then, with a slow, agonizing creak of joints and fabric, it began to rise. It was not a return to true life, nor was it a simple animation. It was a perversion of both. The goblin's limbs moved with an unnatural, jerky motion, a puppet-like sensation dominating its form. Its head lolled slightly, its eyes remaining dull and unseeing, Yet its body was now subject to the silent, invisible strings of Harry's dark command, a macabre, newly formed soldier in the service of the dark apprentice. It was ready to obey whatever cold, calculating order Harry chose to impart next. Then Harry felt the oppressive, choking weight of Tom's raw, treacherous magic unleashed. It was a terrifying, tangible wall that towered over the thin control Harry had managed to erect over the beast. Tom wasn't just using magic. He was drowning the space in it, a silent, yet thunderous declaration of dominance that Harry felt deep in his bones, a profound sense of magical inferiority. Slowly, deliberately, the elderly, scarred goblin who had fallen by their wand moved forward toward the colossal, rune-etched vault door. There was a moment of absolute stillness, a breathtaking pause where the only sound was the faint, rhythmic echo of Tom's overwhelming magic pulsating through the air. The goblin's eyes, sharp and empty, were fixed on the intricate mechanism. He held his finger suspended for a long, dramatic beat before he slowly, with a tension that seemed to stretch the very seconds, lowered it, and with a soft, audible click, initiated the complex process of entry. With a soft, almost weary sigh of displaced air, the massive steel slab began to slide horizontally into the rock wall beside it, revealing the black, empty doorway with disconcerting ease. The simplicity of the entry was a testament not to a lack of security, but to the depth of trust the Lestrange family had placed in the purest of their bloodline. Tom didn't even hesitate a moment as he stepped across the threshold of the crumbling, damp vault, his eyes immediately drawn to the shimmering object resting on the highest pedestal. With a practiced, almost bored flick of his wrist, he hissed a subtle charm in the snake language, and the ancient cup of Helga Hufflepuff flew instantly into his waiting hand. Harry, who had been treading cautiously a step behind, stared in utter awe, his breath catching in his throat. This was it, the fifth piece of soul shard his master had sought and now claimed. He knew the cup's history, its significance as a founder's relic, but to see it in Tom's possession, another vital piece of his dark ascension secured, was a terrifying and intoxicating sight. In triumph, the man's red eyes gleamed, and then he grinned towards his two followers as his eyes met theirs. Now for our grand exit. 75. The ascent back to the bank's lobby level was elementary. The flood of euphoria that passed through Harry when he felt success was in their reach was unspeakable. He opened his mouth, ready to stammer out a word of praise or perhaps a question about the cup's imminent fate, but the sound died on his lips as they made the final turn into the lobby. Before he could utter a single syllable, dozens of powerful, explosive spells detonated with blinding flashes and a deafening crackle, slamming into the cavern wall about a meter from his head. The air pressure hit him like a physical punch, forcing a panicked, instinctive flinch that sent his wand flying in an upward motion to summon a shield that might protect him. The sudden, violent intrusion shattered the moment of triumph, plunging them back into immediate, bone-jarring danger. The sudden, unwelcome arrival of the Aurors signaled a clear escalation in the goblins' desperate tactics. A tense stillness fell over the cavernous space, broken only by the frantic scrambling of the Ministry wizards attempting to get into formation. As Harry's eyes darted around the sudden chaos, assessing the threat, he found Tom looking strangely and utterly composed. His wand was held casually, almost negligently, between his long, pale fingers. The man offered Harry an approving, almost proud, nod, acknowledging the effectiveness of the shimmering, near-invisible shield that Harry had instinctively thrown up, which had successfully intercepted and dissolved the volley of curses before they could reach any of the three of them. But it was the deep, knowing smile that curved the lips of his master that truly arrested Harry's attention. It was a smile that was anything but a sign of concern, a chillingly confident and patient expression. Tom's eyes, the color of blood, seemed to glow faintly in the sudden tension, holding a raw, palpable amusement. This unexpected attack from the shadows was merely an inconvenience to him, perhaps even an entertaining one. He seemed to be savoring the situation, like a predator enjoying the initial, frantic struggle of its prey. The air around Tom seemed to thicken with a dark, expectant energy, as if he were waiting to see what the Aurors would try next. Instead of issuing the expected command to his apprentice or most loyal follower to engage the threat, Tom stepped forward, addressing the Aurors before him. "My fellows witches and wizards, I am afraid you have no idea of the mistake you just made." None moved now. 24 had spread out, blocking the exit that would lead them into Diagon Alley. All were clearly unaware of who they faced, because the look of confidence on their faces was unmistakable. Their arrogance led them to believe that their superior numbers would buy them a victory, but none knew that they were in the presence of a nearly fully recharged Lord Voldemort. An Auror in the front, a large African man, boomed in a deep voice, "Drop your wands and put your hands in the air." Tom tutted the man. "I see 24 wizards, and your combined efforts couldn't even break the haphazard shield my apprentice managed to get up. I am afraid your chances are laughable." Before the Auror could speak, Tom flicked his wand, hissing sharply, "Silence." The Auror, his face a mask of shock and confusion, clearly lost the ability to speak, his facial expression nearly frozen in consternation. As Harry observed the others around him, the remaining Aurors, and the few unfortunate goblin bystanders left in the chaos, it seemed they all had. A profound, physical silence had descended upon the nearly decimated group in the marble-floored lobby. Now, a slow, hesitant motion began. They started to shuffle their feet, to fidget with the cuffs of their robes, their eyes darting between the Dark Lord and the floor. It was in this movement that Harry understood. They could now feel the immense, cold power of the charm that held their silence. It was beginning to settle on those gathered in the lobby, the sheer, terrifying magnitude of power wielded by the man who stood fearlessly before them. Their initial bravado, the arrogance of Ministry authority, was evaporating like mist. Their confidence, which moments ago had been palpable and aggressive, was fading fast, replaced by a dawning fear. Each second of silence magnified their helplessness, making the gilded lobby feel less like a fortress of law and more like a gilded cage. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a suppressed energy, a silent promise of overwhelming force that none of them possessed the means to counter. They were no longer the powerful. They were simply spectators to a power they could not comprehend. "You all have ignored the signs, haven't you?" Tom's voice was a low, cutting rumble, laced with an undisguised air of cold disapproval. "My mark, the undeniable sign of my return and my dominion, has been painted across the sky, stretching the entire length of our great nation. It is a spectacle impossible to miss, a beacon of my power." He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the assembled Aurors and Ministry officials. "Yet, here you stand before me, posturing with wands drawn, as if you genuinely fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation, as if you don't grasp just who it is you have dared to stand up against. I am genuinely uncertain whether this displays an extraordinary level of naivety or simply abject stupidity." The effect of his words was immediate and palpable. Across the rigid line of Ministry defenders, expressions began to fracture. Raw, unadulterated fear started to bleed onto the faces of some of the younger, less experienced Aurors, their knuckles white on their wands. Others, particularly those who had been through the last conflict, seemed to visibly deflate, their shoulders sinking as a heavy, sickening realization finally settled upon them. A few, however, seemed to have already reached this bitter conclusion. The lead Auror, the stern man with battle-hardened eyes, was among them, his expression one of utter, weary resignation to an inevitable and terrible fate. "Let me be perfectly clear, as there seems to be some confusion lingering in this miserable gathering," Tom continued, his voice now rising, no longer a rumble but a chillingly precise declaration of absolute authority. "I am not merely a dark wizard. I am not another minor threat for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement to handle. I am the architect of your deepest fears. I am the one you have spent a decade praying would never return. I am Lord Voldemort." Bellatrix's high, manic cackle echoed through the chamber, a sound of pure, unadulterated triumph that perfectly complemented the smug satisfaction radiating from Tom beside her. At Tom's other side, concealed behind the polished, golden mask, Harry allowed a small grin to spread across his face. This moment, this unfolding scene of calculated domination and submission, was intoxicating. It felt utterly and completely triumphant, a culmination of years of scheming and clandestine operations. The urge to rip the heavy, ornate mask from his face and publicly claim his allegiance to the Dark Lord was a fierce, almost unbearable pull in his chest. He wanted to step forward and let the world know he was no longer the boy who lived, but the Dark Apprentice. He craved the immediate, delicious fear and shock it would cause. Yet he forced the impulse down, his control ironclad. He knew the time was not yet upon them. The final pieces were still being moved into place. A small, cold part of Harry's mind also dismissed the need for a formal announcement altogether. Soon, it wouldn't matter who knew what, or when. Soon, the only options left to those before him would be to kneel before the might of the Dark Lord, or who would die. The moment of reckoning was fast approaching, and the thought was a quiet, exhilarating promise of glorious bloodshed and an inevitable new order. After allowing a long, dramatic moment to pass, Tom spread his arms wide. The gesture was theatrical, almost a parody of welcome, as if he were preparing to embrace those who stood before him, poised between defiance and terror. His eyes, glinting with a cold, triumphant fire, swept over the assembled figures, the mixture of Aurors, the foolishly loyal, and the opportunists who had failed to see the inevitable. "It would be profoundly unsportsmanlike of me," he began, his voice a smooth, resonant baritone that carried easily through the oppressive quiet, "to simply extinguish all of you here and now." A cruel smile touched the corner of his lips, a fleeting expression that promised more pain than mercy. "I did, after all, extend a similar, unprecedented kindness to my own closest followers, those who had previously proven their mettle, yes, but who had also, in more recent times, chose to ignore the unmistakable signs of my long-foretold return. Many amongst them were blind, deaf, or simply cowardly, when they should have been preparing for the dawn of my new reign." He let his hands drop, the simple movement conveying a sense of ultimate finality, as if a great, heavy door were slamming shut on their past lives. "Now, that leniency, that astonishing, undeserved act of grace, is precisely what I am offering each and every one of you." His gaze intensified, fixing them like an insect under a glass. One last chance to correct a catastrophic error of judgment. One final opportunity to step onto the path of power and away from the abyss of irrelevance. Tom leaned forward slightly, the tension in the room reaching a breaking point. The air crackled with unspoken threats and the raw fear radiating from his captives. "The choice, as ever, is delightfully simple, yet utterly profound. What will you do with this singular, precious gift of reprieve? Will you acknowledge the inevitable truth of my dominion and join the rising tide, or will you cling to the soon-to-be-shattered idols of the past and drown in the resulting chaos? Will you kneel, or die?" Harry's grip on his wand tightened, and he leaned forward in anticipation. Bellatrix seemed to do the same on Tom's left, and both were prepared to strike any down that made any move that they didn't agree with. Suddenly the ward broke, and the lead Auror shouted, "We will never kneel." Harry couldn't say for sure, but he truly believed 2 Aurors dropped their wands and ran. But that hardly mattered, because when the lead Auror finished shouting, a red jet of light flew towards the trio of dark wizards, but the Dark Lord merely slapped it aside with his wand and engaged with the large African man. To the man's credit, he did not immediately fall, but the same could not be said for the wizards to his left and right. Many attempted to assist the lead Auror in his defense, but all were too slow on the uptake as Tom washed several away in a spell of pure dark energy. The lead Auror held his ground, however, his shield shimmering violently under the pressure of the curse. The surge of raw power emanating from Tom was towering. He did not walk, he seemed to glide forward, a figure of malevolent grace. The Dark Lord's attack was a spectacle of systematic offense. He moved with the precision of a master duelist and the brutal force of a dark whirlwind. Spells, potent and silently cast, tore through the air, carving a path through the Ministry Aurors. Many had fallen right away, and Harry was so in awe of his mentor, he nearly forgot to join in the attack. His shock in watching nearly a dozen witches and wizards fall in a mere matter of seconds was only surpassed by the fact that the lead Auror was still alive, defending himself with everything he had. As Bellatrix joined the fray, the Aurors fell with shocking speed, their defensive efforts utterly negated by the duo's overwhelming power and ruthless collaboration. Each movement was calculated, each curse delivered with an intimate understanding of how to inflict maximum devastation. Tom cut down more arriving wizards with a casual, horrifying ease, their arrival proving to be little more than a momentary delay in his objective of reaching the alley. Tom never broke stride as he drove the Aurors out of the bank into the alley, merely turning his head just enough to cast a significant, predatory grin back at his loyal followers, a silent command for them to follow. His eyes, burning with a cold, triumphant fire, daring them to falter. Harry and Bellatrix took down a trio of arriving Aurors with ease as Tom landed a spell on the lead Auror, causing blood to ooze from every orifice as he dropped his wand, hitting the ground screaming in pain. The remaining goblins, wielding makeshift weapons and driven by desperation, were mown down with contemptuous ease, their frantic attacks deflected by powerful dark arts and sheer, ruthless magic. The more seasoned Aurors, though fighting with courage, were simply overwhelmed. The main lobby, once a grand, echoing hall, had devolved into a sickening chamber of carnage and sheer terror as the trio relentlessly pressed their advance. Harry, Bella, and Tom moved with a lethal, synchronized precision, each wielding a horrifying choice of magic that left no room for survival. The polished marble floor slick in places as they cut down the final, desperate pockets of resistance. With a final, agonizing shriek swallowed by the ensuing magical din, the path to their escape was clear. Before the towering bronze main doors stood half a dozen of the most determined defenders, their faces a mixture of fear and doomed resolve, wands held high. Harry and Bella were already tensing, wands raising to end the bloody confrontation. But Tom had a different solution. He did not bother with the defenders. Instead, he launched a spell of such raw, focused power that it made Harry jump. It was a vicious, sickly yellow curse, not just a bolt of light, but a wave of energy that struck the massive bronze doors directly. The resulting sound was not a clang or a crash, but a deafening implosion of metal and masonry, a noise that punched the air out of the teen's lungs and made his stomachs drop. The sheer force of the impact was like a localized, magical earthquake. When the dust and glittering fragments of ancient bronze settled, the 6 defenders were simply gone, vaporized or utterly flattened by the devastating energy blast. More terrifying than the fate of the guards, however, was the absence of the doors themselves. The immense bronze entrance, which had likely stood as an immutable fixture for hundreds of years, was utterly obliterated, leaving behind a jagged, gaping, and silent maw leading out into the night. The casual, terrifying ease with which Tom had eradicated both obstacle and opposition was a chilling testament to the depth of his power and the utter lack of restraint in his use of it. Harry and Bella merely followed Tom forward as the fight had seemingly ended with one foul swoop of magic. Tom took a deep breath and smiled widely. Gringotts has fallen. Bellatrix cheered and raised her wand, flicking the dark mark high into the sky. Harry watched as the symbol of his master filled the air, and the feeling of triumph returned. Before Tom could give the order to apparate home, however, a flash of fire occurred a few dozen meters ahead, and a new foe had arrived. An older man. His presence filled the vast space of deserted alley, a beacon of calm in the storm of destruction that lay behind the trio. His long, silver beard and half-moon spectacles were instantly recognizable. With an expression that was both weary and resolute, Albus Dumbledore stood before them. "Hello, Tom," the old headmaster greeted. "I see you have not curbed the bloodlust of Mrs. Lestrange after all these years. Disappointing, but not unexpected." Tom moved forward with a small, triumphant smile on his face. He offered a bow of sarcastic respect. "Headmaster, if there are any disappointments tonight, it is that of the Aurors and the Goblin Resistance. I brought only my closest 2 followers, and we easily cut down every life that stood in our way. How pathetic." Bellatrix cackled with unrestrained glee, a sharp, almost hysterical sound that echoed in the otherwise silent alleyway. Harry, however, remained perfectly composed, perhaps even blissfully still, concealed completely behind the impervious, polished gold of his mask. Dumbledore slowly turned his head. His initial glance was a brief, analytical assessment of Bellatrix, acknowledging her presence and her visceral reaction to the scene. It was a look that contained deep judgment, merely an observation of a known quantity. His gaze then hardened, his brows furrowing in confusion as he finally settled his eyes on Harry and his golden mask. "I fear not all of us are cut from the same cloth, Tom." Dumbledore's voice was a low, resonant rumble, cutting through the high-pitched echoes of Bellatrix's laughter. His tone was one of profound, weary disappointment, yet it carried an underlying firmness of principle. He spoke to Lord Voldemort, though he did not look at him, addressing the Dark Lord's philosophy and his method of recruitment. Dumbledore then slowly shifted his focus between Harry and Bellatrix, his deep blue eyes seeming to penetrate the gold and the malice, seeing the dark symmetry between the two individuals flanking Voldemort. "And clearly," he continued, a faint, almost imperceptible sigh hidden beneath the words, "you have found two others who might just be cut from the same as your own. A very rare and dangerous weave, I must say." He paused, allowing the weight of his pronouncement to settle. The potential of the trio was not lost on him. "Formidable, undoubtedly," Dumbledore conceded, acknowledging their collective power with a grudging respect that only heightened the obvious danger before him. The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken threats and unquantifiable magical strength. Dumbledore's brow furrowed, a shadow passing over his usually serene face. He finished with a quiet, firm censure that spoke volumes about his moral compass and his deep-seated disapproval. "But I can't say I approve, not in the slightest." The statement served as both a moral verdict on their aims and a declaration of his own steadfast opposition. "It is not your approval I seek, Dumbledore," Tom said through the tension of the hall, sharp and devoid of the honeyed charm he once wielded. His lips curled into a cruel, wide grin that did not reach his cold, red eyes. "Merely your death." He took a slow, deliberate step forward, his dark robes swirling around his ankles, mirroring the predatory movement of the two figures flanking him. To his left, Bellatrix stretched their line, her wand hand twitched, clearly eager to unleash devastation. To Tom's right, Harry followed his wand, shooting golden sparks in anticipation. Tom gestured dismissively toward the man in front of him with his free hand. "Which surely you must realize is upon you if you stand against the three of us." His tone was a masterful blend of arrogance and absolute certainty. He didn't just pose a question, he stated an ineluctable truth, daring the old headmaster to deny the simple arithmetic of their overwhelming power. The shadows in the hall seemed to deepen, embracing the dark acolytes and their master, ready to claim the most powerful wizard of the age. "It seems you are right," Dumbledore said regretfully, "but you must know that this is not over, and I can't just let you walk out of here." "That sounds like a challenge, Dumbledore," Tom said with glee. "If it's a fight you want, AVADA-KEDAVRA." A green light soared from the Dark Lord's wand, but before the light could strike the old man, rubble from the destroyed bronze doors leaped in front of the curse, causing the rubble to explode outwards. Dumbledore made quick work of the debris, but with ferocity Bellatrix and Harry began launching vicious attacks. Harry knew using parcel magic in front of Chapter 76. It was a jarring transition to return to the dull, familiar monotony of Hogwarts. The stone corridors, usually a source of comfort, now felt like the walls of a too-small cage, restrictive and suffocating after the exhilarating freedom of the night. Despite the lingering, potent high that coursed through his veins, Harry had performed the final, necessary act of compliance. He was back in his four-poster bed in the Slytherin dormitory before the first hints of dawn bled over the horizon. By the time he was settled, the sky outside was already brightening, the sun a fiery orb just breaking the eastern edge of the forbidden forest. Yet, Harry felt no hint of the exhaustion that should have been a heavy cloak around him. The adrenaline dump, the crushing wave of fatigue that typically followed such intense confrontations, never came. Instead, he felt an almost manic sense of elation, a surging, irresistible power. He was high on success, bathed in a feeling of pure, unadulterated invincibility. They, Tom, Bella, and Harry, had done it. Together, a mere trio had faced off against Albus Dumbledore, the wizard widely and unequivocally regarded as the most powerful light wizard of the entire age. And they hadn't just fought him, they had sent him packing. They had cornered him, outmaneuvered him, and forced the great wizard to retreat, to flee from the field of battle. The sheer weight of that accomplishment was intoxicating, a drug more potent than any potion. Harry ran a hand over the fabric of his dark robes, which he'd hastily shed moments before, a faint, metallic scent of ozone and spent magic still clinging to them. The memory of Dumbledore's wide eyes, the surprised look of near panic just before he vanished, replayed in his mind, and Harry found himself smiling, a sharp, almost predatory smile that felt entirely alien to the boy who had once hidden under his invisibility cloak to navigate the castle. He was not just a survivor anymore, he was a conqueror, just as Tom had trained him to be. Harry knew it was time to rise, as Blaise yawned loudly and rose from his bed. He put on a great show of rising out of his own slumber, greeting his friend casually. Getting ready for the day felt fake, a hollow mimicry of a normal morning routine. Harry moved through the motions, but it all felt distant, unreal. His thoughts were a frantic, tangled mess, still reeling from the events of the previous night, the details of which he was desperately trying to compartmentalize and process. The weight of his recent choices, of the path he was walking, settled heavy in his chest, making the mundane act of starting the day feel like an elaborate, cruel joke. It all felt unreal at this point, a strange, disjointed dream from which he couldn't quite wake. The first real emotion, a sharp, grounding jolt of reality, hit him the moment he saw Daphne. He found her in the common room, seated in a high-backed armchair near the cold hearth, bathed in the soft, early morning light filtering in through the windows leading to the Black Lake. She was an anchor in his spiraling thoughts. Already her blonde hair, usually styled in elegant, intricate braids or left to cascade in silken waves, was tied back with a simple, dark green ribbon, pulled into a no-nonsense tail that hinted at a day dedicated to intense study. Her posture was perfectly erect, a picture of disciplined focus and quiet intensity. She was already studying a thick, leather-bound text resting on the table before her. Its spine was marked with the familiar, ornate gold lettering Harry recognized from countless glimpses in the Hogwarts library. It appeared at first glance to be a standard copy of Hogwarts, a history, the tome beloved by many. However, Harry knew better. He knew the subtle, shimmering distortion he could perceive around the edges of the book's cover, the faint, nearly invisible magical glamour that made it look innocuous. It was enchanted to look like Hogwarts, a history, but the truth was far more complex and dangerous. The real content of the pages she was poring over was a dense, meticulously detailed book on blood magic. Specifically, it was an incredibly rare and sensitive text detailing how blood magic worked, tracing its intricate applications and effects through various specific ancestry lines. It wasn't a generic textbook. It was a deeply personal, highly guarded compendium straight from the depths of the ancient and powerful Black family library, a place Harry now had unparalleled access to. It was a clear sign of the intense, clandestine level of magical education they were now both pursuing, a curriculum far removed from the safe, sanctioned lessons taught within the castle walls. The sight of her, so calm and utterly dedicated to such forbidden knowledge, solidified the reality of his commitment to this dark path, and to her. Moving to her almost in a trance, Harry came to her side. He was barely aware of his own feet carrying him forward. He paused just inches from her, the scent of her perfume and the subtle smell of the morning's firewood smoke clinging to her clothes filling his senses. Slowly, deliberately, he placed hand on the top of her head and petted her blonde curls. His touch was feather-light, yet it held a firm, undeniable intention that might have resembled a possessive nature. Daphne attempted to casually lift her eyes, but Harry could tell by the way her chest rose sharply that she had inhaled deeply at his touch. The dark intensity in his eyes must have mirrored the tumult in his own chest. There was a silent question, and in the brief, charged moment they held eye contact, she saw his answer. Without another word, Harry closed the limited distance between the two. His hand gripped her hair gently, tilting her head back for a better angle, and he placed a forceful kiss on her face. It was not a tentative, questioning peck, but a sudden, demanding press of his lips that spoke volumes of pent-up emotion, relief, and a fierce, possessive longing he had been struggling to contain. The entire world outside of the common room seemed to fade away. The sudden, light sound of a giggle shattered the intimate moment, causing Harry and Daphne to spring slightly apart. Their breath was coming in short, uneven bursts, and their cheeks were flushed, a mirror of the moment that had just consumed them. They looked up in question, Harry's eyes meeting the amused, knowing gazes of the Caro twins, Flora and Hestia, who were standing before them, twin expressions of sly curiosity plastered across their faces. Hestia, ever the more direct of the two, broke the silence first, her voice a conspiratorial whisper that nevertheless carried clearly in the common room. "You are going to have to tell us your secrets one day, Daphne," she said, wiggling an eyebrow playfully. Her gaze drifted between Daphne's slightly disheveled state and Harry's lingering, intense look. "Honestly, I want to be kissed like that in the middle of the common room. Merlin. You two make the rest of us look like we're just exchanging polite salutations." Flora merely smirked and nodded in agreement, leaning against the back of a plush green armchair. "Seriously, Daphne, that was less a kiss and more a claim of ownership," she drawled, her eyes glinting with mischief as she watched Harry's possessive reaction, the way his hand had instinctively shifted around Daphne's shoulder when they'd been interrupted. "We know the king is yours. You've clearly worked wonders on him, Greengrass." Daphne, regaining her composure with the practiced ease of a pureblood witch, smoothed down the front of her robes, though a faint, lingering blush betrayed her feigned annoyance. "Honestly, must you two always appear at the most inconvenient times?" she retorted, though her tone lacked any real bite. She shot a warning glance at the twins, but her eyes held a spark of defiance. Harry, however, just owned the moment. He met Hestia's gaze and chuckled. "It's just Daphne. She has that effect on people." He didn't deny the intensity of the kiss, nor the implication of their relationship. Hestia's smile widened. "Well, whatever Daphne is doing, she should hold classes," she joked. Instead of rising to the bait, Harry just winked at his fellow Slytherin, gathered Daphne's book, and offered his arm to the girl. "Classes or not, we should get to breakfast. I am starved." Daphne rose gracefully, before offering a sly comment to the girls. "No classes on how to win Harry over girls, maybe next time." Wrapping her hand through his arm, Harry guided Daphne to the entrance of the common room, and when the two made it out of the eyes of the other Slytherins, Daphne leaned her head into his shoulder. "I am glad you are okay. I was worried about you." "There was nothing to worry about," Harry promised. "We accomplished every goal we set out to last night." Daphne stopped and stepped in front of Harry, releasing her arm from his own, studying him, as if she expected to find injuries. Instead, she just nodded approvingly. "Must have been some night." "I am sure you will read about it all in the papers today," Harry promised. Daphne frowned for a moment, before offering him a sly smile. "You know, after everything, I am hopping one day. I will find out about your adventures before they even happen." Offering a counter tease, Harry said, "You wouldn't want to. The stress would be too much. It always sounds much more daring than it actually is." "I guess I will determine that in the papers today," Daphne said with a slight bit of resentment. "Don't worry," Harry teased. "It will be worth the wait." The confidence in Harry's voice left nothing to debate. Together, the two made their way to the Great Hall. Usually Dumbledore would be among the first to arrive, but instead the man was suspiciously absent, while Harry dug into the first bit of bacon and toast he could get his hands on. Daphne glanced from Harry to the corner of the hall where owls usually arrive, and to her good fortune, she didn't have to wait for long as the flock began to arrive, each carrying their own version of today's prophet. The usual morning din of the Great Hall was momentarily punctuated by the arrival of the Morning Post. Dozens of owls descended from the rafters, a flurry of brown and white wings, each carrying parcels, letters, or, most importantly, the morning edition of the Daily Prophet. One of the first to land was a particularly large, handsome tawny owl that swooped down with practiced precision, delivering its cargo right onto the polished mahogany of the Slytherin table. The heavy, folded newspaper slipped directly into Daphne's waiting grasp. She reached for the paper with a singular, almost greedy focus, her composure momentarily forgotten. As she recovered the edition of the day's paper, her emerald eyes scanned the front page, widening almost imperceptibly as the screaming headlines dominated the page. This was beyond the teen girl's imagination. The text was bold, black, and practically vibrating with shock and disbelief. Gringotts conquered. He who must not be named returns. A faint tremor, a barely perceptible ripple of pure, unadulterated shock crossed her expression. It was an involuntary reaction, a brief flicker that vanished almost instantly, but it was enough. The young witch who had believed herself prepared for almost any act of audacity or impossible magic Harry and his mentor might perpetrate, now found her neatly catalogued reality fraying at the edges. Clearly, of all the incredible and outright impossible things the young witch thought Harry and the Dark Lord were capable of, from breaching high-security wards at Azkaban to casually conversing about magic most believed to be myths, conquering Gringotts was simply not on her list. It wasn't merely difficult or highly improbable. It was supposed to be a fundamental, immutable constant of their world. Gringotts was inviolable. It was the bedrock of magical commerce, guarded by creatures whose very nature forbade failure. The sheer audacity of the thought, not just robbing it, but conquering it, implying a level of sustained, utter dominance, had momentarily shattered her composure. Her mind was clearly racing to reconcile this new, monstrous fact with her existing framework of reality, struggled and failed, leaving that revealing hint of profound disbelief etched upon her features. Across the table, Harry was seated with a deceptively casual air, and had to employ every ounce of his acclumency training to avoid leaning back with an overtly smug or self-congratulatory look on his face. The urge was immense. Conquering Gringotts, the most heavily secured magical establishment in the world, the heart of the wizarding economy, was not just a crime or a successful robbery. It was an unprecedented historical event. It had never been accomplished before. No wizard, Dark Lord, or rebel faction had ever managed to breach its subterranean vaults and escape. The sheer audacity and impossible success of the feat was intoxicating, and the fact that he was the architect behind it was a secret pleasure far better than any other. He casually took a sip of his pumpkin juice, his eyes meeting Daphne's for a fleeting moment. A silent, shared acknowledgement of the world-shaking chaos they had unleashed before turning his attention to his eggs, pretending to be utterly uninterested in the frenzy of whispering and rustling newspapers that was now spreading through the hall like a wildfire. Let the world panic, he thought. Tom had won the first and most impossible battle. Daphne merely placed the paper down and took a deep breath. Her eyes reached Harry's and a look of admiration filled her eyes when she spoke. "After everything, you give me confidence in what I have to do to protect my sister. If you can accomplish everything you have, then I have to be able to sacrifice what I must." Harry's ears perked up at this, and he glanced around, but realized everyone was so consumed with the news that had just broken to the wizarding world. The rest of their peers had yet to regain their poise, but that didn't mean he would derail the girl's thought process. "I have seen you, Daph. You are strong enough to have it all," Harry parroted. "You can't be too weak to take it." Daphne seemed motivated by his words, and just nodded at him as she put the paper down, and looked at him with a smoldering glare. "No more secrets, Harry." "Of course," Harry promised before taking a sly grin. "Soon no secret will matter." Aaron Vasley, a sixth year closest to Harry, leaned in close. "This is bad, Harry." "Bad?" Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow. Vasley's eyes flitted from left to right, as if he worried someone at the table would overhear his next words. "He's back, Harry, the Dark Lord." Shrugging with an air of practiced indifference, Harry reached out, his movements economical and swift. He bypassed the nearby cutlery and, using his bare fingers, plucked a piece of a sausage from his plate, tossing it into his mouth, his eyes scanning the faces of those gathered around the long, scarred wooden table. The silence that had fallen with the delivery of the startling news was now thick and heavy, punctuated only by the distant clatter from the other tables. He was a keen observer, and in the varied expressions of the company, he read a complex mosaic of reactions. He saw the glint of fervent, almost reckless excitement in the eyes of a few purebloods who thought this was the lucky break they needed. He saw the distinct pallor of raw, naked terror on the faces of others who worried what might become of their families with the return of Lord Voldemort. And then there was the majority, Those whose brows were furrowed in confused, troubled uncertainty, their minds struggling to process the implications of a power shift so monumental. After a moment, having chewed and swallowed the sausage with an unhurried deliberation that seemed to challenge the tension at his table, Harry spoke, his voice low but cutting clearly through the apprehension. "It certainly seems that way," he confirmed, his tone utterly devoid of surprise or concern, as if the world tilting on its axis was merely a minor inconvenience. He wiped his fingers on a napkin with a dismissive gesture. "What I fail to grasp," he continued, letting his gaze linger pointedly on the most agitated of the group, "is what exactly that changes for us. We are just students, and clearly the Dark Lord has bigger fish to fry." Adrian Pusey, his jaw set and eyes narrowed in a mixture of defiance, apprehension, and concern, spoke of the fear that simmered beneath the surface of the assembled Slytherins. He was one of the few who had stood against Harry's original rise to power as King Snake, and he was not about to be dismissed now. "You were the Dark Lord's last target, Potter," Pusey hissed, the sound barely carrying over the morning chatter of the Great Hall. "A child who survived a killing curse. Don't you think you might be one of those bigger fish, the one that draws his attention, and that the rest of us might catch his attention simply by making you the leader of his ancestors' house?" His argument was rooted in self-preservation, a deeply ingrained Slytherin trait, and it hit closer to home than Harry cared to admit. The title of King Snake now felt less like a crown and more like a bullseye, as others seemed to cautiously agree with the seventh-year Slytherin. Taking control of the situation, however, Harry openly scoffed at this, a harsh, dismissive sound that cut through the tension. He needed to be unequivocal to crush the burgeoning insurrection before it could take root. "Oh, please, Pusey, don't be a coward." It was the first time Harry had openly talked down to anyone in the house in over a year, a deliberate return to the cold arrogance that had initially cemented his control. He knew he needed to make his stance perfectly and brutally clear, stamping out any hope that they could use him as a shield, or, worse, a pawn. The Dark Lord wants to conquer the nation, maybe even the world. He's operating on a scale none of us can even comprehend right now. I have no intention of getting in his way, not now, not ever. And frankly, Pusey, I can't imagine he will waste a single second of his time worrying about what a schoolboy, even one with a fancy title, might do to him. Harry's voice was low, but carried an absolute conviction that brooked no argument. He was not leading them into a war they could not win. He was leading them into survival. He reached out and deliberately took Daphne's freshly delivered Daily Prophet from her hands, the crisp parchment rustling as he held it aloft in the air for all those at the table to see. The headline, screaming a warning about the escalating chaos in the magical world, was visible to everyone. "You see this?" he demanded, shaking the paper slightly. "This is real power. This is what the world might be up against." He paused, letting the severity of the situation sink into the minds of his followers. "My parents were some of the most gifted witches and wizards of the age, heroes in the last war, and they fell before him. They had the Order of the Phoenix and the full might of the Ministry, and they failed. Now he has taken down Gringotts, the unbreachable fortress of the Goblin Nation, and if I had to guess, Azkaban as well." Harry's eyes swept over the nervous faces of his peers. He wasn't making a threat. He was stating a fact of life, a grim law of the new magical world. "I am not getting in his way. I will not seek confrontation. Anyone who does so might as well slit their own throats now and save the Dark Lord the effort. Find your own path, find your own safety, but do not look to me to stand against him. It's suicide." A wave of murmurs, this time not of dissent but of terrified agreement and realization, immediately followed from Harry's closest, most pragmatic followers, Theodore Nott, Blaise, and Daphne herself. They understood the cold, logical calculus of self-preservation. Pusey, his face paling as the full weight of Harry's assessment crushed his bravado, visibly deflated. He dropped his gaze to his porridge, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "You're right," he muttered, the words thick with shame and relief. The resistance was over before it began, as others simply nodded. Some, looking relieved Harry, would not speak out against the Dark Lord. Glancing down the long, oak Slytherin table, Harry caught the suspicious, calculating glance of Draco Malfoy. The heir apparent of the Malfoy line had been uncharacteristically subdued and silent since the start of term after the death of his father. a stark contrast to his usual arrogant posturing and snide remarks. Now, however, his silvery gray eyes were narrowed, fixed with an unsettling intensity in the direction of the boy they had dubbed the King's Snake. A small, internal smirk played on Harry's lips, unseen by those around him. He knew exactly what Malfoy was thinking, or trying to figure out. Malfoy had always been accustomed to having the measure of Harry, to understanding the dynamics of their rivalry. Harry's sudden, dramatic shift in allegiance and demeanor seemed to have completely thrown the blonde off balance, leaving him floundering in suspicion. For Harry's part, the performance was critical. He had a role to play, a mask to maintain, and he intended to play it perfectly. Maintaining his nonchalant facade, he reached out, grabbed a thick, crisply fried piece of bacon from a platter, and popped it into his mouth. As he chewed slowly, deliberately, he lifted his gaze to meet Malfoy's stare head-on. Without breaking the stare, he offered a slow, deliberate wink, a casual, mocking gesture designed to infuriate and confuse. It was a perfect piece of dismissiveness, a nonverbal message that screamed, "You're not worth my concern, Malfoy." With that singular, provocative gesture, Harry successfully dismissed the ferret, turning his attention back to his plate and the conversation around him, leaving Malfoy to stew in his silent, impotent resentment. Harry could feel the heat of Malfoy's glare on his back, but the satisfaction of maintaining the upper hand was well worth the slight risk. Oh. Harry wasn't sure whether he should be more surprised or deeply concerned when the stiff, formal parchment bearing the embossed seal of Hogwarts arrived, summoning him to the headmaster's office that evening. Beneath the surface of his confusion, a deep, icy coil of underlying fear began to tighten in his gut. A primal instinct, the one that had kept him alive under the Dursleys and through his first few years at Hogwarts, screamed a single possibility. The old man knew. Somehow, impossibly, Dumbledore had finally pierced the veil of secrecy. He had learned that Harry was the one hiding behind the meticulously crafted gold mask, the Dark Apprentice, the anonymous force at Gringotts orchestrating the dismantling of the ancient wards, and the terrifying, silent shadow that had infiltrated Azkaban. This would be their reckoning. The thought sent a tremor through his usually calm exterior. Dumbledore was not a man to be trifled with. After all, the old man had defended himself, for a long moment, against the Dark Lord, Harry, and Bellatrix. He knew it was a ridiculous fear. He had taken every possible precaution. Yet, as he finally stood up, smoothing the front of his robes, he could not shake the gnawing certainty that the headmaster, the self-proclaimed leader of the light, possessed a terrifying knack for seeing what others wished to keep hidden. With a sigh, Harry approached the stone sentinel, the griffin, that guarded the circular staircase to the headmaster's office, watching as it sprung aside for his arrival. Wasting no time, Harry ascended the winding stone staircase, its rough-hewn steps echoing slightly under his soft-soled shoes. The air grew warmer as he climbed, thick with the faint scent of old parchment and lemon drops, a smell he had come to associate solely with the eccentric yet undeniably powerful man who resided above. He reached the landing, and with a deep breath to steady the sudden flutter in his chest, knocked once on the heavy, ornately carved oak door that stood before him. Harry resisted the urge to thump his foot on the ground in his mounting anticipation. His meeting with the headmaster was not one to approach with impatience or ill-mannered fidgeting. He needed to be composed, focused. Finally, with a soft click and a gentle groan of old hinges, the door swung inward, revealing the familiar, half-moon spectacles and long, silver beard of the headmaster. Harry moved immediately into the large, circular office. Even having been here several times before, he couldn't help but admire the old wizard's eclectic and surprisingly tasteful decorations. The high, vaulted ceiling, the swirling portraits of former headmasters who watched with mild curiosity, the towering shelves crammed with ancient, leather-bound tomes, and the countless glittering, mysterious magical artifacts that pulsed with soft, internal light. It was a feast for the eyes, and a testament to a long life lived at the intersection of history and magic. This momentary distraction, however, did nothing to stop his determination. Harry fixed his gaze forward, past the brilliant crimson and gold of the headmaster's robes, and moved purposefully toward the old man who was waiting for him patiently behind his colossal, claw-footed oak desk. Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling with amusement, were currently somber and watchful, signaling that the matter at hand was serious and required his full attention. "You summon me, headmaster." Dumbledore's hands were folded. His gaze at Harry held a curiosity that the teen was unfamiliar with, yet he forced every bit of occlumency skill to the forefront of his mind. "Good evening, Harry, please take a seat." Without hesitation, Harry did so. He strode across the plush carpet of the headmaster's office and pulled the large, red, ornate chair across from the desk. He settled into the luxurious cushion, making a deliberate show of ease and confidence, though a subtle tension coiled in his gut. The air grew heavy and thick, punctuated only by the soft, rhythmic ticking of a strange, silver clock perched on a nearby shelf. A long, tense moment passed where neither the aging headmaster nor the young man spoke, each seemingly waiting for the other to break the silence. Dumbledore, with his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, eventually broke the silence. His blue eyes, usually twinkling with mischief, now holding a profound depth of concern. "Harry," Dumbledore began, his voice a low, gentle rumble, "I merely wanted to question how you are doing since this morning's rather disturbing news." He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the polished mahogany of his desk, the action conveying a quiet, paternal solicitude. Shrugging, Harry adopted an air of nonchalance. "I didn't see anything in the Prophet today that would affect my day-to-day life." Dumbledore frowned at the casual answer from his young fifth-year student, a deep, weary furrow settling between his famously twinkling blue eyes. "The Dark Lord's return is earth-shaking news, Harry. It is not something to treat with such flippancy." He leaned forward slightly, his long, silver beard brushing the embroidered fabric of his robes. "I assure you, despite all your gifts and talents, you are no match for him." A deep sigh escaped Dumbledore, the sound heavy with the weight of decades of conflict. "I barely escaped myself last night. The power he wields now, it is immense, Harry, darker, colder, and more focused than even before his downfall. He is a master of the darkest arts and a formidable opponent even for a wizard of my capabilities. You must understand the gravity of this situation you find yourself in." Harry blankly stared at the age-old wizard in front of him. Dumbledore's expression was a careful mask of concern and unwavering conviction, a look Harry had become all too familiar with. A deep-seated, cynical part of Harry wanted to burst out laughing, a sharp, hysterical sound that would shatter the quiet intensity of the headmaster's office. He wanted to inform the man how foolish, how utterly deluded, he was on this line of thought, clinging to the archaic notion that Harry's every move was a pivotal point in Voldemort's strategy. But he knew now was not the time for such outbursts. A tactical shrug would suffice. Instead, Harry merely offered a nonchalant shrug, trying to project an air of bored indifference he didn't quite feel. "I think with everything going on," Harry began, his voice flat, "the Ministry's crumbling authority at Azkaban, the fall of Gringotts, Voldemort has significantly more important things to worry about than a single 15-year-old wizard headmaster." He let the silence hang, watching for the familiar, knowing glint in Dumbledore's bright blue eyes. He knew Dumbledore was searching for the lie, the tell, the insecurity Harry had become an expert at masking. Harry met his gaze evenly, refusing to give ground. He was the one who had seen Voldemort's true strength, the sheer, ruthless scale of his ambition. It wasn't about one boy, it was about conquering the entire world they knew. "You speak of a single 15-year-old wizard, Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice soft, almost a whisper, yet it held the weight of mountains. "And yet, you are the only one to have ever survived him, the only one to stand in his path and not break. That, my boy, is not something my old student will dismiss. That is a beacon and a threat that he cannot and will not ignore." "I will do all I can to stay out of his way then," Harry promised, a subtle, almost imperceptible curve playing on the corner of his lips. The words, though seemingly compliant, were laced with a teasing irony that Dumbledore could not possibly understand. It was almost a mockery of the old man's desperate hopes. Harry knew, with a certainty that was both bitter and triumphant, that Dumbledore had wished for anything, but Harry's deliberate absence from the coming conflict. Anything but the withdrawal of the only piece that truly mattered on his side of the board. For Dumbledore to have Harry's intention put into such stark, black and white terms, a promise to be a non-participant, a solemn vow of neutrality, seemed to physically deflate him. The ancient headmaster's shoulders, which usually carried the invisible weight of the world with stoic resolve, slumped almost imperceptibly. His eyes, typically alight with 100-year wisdom and a ready counterplan, seemed to momentarily flounder, losing their focus as the reality of Harry's choice crashed over him. It was a refusal not just of a request, but of a destiny Dumbledore had carefully, if controversially, engineered for him. The sheer finality of Harry's commitment to self-preservation, to choosing his own path over the one laid out for him, left the brilliant strategist momentarily speechless, robbed of his usual eloquent persuasion. "I am afraid that is not possible, Harry. The truth of the matter is far more complicated and deeply rooted than either of us would wish. You see," Dumbledore offered in a sad, sage tone, his blue eyes losing their usual twinkle and clouding with ancient sorrow, "there was a prophecy once given, many years ago. It was a fragment of fate, a thread woven into the fabric of the future that has, for better or worse, dictated the paths we must walk. This prophecy speaks of a specific confrontation, a destiny that must be faced by you, and you alone. I have done my utmost to guide you, to prepare you, but some burdens, Harry, simply cannot be shared or avoided." Harry did all he could to prevent himself from laughing out loud at the man's proclamation. It was such a dramatic, almost theatrical pronouncement, delivered with a self-importance that Harry found utterly ridiculous. Prepared. The sheer audacity of the word, coupled with the man's overly serious expression, was almost too much to bear. Harry had to bite the inside of his cheek to maintain a facade of neutral curiosity. Tom and Harry had both, however long, suspected that a prophecy might exist, lurking in the shadows of their shared history and destiny. The pieces had never quite fit together, but the recurring coincidences and the inexplicable pull of certain events pointed strongly towards some predetermined path. This was not merely interesting, it was vital. Harry allowed his eyes to widen fractionally, injecting a subtle hint of awe and surprise into his voice, masking his inner amusement. "A prophecy," he repeated, letting the question hang in the air, inviting the man to elaborate and reveal the secrets they had long been seeking. Dumbledore took a deep breath before sighing. "Indeed, one that I fear Tom will get his hands on one day. One that will inevitably put you in his path of conquest." Leaning forward in anticipation, Harry asked, "You know what it says, don't you?" "I do," Dumbledore admitted. "They are words I believe you need to hear for yourself, however." Frowning, Harry leaned back in his chair. "Prophecies are supposed to be kept in the Department of Mysteries. We should go there and listen to it, then destroy it." "And we shall," Dumbledore promised, "but first I need to make necessary arrangements." Trying to pressure the man into a decision, Harry leaned forward, his voice dropping to a low, urgent murmur that was barely above a whisper, yet carried the full weight of his fear and the danger they faced. "If Voldemort discovers that there is a prophecy concerning us, I will be in immense, immediate danger, and frankly, so will any around me. Think about the people in my immediate circle, my friends, my housemates. They would all become targets." He paused, letting the statement sink in, then gestured broadly. "It also puts numerous amounts of Ministry employees in jeopardy. Voldemort's reach has always been huge, and the temptation to obtain such a vital piece of information, something that could guide his strategy, would be irresistible. Surely, we can agree that this cannot wait. We must retrieve that prophecy, find out exactly what it says, and determine the safest course of action as soon as possible. Every hour we delay is an hour he gets closer to learning the truth, and more lives could be lost." Dumbledore's face, however, remained impassive as he seemed to study Harry. The teen did all he could to prevent himself from fidgeting before the man said, "While I understand there are many risks and rewards from retrieving the prophecy as soon as practical, I need you to trust that there are reasons and concerns that prevent us from doing it right away. Reasons I cannot share with you at this very moment." Harry bit down on the inside of his cheeks, frowning, before shaking his head. "Just another thing I suppose we will have to disagree upon, Headmaster." Inwardly, however, Harry began formulating a plan. If they had time to plan and prepare for the retrieval of the prophecy, then perhaps it could be done to Harry's advantage. Perhaps so, Dumbledore acknowledged with a bow of his head, but nonetheless it must be done. When? Harry pressed. Before summer, Dumbledore promised. Harry's eyes widened. That's still months away. We must take time to plan for all eventualities, Dumbledore consoled. I doubt that's possible. Harry thought, a grim, humorless flicker passing through his mind. He kept his head bowed, the posture itself a calculated, bitter performance of deference. The cold stone floor beneath his worn shoes was less grating than the demands being laid out before him. With a slow, deliberate movement that spoke of barely contained fury, he looked down at his clasped, folded hands, a silent mimicry of a man cowed and contemplative. The internal rage, however, was a churning whirlpool, threatening to breach the thin veneer of calm. He had to embody the resentment, the wounded pride, the perfect, silent picture of a person broken but defiant. His voice, when it finally came, was low, tight, and steeped in a dangerous, feigned compliance. The words were a dismissal, a challenge veiled as obedience. Very well, he said, the two words heavy with unshed emotion, a perfect blend of resignation and accusation. The pause that followed was excruciating, forcing his antagonist to confront the naked bitterness in the air. His eyes, when he finally lifted them slightly, remained fixed on the space just below the other man's chin, maintaining the pretense of submission while his entire being screamed rebellion. He drew a shallow breath, the air tasting of dust and defeat. Is that all? For now, Dumbledore said with a weary sigh. He steepled his fingers on the desk, his bright blue eyes, usually twinkling with amusement, now held a deep, unsettling seriousness. You must be vigilant, however, Harry. Never mistake the tool for the master. You may currently hold the title of King Snake, a valuable title amongst certain circles of the magical world, no doubt, and one that grants a certain temporary authority. Dumbledore leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a low, grave tone. But it is Lord Voldemort that holds the true and indisputable title, heir of Slytherin. A title earned not by conquest or chance, but by direct bloodline. You can imagine, my boy, that one outranks the other. Your position is a challenge, a claim, but his is a birthright, a foundation of power that runs deeper than a mere allegiance or a conquered throne. Harry stood absolutely still, absorbing the words like a sponge, the heavy silence of the headmaster's office punctuated only by the soft whirring of several delicate silver instruments on a nearby table. He said nothing to this caution, offering no argument, no defiance. He simply catalogued the information, weighing its value and potential weaknesses. His emerald eyes, sharp and calculating, betrayed none of the churning thoughts within. Finally, with a stiff, almost dismissive motion, Harry rose to his feet. He offered the aging headmaster a curt, precise nod, a gesture devoid of warmth or respect, a mere formality. He then spun on his heel with a sudden, decisive grace and strode toward the gargoyle-guarded exit. The thick wooden door slammed shut behind him with a resonant thud, leaving the headmaster alone in the fading light. Dumbledore had no idea of the truly ambitious, dark path that lay ahead for Harry and the man he called master. He could see the shadows growing, but he still believed in a light residing within Harry. But Harry, already walking down the spiraling stone staircase, his mind a whirlwind of cold logic and ruthless ambition, was already far beyond the headmaster's influence. He began to meticulously formulate a plan, a scheme that would not simply navigate the current conflict, but one that would utterly subvert Dumbledore's expectations. Chapter 77. Wand at the ready, Harry barked out to Aaron Vasley, who barely shielded against Flora Caro's spell. In truth, Harry wanted to facepalm at the lack of discipline these nearly of age witches and wizards held, but he did everything he could to stay focused. Tom had taught him from a young age to anticipate pain if there was a mistake made. Those among him today clearly held no such fear. If they did, their wands would not be at ease at the start of a potential duel. Watching Flora flourish her wand with swift, controlled movements, Harry admired the remarkable progress the sixth-year girl had made in the short amount of time they had been working together. Her stance was solid, her focus unwavering, and the spells she cast, while not yet perfected, possessed a raw power and precision that spoke volumes about her innate talent and the environment she had grown up in. Already, Harry held the firm belief that the twins together, Hestia and Flora, could confidently handle any direct confrontation with their father or their notoriously brutal aunt. Both sisters were incredibly quick and vicious with their wands, a clear and chilling reflection of having been raised squarely within the orbit of the dark arts. They took to Harry's advanced defensive and offensive lessons like fish to water, absorbing complex concepts and mastering difficult maneuvers with an ease that belied their years. Their upbringing had, inadvertently, provided them with a foundation of pragmatism and ruthlessness that made them exceptionally fast learners in combat magic. They understood risk, and they understood power, which made their training sessions incredibly productive. The boys in the Carrow's year, however, were a matter entirely different, and frankly, a source of constant frustration for Harry. Vasley and Urquhart were both supremely undisciplined, relying far too much on inherited status and posturing rather than genuine skill. Their movements were sloppy, their spell casting hesitant or overly aggressive without control, and they seemed to view the rigorous training as an irritating imposition on their social calendar. Harry often found himself struggling to break through years of ingrained arrogance and entitlement, a contrast so stark it was almost laughable when compared to the dedication of the Carrow twins. Thankfully, the younger Slytherins in his own year, Theo Knott and Blaise Zabini, had clearly been raised from a different cloth. While they certainly possessed the typical Slytherin ambition and reserve, their focus was sharp and their commitment absolute. They were both much more up to par with some of the more serious and accomplished seventh years Harry had worked with, like Adrian Pusey, who possessed a quiet competence Harry valued. Theo's understanding of magical theory was exceptional, giving him a powerful foundation for complex dueling, and Blaise's movements were fluid and deceptively fast, making him a dangerously unpredictable opponent. Harry allowed himself a small, private moment of satisfaction, knowing that while the upper year boys might be a lost cause, the future of this particular faction was looking considerably more promising with students like Flora, Hestia, Theo, and Blaise coming into their own. The dueling group that Harry was working with in the common room was a whirlwind of green and silver as he circled through their ranks. As he paced, amidst the clash of spells and the shouts of triumph and frustration, one figure commanded attention. Above them all rose Daphne. It was a sight that spoke volumes of her dedication. Clearly, after all the magic they had studied together, the countless, tireless hours spent hunched over dusty ancient tomes, decoding obscure runes, and mastering complex ancient magic, her practical skill had blossomed. It was now unmatched by nearly all the other Slytherins, a fact they were being forced to acknowledge with every flick of her wand. What truly set her apart, though, was a hint of cold, surgical ruthlessness that Harry was beginning to not just notice, but actively admire. This was not the timid, hesitant magic of a student afraid to offend. This was focused, aggressive spell casting with a clear intent to dominate. This edge, this barely contained ferocity, followed Daphne's every move. She put down even her closest friends, the very students she would share a table with at dinner, with a sharp tinge of aggression that suggested no one in the circle was her equal. Just earlier that evening, this cold efficiency had been on full display when the witch had taken down Adrian Pusey, the seventh year that was becoming known for his brute strength and confidence. Pusey had been floored not by an elaborate curse, but by a flawlessly executed, powerful disarming charm that had the force of a battering ram. The seventh year had fallen, sprawled on the stone floor. Daphne had not celebrated or offered an apology. Instead, she had turned her head immediately, her steely gray eyes locking onto Harry's. She offered him a smoldering look, a silent, intense gaze that cut through the noise and clearly conveyed the message, "I can stand with you." It was a bold declaration of strength, and Harry felt a distinct thrill of approval mixed with a nascent, complicated desire. The Christmas holidays were fast approaching, and the few dedicated hours Harry had set aside each week with his fellow Slytherins had proven to be an immense boon to their development. A noticeable shift had occurred within the group, as each member began truly coming into their own under Harry's focused tutelage. The necessary push wasn't difficult to administer, merely sharing some of Tom's more foundational, yet potent, teachings was enough to elevate those who had been teetering on the precipice of true magical growth. Daphne, however, was a category unto herself. With each passing day, she seemed to grow more resolute, her entire being fixed on what she knew lay ahead. She wasn't one to clamor for extra, formal lessons, but instead sought out Harry with quick, pointed questions. A tip on wand movement here, a subtle adjustment to a spell's incantation there, simple pointers designed to guide her in her own relentless, solitary search for self-improvement and power. Her ambition wasn't loud. It was a quiet, constant pressure she applied to herself. Harry understood, with a clarity that went beyond the mere application of advanced spell casting, dueling forms, or the finer points of the dark arts. Daphne's focused study wasn't just about becoming a better witch in the conventional sense. It was a final, desperate push, a self-imposed crucible designed to resolve her mind and body for the monumental challenge that was about to unfold. Everything she did was aimed at the future, specifically at the looming date of Astoria's ritual, the one that Harry would oversee and enact, which was meant to finally cleanse her younger sister of the ancient, insidious curse that had plagued the Greengrass family for generations. Daphne was preparing not for a battle against an enemy, but for a trial of spirit, where she needed to be absolutely certain of her own strength and resolve before everything changed. Clapping his hands together, Harry offered a few half-hearted compliments to some of the seventh years, who had at the very least accomplished nonverbal casting with his assistance, before calling them all together. At least 30 students were participating in Harry's extra lessons, from 5th to 7th year, and he was satisfied with the extra influence he now held over his classmates. Clapping his hands together in a show of satisfied applause, Harry offered a few half-hearted compliments. "Not bad, Rosier. A little more precision in the wrist flick. The incantation is silent, though, so well done," he called out, his eyes sweeping over the scattered groups. He made sure to single out a few others of the 7th years, knowing the importance of acknowledging the progress of the students who were, at the very least, consistently accomplishing nonverbal casting with his assistance. Their success was a necessary benchmark for the younger students to see and eventually be motivated to find their own growth. "Burke, excellent control. You held the charm for a full 7 seconds. Keep working on the power behind it," he added, before his gaze settled on a tense-looking Pusey who had been embarrassed by Daphne earlier in the evening. Harry decided to leave the criticism for a more private moment. With a final, decisive clap that demanded attention, Harry called the entire group together. "All right, that's enough for tonight. Gather around." At least 30 students were actively participating in Harry's extra lessons. The sheer number was impressive, ranging from determined 5th years who were eager to prove their worth, to 7th years who were finally realizing that any WT scores mattered more than anything, and needed the edge Harry's advanced training provided. But the true spectacle was the audience. The entire rest of the house, dozens of other Slytherin students, always stuck around in the common room. They lounged on the plush, black leather sofas or leaned against the stone walls, ostensibly working on homework or playing chess. Yet, every single eye, from the 1st years cowering on the edges to the stubborn 7th years pretending not to care, was fixed on the impromptu dueling practice. It wasn't simple observation. It was intense, competitive scrutiny, a silent, ongoing evaluation of their housemates and Harry's methods and capabilities. They didn't dare interrupt, but they certainly never missed a moment of the unorthodox instruction unfolding in their midst. Occasionally, Harry would even spot a 3rd or 4th year student with their wand out, attempting to mimic the wand movement of his instruction. Harry had attempted to encourage this and offer to duel with some of them to offer pointers on the less advanced lessons, but most were either too shy or too scared to interact with him magically. "You've all improved a lot in our short time together," Harry encouraged, his voice carrying clearly across the common room. "The progress you've all made is something to be proud of. Take a moment to appreciate that growth." He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the faces of his fellow Slytherins, some flushed with victory, others tight with the frustration of defeat. "Now, for those of you who lost your duels today, and that includes some excellent displays of talent. Mind you, don't be discouraged. Do not let this moment of humbling be the thing that makes you hesitate. It is a part of the process, a vital stage in your magical development. It is a part of the journey. Every master duelist, every powerful sorcerer or witch has faced countless defeats, and it's the lessons learned from those setbacks, the discipline to rise and try again, that truly define their power. Harry stepped forward, his tone shifting to one of serious guidance. Seeking out duelists, pushing your boundaries against those stronger and more skilled than yourselves, and indeed, pursuing other magical talents to better yourself is not merely an idea. It is a rite of passage in our world. It is a fundamental, time-honored tradition that separates the truly ambitious from those content with mediocrity. He finished with a sharp, pointed piece of advice. Don't ignore it, don't shy away from the challenge, and above all, don't be afraid to be humbled. Defeat is one of the best teachers you will ever have. Go out there, find your next challenge, and keep building. Now everyone have. Easy for you to say, came the angry voice of a blonde teen that had been hovering at the edge of the common room. Harry's eyes, a brilliant, piercing green, snapped toward the source of the interruption. They immediately locked onto the figure of Draco Malfoy, who was leaning against the stone mantelpiece near the dying embers of the fireplace. Malfoy's usually immaculate blonde hair was slightly disheveled, and his cheeks were flushed a high, unnatural color, a clear sign he had been liberally dipping into the fire whiskey brought in by the older students. A palpable silence had fallen over the Slytherin common room, momentarily stifling the usual low murmur of conversation and the scratching of quills on parchment. Every head had turned toward the confrontation. From the doorway of the fifth-year girls' dormitory, Pansy Parkinson, her face a mask of mortification and exasperation, rushed forward. She made a desperate attempt to grab Draco's arm, her voice a hushed, urgent plea. "Draco, stop it. You need to come upstairs. Now." But Draco violently shook off her hand, his pale eyes blazing with a mixture of alcohol-fueled bravado and deep-seated resentment. He straightened, ignoring Pansy's frantic whisper, and dramatically pointed a trembling finger across the room, leveling it squarely at Harry. His voice, though slurred around the edges, was loud enough to carry, sharp and accusatory, cutting through the tense atmosphere. "He stands here," Draco spat, his lip curling in a sneer, "this golden boy talking about honor and seeking challenges in duels. But it's all a pathetic lie, isn't it, Potter? He is running from the biggest, most important challenge of his entire miserable life." He paused, his chest heaving, his gaze unflinching. "He is running from the Dark Lord." Most of the house gasped, while others looked grim at the teen's words. None were more surprised than Draco, however, when Harry just smirked at the blonde. "Voldemort. You think I am running from Voldemort?" The gasps that followed Draco's words were nothing compared to those that followed Harry's use of the Dark Lord's name. Draco, however, just scoffed. "Aren't you?" Harry just chuckled, a low, humorless sound that vibrated with a dangerous anticipation, and began advancing slowly towards the teen. Draco stood his ground for a moment, his face a mask of defiant fury barely concealing a deep-seated fear. The dark-haired teen came within an arm's reach, and Draco, acting on pure, desperate instinct, reached for his wand concealed within his tailored robes. But Harry was faster. With a casual, almost bored sway of his wrist, he swept his arm in from within his own looser, darker robes, and the movement was enough. A wordless, wandless, invisible pulse of energy shot out, tearing the Malfoy family wand from Draco's grip. It clattered harmlessly against the stone floor of the Slytherin common room, a loud, humiliating sound in the suddenly silent space. "Relax, Draco," Harry murmured, his voice dangerously soft, yet carrying enough to draw the attention of every watching student. "I am not going to hurt you. Not today." The threat was palpable, a cold, heavy promise hanging in the air. The whole house, including a cluster of upperclassmen who had been too shocked to intervene, heard it. Harry then stepped fully into the personal bubble of his old rival, his dark eyes boring into the suddenly pale gray of Draco. The proximity was a violation, an assertion of utter dominance. "I know you're upset, Dragon." The use of his translated name seemed to irk the boy more than the disarming. A flicker of genuine anger broke through the fear in Draco's eyes, but Harry ignored it. He was enjoying this too much. Instead of backing down, Harry reached out and tapped Draco's cheek with his open hand. A slow, patronizing gesture that was less a strike and more an utterly dismissive pat, like one might give a petulant child. "I know the Dark Lord killed your father." A collective gasp, sharp and shocking, rang throughout the common room. Students recoiled, whispers of horror and disbelief erupting like a sudden storm. Lucius Malfoy was a pillar of the community, a powerful man and one of Voldemort's most influential supporters. The idea of the Dark Lord striking down one of his own was unthinkable. Harry stepped away from the stunned Draco, turning to address the entire assembly with a cold, almost casual confidence. "It's true. The wizarding world may just be finding out that Voldemort has returned, stumbling over the fact with their pitiful ministry pronouncements, but Draco here was one of the first to know." Harry paused, letting his gaze sweep over the shocked faces, landing on Draco, who was trembling, whether from rage or terror was impossible to tell. His father failed the Dark Lord. He failed in a duty so essential that the failure was deemed unforgivable, and for that incompetence he was struck down. A wave of intense, frantic whispers followed, spreading through the common room like a contagion. Harry allowed the chaos for only a moment before he stepped back forward, closing the distance to once again invade Draco's personal space. His eyes held a knowing, dangerous gleam. "Ask me how I know that, Draco. Go on, I'm waiting." "How did you know?" Draco whispered. "Because I was there," Harry replied softly, the admission heavy with a history the others could only guess at. He took a deliberate step back from Draco, needing the space to address the entire assembly. His voice, though still quiet, carried a new, undeniable weight as he announced it to the whole Slytherin common room. "I fought him that night, the Dark Lord, Lord Voldemort, last year. On the night I won the Triwizard Tournament." A profound, absolute silence descended upon the room. Every student, from the furthest armchair to those huddled near the fireplace, seemed to freeze in place, their shock palpable. Eyes wide, they stared at Harry, struggling to reconcile the boy they knew with the figure of infamy he had just invoked. The air was thick with unspoken questions, but Harry did not wait for them to break the spell. He continued, his gaze steady. "I was the first to the cup. Delacour and Crumb were miles behind me. When I found it, I discovered it was a portkey that didn't transport me back to the cheers of the crowd, but to a faraway, desolate place, a graveyard, where the Dark Lord was resurrected by his closest followers." He began to slowly circle Draco, his movement restless, yet his eyes remained fixed on the group, ensuring he had their undivided attention. "The moment I arrived, I was witness to a ritual of dark magic, the likes of which I pray none of you ever see. It was the moment I learned true fear, a cold, paralyzing dread that went deeper than anything a Dementor could conjure. I watched my family's greatest enemy, the man who murdered my parents, return to full, terrifying form, and once he was whole again, he turned his attention to me. We fought." Harry paused, festering on the breaths being held around the room. "He tortured me, not just with curses, but with cruelty that sought to break my spirit entirely. He made it clear that I was nothing but an ant standing on the precipice of death, a minor distraction before his triumphant return. He toyed with me, demonstrating his power, his dominance, his absolute contempt. But then," Harry finished, the final words carrying a strange, chilling mix of relief and confusion, "he let me go." These words seemed to strike the Slytherin common room into a stunned silence, a palpable wave of disbelief and reassessment washing over the gathered students. Whispers died on throats, and the usual haughty posturing evaporated under the weight of Harry Potter's stark confession. At last, Harry stopped his restless packing, his boots finding purchase on the polished stone floor, and he stood directly in front of the Malfoy heir. Draco's usually pale face was now a mask of confusion, his silver eyes narrowed, struggling to reconcile the legend with the boy now standing before him. "You see, Draco," Harry began, his voice low, steady, and stripped of all youthful innocence. "The Dark Lord didn't need to kill me to win. He didn't need to spill the blood of the boy who lived to secure his ultimate victory, not on that night, and not ever since." Harry took a step closer, his gaze locking onto the blonde Malfoy. He made his point, I was nothing. A child, a pawn, a meaningless speck of dust in the face of his power, his true, terrifying power. I was utterly insignificant. He allowed a moment for this brutal self-assessment to sink into the minds of the purebloods, most of whom had been raised to believe Harry Potter was the singular obstacle to the Dark Lord's reign. By letting me go, however, he showed a twisted form of mercy, a cold, calculated grace that was more humiliating than a killing curse. But more importantly, he made a statement, not just to me but to the entire world. Harry's lips curled into a faint, bitter semblance of a smile as he pretended to quote the man. "Stay out of my way, or you will regret it. Cross me, and I will not simply kill you. I will annihilate everything you care for, and then let you live with the ashes." Needless to say, Draco, I took that lesson to heart. It was the only way to survive. Harry turned, addressing the assembled students of Slytherin now, his eyes sweeping over the massed sea of green and silver. His voice resonated through the common room, carrying the weight of experience far beyond his years. Some of you may have secretly hoped for a hero to rise from the ashes of the last war. Perhaps you clung to the childish notion of a golden boy, returning to face the darkness with a flaming sword and a heroic roar. He paused, allowing their collective, unspoken disappointment to hang in the air. But I am no hero, and I am no Gryffindor golden boy, marching toward a glorious death for an ideal I can no longer believe in. I am a survivor. Just like many of you, who have learned to bend and adapt to the currents of power, who have learned which side of the wand to stand on when the inevitable happens. He finished with a chilling finality, his eyes hard and unwavering. And I will not stand against him, not if it means forfeiting the life I fought so desperately, so brutally to keep. I will not sacrifice myself for people who only ever saw me as a weapon or a symbol. My loyalty is to my own survival, and I will not allow anyone, not Dumbledore, not the Ministry, and certainly not the memory of the past, to make me a martyr. Finally, Harry stepped back into the space of Draco and spoke softer than ever before. "Don't be the man people hoped for me to be, Malfoy. Go home this holiday season, be grateful for what you have, and stay out of the way of the Dark Lord. There is no reason for your story to end so soon. Your father clearly failed the heir of Slytherin, but that doesn't mean you will be judged in the same light." Draco, the usually self-assured and sneering teen, was utterly drained of color, his face as stark white as a freshly bleached sheet by the time Harry's unsettling monologue concluded. He glanced desperately around the common room, his eyes flicking from one stunned face to the next, seeking some flicker of disbelief or contradiction, some form of validation for the worldview Harry had just shattered. Finding none, his usual bravado evaporated entirely, replaced by a raw, naked panic. He didn't walk. He practically bolted, his retreat a frantic, undignified scurry in the direction of the Slytherin dormitory, the silent testament to the devastating impact of Harry's final admissions. Harry watched him go, a sense of heavy finality settling in his chest. He took a slow, deep breath, the controlled exhale releasing some of the tension that had coiled within him throughout the confrontation. Finally, he turned his attention to Daphne. She had been listening with an intense, unwavering focus, and now her fair features were slightly flushed, a delicate rose rising on her cheeks, indicating the profound surprise and perhaps unease his disclosures had evoked. Deciding there was no turning back now, that he might as well drive some version of the truth home with the unflinching force of a dagger, Harry spoke again, his voice dropping to a low, serious register that carried an undeniable weight of experience. "The Dark Lord showed me something that night in the graveyard," Harry reiterated, letting the full gravity of the scene hang in the air. "He showed me a kind of dark mercy that defied everything I thought I knew. I learned things, profound, terrifying things, about myself, about the limits, or lack thereof, of my own burgeoning power, and about the sheer, mind-bending magnitude of what the true greats of our world, both light and dark, are capable of achieving." He paused, his eyes sweeping over the remaining students, his gaze piercing and unsettlingly mature. "So, do yourselves a colossal favor, all of you. Take a good, long look at the horizon. Pick a side, be it the Ministry's shaky truce or the coming storm, and commit to it fully. Stick to your choice, because I promise you this. You absolutely do not want to be caught in the middle, scrambling for neutrality when the real conflict descends. When the war truly comes, Neutrality will only make you a target for both sides. With that, Harry gave Daphne one final, intense glance, his eyes reflecting the flickering torchlight of the Slytherin common room. The conversation just finished hung heavy in the air between the Slytherins. He saw flickers of concern, perhaps even regret, cross many usually impassive features, but he offered no further words. He had said what he needed to say, and lingering would only complicate matters further. Turning on his heel, the thick, velvet-lined entrance to the common room swallowed him. The stone entranceway hissed shut behind him, plunging him into the silent, oppressive cold of the late-night dungeons. The familiar, musty smell of ancient stone and damp dungeons filled his nostrils. His footsteps echoed unnervingly loud against the slick flagstones as he made his way toward the distant, unseen exit. The journey felt longer than usual, a symbolic passage from the emotionally charged atmosphere of the common room to the relative neutrality of the castle corridors. When he finally reached the towering oak doors that led outside, he fumbled with the heavy iron latch. Pushing the door open, he stepped out into the fresh, cold open air of the Hogwarts grounds. The night sky above was a vast, velvet canvas dusted with a billion distant stars, and the crescent moon cast a pale, silver light over the black lake. He stopped at the top of the steps, his shoulders slumping slightly with a weariness that had nothing to do with physical exertion. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, he filled his lungs with the crisp, clean air, letting the chills settle and clear the heat from his mind. He stood there for a long moment, the cool air slowly seeping through his robes. The solitude of the night was a stark contrast to the coiled tension of the conversation he'd just left. A feeling of profound unease settled in his stomach, and he couldn't help but replay the conversations held in the common room, word for painful word. Had he revealed too much of his hand? Had he been too honest, too vulnerable? The complex web of alliances, secrets, and half-truths he navigated daily felt precariously balanced, and he wondered if his final words resonated with Daphne. The burden of his secret life felt heavier than ever under the silent, watchful gaze of the night sky. "You were right," the familiar female voice spoke with a new resonance, cutting through the low nighttime wind that swept through the grounds. Harry turned swiftly to see Daphne standing there, her shoulders thrown back and her eyes alight with a fierce, almost manic energy. She looked utterly invigorated, a stark contrast to the guarded, weary look he had become accustomed to seeing. "You have made me strong enough to change the fate of my family, and I know what must come next." She took a confident step toward him, her simple expression holding the weight of a monumental decision. "It's more than just the political machinations of the wizarding world. The most important change must first occur within the house of my own family. The old allegiances, the stifling traditions, the fear of change, I am done with it. I will not have Astoria growing up with it once she's cured." A beat of silence passed between them, charged with the palpable sense of a boundary being crossed. Harry simply watched her, a slow, sinister smile spreading across his face. He recognized the shift in her, the subtle but complete transformation from a cautious operative to a determined leader. He hadn't just given her power, he had given her the courage to take it. "When I do the ritual to heal my sister, it's going to require a sacrifice." The words hung heavy in the air, a declaration more than a question, a grim reality Daphne had already come to terms with. "It is." The answer was a simple, stark confirmation, devoid of comfort or reprieve, because Harry knew the truth of the magic that would follow. "My father, he has been a coward my entire life. A self-serving, gutless man who puts his own comfort above everything else. He was willing to let my sister die, to fade away in a sterile, silent room, and not even pursue a cure with any real conviction," Daphne said softly, the quiet tone more chilling than a shout. Her voice was laced with years of suppressed bitterness and profound disappointment. Her hands, however, were a contradiction. Her fists were clenching now at her side, the knuckles white and strained as if she were trying to anchor herself against a rising tide of fury. "He dismissed me at every single step of the way when I offered 1,000 suggestions on how to make her better. They were viable, well-researched ideas, ancient remedies, forbidden scrolls, whispered contracts, but he called them dangerous fantasies and reckless gambits. All because they required effort, and more importantly, they required him to admit he wasn't in control. He traded her life, her future, for his own pathetic peace of mind. A dark, resolute glint entered her eyes, the steel of a person who has found the perfect, terrible symmetry in a broken world. The requirements of the ritual are exacting, but I see a perfect justice in them now. The one who failed her most completely will pay the price for her restoration. My father will be my sacrifice. Chapter 78. The whispers that circulated through the house, carrying the anxieties from Harry's speech the night before, fell upon deaf ears the next day with the muffled insignificance of other conversations around the great hall. His mind was elsewhere, far too consumed by the weight of the revelation Daphne had shared with him the previous night. The sheer magnitude of her choice had kept him awake, turning the impossible calculus of her decision over and over in his head. There had been so much inherent uncertainty woven into the very fabric of the initial dilemma. Who would she ultimately sacrifice to secure her sister's life and freedom from the blood curse? How would they get away with it if Astoria witnesses it? A memory charm was always an option, but Harry had the feeling Daphne would not want her sister to forget the lengths she had gone to protect her. The fact that she had chosen her own father remained a staggering fact that Harry struggled to fully assimilate. A small, pragmatic, and deeply skeptical part of his mind, the part honed by years of mistrust and betrayal, had harbored a genuine fear. It had anticipated the possibility, however remote, that in the final, terrifying moment of decision, Daphne's resolve would waver, and she would turn on him instead. He had feared she might see his death as the more palatable, if equally horrific, price to pay for Astoria. Yet, as Harry reflected on their days passed together, it became increasingly, undeniably clear that her loyalty was hard-won and it was his. It was a loyalty forged not just in affection, but in a shared cause and recognition of his role in her sister's salvation. The magnitude of that commitment, her willingness to sacrifice a parent for a sibling, and to stand with an outsider to see it done, sent a profound chill of respect and dread through Harry's soul. As her head rested comfortably on his shoulder, and her hand gripped his own tightly beneath the Slytherin table, a profound and unsettling wave of doubt washed over Harry. He found himself paralyzed by a chilling question that echoed the darkest corners of his conscience. Was he, in his relentless pursuit of power and ambition, inadvertently guiding his girlfriend down the very same catastrophic path he had forced Tracy to walk? The memory of Tracy, sweet, unassuming Tracy, was a wound that never truly healed. She had possessed a loyalty that was not only absolute but tragically blind, a devotion so complete that it ultimately became her undoing. Her life had been cruelly forfeit, extinguished in a flash when she had instinctively thrown herself between Harry and the vicious, unpredictable wrath of Barty Crouch Jr. It was a price Harry knew he had, in his manipulation and need, been complicit in demanding. Tracy's death was a constant, searing reminder of the collateral damage his decisions could inflict. Now he looked at Daphne. She was different from Tracy, sharper, more cynical, born of a different, harder world, yet her burgeoning loyalty to him seemed to possess a familiar, dangerous intensity. He saw the same willingness to trust, the same spark of adoration that could so easily be forged into unquestioning fealty. Harry felt a sickening lurch in his stomach. The seductive pull of having someone so fiercely on his side, so willing to follow his lead into the dark, warred with a crushing sense of moral responsibility. Did he truly have the right to lead another down a road paved with such peril? Could he bear the guilt of watching history repeat itself, of seeing another innocent, or at least, another who had chosen to align with his dangerous destiny, pay the ultimate price for his choices, his battles, and his secrets? The warmth of Daphne's head against his neck felt less like comfort and more like a heavy, damning weight, a silent testament to the terrible, life-altering power he wielded over the hearts of those who loved him. He had sought to be powerful, but he was rapidly discovering that with that power came a capacity for destruction he hadn't fully anticipated, a capacity that threatened to consume everyone in his vicinity. Before the thought could evolve further, before the cold dread could fully settle in Harry's stomach, a harsh, rattling coughing fit drew his immediate attention from nearby. Astoria was suddenly hunched over, each cough erupting from her chest. She was desperately trying to cover her mouth with her sleeve, her slender arm trembling with the effort, but a horrifyingly bright sliver of blood could already be seen pouring from beneath her fingers, staining the pristine white fabric of the linen tablecloth where she'd accidentally leaned forward. The polite murmur of conversation that had lingered around the Slytherin table instantly died, replaced by a thick, oppressive silence. A few of the other students present shifted uncomfortably, their eyes wide with concern, or perhaps something darker and more judgmental. The air, usually warm with the scent of spices and morning pumpkin juice, suddenly felt icy and thin. Without a second of hesitation, Daphne was on her feet. The older Greengrass sister moved with a startling, decisive grace, crossing the distance to the other side of the heavy oak table in 2 swift strides. She reached Astoria, placing a supportive hand gently but firmly on her back, rubbing slow circles between her shoulder blades as the younger girl continued to hack, her face a shocking, sickly pale beneath the dark sheen of sweat. "It's all right, Torrey," Daphne murmured, her voice a low, steady balm that somehow cut through the panic. "We're just going to take a walk, come on." With practiced, gentle strength, Daphne helped her sister up from the bench, pulling her close and guiding her swiftly towards the arched exit of the dining hall. Astoria leaned heavily on her, a fragile, trembling weight, her continuous, shallow coughing echoing unnervingly off the stone walls. Just as the duo were reaching the towering doorway, disappearing from the light into the shadowed corridor beyond, Daphne turned her head. Her gaze, cold, clear, and sharp as ice, found Harry across the room. It was a look of pure, resolute determination, a fierce, almost desperate conviction that brooked no argument and offered no comfort. Harry understood the silent message all too well. The fear, the encroaching sickness, the public display that couldn't be hidden away any longer, it was all culminating. Time was running out. That single, intense look was a sharp, wordless reminder, a command burned into the back of his mind. Their plan. It had to work. Harry offered no verbal sign that he fully grasped the delicate situation involving Daphne and her sister, but instead, he expertly deployed a conversational smokescreen. He began chatting, perhaps a little too brightly, about the approaching holiday festivities with his housemates. Around him, most of his closest friends immediately caught on to his unspoken cue. They understood this was an attempt to divert the collective gaze and quiet the awkward murmurs away from the Greengrass sisters. Several of them shot him quick glances of solidarity. They, too, plunged into the conversation, some offering suggestions for holiday activities or trading funny antecedents about Christmas disasters on the horizon. Harry had to fight a strong urge to roll his eyes at the overly zealous distraction efforts, but he maintained a smooth, interested expression. His focus remained singular, shielding Daphne and Astoria from any further uncomfortable scrutiny. He threw out timely questions and well-placed comments, subtly guiding the flow and ensuring the topic remained safely distant from the source of the recent tension. Unfortunately, this didn't last, because an interruption from behind pulled him abruptly out of the conversation he was attempting to start with Blaise and Theo. As his eyes reluctantly glanced over his shoulder, Harry found that the headmaster and his head of house were looking down at him. Dumbledore's normally twinkling blue eyes looked severe, his expression betraying a rare impatience. The half-moon spectacles seemed to magnify the disapproval radiating from his face. Professor Slughorn, on the other hand, seemed merely exasperated, tugging at the lapels of his velvet waistcoat. The potions master cleared his throat, his voice slightly higher-pitched than usual as he spoke. "Harry, my boy, can you join us in the entrance hall for just a moment? We need some clarification regarding your holiday plans. There seems to have been a slight misunderstanding on the paperwork." The use of the familiar address, "my boy," seemed particularly grating to Harry, given the headmaster's stern demeanor. Yet, Harry merely allowed a mask of polite compliance to settle over his features, his easy smile unfaltering as he stood up, smoothing the front of his robes. "Of course, Professor," Harry replied, his voice showing no sign of irritation. He offered a small nod toward Blaise and Theo before focusing completely on the 2 older wizards. Harry gave his friends a quick, encouraging glance, silently urging them to continue their attempts to distract the others. though he knew the upcoming whispers would soon be about his departure with the headmaster and their head of house, and whispers about the Greengrass sisters would be long forgotten. Professor Slughorn casually greeted students from the house as they made their way out of the hall, but his false bravado wasn't fooling many at the Slytherin table. It didn't take a keen observer to see that there was tension in the departing trio. Harry, for his part, could only imagine what Dumbledore could want with both him and his head of house, but instead of asking questions, he just fell in line with an air of indifference. When the trio finally arrived in the chilly, echoing expanse of the entrance hall, a tense silence seemed to settle around them, only to be abruptly shattered by Horace Slughorn's booming, overly genial voice. "Harry, my dear boy," Slughorn began, his walrus-like figure turning to face the young wizard with an air of theatrical concern. I know I already approved your holiday departure plans. Everything was signed, sealed, and delivered after I received the most perfectly proper owl from Cyrus Greengrass, detailing your arrangements." He paused, a flicker of genuine anxiety crossing his usually jovial face as he fiddled nervously with the gold buttons on his velvet waistcoat. "However," he continued, leaning in conspiratorially, his voice dropping to a low, slightly wheezing murmur, "it seems our headmaster has developed further concerns. Given the truly unique circumstances surrounding your circumstances, and naturally the delicate nature of the situation at large, he's requested a brief, private word. Nothing to worry about, of course. Just a quick chat to ensure all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted." Harry folded his arms across his chest, the motion deliberate and conveying a sense of unwavering resolve, before he turned his attention to Dumbledore. "What kind of questions could I possibly answer, Headmaster?" Harry's voice was level, firm, and entirely devoid of the deference Dumbledore was accustomed to receiving. He met the headmaster's gaze without flinching, unwilling to be drawn into one of the older man's psychological maneuvering games. If you took the time to read Lord Greengrass's letter, it explained his intentions clearly and comprehensively. Dumbledore reached into his robes and immediately pulled out the aforementioned letter before saying, "That it may, but I think leaving Hogwarts at the current time is a reckless decision given all that you know now." Slughorn's brows furrowed at these words, and his questioning gaze landed on Harry, but the teen didn't flinch. Going to the Greengrasses for the holidays was essential. He would need to be on hand for Daphne's ritual to ensure there were no complications, and he had every intention of visiting Tom over the holidays. Instead of addressing the exasperated look on his head of house's face, Harry let out a long, weary sigh. "I understand the gravity of the situation, Headmaster," he began, his voice firm despite his internal fatigue. "I fully comprehend the necessity of caution and the strategic implications of our current situation. However, I will not put my life on hold, nor will I cease pursuing my goals, simply because we are waiting to decide our next move." He paused, meeting Dumbledore's gaze with an unwavering intensity that belied his youth. "As it stands, I have barely exchanged 5 words with the Lord and Lady Greengrass. It is a long-standing tradition that I get to know the lord of their family if I am to continue courting his daughter." "This is exactly what I told you as well, Albus," Slughorn exclaimed, his voice booming slightly as he gestured emphatically, the tremor in his hand betraying his agitation. He then softened his tone, leaning in to place a reassuring, yet firm, hand on Dumbledore's elbow. "I know you haven't seen the two interact. The whole relationship has been kept admirably discreet, but they have every bit of chemistry that Lily and James held." Slughorn paused, allowing his words to sink in, his eyes earnest behind his spectacles. "We would be severely damaging the lad's chances at making a good impression with a lord of our country if we kept him at Hogwarts over the holidays. Think of the political ramifications, Albus. This isn't just a schoolboy tryst. This is a burgeoning political alliance. The Greengrass family is old and powerful. I know Cyrus. I taught him, remember. And the Greengrass family's protections are formidable. I have seen them myself. He will be perfectly safe, safer perhaps, than he would be even within these walls, given the events of the last few years." Slughorn's plea hung heavy in the air, but the headmaster's expression remained one of deep, troubled contemplation, his pale blue eyes fixed on Harry. Seeing that Dumbledore was completely unconvinced, and clearly on the verge of issuing a refusal, Harry decided to take matters into his own hands and put the matter to rest decisively. "I had Daphne write to her father, headmaster," Harry stated, his voice calm and utterly devoid of negotiation, "and request the letter as a gesture of goodwill. A formality, really. I don't need your permission to depart the school. I am a Triwizard champion, something that elevated my status last year to an adult in our society, recognized by the Ministry and the international wizarding community." He met Dumbledore's gaze, not with defiance, but with a weary finality. "I didn't want to play this card, as I am trying to respect your authority, but you don't really have any option other than forbidding my return to school in January. That is the only power you retain in this situation, a temporary exclusion. You cannot legally prevent me from leaving for the Christmas holidays, headmaster." "Preventing the boy's return would be a great travesty," Slughorn instantly thundered, jumping back into the fray, his face turning a mottled red as he stubbornly stared down his old friend. "You would be alienating a champion of our school, Albus, and insulting one of the sacred 28 families who has offered the lad their hospitality and protection." There was not a twinkle in the old man's eyes, nor a shred of amusement in his expression. Dumbledore, usually so jovial and full of boisterous cheer at Hogwarts, looked instead like he had swallowed a moldy lemon drop as he sighed, his expansive chest deflating slightly. "I implore you to rethink this, Harry," Dumbledore began, his voice taking on a heavy, serious tone that Harry rarely heard from him. "With everything that has happened, the attack at Gringotts, the uncertainty surrounding your position, the very real threats that still loom, it would be best if you remained here under my own protection. Hogwarts is the safest place for you right now, and certainly the most monitored." Harry, however, was not going to give the man an inch. Deciding to play the teenager in love card, perhaps the only persona that might mildly placate his headmaster, Harry shook his head firmly. "And what about her protection, sir?" Harry challenged, his eyes holding Dumbledore's gaze without wavering. "You're talking about my safety here at the castle, but who protects Daphne if I am not at her side? Who stands between her and those who might target her simply because of her association with me? That is not something I am willing to pass to someone else, not even to her own family. I trust myself to keep her safe above all others." His words seemed to cut through any remaining doubts of Slughorn, introducing an angle the potion's master hadn't fully considered. Dumbledore's features even softened slightly, the moldy lemon drop expression easing into one of troubled contemplation. The man seemed genuinely surprised by Harry's decisive words and the fierce conviction behind them. He paused for a long, weighty moment, his vibrant blue eyes scrutinizing Harry with an intense, penetrating gaze. "It seems your ability to form connections, deep, loyal, and protective connections, does give you a considerable separation from some of my misgivings over the situation, Harry," Dumbledore mused, his voice a quiet, measured rumble that commanded attention. "It is a quality that Lord Voldemort has never possessed, and in that, you find a strength he cannot comprehend. You are a brilliant boy, Harry, a phenomenal student, and already a formidable young man. But you must never forget what I told you about your enemy. You are no match for him yet, not in raw power, nor in experience. Your commitment to Miss Greengrass is admirable, but you must not let it blind you to the scale of the danger. You must promise me you will exercise the utmost caution." Harry fought a powerful, internal battle to suppress the urge to roll his eyes, a gesture of exasperation that would certainly betray the carefully constructed facade he wore. These calculated lies, the deception required for his current mission, were beginning to feel less like a burden and more like a second skin. A deep, unsettling part of him, the part that Tom had been so meticulously cultivating, actively longed to complete the morbid task set before him. The thought of striking down Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who stood as the final bastion against Tom's dominion, right here and now, was a potent temptation. Adding Horace Slughorn to the tally would be a trivial, almost inconsequential detail. With the headmaster permanently removed, Harry knew with chilling certainty that none could effectively stand in Tom's way. The path to absolute power would be cleared. Yet even as the murderous impulse surged, a cooler, more rational voice, the last vestige of the boy who once was, reminded him that this was not the moment. The timing was all wrong. The location was far from secure, and the execution of such a monumental act required precision, not impulsive violence. Ironically, the greatest remaining threat to Tom's ultimate plan, the single mind capable of outmaneuvering and defeating the Dark Lord, stood mere feet away, utterly unaware of the abyss staring back at him through Harry's green eyes. Dumbledore was the final, critical obstacle. Harry was privy to information few others possessed. He knew that with the magical Gringotts irreparably damaged and Azkaban having completely fallen out of Ministry control, the list of vital targets for Tom's strategic strikes had dramatically shrunk. The Ministry of Magic itself was, without a doubt, next on the agenda. But before that grand finale, Tom would have a singular, non-negotiable expectation. Harry must fulfill his last and most crucial assignment, to remove the headmaster from the picture, permanently, and clear the field for the Dark Lord's inevitable triumph. "I will, sir," Harry said through gritted teeth, doing his best to keep up the act. Dumbledore offered a slow, deliberate glance at Slughorn, a look that was a complex mixture of disappointment and weary acceptance. The headmaster then let out a soft, measured sigh, the sound barely audible in the quiet of the office. "Very well," he conceded, the word heavy with finality. "Horace, it seems Mr. Potter will be leaving us after all." He offered a benevolent, albeit strained, smile. "Have a good holiday, both of you. May your Christmas break be restful, and, in Mr. Potter's case, uneventful." With that, the man departed in a swirl of his robes, and Slughorn just shook his head before patting Harry on the shoulder, before wishing him a happy holiday, and waddling down the corridor back to the dungeons. Oh. Daphne was on edge the moment they boarded the express. Harry had tried, commendably, to hide the young woman's palpable tension, launching into a light-hearted conversation with their friends and allies. He spoke of trivial things, a particularly amusing blunder by a Gryffindor on the last day of classes, or some ideas he had of upcoming lessons he would hold in the common room. But in reality, he didn't believe he was really fooling any of them. The Slytherins closest to him were far too sharp, too well-versed in reading subtle shifts in body language, and had learned to be keenly observant throughout their complex and often perilous lives. Blaise was leaning against the compartment window, his eyes flicking between Harry's animated face and Daphne's, unnaturally, still profile. Flora's brow had subtly furrowed as her eyes flickered back and forth to the Greengrass heiress. Theo, who had come out of his more quiet nature this year, seemed to simply glance occasionally towards Daphne's hands, nodding the white-knuckle grip she had on the worn leather strap of her book bag. All had noted the profound silence of Daphne, a stark contrast to her usual dry wit and measured contributions. More than that, they felt the low hum of anxiety she seemed to radiate, a tangible cloud of worry that permeated the air of the enclosed compartment, making the celebratory arrival of the holidays feel brittle and false. They knew her well enough to understand that this was not mere homecoming jitters. Something significant, and likely troubling, was weighing heavily on the usually composed Ice Queen of Slytherin. Harry hoped that her silence would be interpreted by the group as nothing more than the worry of a sister deeply concerned for her ailing sibling. It was a perfectly reasonable and easily digestible explanation for her uncharacteristic stillness and quietude. The emotional turmoil of watching a loved one suffer was universal, and in this specific context, the suffering was a well-known affliction. While not every member of their immediate circle was privy to the exact, horrifying details of the insidious blood curse that afflicted Astoria, a baseline of awareness regarding her precarious health was inescapable. Every student in Slytherin House had to be at least semi-cognizant of the fact that Astoria spent an undue, and frankly alarming, amount of her academic year within the confines of the hospital wing. Her presence there was not merely occasional, but a disheartening constant. She was, tragically, the student who frequented the infirmary more than any other, a stark testament to the debilitating, relentless nature of the curse that ailed her, slowly draining the vitality from her body. This general knowledge, Harry reasoned, would serve as a sufficient shield, allowing the true, more complex and self-centered source of her current internal turmoil to remain safely hidden. Despite his best efforts, the train ride felt agonizingly long, and he let out a breath he had hardly realized he was holding when they arrived at King's Cross. Harry's circle of friends all wished each other a happy holiday and scurried off in the direction of their own families the moment they hit the platform. It seemed to Harry that the group was anxious to get away from the tension and on with their holidays, something the teen could hardly blame them for. Despite the heavy anticipation and perhaps a lingering knot of nervousness in his stomach, Harry kept up a false bravado of cheer, a bright, if slightly strained, smile plastered on his face. He followed Daphne down the crowded platform, their hands clasped tightly. To their left, Astoria had arrived at their side, looking slightly pale, but much better than she did at breakfast that morning. The girl had a large smile on her face and seemed to genuinely enjoy the thought of returning home. A tug of anxiety hit Harry as he thought about how the girl might react when Daphne's plan came to fruition, but he quickly buried the feeling before it rose any further. Instead, he allowed his emerald eyes to sweep across the bustling scene. The entire length of 9 3/4 was a flurry of joyous reunions. Young witches and wizards, freshly returned from Hogwarts, were being enveloped in the loving embraces of their parents and younger siblings. Undoubtedly, with everything that had happened in the last few months, families were relieved to be reunited. In fact, Harry believed there were more families on the platform today than he had ever seen before. As his gaze traversed the happy, chaotic tapestry of young families greeting each other, his eyes eventually locked on a pair of people he only had a passing recognition of: Lord and Lady Greengrass. Lady Greengrass was a woman whose appearance defied her age. She possessed the same flowing, wavy blonde hair that was a hallmark of her daughter's, but her eyes were a lighter, more ethereal shade of green, a striking contrast to Daphne's deeper emerald gaze. The rest of her figure was as slender and graceful as her daughter's, though the lines around her eyes and the subtle maturity in her expression hinted that the woman had to be in her late 30s, while a casual glance could easily place her in her early 20s. She carried herself with an air of refined confidence and elegance befitting her station. In contrast, her father, Lord Greengrass, immediately displayed Daphne's most dominant and arresting feature: those piercing, intense blue eyes that seemed to analyze and hold the attention of anyone they focused upon. His face was immaculately clean-shaven, emphasizing the strong, aristocratic lines of his jaw and cheekbones. However, his hair was beginning to show distinguished streaks of gray at the temples, a subtle but clear indication that the man was likely entering his early 40s. He exuded an aura of calm authority, his posture straight and unyielding, suggesting a man accustomed to command and decision-making within the highest echelons of society. The blend of his daughter's shared features and his wife's enduring beauty created a captivating tableau of the Greengrass lineage. Astoria had surged forward, a burst of sudden energy, and now stood directly in front of the arriving duo, her arms wrapped tightly around her mother. Lady Greengrass, her face alight with undisguised affection, returned the embrace with an equal measure of warmth and tenderness, clearly immensely pleased by her daughter's sudden, spirited arrival. In contrast, Lord Greengrass offered a faint, almost imperceptible expression of disapproval. It wasn't one of true anger, but rather the quiet, reserved skepticism of a traditionalist pure-blood father watching his daughter dispense with the expected decorum in what the man saw as a semi-formal setting. Mother and daughter remained locked in their embrace even as Harry and Daphne made their composed approach across the platform. As they drew near, the teen girl offered her father a slight, respectful bow of her head. Her voice, clear and poised, then broke the silence with a declaration, a statement that was both a courtesy and a subtle challenge. "Father, Lord Greengrass," she began, her gaze steady, "I would like to introduce to you the soon-to-be Lord Potter, my intended." Her words, deliberately chosen, set the stage for the conversation to follow. Harry knew formality dictated that he should bow before the man, but there was only one he would should such deference to now, so instead held his head high, offering the man his hand. "Lord Greengrass, thank you for agreeing to host me over the holidays." Though I imagine you will come to regret the decision, Harry thought internally. Lord Greengrass seemed unimpressed by Harry's words and introduction, but took the hand nonetheless. "We were very interested to host you, Mr. Potter. I look forward to many parleys over the break, so I may gauge the type of wizard you really are. The Daily Prophet can be so misleading." Daphne stiffened instantly, her eyes narrowing slightly as the man's dismissive words hung in the air. The casual slight against Harry's title, against his very standing, was not lost on her, and the protective, proprietary instinct she felt toward him flared. She opened her mouth, ready to deliver a sharp rebuke of her own, but Harry's hand subtly squeezed her own, a gentle, silencing pressure. Harry, for his part, felt a familiar annoyance at the political games played by those who valued inherited power over earned skill. He cared little for the complex dance of social standing and ancient feuds, but he was certainly no fool. The man had challenged his worth. A slow, dangerous smile curved his lips, a smile that promised more trouble than diplomacy. "I am afraid, sir," Harry began, his voice smooth, low, and carrying a steely undertone, "that my skills are not in the parleys of politics or the navigation of our society's tedious social calendar. I have little patience for posturing, and even less for titles I have only begun to earn. My value should be measured more in my abilities with a wand," Harry continued, his gaze unwavering. "If you truly wish to gauge the type of wizard I am, if you wish to ascertain my worth in relation to your daughter, and or potentially being a part of your family, perhaps you should put those abilities to the test. Perhaps we could discuss putting such abilities on display over dinner." The man responded tightly, with clear agitation written on his features. "I look forward to it, sir," Harry responded in kind. Turning his attention to Lady Greengrass, his expression softened, and he put on a more charming smile in hopes of diffusing a potential situation. "Lady Greengrass, it seems I finally get to meet the woman who brought the brightest witch of our age into our world." Lady Greengrass was visibly slighted by Harry's pointed refusal to offer a compliment. Her wounded pride was betrayed by a subtle, yet unmistakable, change in her posture and a tightening around her eyes. Harry didn't know if she had expected flattery from Daphne's potential suitor, but he would not indulge her. His brief observations of her interactions with Daphne had consistently shown a relationship that was cold and distant, lacking any genuine warmth. Further evidence of this emotional disconnect was the parents' striking silence and apparent indifference regarding Daphne's near-constant absence from home during the summer break. Harry saw this silence not as trust, but as a clear lack of true parental investment. He was certain Daphne would neither expect nor appreciate him trying to gain favor with her mother. Such a gesture would feel like a betrayal of their mutual understanding and an unnecessary social effort that would yield no benefit. Harry's sole loyalty lay with Daphne, making her mother's approval irrelevant and potentially detrimental to their current dynamic. "Mr. Potter, your reputation precedes you." The woman's tone indicated this was not a compliment, but Harry didn't bat an eyelash as he slid closer to Daphne, much to the woman's disapproval. "It seems we all have much to learn about each other over the coming days. I am sure it will be enlightening." "I am certain it will be, ma'am," Harry responded in kind, allowing the tension to rise. Lord Greengrass produced a small, leather-bound book from the inner pocket of his robes and presented it to the two with a curt, almost dismissive gesture. "This portkey," he stated, his voice devoid of warmth, "will take you directly to the gates of the manor. Our house elf will meet you there. He has his instructions and will ensure you can get in. We will, of course, speak more fully at the traditional dinner hour." The message was not merely clear to Harry. It was a cold, hard slap of unwelcome formality. The subtext of the brief transaction was unmistakable. The fact that Lord Greengrass had no desire, or felt no need, to personally escort them, or even wait a few moments to see them through the final leg of their journey, spoke volumes about the family's view of their new guest. He was being handed off a package to be delivered to the back door. His status as an upcoming lord apparently meant little within the walls of the Greengrass ancestral home. Before further questions could be said, the man apparated away in a soft pop, while Lady Greengrass did the same with Astoria. When just Harry and Daphne were left on the platform with a portkey, Daphne let out an exhale. "That went well. I think we are going to have quite the holiday, my lady." Harry said with a devious grin, completely undisturbed by the family's dismissal. "Let's go see if I can make that blood vessel in your father's right temple rupture tonight at dinner." The girl let out her first genuine laugh of the afternoon that seemed to chase away some of the lingering shadows of their recent tension. A perceptible lightness returned to her shoulders, the slight stiffness that had held her posture easing away as she gazed at the teen. She leaned in, her eyes shining with affection, and offered him a soft, lingering kiss, a silent promise, and a thank you all in one. The witch wasted no more time as she gripped the old book, and Harry's arm tightly spoke the activation phrase softly. The familiar, slightly nauseating lurch in the pit of their stomachs was the only warning before the world seemed to contract and spin violently around them. In the space of a single, dizzying moment, they were whisked away from the bustling platform and instantly deposited amidst the well-kept grounds and stately architecture of Greengrass Manor. I know I don't usually leave you guys many author notes on Patreon, but I just kind of wanted to provide a general update of where we are and where we are heading. This Greengrass storyline has been in the background for a long time, and I promise I am not going to let it linger for much longer. This is more of a show of what really brings Harry and Daphne together. That's what all this has been about. This is really more about Harry's commitment to Daphne and his own ability to manipulate and guide people down the path of the dark arts and the consequences of doing so. It's all related, I promise. I am thinking the story is going to have right around 100 chapters before we move on to what's next. I have only begun to write the next story, but honestly I am not completely sold on the idea. It is Harry x Bellatrix, but honestly I think it might be too complex for what most will enjoy, so I am still considering where to go. I might do a poll to see what you guys might want to read and go from there. So look for that in the coming days. Questions, comments, thoughts, or concerns? Please leave them in the comments or post in the forums so we can talk about it. A lot of my best ideas usually come from you guys, and I just expand on them immensely, so please chat with me if you have ideas. Much love, everyone, and happy holidays. Chapter 79. If Daphne had harbored any hope that Harry would be impressed by the grandeur of Greengrass Manor, she was quickly, and perhaps a little deflatedly, mistaken. The simple truth was that over the last several months, under the tutelage and close companionship of Tom, Harry had passed through the hallowed, often darkly opulent, halls of nearly every prominent family within the political circle aligned with the darker disposition. These residences were not merely houses. They were monuments to ancient magic, power, and wealth, steeped in centuries of history and defensive enchantments that could only belong to families of the sacred 28. In comparison to the pitiful, cramped, and utterly ordinary suburban house on Privet Drive, a place Harry now barely remembered without a shudder, Greengrass Manor was undoubtedly a masterpiece of architectural elegance, a place of light, symmetry, and restrained aristocratic taste. However, when placed beside the imposing, almost fortress-like structure of Knott Manor, with its dizzying library and heavy, ancient wards, or the sheer, intimidating, and slightly unnerving dark majesty of Lestrange Manor, which seemed to drink the light, the Greengrass estate fell noticeably short. It was a shortcoming clearly not lost on Daphne. As she concluded Harry's formal tour of the sweeping grounds and the main residential building, she clearly noted the lack of awe, or even simple admiration, in his bright green eyes. A faint shadow of disappointment crossed her perfect, high-boned features, quickly masked by her customary cool composure. But Harry, now far more attuned to the nuances of his girlfriend's demeanor, didn't miss it. The lack of praise or wide-eyed wonder confirmed her suspicion. Harry was no longer the boy who could be impressed by mere wealth and pedigree. He had simply seen too much. By the time the duo broke off the tour, the dinner hour had already arrived. Daphne, with a gentle hand on his sleeve, led Harry through the echoing, grand hallways toward the main dining hall. The journey was mostly silent, filled only with the soft sounds of their footsteps on the polished stone floors. When they arrived, however, they were greeted by an unexpected quiet. They were the first to arrive. Daphne paused just inside the threshold, her gaze sweeping over the vast, formal room. It was a space designed for celebration and family gatherings, yet it currently stood stark and somewhat desolate. Her eyes snagged on a specific corner of the room, near a set of tall, narrow windows, and Harry's own gaze followed the subtle movement. Her voice, when she spoke, was neutral, almost detached, as if narrating a distant memory, but the deep, unmistakable pain in her eyes contradicted her calm tone. "Mum and Dad used to decorate this room with the most magical Yuletide decorations," she murmured, the memory unfolding in her voice. "They'd put up a massive tree. It seemed to scrape the ceiling and cover every inch of it with glittering silver and gold baubles that looked like captured starlight. The wireless would be playing constantly, filling the whole house with music, making Tori and I dance." She stepped further into the room, drawing Harry along and pointing toward the windowed alcove. "And over there," she continued, her voice growing thinner with longing, "there would be mountains of gifts, stacks of presents piled nearly to the ceiling by those windows. It was truly magical. It felt like the center of the world just for that one day." Her shoulders gave a barely perceptible slump. "That was before Tori got sick, of course. Everything changed after that." The unspoken weight of that last phrase hung heavy in the air, transforming the memory of past joy into a testament to present grief. Knowing the girl desperately needed comfort, but feeling completely unsure of how to properly give it, Harry hesitated for a moment. He then recalled a faint memory from one of the few photos he had once possessed of his parents, a simple gesture of affection. Tentatively, almost clumsily, he slid closer to Daphne, closing the small gap between them. He lifted his arms and wrapped them gently around her stomach, just below where her own arms were folded across her chest. He pulled her snugly into him, holding her close as she fought the silent tears that threatened to fall from her face. The solid, unexpected warmth of his embrace seemed to act as a dam, and Daphne finally let out a choked, ragged breath. He didn't know what to say, but he knew he had to offer some sliver of hope, some anchor in the storm of betrayal and fear she was experiencing. "We can save your sister, Daph," he murmured against her hair, his voice low but firm, a promise made from the depths of his own complicated resolve. He squeezed her tighter, a comforting pressure meant to convey absolute certainty. "She's still alive, and we will get her back to full health." He paused, knowing the but part would be hard to hear. He had to be honest about the cost of this ritual, the wreckage it could leave behind. "But I can't say the same for your old family traditions," he continued, the words a soft but heavy blow. "The moment we save Astoria, the moment you choose her over them, you are walking away from everything your family built. There will be no going back to the way things were. It'll be a new life, a new path for everyone, but especially you." He hoped she understood that the path forward was profound. Saving her sister was only part of it. The next would be a new legacy, one built out of blood. "They aren't strong enough to give her the life she deserves," Daphne whispered, the sound of a ragged breath caught in the quiet, seemingly lifeless room. She spoke as if the very walls had ears, as if the profound betrayal and crushing grief she felt could be overheard and judged by some unseen eavesdropper. "Not even strong enough to give her a fighting chance," she added, the second thought an even more devastating indictment than the first. The words were a bitter confession, but one Harry had heard before, yet still, hearing them in her ancestral home seemed to carry a different weight. Before Harry could utter another word, a subtle shift in the air, a familiar ripple in the background magic of the manor, alerted him to an approaching presence. The familiarity was instant. With grace, he released Daphne, his hands dropping away from her midsection, and took a discreet step back, putting a little space between them just as the door clicked open. He moved just in time, for a small, slightly wavering voice drifted into the room from the doorway. "Daph." Harry didn't turn to greet the younger Greengrass sister immediately. Instead, his focus remained on Daphne. He watched as she quickly, almost fiercely, scrubbed at the corners of her eyes with the pads of her fingers, the gesture quick and private, yet failing to fully erase the lingering redness around her eyelids. She then straightened her spine, took a steadying breath, and finally pivoted to face her little sister. Her eyes flickered up, meeting Harry's for a fleeting, shared moment of silent communication, a plea for support, before she stepped past him, crossing the threshold of their personal space. "Tori," Daphne said, her voice remarkably even, betraying little of the recent emotion. "Are we still doing dinner down here?" Astoria, poised in the doorway, shifted her weight uncomfortably. The girl's shoulders dipped visibly for a moment, a sign of minor disappointment or perhaps just the general awkwardness of the situation she'd walked into. She shook her head slowly, her gaze fixed on the polished floor rather than on her sister or Harry. As Harry finally turned his body to fully face the girl, his expression neutral and polite, Astoria studiously avoided meeting his eyes. "No," Astoria finally murmured, her voice soft and carrying a note of apology. "Our parents have decided to take their dinner in their own quarters tonight. Father says he wasn't feeling very well after his latest trip to the ministry this afternoon, a terrible headache apparently. And Mother didn't feel up to entertaining a guest on her own. She sent me down to let you both know." She paused, then offered the consolation. "They are planning to save the big family dinner for Yule, though. Mother wants to make sure everything is perfect then." "I'm sure it will be wonderful," Harry offered with a soft smile. "And I guess that means I am the lucky man tonight, getting to have dinner with the two most beautiful women from Hogwarts." Daphne rolled her eyes at her boyfriend, but offered him a grateful look as well, while Harry watched Astoria shrink into herself. "I wish I was as pretty as Daphne. I don't even think I am the prettiest girl in my year. Not anymore." The once bubbly girl Harry remembered from the previous year seemed to hardly exist now. A stark shadow of her former self. Her usual cheerful smile was conspicuously absent, replaced by a permanent, slight frown that spoke volumes of her inner struggle. He knew, intellectually, that her protracted, debilitating illness had taken a profound and cruel toll on her spirit and physical well-being over the last year. Yet, knowledge and observation were two very different things. It was discomforting to see the vibrant girl he remembered, full of restless energy and an almost defiant optimism, lose her infectious confidence, the sparkle in her eyes dimming to a dull, weary sheen. Her movements were slower, more hesitant, and the easy laughter that used to punctuate her sentences was gone, leaving a quiet, fragile vulnerability in its place. The loss of her characteristic hope, perhaps the most essential part of her personality, was the most painful change of all to witness. It was a mirror of his own reflection from the end of his second year at Hogwarts, a time when, before he had truly connected with Tom, before their partnership had begun, Harry had been adrift, grappling with secrets and trauma that no 12-year-old should ever face. He remembered the suffocating silence, the sense of being irreparably tainted, and the deep, aching fear that no one truly understood the darkness he was falling into. Now, seeing that same emotional desolation etched onto Astoria's features, the slump of her shoulders, the vacant stare in her eyes, the comparison struck Harry with the force of a physical blow. It was a crushing realization that Astoria was occupying that identical, lonely space he had once inhabited during his most vulnerable, darkest moment. "You have them all beat," Daphne promised as she stepped to Astoria's side, placing a hand around her shoulder. "And once Harry and I make you better, I suspect I will have to start hexing boys in every year to keep them away from you. After I am done with the first one, I think the rest will be dissuaded," Harry promised. This made Daphne laugh, while Astoria blushed slightly, shaking her head, her eyes downcast. "There's not much hope of me getting better. Mum, Dad, the doctors, they all told me it would only get worse, that finding a cure was impossible." Daphne scoffed at this openly. Everything is impossible until someone does it for the first time. Astoria seemed poised on the edge of a stubborn protest, her young face set in a defiant mask against the perceived injustice or difficulty of the situation. Before the words could leave her lips, however, Harry moved, approaching the younger witch and gently placing a hand on her shoulder, the very shoulder that Daphne's own comforting grip already rested upon. Held in the subtle, yet firm, embrace of two people she respected and trusted, Astoria was anchored, her nascent protest silenced for the moment. Harry's voice, low and infused with the unwavering conviction of someone who had faced down the impossible countless times, said, "Daphne is right," his eyes locking onto Astoria's, conveying a deep understanding of her doubt. "They tell us surviving the killing curse is impossible. They speak of it as an immutable law of nature and magic, and yet here I am." He gave her a slight, encouraging squeeze. "They told me a 14-year-old surviving, Much less winning, the Triwizard Tournament was an unprecedented impossibility, an act of sheer madness doomed to failure. But I proved them all wrong, Astoria. I have shattered those impossibilities, one after another. His voice grew firmer, rising in a tide of inspiring certainty. All you have to do is believe. Believe in yourself, believe in your sister, and believe in me, and we will prove them all wrong. Glancing towards Daphne, he continued, I can't promise it will be easy, painless, or without sacrifice, but I can promise that this curse will not be the end of you. You Greengrass women are made of much more than that. Astoria looked like she would burst into tears, so Harry rose to his full height, releasing his grip on the girl. Now, before anyone turns our meal into a waterworks, I say we dig in. This caused Astoria to let out a choked laugh, a sound that was half amusement and half stricken, while simultaneously moving forward to embrace Harry. It felt like an issue of trust, a gentle yet firm seal on the pact of trust that was being forged between them. By returning it, slowly, tentatively, raising his arms to circle her in turn, Harry didn't just offer a physical response. He sealed his promise with an emotional tether. The embrace, a silent reassurance in itself, lasted but a fleeting few seconds. It was Daphne, ever the possessive and protective girlfriend, who broke the quiet moment, her voice cutting through the space with a theatrical clearing of her throat. Torai, Daphne began, an edge of mock politeness in her tone, I will kindly ask you to release my boyfriend. Just because it's almost Yule doesn't mean I won't hex you. She crossed her arms over her chest, one eyebrow arched in a perfect imitation of a disapproving head of house. A small, almost invisible smile played on her lips, betraying the fact that her threat was entirely in jest, or at least mostly in jest. Toril, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the gentle warning. She burrowed her face further into the shoulder of the boy she was hugging, a soft, contented sigh escaping her. He is awfully warm, Daffy. I think I could get comfortable, the younger girl teased softly, her voice muffled but light. The playful, almost cheeky retort was a stark and welcome contrast to the withdrawn, shell-shocked persona she had worn for months. It was a precious, tangible moment, showing the first true signs of her old, vibrant personality and self, finally beginning to emerge from the nearly encompassing shell of grief and trauma that had shadowed her. A crisp pop announced the arrival of a house elf, a diminutive creature in a perfectly starched linen uniform. With a respectful bow that nearly touched the immaculate stone floor, the elf chirped, Dinner is served, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter. Harry and Astoria had just separated, the quiet moment between them broken. Together, the three made their way to the single, dark oak table that stretched the length of the room, clearly designed to seat a dozen or more guests for a lavish feast. Yet, the three companions took seats close together at the very far end, an unspoken solidarity making the cavernous room feel less daunting. The meal itself was simple but exquisite, a roasted pheasant served with steamed root vegetables. It was a pleasant, grounding antidote to the heavier matters of the day. For the remainder of the evening, their conversation remained light and easy, orbiting around the familiar, comforting world of Hogwarts. Astoria, now more relaxed after the initial sadness of her parents' absence, spoke excitedly about her classes, her friends, and the upcoming social events at school. She was particularly animated about the inter-house Quidditch matches scheduled for the spring term. Astoria, however, made the mistake of lightly, almost hesitantly, bringing up the escalating, unnerving reports that had been filtering through the Daily Prophet, the articles about the return of the Dark Lord. The effect was immediate. A subtle tension entered the air, a shadow over the otherwise convivial table. Harry and Daphne diverted the topic back to less serious matters with ease, however, and Astoria seemed to drop the topic. The young girl was bright, resilient, but she had more than enough to concern herself with. Adding the existential, terrifying threat of a Dark Lord, one who would have no direct interest in her or her family, it was a burden Harry and Daphne would not allow. The night was for talking of school rivalries, not ancient, world-breaking evils. The light-hearted conversation, filled with gentle teasing and comfortable silences, seemed to genuinely lift Astoria's spirits, a subtle but significant change that Harry was pleased to witness. Daphne, too, seemed lighter, the burden of the day having been somewhat alleviated by the simple act of sharing a meal and simple conversation. By the time they said goodnight to their youngest dinner member, Astoria, who offered a sleepy, grateful hug to her sister before heading to her own room, a sense of peaceful normalcy had settled over the trio. In turn, Harry and Daphne agreed it was time to turn in for the evening. They walked together down the quiet hallway of the suite, the silence now a comfortable contemplation of night's events. However, as they arrived at the end of the hall, a pair of rooms awaited them. On the right, Harry remembered from the earlier tour was Daphne's own, and the one on the left was the guest room designated for Harry during his stay. Needless to say, the witch surprised Harry when instead of entering into her own room, she paused by the door to his own, giving him a look he couldn't quite decipher, a mixture of vulnerability and decisive purpose. Then, she simply turned the knob and slipped inside the guest room which had been prepared for him. Harry wasn't sure what was on the witch's mind, but the unexpected move sent a jolt of nervous energy through him. A flurry of possibilities that were both uncertain and apprehensive raced through his head. His heart began to beat a bit faster, a nervous, expectant rhythm against his ribs. Swallowing hard, he followed behind her, gently closing the door and plunging the small room into a near darkness, broken only by the faint silver moonlight filtering through the window. Daphne stood motionless by the long, arched window, her gaze fixed on the moonlit grounds of the estate. The silvery light caught the slight waves of her blonde hair, illuminating the cascades that fell gracefully past her shoulders. It was a picture of striking beauty, yet the aura she projected was far from tranquil. Harry, watching her from across the room, felt a profound shift in the air the moment she had entered. The lightness that had been there at dinner was replaced by a subtle, almost imperceptible stoop to her posture. This was not the Daphne of their school years, the Ice Queen, whose reserve was a shield against the world. This was a young woman burdened by a sacrifice she may still have been uncertain about making. If Harry had any doubts, however, they fell away when she spoke. "I want to give her one last good holiday season with him. I will do all I can to play the dutiful daughter and not stir up any trouble. I want her to look back on this Yule fondly, so we save it for New Year's. Give her a new beginning when we enter 1996. "I understand," Harry promised, before stepping closer to her and speaking softly. "What will we do about your mum or Astoria when it's done? We won't be able to keep it from them or the rest of the world." "I was hoping you could help with that," Daphne said, not meeting his eyes as she spoke, but turning to face him with a nervous expression. "I was hoping you would leave the mark over the manor when it was done. Make the world believe the Dark Lord was involved." Harry's eyes widened, and his mind raced with intrusive thoughts before he moved to the bed and took a seat. He folded his hands, staring at them, as he rested his elbows on his knees, contemplating the consequences of such a request. "I couldn't do that without informing him," Harry countered softly. "The risk would be too severe." Daphne's shoulders slumped slightly, but her gaze remained earnest, filled with a desperate question. "Do you think he would try to stop us?" she asked cautiously, stepping closer, her voice barely a whisper, as if the very air might carry the question to unwelcome ears. "Do you think he would interfere or say no? The mark would be a boon, Harry. It buys us time. It casts a shadow of fear that no one will dare look closely into, and it points the finger away from us." Harry rubbed his jaw with one of his free hands, the motion contemplative as he wrestled with the tricky proposition. The very idea of asking Tom for anything outside of their established dynamic felt like walking a tightrope over an endless pit. Tom, for all his sophisticated charm and occasional displays of calculated patience, remained a profoundly unpredictable entity at times. One moment, he could be an exacting but brilliant mentor, discussing complex, arcane theory with surprising clarity. The next, he could be the merciless Dark Lord, ready to unleash a nasty, creative curse for the slightest perceived insult or sign of weakness. Harry imagined 1,000 scenarios, many ending poorly. If there wasn't a clear, immediate, and significant benefit for Tom wrapped up neatly in the request, a benefit that appealed directly to his goals of power, knowledge, or, perhaps most dangerously, entertainment, Harry wouldn't just be denied. He fully expected the man might just lash out with a particularly vicious curse for the sheer audacity of wasting his time. Tom did not abide by pointless inconvenience, and in his mind, anything that didn't further his own agenda was, by definition, pointless. The risk-reward calculation was skewed heavily toward risk, and Harry needed to frame his request with surgical precision, making it sound less like a favor and more like an essential, though currently unappreciated, component of Tom's own grand design. I would need to find a way to show him that he could benefit from the decision. He is very pragmatic in a lot of ways, and if he sees potential in an idea, then I don't think he will turn me down, Harry said thoughtfully, before turning his head to face the witch, the dark of night nearly obscuring him from his vision after she had stepped away from the window. Who inherits the Greengrass family fortune when he passes? Are there aunts or uncles we would need to be concerned about? Harry knew the Greengrass family had been neutral in the last war. He was also unsure if their defensive political position meant that there were more members of the Greengrass line still out there, or if their neutrality had simply made them less visible targets without actually ensuring a greater rate of survival. Daphne considered the question before responding. "I believe my claim is the most legitimate," she stated, "though my mother would need to act as a proxy until I come of age." She acknowledged that an uncle in America might object, but since her grandparents perished in the Great War, the matter might hinge on her father's will, the contents of which she was unsure. Daphne mentioned her father's distant brother, who has a poor relationship with the family. "I doubt he would return to claim the Greengrass fortune," she mused. "If he did, we could always find a way to remove him from the equation." "Too uncertain," Harry muttered, standing up now and packing in front of his bed, trying to come up with a solution. "Too many variables we can't account for." "It would be the best way," Daphne urged, before suggesting, "we could even spin it to Dumbledore that the manor was attacked and we escaped with our lives." Suddenly, Harry's eyes widened, a profound and calculating thought solidifying in his mind. He needed leverage, a compelling and undeniable pretext to force Dumbledore's hand and finally gain access to the full, unedited recording of the prophecy. He couldn't just ask. Dumbledore would find 100 reasons to refuse, citing danger, youth, or the necessity of maintaining the fragile peace of the wizarding world. No, Dumbledore needed a reason to believe that withholding the prophecy was a greater risk than revealing it. A narrow escape, a brush with mortal danger that would rattle the old headmaster to his core, could be precisely the kind of sharp, emotional push Dumbledore's conscience required. If Harry could make it appear as though his life had been perilously compromised, Dumbledore would have to reconsider his protective stance. Such an event would serve as irrefutable evidence that Harry was already deeply entangled in the conflict, that the danger was imminent, and that ignorance was no longer an option for the one the prophecy bound. Harry would argue, with manufactured urgency and distress, that only by understanding the true, complete words that linked his fate could he prepare himself to survive the next encounter. The fear of failure, of losing his weapon to a foreseeable threat, would, Harry calculated, finally compel his headmaster to take him to the Ministry of Magic and the hallowed Hall of Prophecy. He could use this incident at Greengrass Manor, a controlled crisis, to spur the headmaster into action. If Harry could convince Tom that this was the way forward, then perhaps he would be able to complete this journey of saving Daphne's sister and set a trap that was 6 months in the making. "Give me some time, I have an idea," Harry promised. Daphne nodded, a flicker of uncertainty giving way to a deliberate trust in him. With a decisiveness that belied her previous hesitation, she stepped into his space. Her hand, warm and firm, came to rest against the taut muscle of his chest, a grounding point for both of them. She lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes that looked down upon her. Without breaking that stare or saying any further word, she closed the remaining distance. What followed was a kiss that was neither gentle nor tentative. It was a searing, urgent claim, born of relief, danger, and a desperate temptation. When they separated, Daphne let out a soft, shaky sigh, a sound that was more an exhalation of long-held tension than simple relief. She didn't move far, instead burying her head deeper into the familiar, comforting curve of Harry's shoulder. Her hands, which had been clenched with emotion just moments before, now rested gently, almost tentatively, gripping the inner lining of his dark cloak. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered, her voice slightly muffled against the fabric, but thick with genuine emotion. The words encompassed so much more than the immediate past. They were a tribute to the long, difficult path they had walked together. For everything. She tightened her hold just slightly on the cloak, a small, involuntary gesture of her dependence and gratitude. "I couldn't do this, any of it, without you." Harry wasn't sure what to say, but breathed deeply as he wrapped his arms around her. "You've had every chance to run, but instead you've shown faith, even when things became impossibly complicated. You have earned your place at my side and everything that comes with it." "It would have been easy to be scared of you," the girl whispered. "Most of the house is. The entire world will be when they discover who you really are. But your demons don't scare me." Harry stiffened at her words, a sudden tension rippling through his body like a startled wire. His arms, which had been loosely holding her moments before, involuntarily squeezed her in reassurance, before pulling away. The sensation of her absence was immediate, leaving his skin feeling oddly cold where she had been warm. His mind, still trying to process the subtle but undeniable shift in their interaction, barely registered the light, fleeting pressure of her lips against his cheek. It was a mere whisper of a kiss, a chaste, almost perfunctory gesture of farewell, delivered as she murmured a soft, slightly hesitant goodnight. He watched her turn, her silhouette dissolving into the ambient shadows of the corridor, his own departure stalled by a confusing tangle of emotions that he couldn't immediately unravel or name. One step, one problem at a time. Soon he would go to Tom with his plans. Then he would help Daphne save Astoria. Then he would find a way to kill Dumbledore. Only then would he be free. Only then could he have it all. Chapter 80. On the day before Yule, Harry had decided on a pilgrimage to Gaunt Manor. He knew a conversation needed to be had with Tom face-to-face before his plans went any further. Too much was at stake to merely act on his own, which meant the morning after Harry and Daphne's late-night talk, the teen told his girlfriend to make excuses for him with her family. He had suggested that she imply he was going to visit his family in Surrey, but doubted they would even ask. When Harry apparated onto the front lawn of Gaunt Manor, he released a deep, measured breath of satisfaction that misted slightly in the crisp winter air. He was, undeniably, home. He knew that not every memory forged within these grounds alongside Tom had been pleasant, or even benign. It was here, amidst the shadows and the intense tutelage, that he had been fundamentally reshaped. On these very grounds, Harry had been molded into the formidable wizard he was today, and he was grateful to be back. Stepping into the ancestral home, he was greeted by Tom at the stairs, who radiated an unusual, yet welcoming, high spirit. A pleased, triumphant smile curved the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating his satisfaction that Harry had decided to return on his own accord. "Welcome home, Apprentice. This is a welcome surprise." Offering the man a grin, Harry felt more at ease than he expected when he said, "After persuading old Sluggy and Dumbledore to let me off on my own for the holidays, I couldn't resist a visit home." Tom nodded approvingly, a subtle, satisfied smirk playing on his lips. "Well then, indulge me, Harry. The whispers and reports have not ceased since our victory at Gringotts. My followers," he emphasized the word, making it sound like a title of honor, "have spoken almost rabidly about your prowess. Your display of raw, unrestrained power during our heist has clearly left an impression." He gestured vaguely with one hand, as if encompassing the vast, invisible network of their adherents. "Each and every one of them is as excited to greet you as the next. They hunger for a symbol, a testament to the might we wield." Tom's eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of pure strategic calculation igniting within them. "I think a nice show of power today would be beneficial, a true demonstration of your growing skill. It would really raise our slippery friends' spirits. A little spectacle to solidify their conviction and remind them of the new order rising." Harry offered the man a grin and a slight bow of his head. "If that is your wish, master." Tom cackled, making a grand, sweeping gesture for Harry to follow. It was not long before Harry was being paraded through the heart of Gaunt Manor, a place steeped in dark magic and centuries of pureblood history. This was the acceptance, the validation, Harry had craved since the day he had become the Dark Lord's apprentice. The air thrummed with a raw, undeniable expectation and admiration, leaving Harry to feel a surge of exhilaration wash over him. This was everything Harry had ever hoped for, a reality far surpassing the furtive, cloak-and-dagger meetings of the past. There was no need to hide from the inner circle now. Their gazes were not ones of suspicion or veiled contempt, but of fierce curiosity and budding respect. Soon, the formal, almost processional atmosphere of the parade, through the manor's expansive, opulent rooms, turned into something far more engaging and exhilarating, an exciting, impromptu competition. The inner circle, bored with their political machinations, saw a new, powerful plaything, a prodigy to test their own skills against. Harry had tangled with most of the inner circle before, pitting his skill against the most formidable of the Dark Lord's lieutenants, but this felt different. The duels were relentless, a grueling series of competitive and hard-fought contests that tested the limits of his stamina and magical prowess. From the savage, unpredictable attacks of Bellatrix Lestrange to the cold, calculating precision of Augustus Rookwood, Harry faced them all, adapting his strategy with each confrontation. He was becoming quicker, cleverer, and more ruthless than his opponents, relying on a potent mix of wand work, powerful curses, and sheer will to survive. Despite the difficulty, each victory and defeat was earned with a near-fatal exchange of spells. Unlike before, however, Harry felt that all of the Dark Lord's followers respected him, and some even seemed in awe of him. Something that made Tom look exceedingly pleased by, and a rare, chilling expression of pride crossed his countenance, making Harry fight harder than ever before. When the day was over, Tom's high spirits remained, and the two had returned to Gaunt Manor to celebrate the remainder of the holiday in peace. In honor of their triumphant day, Tom had opened a bottle of fire whiskey and poured a generous measure into 2 crystal tumblers, the amber liquid catching the candlelight of his office. Holding his glass aloft, his eyes gleamed. "To our coming victories," Tom murmured, the phrase less a hope and more a solemn declaration, an echo of the countless greater conquests he knew would lie ahead. The glasses clinked softly, a delicate, ringing sound that sealed the vow. They took a long, slow draught of the fiery spirit in unison, causing Harry to cough slightly, making Tom smirk. It's not for overindulgence, it dulls the senses, but a celebratory toast is appropriate when given the right occasion. Considering we never had the chance to celebrate our historic victory at Gringotts properly, this seems appropriate. "When Dumbledore falls, we can share another," Harry suggested, feeling a bit of his nerves coming to play as the words left his lips. Tom acknowledged the observation, lifting his glass to the teenager, remarking, "That will certainly be an occasion worth celebrating." Harry matched the raised glass, and then took a long, steady pull, the warmth of the fire whiskey doing little to settle the nervous tremor in his hands, but enough to fortify his resolve. He needed to speak the words, to lay out the audacity of his thought. "Speaking of Dumbledore," Harry began, setting the empty glass down with a decisive thud on the table. He met his mentor's sharp, expectant gaze. "I have an idea I would like to propose. It's risky and unconventional, but I've turned it over and over in my mind, and I genuinely believe it could work." Tom frowned at the teen. A long moment passed before the man sighed, "Go on." Harry didn't get far into his plan before he realized he was on rocky ground. The air in the study, already thick with unspoken tension, seemed to congeal, making every word he uttered feel like an agonizing, slow-motion gamble. Spoken aloud, under the unwavering, disconcerting gaze of the Dark Wizard, the whole idea, his convoluted plan, sounded utterly foolish, mad even. He wasn't merely presenting a plan. He was attempting a precarious high-level act of manipulation, a house of cards built upon another. It was a strategy so layered, so reliant on Tom's dark ambition and Harry's own carefully constructed plan, that a single misstep would send the whole thing crashing down. Clearly, Tom was not sold on the idea. As Harry's voice trailed into the charged silence, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It was a subtle change, yet every nerve ending screamed a warning. Harry felt with terrifying certainty that he was balancing on a knife's edge, one careless twitch away from being irrevocably judged and possibly lethally punished. At last the man stood up from behind the desk, and Lord Voldemort assumed his full height, while Harry bowed his head. The teen wasn't sure if he was embarrassed, ashamed, or terrified of the words that would follow, but he waited for judgment with a now rapidly beating heart. "I have warned you from a young age, countless times, and in no uncertain terms," Tom began, his voice a low, cold rasp that seemed to brush against the very air in the chamber. He did not raise it, yet the authority it carried was absolute, a heavy weight pressing down on his apprentice. "That falling for the fleeting and ultimately trivial pleasures of the flesh is a weakness, a perilous, soul-sapping indulgence that breeds nothing but distraction and ruin." He allowed a moment of heavy silence to pass, letting the accusation settle. His gaze, sharp and relentless as a frozen blade, bored into his student. "And where has that lack of discipline brought you? Look at yourself now. Here you stand at the very precipice of everything we have worked for, prepared to gamble away your future, your destiny, and the monumental chances of ultimate success. All for what? To help some insignificant, silly little girl with problems that are fundamentally not your own. Problems that are beneath your notice, and certainly beneath the destiny I have carved out for you." Tom took a slow step closer, the rhythmic tap of his leather boot echoing in the stillness. "You are agonizingly close, my apprentice. The power you crave, the station you deserve, the final victory, it is all within your grasp. Yet at this pivotal moment, when all that is required is a final, unwavering resolve, you would hinge it all on this reckless, ill-conceived plan. A plan motivated not by strategy or ambition, but by a childish, sentimental impulse. You confuse pity with purpose, and that, above all else, could be your undoing." The way Tom said the word plan, sharp and laced with an undercurrent of skepticism, gave Harry a clear hint at the man's immediate disapproval of the idea. However, the critical fact that Tom had not yet outright refused, or more dangerously, begun to curse Harry for his audacity, was a fragile sign that Harry needed to explain himself, and quickly. "The plan could work, my master," Harry began, his voice taking on a persuasive, though strained, edge. He rose from his seat, his movement tentative, and leaned forward towards the massive, darkwood desk that separated them, his palms flattening against the polished surface. He met Tom's burning red eyes, attempting to project a confidence he absolutely did not feel, a desperate attempt to mask the nervous flutter in his stomach. "Daphne will be successful in the ritual. I guarantee it. I designed the majority of the spellwork myself, meticulous in its detail, building upon your own invaluable teachings of the dark arts and blood magic. Her father will perish as a result of the ritual's completion, the sacrifice providing the anchor she needs to save her sister. From there, the subsequent steps are a matter of carefully managed deception. I will alter the memories of her mother and her younger sister, ensuring that their recollection of the event aligns with the narrative we need Dumbledore and the rest to believe. They will be devastated, but utterly ignorant of the truth." Harry took a necessary, shallow breath, gathering his courage. "The plan is anything but simple, I know, but it could be devastatingly effective," Harry articulated, his voice a low, urgent rasp that nonetheless held a compelling edge. He spoke not just to convey information, but to fully assure his master that the plan was well thought out. "When Dumbledore learns that I barely escaped with my life, he will be desperate. He will think you are desperate and willing to do anything to get the prophecy in your hands." The way Tom watched him made an eruption of butterflies appear in his stomach, but he swallowed hard, trying to keep his voice even. "Convincing the man that I need to get the prophecy, destroy the contents, and keep it out of your hands permanently will be easy. Lives will have been lost, and Dumbledore will know that for the greater good, he can't let anyone else die to protect the prophecy. Not when removing it would be so simple." Grinning now, Harry banished the lingering shadows of doubt. Speaking softly, a note of dark satisfaction entered his conspiratorial whisper. "From there, we will lure him to the Department of Mysteries, and together we reveal our true bond as master and apprentice before we kill him." Harry paused, allowing the gravity of their imminent decision to settle. "And once he is gone, we will learn of the fate that was supposed to be destined for us, but it will hardly be more than a footnote in history." Tom held an even face, but Harry knew he was making progress, or the man would have already silenced him, so he gave his final thoughts. "With Dumbledore gone, the hope of the Ministry will collapse instantly. No one possesses the power to effectively oppose us. With Dumbledore gone, we can summon the rest of your followers and take the Ministry. With Gringotts practically wiped out, the Ministry under your control, and Dumbledore gone, victory will be ours." Silence, thick and absolute, suffocated the air in the study. It was a stillness more profound than the absence of sound, a chasm carved out by the sheer weight of Harry's audacious plan. The teen knew he had made his grave. However, if the Dark Lord refused his plan, then he would have to lie in it. Harry knew, with a certainty that settled deep in his bones, that Tom was meticulously dissecting every word, every nuance of his argument. The heir of Slytherin, however, was a master of self-control. His expression remained a mask of cool, impenetrable calculation, offering no hint as to whether Harry's proposal had been met with approval or outright fury. Tom at last took a seat back in his chair, simply holding Harry's emerald eyes with his own unnervingly red ones. It was a silent test of will, a protracted moment where Harry braced himself for the invasive probe of legilimency, the brutal violation of his mind that he had become accustomed to. But the intrusion never came. Instead, the man seemed content to simply observe, to assess the mettle of his apprentice through sheer scrutiny. When Tom finally spoke, his voice was low, resonating with a dangerous calm that somehow felt heavier than a shouted command. The words, when delivered, settled over Harry like a physical burden, a cloak woven from the enormity of the responsibility being granted. Chapter 81. After Daphne had agreed to conduct the ritual on the evening of Yule, Harry spent the rest of his day checking the arithmancy of their work. The ritual was delicate. Any miscalculation, even a tiny oversight in the runic patterns or sequences, could lead to catastrophic consequences far beyond simple failure. The very structure of the spellwork was built upon the foundations of blood magic, a field Harry had rapidly mastered, but still treated with a healthy, respectful paranoia. He hunched over the desk in the dimly lit guest room, surrounded by stacks of texts and pages of a precise handwritten script. His wand moved in short, sharp motions, tracing and retracing the steps Daphne would take during the ritual. This wasn't just verifying the validity of their work, but also running hypothetical scenarios and writing down potential counterspells that could be necessary. Every theorem, every constant, every variable was double-checked against established magical law and the more obscure, forbidden theorems they had been forced to employ. Harry would not allow a mistake, not for something this important, not when the price of error was so high. Satisfied with their work, Harry took a final glance before nodding. This would work, it had to. A small, lithe house elf, barely reaching the height of Harry's waist, popped into the room with a soft, nearly inaudible crack. The sudden appearance caused Harry, whose nerves were perpetually on edge since leaving Gaunt Manor, to flinch violently toward the nightstand where his holly and phoenix feather wand lay. His heart skipped a beat, but he managed to stop himself just as his fingers brushed the cool wood. He recognized the creature's simple, linen tunic as the uniform of the manor's servants, and his initial, defensive surge of magic subsided. The elf, whose large, watery eyes seemed to realize how close it had been to getting cursed, bowed so low that its nose almost touched the polished floorboards. "The masters be ready for you, sir," the elf squeaked, its voice a thin, reedy sound filled with an almost desperate eagerness to please. It did not raise its gaze. "They will meet you in the dining hall. Does sirs be needing an escort?" "No," Harry answered at once, rising to his feet and brushing off his fanciest set of robes he had chosen for dinner. "That won't be necessary." Without another word, the creature popped away, and Harry took a deep breath in preparation for what was to come. Packing the necessary materials for the ritual, Harry shrunk down the bowl, scrying knife and other tools, before placing them in his robes. Hopping Daphne had the strength to follow through with the plan. Arriving in the dining hall, Harry realized that he was definitively the last to arrive for dinner. Lord Greengrass occupied the authoritative head of the long, polished mahogany table. The Lord's eyes, a piercing green that missed nothing, flickered momentarily toward a nearby wall. There, standing sentinel, was an old grandfather clock, its pendulum swinging, chiming the top of an hour just as Harry stepped fully into the room. The chime seemed a deliberate punctuation mark to Harry's late arrival. The Lord's eyebrows, thick and dark, raised in a slow, deliberate arch, an open and challenging sign of disapproval that spoke volumes without a single word. It was a silent, pointed query about Harry's poor time management. However, Harry knew that the man's fate would soon be decided, so he was entirely unmoved by the silent accusation. He refused to even grace the man with even a fleeting acknowledgement. Instead, Harry's focus was solely on the opposite side of the table, where Daphne sat, her expression guarded, her whole body tense with anticipation. With a long, purposeful stride that conveyed confidence rather than apology, Harry crossed the expanse of the dining hall directly to Daphne's side. Leaning down, he offered her a soft, lingering kiss on the cheek. His kiss was an intentional snub towards the lord and lady of the house, but also a statement that his loyalty and attention rested with her, not the head of the household. "I hope I didn't leave you waiting long, my lady," Harry murmured, his voice low and warm, his eyes holding hers, searching for any signs of her desire to back down from their plan. Daphne shook her head with an almost imperceptible sigh, a faint puff of air suggesting a blend of fatigue and gentle exasperation. The room, which had been silent for a strained moment, seemed to hold its breath around the mahogany table. She gestured towards the ornate, high-backed chair to her right, a deliberate tap of her slender fingers against the polished wood serving as a silent, clear instruction. Harry, taking in her unspoken cue, nodded in understanding. He moved with a practiced, easy grace, pulling the heavy chair out just enough to slip into the cushioned seat. Before fully turning his attention elsewhere, he offered Daphne a final, genuine, and reassuring grin, a flash of his confidence trying to lighten the mood she was so clearly trying to manage. Settled, his focus immediately shifted to the other end of the long, formal table. There Astoria sat, a picture of tightly wound anxiety. Her gaze flickered rapidly, like a frantic bird, darting between her father, who radiated an aura of severe expectation, and Harry himself. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap, knuckles white against the dark fabric of her skirt, and a visible tension held her shoulders as rigid as Daphne's. The atmosphere was thick with weighty implications, and Astoria appeared to be sensitive to the severity of what would come. Breaking the silence, Harry offered casually, "Good evening, Astoria, Lord and Lady Greengrass." Lady Greengrass offered him a curt nod, while Astoria's eyes just continued to dart back and forth between Harry and her father. Lord Greengrass merely glared. "If you wish to win the approval of this family, you should learn that it is customary to always greet the lord of a household when entering any new environment. Surely someone taught you this." "Must have slipped my mind," Harry replied dismissively. "I hope I caused no offense." Before Lord Greengrass could retort, two elves came bustling into the room with floating dishes, and silence once again reigned over the room. "You can hope all you wish, but when dining with your social equals, or those of superior standing, you should at least deign to arrive on time," Cyrus said through gritted teeth. When the food arrived in front of Harry, the teen clapped his hands together sharply one time, causing Astoria and Daphne to both twitch and Lady Greengrass to stiffen as he grabbed a fork and knife, and then proceeded to dig in without care or thought of what the rest of the room was doing. Looking up to see all eyes of the table on him, he offered the lord of the table a wry grin. "This is excellent, Lord Greengrass. Your elves are second to none." A long silence followed his words, and Harry continued to bite into the steak that had been prepared for him, not at all caring that no one else had moved. At last, Lord Greengrass broke the tense moment with an audible scoff. "Daphne, you told me this boy was cunning and poised. You even claimed he was used to dining with other noble families. You failed to mention he had the etiquette of a mudblood." Daphne stilled at the man's words. Before, she seemed almost fidgety and flighty with her nerves. They now seemed to electrify and root her to the spot. Astoria gasped at her father's words, while Lady Greengrass just frowned in Harry's direction, clearly indicating her agreement. Harry paused for a moment, but his eyes had been on his food during the Lord's statement. and he frowned for a brief moment, lifted his fork to his mouth for a final bite, and chewed deliberately slowly, allowing the moment to fester into something far more uncomfortable. When Harry swallowed, he reached for a napkin, dabbed his mouth, and allowed his eyes to shift upwards, a smirk crossing his features. This smirk held a sinister triumph, a cold, sharp-edged victory that promised ruin. The air in the room seemed to thicken and chill as the teen offered his rebuttal, his voice a low, dangerous rumble that commanded attention despite its quiet volume. Mudblood, oh how I hate that word. It is a pathetic, desperate label used by those clinging to a faded history they never truly earned. Slowly, deliberately, Harry rose to his feet, his movement fluid and controlled, like a predator deciding on its prey. He placed both hands flat upon the table, his gaze unwavering, locking onto Lord Greengrass with an unnerving intensity that seemed to peel back layers of the man's arrogance. It's interesting how you, a lord of our esteemed nation, one who claims the mantle of tradition and pure-blood superiority, so easily forgets a foundational truth, Harry continued, his voice laced with venomous irony. It was a mudblood, a woman you would dismiss with such a petty slur, who defied the Dark Lord not once, not twice, but 3 times. That woman, whose blood you deem impure, possessed the courage and intellect that your entire generation of pure-blood lords lacked. He leaned closer, his eyes twin flashes of emerald fire. It was a mudblood who stopped the most powerful, most feared wizard Britain has ever seen in his tracks, on the very verge of his total victory. She was the shield that protected this very world from his rule. Harry paused, allowing the weight of those facts to settle, to crush the man's smug composure. His final thrust was delivered with icy precision, a statement that sliced through Greengrass's personal pride with surgical cruelty. And that same mudblood also achieved something you, Lord Greengrass, seem utterly and tragically unable to do. She protected her child. She gave her life for me, a sacrifice you wouldn't understand, a concept of unconditional love and duty that seems wholly alien to your self-serving lineage. The implication hung heavy. Lord Greengrass, by contrast, had demonstrably failed to safeguard his own family from the very blood curse Harry and Daphne sought to cure. Harry's expression hardened, the smirk returning, a final, damning judgment. Carry that with you, Lord Greengrass, the next time you decide to speak of blood purity. Her tainted blood proved more capable than your hollow claim to nobility. The man shot to his feet, hand digging through his robes, aggressively trying to get to his wand, and in turn, Harry just stared at the man with an unimpressed glare. The day before, he had danced with the most dangerous witches and wizards alive. This jumped-up pure-blood lord who had likely never been in real battle was hardly to frighten him. "What do you know, Potter?" the man bellowed, face red. "We have done everything to rid my daughter of her curse. For generations, we have sought the answer. And now the son of a mudblood has found the answer, the cure. How shameful that must feel," Harry taunted. "You have gone too far, Potter. Get out of my house." The man roared, his face a mask of purple fury, his knuckles white as he gripped the mahogany wand in his hand. Harry glanced lazily at the lavish spread of uneaten food, then back to the man, a faint, almost pitying smile playing on his lips. "But I haven't finished eating yet. It would be a terrible waste to let such a beautiful dinner go cold, Mr. Greengrass." The older wizard's chest heaved with indignation, his mouth opening for a blistering retort, a fresh wave of condemnation ready to be unleashed. Before the first syllable could escape, however, his wand went flying from his hand, spinning high toward the chandelier. The dangerous smirk on Harry's face grew, blossoming into something truly menacing, because it was not he who had disarmed the patriarch of the Greengrass family. As the wand went sailing, a swift, practiced motion from Harry's left hand summoned it with disconcerting ease. The wand arrested its flight mid-arc, pivoting sharply to land cleanly in Harry's outstretched palm. He didn't even look at it, his gaze locked on Cyrus Greengrass's astonished face as he casually slid the recovered wand into the inner pocket of his robes, a clear statement of dominance. "If only you dueled as well you lie." A moment of stunned silence enveloped the opulent dining room, broken only by the sharp intake of breath from Daphne's mother. Before anything further could happen, before Cyrus could articulate the burning outrage that choked him, he roared out in pure, unadulterated fury, his eyes fixing on the silent, pale figure of his eldest daughter. "You dare curse your own father! You dare attack me in my own home, Daphne!" "Daphne, have you lost your mind?" Her mother, who according to Daphne was a woman usually composed and unflappable, asked immediately after, her voice a sharp, terrified whisper that was a stark contrast to her husband's booming accusation. Her eyes darted frantically between her daughter and the dark-haired boy sitting across the table, desperately seeking an explanation for the unbelievable betrayal she had just witnessed. Instead of answering either of them, her eyes went to Astoria, who was on her feet, hiding behind her chair, as any small, frightened child might do. Daphne's determined gaze softened as she stared towards her sister. "Torre, I have found a way to save you." "WW what?" Astoria stuttered out, her voice a thin squeak that barely cut through the sudden, crushing weight of the chamber. Her eyes, wide and unnaturally bright, darted from her sister to her father. Daphne's father began to rage again, but Harry flicked his hand towards the man, silencing him in mid-sentence and freezing him in place with one swift motion. It was clear Daphne trusted Harry implicitly, because her eyes didn't even shift towards her father again. They remained fixed on her sister. "Harry and I told you we were working on a cure, and we have one. A cure we will give you tonight." "That's not possible," Lady Greengrass said coldly, wand in hand, pointing her wand towards Harry, who offered a challenging smirk. "Cyrus is right, we did everything. Searched everywhere." Daphne's voice was a soft murmur, yet it held a profound certainty that silenced the room. "The answer was in the dark arts all along," she explained, a faint, proud smile gracing her lips. "It's a truth few dare to acknowledge, let alone have the courage to explore, but the most potent magic, the kind capable of challenging a blood-cursed generations deep, can be taught to those willing to sacrifice anything." She paused, her gaze flicking over to Harry, who stood beside her, a calm, potent aura surrounding him. You just had to know where to look and, more importantly, how to navigate that knowledge without succumbing to it. Thankfully, Harry had access to all the right books, and even more importantly, he had the training, the discipline, and the sheer power to make absolutely sure that we didn't make any mistakes along the way. "Together," Daphne concluded, the triumph now clear in her tone, "we have created a cure for Astoria, but it's so much more than a simple remedy. This spell won't just rid her of the blood curse, it will cleanse our family of it for good. The curse will be utterly erased from the Greengrass line. Future generations will never know its shadow, if someone is just capable of paying the price." The weight of her words settled heavily. Horror was written on her mother's face, while her father's eyes widened, fear shone in them for the first time. Astoria, however, looked scared. "What price?" "Blood from all of us," Daphne said simply, before her eyes shifted towards her father, "and a life sacrifice that holds a connection to the original curse. In this case, our father." "No," Lady Greengrass shrieked, her voice a raw, desperate sound that echoed unnaturally loud in the sudden, tense silence of the chamber. Her eyes, normally so composed, were wild with a mixture of disbelief and pure, visceral terror as she watched the confrontation unfold. Her wand surged forward, a brilliant jet of scarlet light erupting from the tip, aimed with deadly precision at her unsuspecting daughter, Daphne. But Harry was already a step ahead, his senses honed by years of training with Tom. With a surge of his wand arm, a shimmering, translucent shield of pure magical energy snapped into existence, manifesting directly in front of the frozen Daphne. The powerful, stunning spell, intended to knock the girl unconscious, struck the magical barrier with a sharp crack and dissolved harmlessly into sparks, the impact momentarily lighting up the horrified expression on Daphne's face. The deflection was instantaneous, a testament to Harry's advanced, non-verbal magic. Before the echo of the stunning spell's impact could fully fade, his own wand, the familiar holly and phoenix feather, flew with practiced ease from his sleeve holster into his outstretched hand. His eyes, fixed unblinkingly on Lady Greengrass, narrowed to cold slits. The air around him suddenly felt heavy, charged with a dark, potent malice. His lips barely moved, the word a mere expulsion of breath, a promise of absolute, inescapable control that cut through the silence like a poisoned blade. He hissed out the single terrible word, Imperio. The woman bent to Harry's will at once, dropping to her knees in submission, eyes cast towards the ground. Harry returned his wand to his sleeve, shaking his head. We won't be needing any more input from you tonight, Lady Greengrass. Astoria now looked horrified by what Harry had done, and fell over backwards as she tried to scramble away. But Daphne was at her side now, holding her in place. I know this is scary, Tori. I know it isn't what you wanted. But we have to think about more than just ourselves. We can save you, and generations of Greengrass women who will follow in our footsteps. My daughters, yours, their daughters, they will never know the pain you have experienced. The young girl was frozen in place, while Harry just watched as Daphne pleaded with her sister. We can grow old together. You can have a husband and children you can spoil, and show the love we were never given. Astoria stared at her sister for a long moment, tears in her eyes now. But at what cost? Taking the young girl's hand in hers, Daphne kissed it before saying, I'd pay any cost to give you a future, Tori. Just let me pay it. Harry and Daphne both stared at Astoria. Neither moved while the girl just allowed the tears to fall from her eyes. Not like this, Daph. I am not worth that. Daphne sobbed at her sister's words, pulled her in for a hug, and cried, Don't say that, Tori. You are worth that to me, and I am going to prove that to you. A flash of red, muffled light happened from behind the young girl's back, and she folded limply into Daphne's arms, unconscious. Gently, Daphne guided her little sister to the ground, her wand held in her hand. I was wrong, Harry, Daphne said quietly. They can never know what we sacrificed to save her. They wouldn't be able to live with themselves or me. Can you? Yes, Harry answered instantly, his plan all coming together perfectly. I will alter their memories, cast the mark, and leave the blame at the Dark Lord's feet once your sister has been cured and your house elves have been dealt with. They have seen too much. You can leave that to me. I won't need to kill them. I trust you, Harry, Daphne said softly, reaching out to him with one hand. Closing the distance, Harry took that hand, offering her the strength to do what needed to be done. Stealing her resolve, Daphne turned towards her father with a look of disgust on her face. You've had her whole life to find a cure. Harry and I found one in a single summer. Your lack of effort tells me all I need to know. Do you have any last words, father? With a swish of her wand, her father's voice returned, and it thundered towards her. You think you will get away with this? You little brat. You are nothing but a scared little girl grasping at straws. Daphne, her chin held high in defiance, merely shook her head, the action dismissive, while her eyes burned with a cold, unwavering glare directed at her father. She took a deliberate step away from Harry and stalked towards the man slowly. No, father, she began, her voice steady and laced with contempt. You misunderstand the girl you knew. That fragile creature, the one who flinched and retreated, was a scared little girl, a product of your making, not a true reflection of me. Her words cut through the tense air with the precision of a duelist. Anytime you raised your voice to shout, anytime you threw a glass across the room, careless of where it landed, anytime you raised your hand to strike me, sending me scurrying to the solitude of my room merely for daring to ask questions about the blood curse that governs our family's lives. Then, yes, I was a scared little girl. She paused, letting the weight of her accusations settle upon him, the silence amplifying the shame of his past cruelty. Her gaze hardened further as she swept her arm out, her index finger pointing directly towards Harry. But that girl is gone, Daphne declared, the finality in her tone absolute. What you see standing before you now is what he made me, what the apprentice of Lord Voldemort made me. The man's eyes widened in surprise now, glancing towards Harry, who waved his wand over his face, making the golden mask Tom had created him appear. The man went stark pale, and Daphne cooed, Oh, now you understand. Now you respect me because I am a threat. Don't worry, father, it's not something you will have to worry about much longer. Goodbye. With a sharp, guttural cry, Daphne didn't hesitate. The air around her crackled with volatile, barely contained magic, a palpable aura of deadly intent. She slashed it forward in a wide, vicious arc, the movement graceful yet utterly lethal. The curse struck the man squarely in the center of his chest, the force of the impact sounding less like a magical strike and more like a physical blow, a sickening, dull thwack. He didn't even have time to flinch or raise a hand in hopes of defending himself. The man's eyes widened in a fleeting moment of shock and agony before the effect took hold. Torrents of deep crimson blood instantly burst forth from a deep gash that had appeared in his robes and flesh. The cutting curse had done its work with ruthless efficiency, tearing through tissue and bone alike. He staggered backward, a choked gasp escaping his lips, his hands flying instinctively to the sudden, horrific wound blooming over his chest. Daphne's own eyes widened in horror, but Harry knew time was of the essence as he pulled the previously shrunken items out of his robes and began clearing room at the table. "Daphne, we have to do this. If we are going to save Astoria, it's now or never." This seemed to snap the girl back to focus, as silent tears began to fall from her eyes. Fighting through the tears, Daphne moved to the table where she grabbed the scrying knife and slashed her own palm first. Blood immediately began to trickle down, and she choked her way through the first set of whispered enchantments. Efficiently, with a slow, deliberate grace that belied the potent magic she was preparing, Daphne drew a small measure of blood from each of her gathered family members. As she completed this step, Harry was at the basin. He worked with a focused intensity, his movements precise as he prepared the other necessary ingredients. A pinch of asphodel, moonstone, harvested under the fullest lunar light, a swirl of consecrated water drawn from a spring deep within their ancestral manor grounds, and a scattering of finely crushed magical herbs, each chosen for its specific sympathetic resonance. He watched her carefully, his eyes never leaving her face or her hands. It was a silent conversation, a constant, nonverbal checking that ensured every part of this complex and dangerous ritual was conducted not just accurately, but perfectly. The stakes were too high for error, the confluence of their collective magical energy requiring absolute synchronicity in the dark arts. Minutes passed, and Harry knew that Daphne was getting close as she began inspecting her work. Her father had not bled out yet, but the moment was nearing, as Harry watched her siphon all the lost blood into the basin and attach his life force to the ritual with a spell Harry had learned in secrets of the darkest arts. When she was done, she took a heavy step backwards, nearly falling over at the magnitude of what she was doing. She raised her wand, but froze, and Harry watched for a moment in silence before speaking. "You didn't lie to Astoria. This ritual required a great sacrifice, but you have the world to gain from it." Daphne didn't move. Her wand was pointed at the basin, but her hesitation trailed on, making Harry think she was going to trip at the finish line. Instead, Harry slid behind her, offering a seductive encouragement. "You are both going to grow in a world where neither of you has to worry about which of your descendants is going to be cursed with this affliction. It dies here, Daph. End it once and for all, and you can all be free." I can't," Daphne said shakily. I can still undo." Her eyes closed and Harry froze. He could hardly believe she was this close. Was she going to stop now? Was she going to stop where Harry did? Was she going to fail where he succeeded all those years ago? Before those doubts could fully coalesce, Daphne's wand ignited when she jabbed her wand towards the basin and whispered the word, "Incendio." 82. "They caught us at dinner," Harry explained to the assembled crowd of Aurors, who were watching with steely but sympathetic eyes. He sat in a bedroom-sized, square-shaped room, a single light illuminating in midair above Harry and the one Auror he would have rather avoided throughout this whole incident, Roland Davis. Swallowing heavily, Harry did his best to appear distressed, despite being anything but. It took all of his willpower to shove down the exhilarating elation of his victory. Generations of great witches and wizards had chased the solution to the Greengrass family blood curse, and in the span of 6 months, he had not only ended the tragedy, but also saved a young girl's life. The fact that the young girl in question was Daphne's sister only added to his victory. The teen continued, his voice carefully modulated to convey a profound, weary sadness. "Lord Greengrass and I both sensed the ward's shattering. It felt like—" "And how did you sense this?" Roland Davis asked, interrupting his story. Shaking his head, Harry tried to dismiss the interruption. It felt like we were living in a glass house, being crushed by a mountain of rocks. Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair, a gesture calculated to look like genuine distress. I am very in tune with the magic around me, and this was destruction like I've never felt before. Both of us knew instantly what it meant. There is only one wizard alive who possesses the raw power to bring down the wards around the manor with such impunity. We knew it was him. He paused, letting the unspoken name hang in the air, the name that brought a fresh wave of weariness to the faces of the listening Aurors. But Cyrus seemed calm. Daphne told me that her father had always been a great politician, the believer in the power of words over wands. He thought that negotiating with the Dark Lord would work in his favor. He truly believed he could pledge his allegiance to the man in exchange for their lives, and decided to go for a parley. Harry's expression hardened into a mask of disgust. He had hoped to buy time for his family, but it wasn't meant to be. Negotiation was never on the table after refusing the Dark Lord even once. And how did you know Lord Greengrass had rejected he who must not be name's offer to join his ranks? Roland Davis asked. Taking a shaky breath, Harry kept his occlumency intact and focused on the lies he needed the group before him to believe. At the corner of his eye, he saw Dumbledore standing in the back of the room, arms hanging loosely at his side, his expression stony. Instead of the annoyance he felt at Dumbledore's presence and the clearly paranoid Auror before him, we discussed it over the holiday. It was one of the reasons I felt safe with the Greengrass family. Daphne had preached to me about the ancient wards that protected their home, and about a lord that had a family history of neutrality. It seemed like the perfect combination. What happened after the Dark Lord broke through the wards? Auror Davis asked with suspicion clearly on his countenance. How did you escape with the women in the Greengrass family? A dark, burgeoning pride swelled in Harry's chest, a feeling he didn't allow to fester. He yearned to boast, to lay claim to the feat he had just accomplished. The destruction of the Greengrass family wards was no casual undertaking. It was a testament to a growing mastery that few his age, or any age, for that matter, could claim. The task had demanded a confluence of knowledge and raw power, requiring a delicate, precise combination of parcel magic and the inherently messy, yet potent, art of blood magic to successfully bring the complex magical defenses crashing down. He counted himself lucky to have had Daphne's blood readily available. That very substance had been the necessary ingredient to unhinge the intricate layers of protection that had guarded the ancient Greengrass manor for centuries. Yet, even with that essential ingredient, the accomplishment remained staggering. Few wizards could possess the skill, the audacity, and the dark resolve to execute such a complex magical assault. And that was only half the battle. The physical destruction of the wards, impressive as it was, stood alongside the insidious mental manipulation that followed. He had meticulously crafted elaborate, utterly convincing false memories for both Astoria and Lady Greengrass. This was not a simple obliviate charm. He had woven entire new memories with legolemancy. Seamless replacement memories designed to mask his true actions and motivations. Furthermore, the two Greengrass house elves had also required painstaking memory modification, their own simple, loyal minds carefully pruned and rewired to ensure no errant, inconvenient memory of his presence or their destructive act remained. The sheer scope of the mental magic alone was enough to make any seasoned legoman's balk. For Harry, it was simply the necessary cleanup after a job well done. Continuing the well-rehearsed lie, Harry spoke. After Cyrus decided to confront the Dark Lord, I decided we needed a contingency plan. Harry explained, digging into the cover story that Daphne had prepared with him. My parents had fallen at the man's hands before, and I wasn't going to let Daphne go the same way. Pausing for a long moment, Harry stared at the table. Cyrus didn't even raise his wand before the Dark Lord struck him down. There was no conversation, no begging and pleading, just a slash of red light, and the man crumbled bloody, broken. And seeing this gave you the strength to apparate yourself and 3 others away? Roland asked skeptically. Harry's emerald eyes narrowed at the quiet accusation from the Auror. It wasn't quite that simple, he stated. his voice carrying a calm, unyielding authority that belied his age. "I have been able to apparate for some time now, an ability I taught myself specifically as a contingency plan in case it was necessary during the Triwizard Tournament. I wasn't going to rely on Dumbledore or the Ministry to ensure my survival." This revelation caused an audible ripple of murmurs to pass through the assembled Aurors and Ministry officials. Few wizards, even those long out of Hogwarts, could boast of self-teaching such a complex and dangerous skill. Harry, however, ignored the growing buzz of commentary, keeping his focus fixed on the lead interrogating Auror, Mr. Davis. "I will also remind you," Harry continued, his chin lifting defiantly, "that I am currently the top student in all of Hogwarts at both Ancient Runes and Arithmancy. Should you doubt this, both Professor Vector and Professor Babbling could easily speak to my abilities in their respective fields. For someone with my understanding of ward breaking, even one anchored by the Dark Lord, was not the monumental task you seem to imagine." He was not expecting anyone to mount such an escape, especially after the lord of the family, the powerhouse, was killed. His wards, while powerful, were designed for shock and awe, not long-term containment. He paused, allowing the weight of his statement to settle over the room, then delivered the final, crushing comparison. "We were lucky. Lucky that I had delved so deeply into ward breaking when I was trying to learn to break down the Goblet of Fire's enchantments. Hundreds, if not thousands of hours of research saved our lives. Our escape was fortunate, but not the miracle you are trying to paint. Had the Dark Lord really known I was there, I doubt we would have made it out alive." Stiffly, Auror Davis just folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. "These attacks have been happening all over the country. You and Greengrass ladies are the sole survivors of such an attack. If what you say is true, you are beyond lucky." The man's tone indicated he did not believe Harry in the slightest, but instead the teen shrugged. "My family is famous for our lucky escapes, but everyone's luck runs out eventually. I am just grateful that my moment didn't come while there was still a chance to save my girlfriend's family." This seemed to cement his lies in the eyes of most of the room around him. His composure, despite the gravity of the situation, lent an air of sincerity that was hard to dispute. For them, the matter was closed. A simple, albeit terrifying, case of a young wizard's burst of power under extreme distress. However, Auror Davis remained unconvinced. His expression, a carefully calibrated mask of professional neutrality, did not shift. The flicker of suspicion in his cool, assessing gaze was minute, but it was there, like a tiny stone disturbing the still surface of a pond. He did not challenge the account directly, but instead he glanced to the woman standing stoically on his right. This woman, sharply dressed in robes the color of deep indigo, and wearing a single, meticulously polished monocle that caught the dim overhead light, was an enigma. She was a silent partner in the interrogation, observing Harry with an unnervingly still intensity. Upon catching Davis's questioning look, she offered the slightest, almost imperceptible shake of her head, a clear sign that, like the Auror, she was far from satisfied with the young Potter's convenient narrative. Her voice, when it finally cut through the tense silence, was crisp and authoritative, carrying the weight of finality without a hint of warmth. "It seems you were quite fortunate, Mr. Potter," she said, her tone suggesting that good fortune was a volatile, unpredictable factor that could not be relied upon. The phrase was a dismissal wrapped in a veiled caution. Her eyes, magnified slightly by the lens, narrowed just enough to convey the implicit threat. "We may not have the truth now, but we are watching. You should return to Hogwarts for the time being." "I will go after I speak to the Greengrass," Harry returned stubbornly. The Auror looked like she would argue, but Harry continued. "When I was released from Hogwarts over the break, it was into the protection of the Greengrass family. I must speak to them before just leaving." The woman seemed like she was not going to relent, so Harry pushed. "Please, my girlfriend's father was just murdered on the grounds of her ancestral home. Don't make me leave her here alone." The woman looked like she would put her foot down when Dumbledore finally spoke. "I will remain behind with Mr. Potter until the two Greengrass girls are ready to return to Hogwarts, tonight. I will also arrange for Lady Greengrass to go under the protection of the Order of the Phoenix. We will keep her from harm's way for the time being if she is receptive to such help." Roland Davis sighed, and the woman across just nodded stiffly at the man. "It will be as you say then, Chief Warlock." With that, the two Aurors stood, and the red-haired woman spoke one last time to Harry. "These are dangerous times, Mr. Potter. Consider yourself quite fortunate you find yourself within the safety of the Ministry this evening. After a run-in with you-know-who, most cannot claim such good tidings, even my own Aurors." The biting urge to make a snarky, deeply cutting comment about the laughable notion of safety within the Ministry was nearly overwhelming. A sharp, metallic taste entered Harry's mouth. Safety, he scoffed internally, the word a laughable joke. Harry, after all, bore direct responsibility for several of the most recent, prominent notches in the death toll on the Ministry side of the conflict. And this current situation was only a pause to the more devastating losses that would follow their numbers in the near future. His very presence, his continued existence, was a promise of destruction for the established order they so desperately sought to defend. However, the strategic part of his mind, the part that had been carefully honed by years of Tom's tutelage, asserted control. A quip, no matter how satisfying, was unnecessary and would only serve to complicate this tenuous exit and expose too much of his true desires. A carefully cultivated air of detached cooperation was far more useful. Instead, the corners of his lips were deliberately held in a neutral line, and he offered the red-haired woman a curt, single nod. It was a gesture of acknowledgement, nothing more, devoid of warmth or true respect. He then pivoted, his movement fluid and economical, and accepted the headmaster's silent invitation. The older man held the heavy, oak-paneled door open, providing Harry with an unhindered path out of the interrogation room. The exit led him into the vast, bustling, and depressingly bureaucratic main office of the Auror Department. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, stale ink, and the nervous energy of people perpetually teetering on the edge of a catastrophe they couldn't control. The open space was a hive of activity. Uniformed Aurors hurried between desks piled high with case files. The crackle of half-legible communication spells punctuated the constant, low murmur of worried conversation. He was a lightning rod in this room, a vessel for their fear and their desperate, fragile hope. They had no idea the fates that awaited him if they planned to stand against Tom and the others. Harry didn't get too far into the office before he was enveloped in the arms of his girlfriend. Daphne buried her face into his neck, and her shoulders shook silently as Harry wrapped his arms around her, putting a hand on the back of her head and rubbing it gently. "Are you okay, Daph?" The real question was clear. Were there any mistakes? Daphne just faked a hiccup and shook her head. "As okay as I can be. I feel like we have been here for hours. I just want to go home." Dumbledore cleared his throat at this, and the two separated, turning towards the older man. "While I am afraid home is out of the question for now, Ms. Greengrass, I do believe an early return to Hogwarts would be for the best, for now." "No, I can't leave my sister or my mum," Daphne said fiercely, her acting skills surprising Harry. "I will personally see to your mother's safety," Dumbledore promised. "It will be much easier to protect one adult witch than it would be to protect the four of you together. Astoria will, of course, return with the two of you. It is in all of your best interest to be among your friends and peers during these difficult times." The words "trust me" seemed almost implied, but Daphne scoffed. "Nowhere is safe anymore. The only reason we aren't being tortured to insanity, or worse, is because Harry got us out of there. An admirable thing was done by Mr. Potter, undoubtedly." The look on Dumbledore's face seemed to hold his true feelings on the matter, but Harry said nothing as the old man continued. "But Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. You must forgive my modesty, but for as long as I remain in the school, Lord Voldemort will not attack it." Harry wanted to rage at the insinuation that Tom was afraid of the headmaster. His master would fight Dumbledore anytime, anywhere, if the man would show up to the deadly dance. Instead, however, Harry just left his eyes on Daphne, not trusting his own emotions for a moment as she spoke. "Fine. It will be as you say, headmaster." The man bowed his head. "A wise decision, a hard one to make in these pressing times, I understand. Your mother and young Astoria are waiting for us in the atrium for the time being with some extra layers of protection in the meantime. We should not keep them waiting." putting a protective arm around Daphne's shoulder, Harry cast a hostile glare toward every lingering Auror eye that tracked their movement. The intense conversation the blonde Slytherin had shared with the headmaster had made them a focal point of the office, but it was the steely gaze of Roland Davis that made Harry nearly halt in his tracks. The man's suspicion was palpable, a dark, heavy weight in the air, and Harry knew it was entirely justified after the calamitous events that had befallen his daughter, Tracy. A flicker of resentment crossed Harry's face. He knew he was the focus of the man's silent, accusatory scrutiny, a scrutiny that had every right to exist, considering his past with that particular family. Harry had once held Tracy's affections, a fact that now felt like a cruel irony, a skeleton in his closet rattling at the most inconvenient time. He would not, however, allow the man's suspicion to transition into any form of overt hostility or untoward transgression against him. His patience, already thin from the day's events, was wearing down. He might have been involved in Tracy's life, and he would have done anything to keep her safe, but his tolerations of her father's silent or other accusations would only go so far. Arriving in the ministry atrium, Harry saw that the real Alastor Moody was standing guard over Daphne's mother and sister, along with the large African Auror that had stood against Tom on the night of the siege against Gringotts. The two men were formidable undoubtedly, and even the young bubble-gum-haired witch could be capable, but Harry knew they were no match for him, much less Tom. Alastor, Kingsley, Nymphadora, I thank you for keeping an eye on Lady Greengrass while we sorted out this tragedy. Dumbledore offered with a bow of his head, before turning to face the mother of two. Lady Greengrass, for the time being I believe you should go with Auror Tonks here. Her mother, Andromeda Tonks, knee black, was once accustomed to hosting women of your station, and will ensure you are well looked after until we can get you settled in a more permanent safe house. The woman said nothing, but swallowed heavily, and looked as if she were going to say something profound, before thinking better of it, nodding and bowing her head. Harry wanted to grin in triumph, but instead just slipped his hand in Daphne, offering her comfort. Her journey had been the longest today. She had taken a big step today, and he was proud of her, something he would declare at the earliest possibility in private. After all, they should be celebrating. Her sister would now live a long life thanks to them, and her children, their children, and any others in the Greengrass line would live free of the malignant curse that once haunted their family. I will see to the safety of your children, Lady Greengrass. Dumbledore's voice a soft, but firm, assurance, carrying the weight of his office and his reputation. His blue eyes, usually twinkling with an impenetrable mirth, were momentarily shadowed with genuine concern as he looked at the distraught woman. However, if Dumbledore's promise of protection registered with Lady Greengrass, the effect was unnoticeable. Her entire focus seemed fixed on an internal struggle, her breathing shallow and ragged. She looked less like the poised, elegant matriarch of an ancient house and more like a ghost, all color drained from her face. Nymphadora Tonks assisted the woman to her feet, offering soft words of encouragement. It was clear the young Auror was waiting for the woman to bid her daughter farewell, but instead, Lady Greengrass kept her eyes cast low, defeated, and empty. The pink-haired girl waited a long moment before receiving the nod of approval from Dumbledore and escorting the woman to the fireplaces that would be connected to the Floo network in the back of the ministry. Without further prompting, Dumbledore guided his 3 charges to the Floo network as well, wishing his colleagues good evening, before offering the teens the password to his office. When they arrived, Professor Slughorn greeted them somberly and was offering his condolences to Daphne when Harry arrived. The beautiful blonde thanked the man stiffly, but with abject politeness. The man, after all, had been kind to the couple, and there was no reason to slight him, something Daphne understood even when the world seemed to be upside down for her. Harry had looked forward to comforting and celebrating with the girl, but the headmaster arriving in a column of flames ruined this notion when he said, "Horace, please escort the Greengrass girls to the dungeons. They have had a trying holiday and need their rest. Mr. Potter and I need a few words." The man blustered at his words. Surely it can wait, Albus, after all. They have all had a trying holiday. "It's okay, Professor," Harry said, offering the man a sad smile, knowing this was exactly the moment he needed to finish the job. "I will be okay." The man looked uncertain, but finally acquiesced to the request, but not before Daphne shot him a questioning look. Harry offered an imperceptible shake of his head, before watching the two girls follow their head of house out the large framed oak door, leaving Harry alone with Dumbledore. Sighing, Harry took a deep breath, before moving to take the seat across from the wizened old man before letting his shoulders slump, doing his best to play the part of a defeated teenager. "If you are going to gloat, Headmaster, I will ask you to spare me the lecture." "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore chided gently, "of all the things that need to be said and done, gloating is not among them. I merely wish to ascertain the whole truth of what happened last night, not the abridged version you gave the Aurors." Pushing his occlumency to its limits, Harry did everything he could to keep a blank face as he stared at the desk, trying to force the feeling of shame to leak into his magic. He needed to throw Dumbledore off of this if his plan were to work, and then he would need to manipulate this moment to lead him to victory. "He knew I was there, sir," Harry said softly. "The Dark Lord. I am not sure if he knew before he arrived or if he could sense me after, but he knew. When Daphne's father was killed, he tried to convince me to come out, to face my destiny." Harry's eyes shifted up at this, and he noticed Dumbledore had stiffened and paled at his words before he continued speaking. "What did he mean, sir? What did he mean to face my destiny?" "I suspected you weren't completely honest with the Aurors tonight," Dumbledore said cautiously. Harry shot to his feet, forcing rage to course through his magic as it began to swirl around him, a glass on a nearby shelf exploding. "You are worried about my honesty. After all that's happened, that's what you are worried about. What about your honesty with me?" "This is serious, Harry, more so than you can possibly imagine," Dumbledore scolded. At this, Harry pushed his magic out, ready to throw the necessary convincing tantrum to drive home his point as he clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles turned white, a visible tremor running up his arm. The raw, unleashed magical pressure in the room spiked again, a wave of unseen force crashing against the walls and furniture. Books on the towering shelves began to rattle violently. Small trinkets lifted an inch or two off their respective surfaces, and the flame in the fireplace flickered wildly as if battling an unseen wind. His voice, when it finally broke the suffocating silence, was dangerously low, stripped bare of all politeness, replaced by a venomous, ice-cold fury. "I'm sorry, Headmaster," Harry began, the title dripping with bitter sarcasm. "Did you think I was treating this as a joke? What gave my punchline away, Headmaster? Was it the fact that I was literally tortured, forced to endure a sick, twisted game, the last time I stood face to face with the man? Was it supposed to be the memory of my dead best friend, who was murdered trying to protect me from one of his lunatic followers, that you paired me with for most of the year?" His voice rose sharply, a raw emotional crack piercing the magical tension. Or perhaps was it the delightful comedy in the fact that that same madman, that same creature, mutilated and killed my girlfriend's father? Harry threw his hands up in a gesture of utter, desperate exasperation, his magical aura flaring like a supernova before instantly being brutally controlled again. "I am genuinely sorry, Headmaster, but I seem to have missed the punchline. Which specific, hilarious part of this did you think I was not being serious enough for?" The question hung in the air, heavy and damning, demanding an answer that Harry knew Dumbledore could not possibly give. Dumbledore sighed heavily and held a hand in the air, gesturing his apologies. "Peace, Harry. I did not mean to downplay the tragedies you have endured." Silence fell between them for a long moment as Harry allowed his shoulders to sag in a faux image of defeat. "Too much has happened. I have a reputation to uphold, and 3 years left of schooling to get through, Dumbledore. If the other Slytherins thought for even a moment that I would stand against the Dark Lord, they would rally against me. Slit my throat in my sleep if I wasn't careful and perfect in my defenses, all to gain favor with him. Is it really my destiny, Headmaster, to stand against the Dark Lord, to die by his hands?" Harry asked without looking the man in the eye. "The truth, it is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution," Dumbledore said softly. "It matters not what fate you were born into, Harry, but what you choose to do with the fate you are blessed with." He wasn't certain, but Harry thought he might have just vomited in his own mouth or rolled his eyes out of annoyance, but he kept impossibly still. "I need to know what I am up against." "Give me till the end of term," Dumbledore said heavily. "Finish your owl, and before you go to the Order's safe house this summer, I will tell you the truth of what awaits you when it comes to Lord Voldemort." Wanting things to move faster, Harry spoke quietly, but his voice was full of steel when he laid down his accusation. "You would leave me blind to what awaits me. He could find a way to get me. He could command one of his followers' children to do all kinds of things to me, or to Daphne, headmaster. I need you to do better than that." Sighing, the man let out a breath. "Very well. Give me a fortnight. This truth will involve quite the journey, and one I will need to take precautions for." Triumph. Harry felt it rush this veins, elation. He did everything he could to remain composed and seem angry despite feeling anything but. Instead, he bowed his head. "Any attack against Daphne, or I will be met with extreme prejudice, sir. I expect you know that. I don't know how my house will act when they find out I was almost in the crosshairs of the heir of Slytherin." "Protect yourself," Dumbledore conceded, "but do not bring more harm than necessary to my students, Mr. Potter." The growl nearly escaped his lips, but Harry bit it back and rose from his seat. "One fortnight, headmaster, or I will take things into my own hands. Nothing will come from that." With his final threat left, Harry began making his way out of the office, and had to do everything he could to stop the smile from escaping his lips. Chapter 83. "The old fool has fallen for my trap at every step of the way," Harry bragged, a smug, satisfied smirk twisting his lips as he addressed the man seated across from him. The older figure, Tom, was an image of impassive stillness, his eyes, cold and deep, fixed unblinkingly on his confident apprentice. Harry barely noticed the lack of reciprocal emotion, too caught up in the triumph of his own machinations. "He has no idea that it was Daphne, and I who struck down that fool of a so-called lord," Harry continued, leaning back in his chair, a glass of expensive amber liquid swirling neglected in his hand. The entire plan was seamless. The ritual worked like a charm. Lord Greengrass was bled dry, and her sister was cured. The mark was left in the sky, and no one was even remotely wiser. He paused, letting the scope of his ingenuity hang in the tense silence of the dimly lit room. "The Aurors had their suspicions, of course," Harry conceded with a careless wave of his hand. "Roland Davis is sharp, I'll give him that. He knew our escape was too convenient, too neat to be a simple matter of breaking through wards. But suspicions are meaningless when there wasn't a single shred of evidence to back them. No trace of a dark magic signature, no witnesses, and the alibis we concocted through my own use of legalmancy, making it airtight, interlocking perfectly. Daphne was a masterpiece in feigned shock and grief. She's proving to be an invaluable asset, Tom." Harry's chest swelled with pride, his youthful face alight with the thrill of successful deception. "We are so close, Tom. Greengrass's political influence is now ours, his seat on the Wisengamot secured through Daphne's soon-to-be inherited title. The ministry is fracturing, the public is terrified, and the resistance is decentralized and demoralized. A few more moves, a few more carefully executed eliminations, and the path will be clear for your rise. They truly think I can be brought to their side, that I might stand against you given the right incentives. They are watching shadows, but the true weapon has been walking among them, unnoticed, for years, all thanks to your own brilliance." He did a slow, triumphant bow of his head towards his master, the fire in his eyes showing the ambition that burned within the teen for the man he sought so desperately to impress. "It's all coming together." "You have done well," Tom said simply. That's it, Harry thought, his heart sinking. Masterful manipulations, the greatest wizards of the previous generation fooled, and that was all the compliment he would get from his master. The sounds of the shrieking shack had never seemed louder than they did in that silent moment that passed between master and apprentice. Deciding to break that silence, Harry dropped to a knee for the first time in a long time. "I did all this to make you proud, master. I will lead the old man into our trap, and together we will strike him down and end the last vestiges of resistance together. None will stand in your way when Dumbledore is dead." Silence and then a scoff from Tom. You think it will be that simple? "TT Tom?" Harry asked, his eyes looking up, his heart in his stomach at the man's cold tone. "Albus Dumbledore is no idiot," Tom roared, rising to his feet. "You think you have him completely fooled. You think you have manipulated a man that has forgotten more in his life than you will likely ever know, my young, naive apprentice." Harry didn't know what to say, but he bowed his head in shame as Tom stood over him, the young man hissing in Parseltongue. "The man is a fool, but this is all too simple. He is on to you, Harry." "He can't be," Harry hissed back before going back to English. "Of course he may have his doubts, but what good will they be? What can he do to stop us? If he leads me to the prophecy, if he gives me the truth, the rest will be child's play when we stand together against him." "You underestimate the man," Tom said with clear disapproval in your voice. "You sound like a Death Eater, not a master of the dark arts I raised you to be." Tom had never struck Harry with anything other than magic, but in that moment, his words stung him as bad as some of his curses did. I'm sorry, Master. I will not disappoint you. I am ready to end the old man. I will fight with everything I have and then some. For what he did to Sirius, for the lack of protection he gave my parents, for all the transgressions he committed against us. Do not let your pride stand in the way of the principle of what we are trying to achieve here," Tom chastised. "Yes, Dumbledore has wronged us. Yes, he ruined both of our lives in one way or another, but as the battle for this country comes to a head, that is not why we will kill the man." Harry lifted his head, glancing at the furious eyes of his mentor, who did not leave him waiting in suspense. "We will end him for everything he represents. A so-called unbreakable titan of good. A man that cannot be beaten. A fundamental light that shuts out all magic he chooses not to understand. Only through his death will we submit this country to my will. Only through his death can we bring about victory." Considering the man's words, Harry slowly rose to his feet and spoke to the man he had been fighting beside for nearly 3 years. "And we will end him. When he takes us to the Department of Mysteries, I will retrieve the prophecy, learn of the fate that once awaited us, and then lead him to his own slaughter. You will be able to confront the man in the ministry, where he will not be able to run or hide, and together we will end this, just as we always planned to. I am ready to do this, Master. With you at my side." Tom moved inside Harry's personal space and hissed, "One last test, my young apprentice, do not fail me." With that, the man shredded through the wards of the shrieking shack and left Harry standing there feeling more puzzled than he had felt in a long time. Was this the nerves of his mentor coming to play? Or was there more happening behind the scenes he was unaware of? Regardless of what it was, he felt confident in his plans and only hoped that Tom was being on the overt side of caution. They had been careful and thorough at every step of the way. Sure, Dumbledore could be suspicious, but it didn't seem possible he suspected the truth in any way. If that was the case, Harry would not be allowed to wander the halls of Hogwarts on his own. Taking a deep breath, Harry steeled himself over for the days ahead. Deciding it would not be wise to linger any longer, the teen departed the shrieking shack, hoping this would be the last time he had to meet his master in such a clandestine way. When Harry returned to the common room, his mood had truly soured. He hoped that Tom was wrong for once. All his planning, all the manipulations, it seemed impossible that Dumbledore could be onto him. Harry sat ensconced in his usual spot, a large chair strategically positioned nearest the colossal glass pane that offered a mesmerizing, though often gloomy, view of the Black Lake in the Slytherin common room. It had become a kind of unspoken territory claim. His core group of associates, the inner circle of the King's Snake, naturally gravitated to this alcove on most evenings. Tonight, however, felt different. It was the first night back after the winter holidays, a period of quiet and relative normalcy violently shattered by the return of every single one of his classmates, filling the echoing stone chamber with a sudden, suffocating press of bodies and noise. Earlier, amidst the chaotic arrival and exchange of greetings, he had managed to slip away for a conversation with Tom, but now, settled back in his chair, Harry found himself regretting that he had not gone straight to bed. A profound sense of unease seemed to emanate from the common room, and it was beginning to annoy the teen. The air was thick with the low, incessant murmur of conversation, yet it wasn't the noise itself that bothered him. It was the quality of it. The whispers were too hushed, the pauses too frequent. Every peripheral glance he caught, every hurried head turn away, every subtle shift in posture among the surrounding students felt like a deliberate, focused action directed entirely at him. They were the silent, insidious marks of 100 judging eyes, a relentless, nonverbal interrogation that was beginning to work its way under his skin like splinters. The post-holiday euphoria and casual reunion chatter seemed to bypass his corner completely, replaced by a constant, low-frequency hum of speculation and apprehension. The knowledge of what had happened at Greengra's Manor sat heavily in the room, palpable to everyone, but spoken of only in those maddening, sibilant whispers that ground inexorably upon his nerves. He realized, with a weary slump of his shoulders against the worn velvet of the chair, that a simple, dreamless sleep would have been infinitely preferable to this quiet, psychological siege. A glass vase on a nearby table began to fracture, and Harry released a deep, calming breath attempting to calm his own irritation, and a soft hand on his own clenched fist made him deflate if only slightly. A look towards Daphne, who was listening to Hestia, and Flora Caro talk about their holidays, gave him a lifeline in the storm that seemed to rage on in his mind. Between Tom's doubts, and now the quiet dissent in the common room, he was beginning to think his patience might finally snap. As if his enemies sensed his edged silence, a predatory, taut quiet that wrapped around him like a shroud, a voice cut through the familiar, comforting din of the common room. It was a voice honed with deliberate malice, pitched to carry. "Look how he sits there," the voice sneered with performative disbelief. "As if things haven't changed since we left for the holidays. He acts like nothing is different, but we all know that isn't true." The silence that followed was immediate and total, a vacuum where tense whispers and soft chatter had been just a second before. Every eye in the common room snapped toward the source of the provocation. Harry did not move a muscle, but the air around him grew heavy, thick with barely restrained power. The chair he occupied suddenly felt like a throne carved from shadow. Slowly, deliberately, Harry's eyes lifted and moved across the room until they settled on the smirking blonde figure who had dared to break the fragile peace. Draco Malfoy. A pest, an irritant, who had somehow managed to keep his simmering hatred and arrogance contained for the better part of the school year. Harry had almost forgotten the boy existed, which in itself was a small victory. But now, Malfoy stood in the center of a small, sycophantic cluster of his cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, naturally, looking like a pair of enormous, unintelligent bookends, and wore an expression of triumphant, malicious glee. He had clearly spent the holidays nursing his resentments, and now believed he had returned to a world where Harry Potter was vulnerable. Harry watched the curl of Malfoy's lip, the slight, nervous tremor in his hands despite the bravado of his posture, and concluded that the spoiled boy was about to make a critical, painful error in judgment. Malfoy had just chosen the absolute worst possible moment, the wrong night entirely, to attempt to irritate Harry. He was about to find out that while things had changed over the holidays, they had not changed in the